I Am an Evil Sword Chapter 237 to Chapter 315. The Black Dragon Army and the Red Bud Army were both in the devilish aura field, but the difference was like heaven and earth. The moment they entered the devilish aura field, it was as if a bone-chilling wind directly attacked them. That chill seemed to be able to freeze their souls. Many of the Black Dragon Army couldn't help but shiver. The terrifying murderous aura sent chills down the spines of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army. Most of their ears began to ring, and they began to feel dizzy. Some of them even vomited. In the blood-red mist, their comrades began to disappear from their sight. Some of the soldiers with weak willpower became more and more irritable. Their eyes flickered with red light as they tightly gripped the weapons in their hands. Their willpower began to blur. Most of them began to sink into fear and were unable to extricate themselves. They saw countless cities and countless corpses piled up into mountains within the cities. Those humans, without exception, were all killed by their own hands. Those strange corpses were all handled by them personally. In the blood fog, they saw those missing tongues, missing eyeballs, missing organs. The corpses piled up in the streets and alleys suddenly grinned at them. The screams before death, the cries of infants, the curses of enemies. In the past, most of the Black Dragon Army had already become numb to these sounds. But today, these unpleasant and ear-piercing sounds kept reverberating in their minds, tormenting them to the point of insanity. Some of them saw their own deaths. They saw the people they didn't want to face the most, but died. Fear spread. Damn it, is this a mental attack? A late-stage Xianxia general loudly cursed. Then what do we do? We can only endure it, unless you cultivate a mental-type secret technique. What's going on? The army's soul seems to have been weakened. Xianxia looked at the Black Dragon Army that charged into the blood fog. He watched as they began to feel fear, despair, and madness. He knew that at least for this wave of attack, 17 and the others had withstood it. No matter how strong the Black Dragon Army was, it was impossible for every one of them to be comparable to the genius disciples of the Southern Cloud Nation. 50% of the devilish aura field was enough to defeat any army in the southern region. What surprised Xianxia the most was that he realized that the demonic chi field would subconsciously weaken the soldier spirits. Although Xianxia did not understand the exact principles behind the formation of the army soul, he could tell that the army soul was similar to the condensation of the soldier spirit. Coincidentally, the devilish aura specialized in attacking the mind. Once most of the Black Dragon Army soldiers lost their courage in the demonic aura, their military spirit would naturally be weakened, and they might not even be able to regenerate. Follow me. XVI roared. Almost all of the Red Bud Army soldiers within the bloody mist looked towards 17 when they heard this voice, and then ran towards 17. Along the way, their eyes were still crazy. They only instinctively listened to 17's orders in their madness and followed him to kill. What's with the blood mist? Is it because of that Chen Pengfei? The commander of the Black Dragon Army, by howling, saw the red mist gushing out from the gap in Red Bud City. He frowned and asked, "What's going on inside? Even I can't see it clearly?" Reporting to the general, that should be Chen Pengfei's doing. The Invincible Black Army's Li Shui stood out and replied. The Invincible Black Army's general, Li Shui, was an old rival of the Red Bud Army. Chen Pengfei? A fierce-looking middle-aged general stood out and asked curiously, "That's Su Yi's disciple, the blood-hand butcher who massacred 5 of our cities to refine a demonic artifact, Chen Pengfei?" "Yes, that's right. It's that Chen Pengfei." Bai Haoli nodded and said, "He's very strong. He's known as the #1 genius of the Southern Cloud Nation." As the commander of the Black Dragon Army, Bai Haoli had read the detailed information before attacking the Southern Cloud Nation. Chen Pengfei's information was included. "My nephew died in the hands of Chen Pengfei." The middle-aged general angrily looked at the gap in Red Bud City and said, "At that time, my nephew was already a Xiantian expert. His talent was not bad. Don't worry, General Bai. I will do my best to create an opportunity for you. Then I'll have to thank General Bai." Li Shui continued, "General Bai, that brat grasped a secret battle technique. That blood fog is very strange. It is said that it can make the Red Bud Army soldiers fearless of death. It can also lower our soldiers' fighting spirit. Many Black Iron Army soldiers fled the moment they touched the blood fog. Just as Li Shui finished speaking, many of the generals of the Black Dragon Army laughed. General Bai, who had a grudge with Chen Pengfei, said, "Li Shui, until now, you still don't understand the difference between the Black Dragon Army and the Black Iron Army? We are the Black Dragon Army, the strongest army of the Black Blood Nation. In the entire southern region, there aren't many armies that can match us." "That's right. We are the Black Dragon Army. Our Black Dragon Army is the strongest. Only the Black Iron Army would flee. I reckon that they are afraid of Chen Pengfei." Li Shui hid his hands in his long sleeves and clenched his fists tightly. However, he didn't dare to refute. He could only endure it. He looked at the blood fog in the distance and screamed crazily in his heart. Even though he knew that the chances were slim, he still hoped that Chen Pengfei could teach the Black Dragon Army a lesson that they would never forget. Seeing that his subordinates were going overboard, Bai Haolin hurriedly stopped them. "Stop arguing. Everyone, quiet down. Now, breaking into Redbud City and annihilating the Redbud Army is the most important matter." Li Shui stared at the blood fog without blinking. He couldn't see the situation in the blood fog clearly. But very quickly, the excitement in his eyes disappeared. After 15 minutes, close to 10,000 Black Dragon Army soldiers charged into the blood fog. However, the blood fog still calmly shrouded the gap in the city wall. 10,000 Black Dragon Army soldiers charged into Redbud City, but it didn't even cause a ripple. Even the slowest person could tell that something was wrong. Bai Haolin's expression turned serious. "How many Xiantian generals have entered?" "There are 10 Xiantian generals leading the charge." Someone immediately replied. "There are 2 peak Xiantian experts, 3 late-stage Xiantian experts, and 4 mid-stage Xiantian experts. How is that possible? Could it be that they have Heavenbreaker experts?" Bai Haolin shook his head and said, "No. The Heavenbreaker experts that the Southern Cloud Nation sent to Redbud City are all above. It's impossible for them to have other Heavenbreaker experts. We can't see the situation in the blood fog, but I'm sure that there aren't any Heavenbreaker experts inside. If there really are Heavenbreaker experts in the blood fog, the Heavenbreaker experts on our side would naturally alert us. Seems like the Redbud Army's foundation is really not bad," Bai Haolin said with a pained expression. "Let's charge in together and try to take down Redbud City in one go." The Black Dragon Army was indeed very strong. However, once they entered the demonic aura field, their ending wasn't much different from other ordinary armies. Red Bloodsword's demonic aura field had grown too strong. It was so strong that even Shen Hao, the Jianling, felt embarrassed. In addition, XVI was almost invincible in the Xiantian realm. The Black Dragon Army's 2 peak Xiantian experts didn't even last a few moves in front of 17. "The Black Dragon Army is attacking with full force," Shen Hao reminded. "As long as there are no Breaking Heaven Realm experts, as long as they can't use army techniques, then I'm not afraid." XVI was best at fighting against a sea of people. The number of enemies meant nothing to him, especially today. He discovered that the army spirit he'd always been wary of was actually completely suppressed by the Red Blood Sword. "If you can really hold on, do you think you can still go back?" Shen Hao said in a low voice. "If I'm not wrong, the Southern Cloud Nation is going to lose the battle above." Even though Chen Hao and XVI were blocking the Black Dragon Army on the ground, he still paid attention to the battle between the Breaking Heaven Realm experts. The Breaking Heaven Realm experts of the Southern Cloud Nation weren't in a good situation, even though they had one more person. A general of the Black Blood country was directly fighting against 2 Breaking Heaven Realm experts, and he even had the upper hand. The difference in strength was too obvious. Chen Hao estimated that if XVI relied on the demonic aura, his performance in this battle would be too high profile. He might even be killed by the enraged experts of the Black Blood Kingdom. "But I clearly have a chance to win, why didn't I win?" XVI looked at the Black Dragon Army fighting against the Redbud Army and said, "My thoughts now are very simple, I want to kill them." "You're the sword master, you have the final say." Chen Hao completely became a bystander. The Redbud Army and Black Dragon Army soldiers fought fiercely within the demonic aura. Originally, the Black Dragon Army was definitely stronger than the Redbud Army, but because of the demonic aura suppression on the army spirit and the enemy's willpower, plus the Redbud Army soldiers' fearlessness and madness, the Black Dragon soldiers' morale plummeted, and many soldiers were scared out of their wits. Unknowingly, the Redbud army actually blocked the Black Dragon army. 50% of the aura's strength not only greatly weakened the Black Dragon army's morale, but also weakened their army spirit. It also brought chaos to the Redbud army. Many of the Redbud army soldiers in the Blood Mist were stimulated to the point of going crazy. They killed anyone they saw, completely losing the ability to think, and couldn't even differentiate between friend and foe. This also brought great chaos to the Redbud army. But all of this sacrifice, in 17's eyes, was worth it. At least they blocked the Black Dragon army. This was something he didn't even dare to imagine before. But reality, XVII was taking it for granted. The Black Dragon army's strength. Along with the orderly footsteps of the army, a loud, simple, solemn, and austere song could be heard. Only I, the Black Blood Emperor, the flag. Rivers and seas, clouds and clouds and clouds and clouds. There is no azura in the sky, and no spirit on the earth. Heaven and earth, heaven and earth, bow. Xianxia turned his head to look at the Redbud army soldiers whose eyes were crimson red like ghosts. Then, he looked at the orderly and majestic Black Dragon army. In his heart, he felt more and more that he was the villain. 100,000 Black Dragon soldiers poured into the demonic aura. Their uplifting singing dispelled the fear in the hearts of many soldiers, temporarily stabilizing their fearful hearts. The Black Dragon army spirit above the Black Dragon army began to appear again. A pinnacle Xianxia expert raised his longsword and flew into the air above the Black Dragon army. He waved his longsword at the Black Dragon army spirit and shouted, "Black Dragon army, berserk art!" In the sky, the Black Dragon army soul suddenly roared. Countless rays of black light rained down on every member of the Black Dragon army. The moment they came into contact with the black light, the fear in their eyes lessened significantly. All soldiers of the Black Dragon Legion, heed my command. The innate pinnacle expert who could use the army technique continued to shout, "Shield guards, first row. Spear soldiers, second row. The rest of the squads, get ready to switch positions at any time. We must fight steadily and slowly, and kill all those lunatics." Once the Black Dragon Corps had the support of core skills, once they were organized, even if more than half of them had lost their combat power, their remaining forces were still powerful. The nightmare of the Redbud army had arrived. The Redbud army was like a crazy beast, and the Black Dragon army was a calm hunter, slowly hunting XVII and the others. "General," Chou Yiming whispered. "What should we do next? Why don't we retreat?" Ning Yinghua suggested. "We can fight in the streets." XVII was about to answer when Bai Haolin, the commander of the Black Dragon army, said, "Are you Chen Pengfei?" XVII asked, "What's the matter?" "I wonder if you're willing to submit to our Black Blood Kingdom?" Bai Haolin said arrogantly. "I pity you because you're a promising talent. If you die here, it'll be a pity." "Sorry, I'm not interested in the Black Blood Kingdom." XVII shook his head. "Are you sure?" Bai Haolin narrowed his eyes, his tone threatening. "Of course I'm sure." "Humph." Bai Haolin snorted. "Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then you can die here today." "General Bai." "Here. Bring some men and bring Chen Pengfei's head here." "Yes, sir." General Bai said eagerly. "Oh right, remember to hand over his sword." Bai Haolin said. "That's for the general. After all, that magic weapon was made with the blood of our Black Blood Kingdom's people." "Understood." XVII watched as the Black Dragon army steadily approached the gap. He saw General Bai leading a group of innate experts towards him. A cruel smile appeared on his face. The other party was a peak innate expert and was indeed very strong. However, it seemed a little weak to deal with him. He could lose Redbud City, but he couldn't let the Black Dragon army succeed so easily. Thunder steps. Good timing. The Black Dragon army expert waved his hand and said, "You guys back off. Let me cut off his head with my own hands." Just as the two weapons were about to collide, 17 suddenly exploded. Massacre, fear esoteric, beheading. Peak innate expert? Esoteric? The expert exclaimed. He instinctively blocked his neck with his long sword, but he was still a step too late. "You're despicable," he muttered before he died. Thank you. XVI slapped away the corpse in front of him. The two late-stage innate experts brought by the expert by didn't know whether to advance or retreat. Not far away, Bai Haolin looked at XVI in surprise. He didn't expect XVI to be able to kill a peak innate expert veteran general. You actually comprehended esoteric. Bai Haolin said in surprise. So what if I did? Bai Haolin laughed. Do you think you're the only genius in the world? That you can comprehend esoteric at peak innate expert? He pulled out his long sword, and a bloody aura erupted from his body. Esoteric blood? That's right. You're quite knowledgeable. XVI knew that the red blood sword had a part of the blood realm. He said in a low voice, there's one more move that I rarely use. If you guys can resist it, I'll let you pass. At least it proves that I tried my best. Bai Haolin sneered. Do you think I'll let you leave alive today? XVI said softly, 100% demonic aura. XVI, I advise you to take it easy, the enemy has more than one Heavenbreaker expert. Chen Hao reminded in a low voice, if you really use this move on the Black Dragon army, do you believe that even Gao Qianhui can't block it? After this fight, Chen Hao roughly figured out that the military soul had little effect on mental attacks and defense, at least for the Black Dragon army. If XVI really wanted to use the full version of demonic aura, the Black Dragon army might not be able to use army techniques. 17's expression sank slightly. At this time, a Heavenbreaker expert flew over from the horizon. XVI looked carefully, it was Zhou country's expert Gao Qianhui. Gao Qianhui's appearance was quite embarrassing, her left sleeve was cut open, revealing a deep wound on her arm. When Bai Haolin saw Gao Qianhui, he immediately ordered the soldiers to be on guard. In the blood fog, the military soul's effect was greatly weakened, if they were not careful, they might be overturned. Chen Pengfei, Sui orders you to immediately withdraw as many as you can. How is that possible? We haven't lost yet. No, we've already lost. Gao Qianhui forced a smile, Mao Hai has already died, my other two companions have already communicated with me, if we hold on a little longer, they might leave directly. Mao Hai, a Heavenbreaker expert in Southern Cloud Country's military. XVI saw him before, his personality was a bit of a loner, he often stood behind Sui, a relatively silent great general. You have to understand, we're only sent by Zhou country to support you, we're not here to die. Gao Qianhui explained, Heavenbreaker experts cherish their lives more than normal innate experts, even if Southern Cloud Country is gone, when they return to Zhou country, the Emperor won't blame them too much. I understand. Southern Cloud Country was after all a small country. And Zhou country was more concerned about its stability. Under some circumstances, Zhou country would not hesitate to abandon them. Prepare to retreat. No matter how unwilling the 17th was, he could only shout, Chou Yiming, Ning Yinghua, you two organize the Redbud army to retreat. The demonic aura slowly dissipated, and those crazy soldiers regained some of their rationality. The blood mist above their heads dissipated, and even the Black Dragon army members heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Haolin said, do you think I'll let you go? The goal of the Black Dragon army was not just to occupy Redbud City, they still wanted to keep the Redbud army. As soon as Chen Hao heard the other party's words, he knew that XVI was still going to fight. XVI ordered, Chou Yiming, take the remaining soldiers and retreat immediately. I will stop the Black Dragon army. Gao Qianhui reminded him, Chen Pengfei, let me tell you this first. I only promised Old Su to protect your life. If you want to die, I won't accompany you. No need, I'll hold them off for a while. Ning Yinghua said, General Chen? You're not joking, right? Without 3 Tomorrow Realm experts, you won't be able to stop the 100,000 Black Dragon army. Why would I joke with you? Hurry up and organize a retreat. Retreat as much as you can. Hurry up, because I don't know how long I can last. Chen Pengfei, you're really arrogant. Bai Haolin said. You think you and a Heaven-breaking realm expert can stop the Black Dragon army? You think too highly of yourself, right? 17 did not answer. He raised the red blood sword with a serious expression. Let's begin. Demonic aura. As if a hurricane had struck, the demonic aura that was so dense that it could not be dispersed instantly spread to every corner of the battlefield. The whole world seemed to have been dyed red. Even Xiantian realm martial artists would not be able to last long against the full version of the demonic aura. Bai Haolin swore that he had never seen such a terrifying demonic aura. Just as he came into contact with the blood-red mist, he was dazed. This was 100 times more terrifying than the demonic aura that the Black Dragon army had accumulated over the years. Army spirit. Army spirit. Army spirit. He had completely lost contact with the army spirit. There were conditions to condense and summon the army spirit. The Black Dragon army needed at least 30,000 sober soldiers to assemble into a battle formation. But now, even Xiantian realm experts would find it difficult to stay awake in the blood mist. Where would 30,000 sober Black Dragon soldiers come from? It was Bai Haolin's first time seeing such a large-scale spiritual attack martial technique. It was too effective against the army spirit. All sober Xiantian realm experts, attack with me. Hurry up and kill Chen Pengfei. That's right, as long as Chen Pengfei was killed, this blood mist would dissipate. Is this what you're relying on? Gao Qianhui looked at the surrounding blood-red mist and said, I'm very suspicious. I keep feeling that you're more like the Black Blood Country's demonic martial artists than the Black Dragon army. The demonic aura was indeed frightening, but it was not enough to shake a heaven-breaking realm expert. After releasing the complete demonic aura, 17's eyes began to turn red. The killing intent in his heart grew stronger. Senior Gao, are you going to help me? Of course, I'm going to help you. The Black Dragon army, sigh. If we kill all of these 100,000 Black Dragon soldiers, the Black Blood Country will definitely vomit blood. Gao Qianhui said happily. An army that can't summon the army spirit is simply a toothless tiger. Then let's go. Wait. Just then, Gao Qianhui called out to XVI. She pulled 17's hand and instantly disappeared. When XVI regained his senses, they had already appeared in Redbud City. Senior Gao? It's over. We've lost, Gao Qianhui said with a slightly panicked expression. If I didn't pull you away just now, you'd be dead. Don't talk nonsense. Let's hurry and leave. Chen Hao said to 17 in the red blood sword, Gao Qianhui did help you. Just now, there were heaven-breaking realm experts rushing towards you. Maybe the complete demonic aura was too high profile. But, if you really plan to face them head-on, don't count on the demonic aura. Chen Hao emphasized. You know, facing multiple heaven-breaking realm experts, only that move is useful. If you use it, you don't have to go back. XVI looked at the gradually dissipating blood mist in the distance. Thinking of the Redbud army that had not retreated in time, he finally shook his head and said, Senior Gao, let's go. A wise choice. Gao Qianhui said with a smile. She grabbed 17's shoulder with one hand and flew up with him. I wonder how my teacher is doing. Gao Qianhui's expression froze. Her tone was somewhat bitter as she said, perhaps, he's already dead. XVI lowered his head and did not say anything. He had the ability to change the outcome of this war, but he could not use it. After all, Miss Lan did not care about the life and death of Southern Cloud Country at all, she only wanted to save the remaining Lan family members. She only wanted the Chen family members to all die. Right now, she was a puppet empress sitting on a volcano that could erupt at any time. Her situation was also very difficult. XVI had no reason to choose death now. Southern Cloud Nation's defeat was as expected. Melhai died in battle, the imperial family's Yin family's old ancestor fled with heavy injuries, a heaven-breaking realm expert from Zhou Nation died in battle, Sui died in battle. The other two heaven-breaking realm experts from Zhou Nation saw that the situation was not right and immediately retreated. Without 17's command, the Redbud army had almost no ability to resist in front of the Black Dragon army. The Redbud army was defeated and the Redbud city was captured. More than 100,000 Redbud army soldiers escaped from the city and fled towards the hinterland of Southern Cloud Nation. XVI did not stay idle along the way. He slowly gathered the 50,000 remaining soldiers and moved towards Cloud City. The Redbud army was finished. In the entire Blackwater County, no, in the entire Southern Cloud Nation, there was no army that could match the Black Dragon army. XVII could imagine how the Black Dragon army was like a hot knife through butter, occupying the entire Blackwater County. Then, would the Black Blood Nation be satisfied? Of course, that was impossible. Since the day the Black Blood Nation was established, their cruel and greedy reputation had spread throughout the entire southern region. He could almost see the destruction of Southern Cloud Nation. Thinking of Yi Lijun, Su Yi, and the previous emperor of Southern Cloud Nation, XVII sighed with sorrow. On the third day after the Redbud Army's defeat, Gao Qianhui's companions came looking for her. Gao Qianhui, let's go back and report. Southern Cloud Nation doesn't seem to have completely lost. Gao Qianhui frowned and said, isn't it too early for us to go back now? How is it too early? Su Yi died in battle, the Redbud Army is gone, Southern Cloud Nation is hopeless. The person said impatiently, the remaining military strength of Southern Cloud Nation doesn't even have the qualifications to find trouble with the Black Dragon Army. I say, Gao Qianhui, don't tell me you want to learn from that idiot Wei Jin and die in battle in Southern Cloud Nation? Gao Qianhui thought for a moment and finally decided to return home. Su Yi was already dead, there was nothing left for her to stay in Southern Cloud Nation. They also thought that Southern Cloud Nation had no hope of victory, they couldn't even organize a decent resistance. Before leaving, Gao Qianhui gave XVII a jade pendant. If you come to Zhou one day, you can come to me with this jade pendant. XVII took the jade pendant and leaned on the red blood sword, watching the two of them disappear into the sky. Under the setting sun, XVII felt powerless for no reason. XVII rushed to Cloud Capital with 50,000 people. Along the way, they traveled day and night. It took them about 20 days to return to Yun City. The situation in the Southern Cloud Nation was already terrible beyond imagination. The entire Blackwater Prefecture had almost fallen. XVII had just returned to Cloud City when he received the Imperial Edict. Because the Redbud Army had been defeated on the front lines, as the commander of the Redbud Army and the second in command after Su Yi, he had great responsibility. The Empress issued a decree to strip him of his military authority and imprisoned him in his residence, not allowing him to go out. XVII didn't believe the Empress's decree. Right now, the imperial power was in the hands of a few old bastards. At this time, even those old bastards didn't dare to act recklessly. Anyone with eyes could see that the Redbud Army's defeat wasn't 17's fault. At that time, anyone who went to the Southern Cloud Nation would have to kneel. As for being imprisoned, XVII didn't care. He was just being watched and couldn't go out of his residence. As long as he could stay in Cloud Capital, he was satisfied. Moreover, the group of people in charge of monitoring him was part of the Imperial Guards. XVII, who was imprisoned, had a comfortable life every day. When he was really bored, he would teach Qingyan martial arts. During the time he wasn't around, Qingyan grew a lot taller. She had grown to 1.65 meters. Although she was still short, she wasn't that conspicuous anymore. Qingyan's strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. She was in the middle stage of the qi condensation realm and had some strength. However, with this strength, she wasn't even qualified to be cannon fodder on the battlefield. XVII could clearly feel the turmoil in the Southern Cloud Nation. Irinha would occasionally come and tell him about the matters in the imperial court. For example, the people in the imperial court had almost forgotten about 17. They were discussing whether to surrender or to continue resisting. Generally speaking, the surrender party was the majority. Those who could really fight were mostly dead. Even the Chen family supported the surrender. Irinha smiled and added, perhaps the Chen family didn't expect that after working so hard to get Lan Yanlin to the throne and seeing the day of harvest coming. In the end, the prince position was gone just like that. Then what about the old ancestors of the imperial family? They wouldn't be willing to lose the throne, right? XVII said slowly, anyone who surrenders in the Southern Cloud Nation will have a new position, except for the imperial family. Brother Chen, why should we worry about them? Irinha said softly, I heard recently that many clans and sects in the Southern Cloud Nation have started to send people to the Black Blood Kingdom. Do you have any thoughts? Not at the moment. Irinha thought for a moment and said, but that's true. Brother Chen still doesn't have a family. Compared to us who have families to feed, you are much more free and unrestrained. Wherever you want to go, you can go. On the third night after Xvii and Irenha's conversation, the entire Cloud City could feel a slight vibration. Xvii carried the red blood sword and ran out of the bedroom and flew into the air. He just happened to see a violent fluctuation of spiritual power in the north of Cloud City. It seemed that many Breaking Heaven realm experts were fighting together. Xvii silently returned to the bedroom. He believed that the majority of people would make the same choice as him. The next day, before Xvii could ask Irenha for information, Xvii received a message from the Empress. The palace maid said that the Empress wanted to see him. Xvii didn't ask why and followed the palace maid into the imperial palace. In the spacious palace, Lan Yanlin sat on the throne. The temperament of the Empress was more and more obvious. She was thinner than before, and her skin was paler. Her eyes were bigger and more energetic than usual. She supported her head with her hands, and Xvii could clearly see the blue veins on her forehead. She stared at the gray tiles not far away. Her eyes seemed to have pierced through the tiles and looked deeper into the soil. "Your Majesty, General Chen is here." Lan Yanlin glanced at 17 and smiled. "Oh, then you can leave first. I want to talk to General Chen alone." "But, Your Majesty, according to the rules, General Chen can't meet you alone." The palace maid who had been standing beside Lan Yanlin raised her head with a humble and respectful smile on her face. "After all, General Chen is a foreign minister, and Your Majesty. It's not good to be seen by others." "That's true. It's not good to be seen by others." Lan Yanlin smiled and then looked at Xvii. "General Chen, help me gouge out her eyeballs." As soon as she met 17's murderous gaze, the palace maid immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Your Majesty, please spare my life. I'm just following orders." However, Lan Yanlin was not moved. "General Chen, do it." Xvii glanced at her and then cut off the palace maid's head. "I don't like gouging out eyes." It's okay. It's all the same." Lan Yanlin looked at the palace maid's body on the ground, stood up from the dragon throne, and kicked the head hard. Unfortunately, she was not strong enough, and the head rolled a few meters away. However, her face looked much better, and she blushed a little. Several palace maids and eunuchs quickly lowered their heads. "I have something to talk to General Chen about now." "You can leave." "Yes." This time, no palace maid or eunuchs dared to stop her. "That palace maid, she's from the Chen family?" "Yes, that's right, she's the person the Chen family sent to monitor me." Lan Yanlin's face revealed a carefree smile. "Something happened to the Chen family?" Xvii guessed. If it was just killing a palace maid, Lan Yanlin shouldn't be so happy. "Yes, something big happened to the Chen family." Lan Yanlin couldn't hold back the smile on her face. She waved at Xvii, hinting Xvii to come forward. "I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone else. The Chen family's old ancestor died last night." "Dead? How did Miss know?" "This is his head, what do you think?" Lan Yanlin took out a square box from under the chair. She opened the box and showed the head inside to 17. This news shouldn't have spread out yet. "In the entire Cloud City, besides the people from the Black Blood country, I'm afraid only the two of us know." "The Black Blood country did it?" "Yes." Lan Yanlin nodded and replied, "Besides the Black Blood country and you, who else will help me now?" Of course Xvii would help Lan Yanlin, but how did the Black Blood country get in? Why would the Black Blood country be willing to help Lan Yanlin? 17's mind was still clear. "You made a deal with the Black Blood country?" "Yes, of course." Lan Yanlin said with an indifferent expression. "Do you remember the palace maid who was brought into the palace just now?" "I remember. She was the spy sent to the palace by the Black Blood country. I saw through her by chance. Through her, I got in touch with the Black Blood country." Lan Yanlin said with some pride, "Compared to the southern Cloud country, it's obvious that the people from the Black Blood country value me more." "You told them to kill the Chen family's old ancestor, and they'll do it?" "I'm afraid there's a price to pay?" Xvii asked in a low voice. "Little Xvii, are you worried about me?" Lan Yanlin suddenly laughed. "Don't worry, the reward has been paid to them." "What reward did you give them?" "It seems to be the fate of the 3 old ancestors of the Yun family." Lan Yanlin said with some uncertainty. 17 sucked in a cold breath. Even Chen Hao, who was inside Red Blood Sword, couldn't help but sigh. 17, I feel like he doesn't even need you to deal with it. He's much stronger than you. She continued, recently, 2 ancestors of the Yun family were seriously injured. One of them was injured by poison demon when I just succeeded the throne, and has been recuperating all this time. The other one was severely injured by a heaven-breaking realm expert of the Black Blood country in Blackwater County, and recently returned to Cloud City and collapsed. The medicinal ingredients they used to treat their injuries were all taken from me. Yesterday, with my help, the heaven-breaking realm expert of the Black Blood country found the place where they were recuperating. Other than the 2 injured ancestors who died, they seemed to have killed another one. Later, when they handed over the head of the Chen family ancestor, they told me that in the entire southern Cloud country's imperial family, there should only be one heaven-breaking realm expert left. However, that heaven-breaking realm expert's whereabouts are unknown. The Black Blood Kingdom has struck gold. XVII could only say something. Because of the Empress's betrayal, the Southern Cloud Imperial family's heaven-breaking realm experts were almost completely annihilated. Hundreds of years of accumulation, all gone in one day. Even if the Black Blood country withdrew their troops now, the Yun family could forget about stabilizing the Southern Cloud country's imperial throne. That's right. I also know that I've suffered a loss, but what can I do? Lan Yanlin said, in the past, I told the Yun family's ancestor that I hoped they could help me bring the remaining Lan family members out of the Chen family. In the end, they didn't agree, saying that with the impending war, the Chen family was an ally that could be won over. Lan Yanlin helplessly spread out her hands and said, now it's all good, they died together. XVII was thinking that if Su Yi and Yi Lijun knew what Lan Yanlin had done, they would definitely be so angry that they would want to slap her to death. Little XVII, can I trust you? Yes. Then bring the troops to Brightsword City and kill all of that Chen family. Lan Yanlin squinted her pair of dangerous and beautiful eyes and said, take advantage of the fact that they haven't received the news and kill them all in one fell swoop. But now, the Black Dragon army has already left Blackwater County. What are you afraid of? It's not like they'll arrive at Cloud City tomorrow. Furthermore, even if they come, can we stop them? I've already thought about it. When Black Blood country arrives, we'll immediately surrender. There's no need to fight with Black Blood country. You just need to help me save the Lan family members. They will leave Southern Cloud country on their own and won't trouble you anymore. Is that okay? What else can 17 say? 15 days later, Brightsword City. XVII brought people and easily broke into Brightsword City. This time, the purpose of coming to Brightsword City was to exterminate the Chen family. Not a single one was allowed to escape. Thus, XVII brought along 50,000 Imperial Guards. There's only one Chen family in Brightsword City, similar to Yang City. Several generations of Chen family members managed Brightsword City to become an iron bucket after hundreds of years. The difference between Southern Cloud Country and Lan family was that the Southern Cloud Country's government allowed the Lan family to take over Yang City, while the Chen family relied on their own methods and slowly brought Brightsword City under their control. After breaking into Brightsword City, XVII directly handed over 50,000 men to Su Sihai, letting him be in charge of exterminating the Chen family. Imperial Edict. The Imperial Edict to exterminate the Chen family. Lan Yanlin had already prepared it for XVII. In any case, the Chen family's death was justified. XVII entered the Chen family's encampment first, preventing the Chen family from laying their hands on Lan Yanlin's remaining relatives. Perhaps the Chen family had been living peacefully for a long time. When Brightsword City was broken, they still didn't react. Ever since the Lan clan was captured by the Chen clan's patriarch, they had been torturing the remaining members of the Lan clan. They wanted them to spit out all the remaining members of the Lan clan. Most of the Lan family's Xiantian experts were dead, and most of the collateral family members were separated in Yang City. Lan Yanlin didn't know much about the Lan family's secrets. Because of her body, the Chen family didn't do anything to her. Later on, the Southern Cloud country's late emperor died suddenly, and the crown prince died unexpectedly. The Chen family felt that the opportunity had come, so they set their sights on the imperial bloodline in Lan Yanlin's body. In order to make Lan Yanlin cooperate with the Chen family, the remaining Lan family members were placed under house arrest in a courtyard. Xiii easily jumped into the Qin family's encampment. After killing 3 people in a row, she finally found the place where the remaining Lan family members lived. A 9-year-old girl was lying on the ground, using a wooden stick to dig something in the courtyard. "Hello." The little girl slowly raised her head. Xiii was stunned for a moment and said, "So it's the 4th young mistress." The little girl was wearing a scholarly dress, and her body was dirty with a layer of oil stains. It could barely be seen that her dress was originally pink. The 4th young mistress quickly stood up from the ground, threw away the wooden stick in her hand, and then rushed into a half-closed door. "Brother, there seems to be a bad guy." "Bad guy? What bad guy? Where is he?" "The bad guy is outside." "You hide inside, I'll go out and take a look." "Brother, be careful." Immediately after, a young man rushed out with a simple wooden sword. The moment he saw Xiii, the young man stopped. "Who are you? You don't seem to be from the Qin family." "You're from the Lan family?" 17 didn't have any impression of this young man. But thinking about it, there were so many direct descendants of the Lan family, it was impossible for him to know all of them. The young man wasn't afraid of 17 at all. "So what if I'm from the Lan family?" "If you're from the Lan family, then you don't have to die." "Don't have to die?" The young man looked at 17 in confusion. "Miss Lan asked me to pick you up." 17 looked at the young man and asked, "Are there any adults left in the Lan family?" "You were sent by Big Sister?" Miss 4 looked at 17 expectantly with her beautiful eyes. "Yes." 17 nodded. "Uncle Ming is still here." Miss 4 shouted excitedly. Uncle Ming, Big Sister asked him to pick us up." Uncle Ming was a man in his 40s, and his strength was at the peak of the true energy realm. He held a large saber, and the 5 fingers on his left hand were cut off. His face was somewhat fierce, and he looked more fierce. 17 was also very unfamiliar with him. The man called Uncle Ming asked, "You were sent by Miss 4? "That's right." "What are you going to do? Take us away? Kill all the Qin family members and leave through the main door?" "Little brother, are you joking?" Uncle Ming asked in surprise. "I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, listen. Our people are here," 17 said with a smile. Sure enough, not long after, the ground began to tremble. 50,000 elite guards surrounded the Qin family. If the Qin family's heaven-breaking realm ancestor was still here, they might have a chance. Unfortunately, their Qin family's ancestor was already dead, and his head was in the box beside Lan Yanlin. "Kill!" The shouts of the 50,000 soldiers resounded throughout the entire Bright Sword City. The one leading the troops was Su Sihai, Xii's old superior, so he was very relieved. When Forbidden City fell, Su Sihai also ran out and was recruited by 17. Chou Yiming and Ning Yinghua had never returned. 17 was a little suspicious that the two of them had died in battle. "Uncle Ming? I'll call you this first. Immediately gather all the members of the Lan family in the Qin family." Xvii reminded, "Otherwise, when the army attacks the Qin family later and they accidentally kill the Lan family, don't blame me for not reminding you." "My lord, I understand. I will do it immediately." Xvii heard someone shout, "Su Sihai, this is the Qin family of the Bright Sword City. How dare you lead troops to besiege them?" "That's right, we are fighting your Bright Sword City's Qin family." Su Sihai replied in a clear voice. "Aren't you afraid of our Qin clan's patriarch? Let's talk about it when your Qin family's patriarch comes back." Su Sihai laughed. Xvii also told Su Sihai about the death of the ancestor of the Qin family, so that he could relax. "My eldest son is the fiancé of the Empress." "Su Sihai, aren't you afraid that Her Majesty will blame you?" 17's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Patriarch Qin, this is also a coincidence. I am also under the orders of the Empress to capture your Qin family." Su Sihai smiled and said, "Her Majesty has already issued a decree. The evidence of your Qin family colluding with the Black Blood Kingdom is conclusive. She ordered us to capture your Qin family." Patriarch Qin asked in disbelief, "Are you sure that it's really Her Majesty's decree?" "Of course I'm sure. The imperial decree is with me," Su Sihai said confidently. I knew it. That Lan Yanlin is a wolf cub. I should have eliminated all the Lan family members back then. Patriarch Chen said loudly. She sent people to attack our Chen family with such fanfare. Could it be that something happened to the patriarch? The Chen family's patriarch had not returned to Bright Sword City recently. Instead, he stayed in Cloud City. Patriarch Chen quickly went through all the recent information in his mind and immediately decided, immediately tie up the Lan family members and cover our retreat. After losing the heaven-breaking realm expert, the remaining people of the Chen family couldn't stop the 50,000 Imperial Guards, even if they could command the city guards. In front of the Imperial Guards, the city guards were too weak. Patriarch Chen could only hope that the Imperial Guards would have misgivings about the identity of the Lan family members and let them escape today's calamity. Su Sihai laughed disdainfully in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, attack. Any Chen family member who dares to resist, kill them all." Both sides fought fiercely. The military was the most powerful force in southern Cloud Nation, even the aristocratic families and sects couldn't compare. Against the Chen family, they had the absolute advantage in numbers. The Imperial Guards were practically suppressing the Chen family members, XVII's current Imperial Guards. The majority of them were from the Red Bud Army. They had rich battle experience and their strength couldn't be underestimated. The remaining Lan family members are all here? 17 looked at the 7 people standing in the small courtyard in front of her. Among the remaining 7 people of the Lan family, there were 4 children, a youth less than 14 years old, Uncle Ming, and a young man around 20 years old. This young man's status wasn't ordinary. He sat in a wheelchair and was even pushed out by Uncle Ming. Third brother, this masked brother said that he was sent by Big Sister. Fourth Miss saw the young man and shouted happily, "We can leave now." Third brother, 17 remembered this person's identity. One of Lan Yanlin and Lan Yanming's younger brothers, third young master Lan Yanba. When 17 was still in the Lan family, she didn't see him because he had always been training in the Golden Armor Army. After Yang City fell and the Golden Armor Army was wiped out, she didn't see Lan Yanba even more. Could it be that you were General Chen Pengfei? Lan Yanba saw XVII's outfit and immediately shouted, "You are General Chen Pengfei, right?" "Yes, I am." "Greetings to General Chen." Lan Yanba lowered his head and said, "I've troubled you with the matter of Baisha City." "It's okay, this is my duty." No matter what, General Chen defeated the White Dragon Army. "You still have to accept my bow." Lan Yanba, this person, 17 couldn't stop him. "Are there any other Lan family members?" Lan Yanba sighed softly and said, "Just pretend that there aren't any." "Okay." 17 didn't know what other changes there were in the Lan family, but since Lan Yanba said that all the Lan family members were here, he wouldn't ask any more questions. "You guys follow me." 17 was about to leave with them when a golden sword light suddenly shot over from not far away. 17 hurriedly raised his sword to block. From that sword light, it was at least at the late stage of the Xiantian realm. Today, no one from the Lan family is allowed to leave. It was obvious that the Chen family couldn't resist the 50,000 Imperial Guards. They had already regarded the Lan family as their last hope. "General Chen, this is the great elder of the Chen family, Chen Guanqing. He is very powerful." When Lan Yanba saw the person who came, his expression suddenly changed and said, he comprehended the rare metal attribute sword intent. "Our Lan family's second elder and third elder both died under his sword. You are the bloody butcher, Chen Pengfei?" Chen Guanqing laughed sinisterly, "That ingrate really put in a lot of effort to send you here. But where do you think this is? This is the Chen family? Today, you will die here." 17's face was wooden as he swung his red blood sword to get rid of the bloodstains. Beneath his feet was a headless male corpse. Uncle Ming looked at the head not far away and swallowed his saliva. Lan Yanba said with some difficulty, "That's Chen Guanqing from the Chen family, known as the Sharp Metal Swordsman. Even among the innate masters, his strength is at the top. Second elder and third elder died under his sword." He looked at XVII and was secretly shocked by XVII's exaggerated strength. Since the Lan family was destroyed, Lan Yanba was put under house arrest by the Chen family. He didn't know what happened in the outside world. He only knew that the Qin family used their lives as a threat to ask their elder sister to become the puppet empress of the southern cloud country. Xbii looked at Lan Yanba and said, "Why are you still in a daze? Take them, we're leaving here." "Okay, I'll listen to Senior." "Senior?" Xbii didn't think of correcting them. With the remaining Lan family members, Xbii killed his way out of the Qin family without encountering any effective resistance. The remaining children of the Lan family had good temperament. Under Lan Yanba's lead, they didn't even cry along the way, which made the 17th quite satisfied. After leaving the Qin family, Xbii took them around a corner and met up with Su Sihai's 50,000 troops. "General Chen, those people were rescued?" "Rescued?" Xbii looked at the battlefield and said, "How is it? How's the battle?" "The current head of the Qin family is nothing to be afraid of, but the previous head of the Qin family, Chen Qiang, is very powerful. He's a peak innate master and has comprehended the cutting profound. We already lost a peak innate general to him. The remaining 2 peak innate masters aren't in a good situation either." "Then let me go." Xbii had 2 profound meanings. He was very clear about the difference between a peak innate master who has comprehended the profound and a peak innate master who hasn't. "Then please be careful, General Chen." Su Sihai knew 17's character well. He would never do something he wasn't sure of. Brightsword City's Qin clan's Chen Qiang was also one of the legendary figures of Southern Cloud Nation 100 years ago. However, with the passage of time, after Chen Qiang stepped down from his position as the patriarch, he gradually faded out of people's sight. After a few years, his name was gradually forgotten. However, being forgotten did not mean that it did not exist. This time, Xbii and the others were ordered to besiege the Qin family. Chen Qiang, who had been painstakingly comprehending the great Tao of martial arts, had no choice but to stand up to protect the family under the notice of the current family head. It was a bit ridiculous. Even though he had already killed a Xiantian pinnacle expert, he didn't even know who the Qin family had offended. However, when he recognized the attire of the Imperial Guards, he felt a headache coming. In the Southern Cloud Nation, the most untouchable power was none other than the royal family. As soon as Xbii appeared, the pressure on Chen Qiang from the 2 peak Xiantian masters who besieged him eased. "General Chen." The other 2 peak Xiantian experts greeted. "Who are you?" Chen Qiang also noticed Xbii who had just appeared. Xbii was wearing a mask and looked young, but she gave him a lot of pressure. "Chen Pengfei." "So it's you." Chen Qiang looked at Chen Pengfei and said, "I've heard of you, the youngest genius in the history of the Southern Cloud Nation. Now it seems that you really live up to your name. I just want to ask, why are you besieging our Qin family?" Xbii smiled and said, "I'm sorry, we're just following orders. His Majesty ordered us to capture all of your Qin family members. Since you dare to make a move on our Qin family, you must have considered the old ancestor's side, right?" Chen Qiang said in a low voice, "Chen Pengfei, let's make a deal. I'll use half of our Qin family's wealth to exchange for some of your family members' lives. How about it? After killing all of you, all of your wealth will be ours." Xbii did not intend to leave any path of survival for the Qin family members. "Do you really think that you've got me?" Chen Qiang was so angry that he laughed. "Do you believe that this old man will kill you right here and now?" "I don't believe it." Cutting profound, silver splendor sword slash. The long sword in Chen Qiang's hand drew a bright silver sword light in the air and stabbed towards Xbii. Xbii held the red blood sword across his chest, blocking Chen Qiang's attack, and then rushed towards him. "Then you can also try this move of mine." Killing profound, blood demon 3 styles. As soon as the 2 weapons touched, Chen Qiang felt a huge force rushing towards him from the sword hilt. What a strong force! Chen Qiang had no choice but to retreat continuously and directly crashed into a house of the Qin family. Chen Qiang flew out of the broken bricks in a sorry state. He looked at Xbii with some surprise. Just from the collision just now, he knew that the young man in front of him was definitely not stronger than him. In terms of strength, he even surpassed him. It would be a bit difficult for the Qin family to survive this disaster today. Chen Qiang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Just as he was smiling bitterly, 17 had already rushed in front of him with a long sword. The moment the two weapons collided in midair, a bloody mist suddenly rose from 17's body and enveloped Xianxia. The cold and violent killing intent instantly made Xianxia absent-minded. Seeing such an opportunity, how could 17 let it go? Decapitation. The red blood sword slashed towards Xianxia's neck. With a clang, Xbii was very confident that his sword hit nothing. The decapitation sword was blocked by Xianxia. But even if that sword was blocked, 17's heart didn't waver. He just sighed in his heart, thinking that Xianxia was indeed worthy of being a figure of the older generation. He had some skills, but 17's attack wasn't useless. Under his huge strength, Xianxia was once again sent flying by the red blood sword. Thunder steps. Xbii didn't give the other party any time to react and directly attacked. Immediately after, 17 unleashed a barrage of attacks. 17's moves were wide open and had the momentum to sweep the world. Xianxia didn't dare to fight head-on with Xbii. He could only move in a small area and use his light sword and body movements to barely block 17's attack. The two masters fought together, majestic and wanton. The energy that contained the profound power splashed out wantonly. Countless buildings that the Qin family built painstakingly for generations were quickly turned into ruins. At this time, whether it was the Qin family or the imperial guards, they didn't dare to come within 100 meters of the two of them. The two of them were in a stalemate for the time being. Both of them had more and more injuries on their bodies. But overall, even if Xbii was facing a veteran peak innate master, he still had the upper hand. 17's strength was indeed higher than Xianxia's, but Xianxia had plenty of battle experience, and the sword techniques he had mastered were profound and extensive. His body movements were also quite outstanding. These factors temporarily allowed Xianxia to be on par with 17, but Xianxia felt bitter in his heart. He never thought that 17's strength would be so strong. His strength was weak, but his performance was like a monster. He was so young, but other than his lack of battle experience, there were almost no flaws in other aspects. Saying that he lacked battle experience was comparing him to these old foxes who had lived for nearly 100 years. The red blood sword pierced through Xianxia's chest and took the life of a peak pre-celestial master. As the Jianling, Xianhao was very satisfied. After 17 kept his sword, he looked at the corpse and said, "Actually, if he wanted to escape, he should be able to. I shouldn't be able to stop him." Xianhao laughed, but he didn't want to live. "I admire him." Sir Jianling admires him? Xvii's eyes were slightly dazed. Is it because of the importance he placed on his family? No, I admire his courage to not want to live and his choice to die under the red blood sword. Xianhao fantasized, 17, if everyone in the world who didn't want to live chose to end their lives with the red blood sword, how good would that be? 17 curled his lips and ignored Xianhao. After Xianxia's death, the entire Qin family no longer had a true master. Under the leadership of Xvii's generals, the Qin family didn't have any ability to resist. They slaughtered all the Qin family members in sight, leaving no one alive. They looted all the wealth of the Qin family, not leaving a single gold coin. After spending a total of 6 days, all the wealth of the 50,000 imperial guards were packed up. 17 ordered people to pour oil around the Qin family. A torch was thrown under the gate of the Qin family, and the raging fire instantly spread. At the same time, several other places in the Qin family were also on fire. Everyone in the Qin family in the Bright Sword City was killed, but it didn't mean that the Qin family members were really dead. Some of the Qin family's women were married to other places, and some of them joined other sects, or the Qin family's disciples who were traveling outside. To continue hunting these people, it would take a certain amount of time. These painstaking efforts required the cooperation of the entire southern Cloud country. 17 alone couldn't wipe out the Qin family in one fell swoop. However, as long as the Qin family in the Bright Sword City was destroyed, the remaining Qin family members wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Just look at the current situation of the Lan clan. Without the protection of the Lan clan, they only had the name of the Lan clan left. They were like a fat sheep that everyone wanted to take a bite out of. However, for the Qin family to end up like this, 17 definitely wouldn't have any sympathy for them. With the remaining members of the Lan family, before they reached Yun City, heavy snow began to fall one after another, covering the entire land in silver. Xbii ordered, "Speed up." In recent days, the entire southern Cloud Nation had fallen into despair. The Black Blood Kingdom continued to advance as if they were entering an uninhabited land. They did not encounter any decent resistance along the way. The Redbud army had been completely routed, the Golden Armor army had long since been reduced to ashes, and the 3 heaven-shattering realm great generals of the military had died. The entire southern Cloud Nation had fallen into a predicament of having no soldiers or generals. It wasn't that the southern Cloud Nation didn't have any other legions. However, even the Redbud Legion couldn't resist the southern Cloud Nation's forces. Even if a mediocre legion like the Green Kite Legion was sent to the front lines, it wouldn't be of much help. The old ancestors of the southern Cloud Nation's imperial family were betrayed by Lan Yanlin, and 3 of them died. The remaining heaven-shattering realm old ancestors had long lost interest in politics. The officials of the southern Cloud Nation's imperial court generally held a pessimistic attitude. At this time, if a big shot could stand up, raise his arms, and call for everyone to pledge their lives to defend the southern Cloud Nation, perhaps they could gather some people's hearts and deal with the Black Blood Kingdom. Unfortunately, even the nominal emperor of the southern Cloud Nation, Lan Yanlin, didn't attend the morning court after Xbii left Yun City. With such a clear action, everyone knew that Her Majesty the Empress didn't intend to make any effective resistance. The feeling of despair, from top to bottom, spread to almost every corner of the southern Cloud Nation. It seemed that the southern Cloud Nation had entered the countdown to its destruction in advance. And at this time Xbii brought people into Yun City. The remaining members of the Lan clan didn't mention the matter of meeting Lan Yanlin alone. On the second day, those people of the Lan clan disappeared. Before they left, they even took away more than half of the spirit stones obtained from exterminating the Chen family, some copies of profound martial techniques, and some medicinal pills that Xbii didn't need. These were all arranged by Lan Yanlin. Xbii wasn't worried about the life and death of those people of the Lan clan. Anyway, most of them would definitely live longer than him. In the empty hall, there was only Xbii and Lan Yanlin. As soon as the palace maids and eunuchs left, Lan Yanlin, who was sitting on the throne, directly collapsed. She lazily leaned on the back of the chair, looking down at Xbii under the steps, and found that something was wrong. She looked around and found that there was nothing in the hall. She pressed the blanket on her knees and moved to the edge of the throne, then patted the seat next to 17. Xbii looked at her in a daze. "Here, sit." Lan Yanlin looked at him impatiently. "I'd better stand down." That seat was originally the emperor's exclusive seat. If he sat on it, he would overstep. "I told you to sit up, did you hear me?" Lan Yanlin frowned and pointed to the empty seat next to her. "Do you want me to go out and get a stool for you?" No, miss, I don't mean that." "Since you don't mean that, why don't you sit up?" 17 was forced to sit next to Lan Yanlin. Seeing the 17th sitting on the other edge of the throne, Lan Yanlin didn't say anything, but asked curiously, "How do you feel? Why do you look so nervous?" "I don't feel very comfortable." "Well, it's not as comfortable as my rattan chair before." Lan Yanlin thought for a moment and said softly, "Xbii, thank you for the Lan clan. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to find someone to help me in a short time." Lan Yanlin had almost no foundation in Yundu, and she could only rely on Xbii. "It's okay, miss, you saved my life before." Lan Yanlin glanced at Xbii and said, "Then don't talk about me saving you in the future. This time you saved 7 lives of our Lan clan. Seriously speaking, now our Lan clan owes you 6 lives." Xbii didn't know how to answer. "Miss, you don't have to care about it." "Don't have to care?" Lan Yanlin asked in a low voice. "What don't have to care? What do you mean? Do you think only you can repay the kindness? Others don't have the right to repay the kindness, or do you think your life is more valuable than the 7 lives of our Lan clan?" Neither." If they really wanted to compare the ability to persuade people, Xbii couldn't compare with Lan Yanlin. Xbii was better at talking with the red blood sword. "Isn't that right?" Lan Yanlin said casually, "What I said makes sense, just listen to me." She looked at Xbii and asked, "Is there anything you want? For example, cultivation methods and martial arts? Spirit stones and elixirs? Or some secret treasures that can help with cultivation?" Lan Yanlin said, and then suddenly patted her head and said, "Look at my memory, I forgot my identity." As she spoke, she sat up from the dragon throne and took out a warm jade pendant from her body. She said with a little pride, "I forgot that I am the Empress. Come with me and see if there is anything that can be taken directly." In the red blood sword, Chen Hao suddenly realized and quickly said to 17, "XVII, hurry up and support Miss Lan, don't let her fall." The current Lan Yanlin is the real Empress, she is the nominal Empress of the Southern Cloud Country, the owner of all the treasures in the palace. In the past, 17 did everything he could to get the Empress to reward him with some benefits. But the current Empress has a close relationship with him. "Is the royal treasury here?" "It's my first time here." Under the eunuch's lead, Lan Yanlin came to the entrance of the royal treasury. She looked at the guards at the entrance and said to 17 in a depressed tone, "Didn't I give you some things last time? Actually, those were drawn up by those old ancestors, I directly stamped them." "Greetings, Your Majesty." The guards at the entrance of the treasury recognized Lan Yanlin. At ease." Lan Yanlin nodded and said, "Open the door of the treasury for me." "Your Majesty, why is that?" the oldest guard asked. "General Chen made a great contribution this time, I want to reward General Chen with some treasures." Lan Yanlin frowned and asked, "Why, can't I?" "Your Majesty, these all require the approval of the ancestors." "Is it because the previous Empress didn't have the authority to reward the ministers with treasures in the royal treasury, or am I the only one who doesn't have the authority?" Lan Yanlin asked. The older guard opened his mouth, but didn't know how to answer. But looking at his hesitant look, Lan Yanlin could guess. "General Chen, this person disobeyed the decree, kill him." The older guard fell into a pool of blood, XVII was embarrassed. Just now, before he pulled out his sword, the red blood sword moved on its own, he could roughly guess the red blood demon sword's thoughts. The royal treasury of the Southern Cloud Country was too tempting for the red blood sword. "What about you? Are you going to disobey the decree?" Lan Yanlin didn't know about the red blood sword's loss of control, so she asked the other guards. "We don't dare. We don't dare. We don't dare." Those who dare to disobey the decree, their corpses are not cold yet. Besides, seriously speaking, the royal treasury is the royal treasury, not theirs. What Lan Yanlin intended to do with the treasures in the treasury had nothing to do with them. "Good." Lan Yanlin nodded with satisfaction. "Then open the door for me." Under the control of the guards and the cooperation of Lan Yanlin, the door of the royal treasury slowly opened. "Wait at the door." Lan Yanlin raised her head slightly and said, "I'll show General Chen around." "This subject obeys the decree. This servant obeys." Lan Yanlin led XVII into the treasury. She bent down to pick up a jade bracelet and looked at it. Then, she threw the jade bracelet into the corner of the treasury with a bored expression. She turned around on the spot, her expression unchanged. "The 17th, take a look at the treasury. What do you like? Don't be shy. Take whatever you like." XVII hesitated, Is this really okay?" "What's wrong with that?" Lan Yanlin said directly, "I'm now the Empress. The treasures of the entire Southern Cloud Nation should belong to me. I'll give you some, what's wrong with that?" In the red blood sword, Chen Hao also shouted, 17, "I don't usually have any requests for you. But today, you must listen to Miss Lan. Follow Miss Lan's instructions obediently." Facing this kind of temptation, even Chen Hao couldn't refuse. After all, what was in front of him was the collection of a nation for hundreds of years. Under the guidance of the red blood sword, XVII began to rummage through the treasury of the Southern Cloud Nation. Under Lan Yanlin's surprised gaze, the center of the treasury was soon piled up with a meter-high pile. "These are all what you want? Materials?" Lan Yanlin pointed at the pile of materials and asked. "It's indeed a bit too much." XVII said awkwardly. No, I didn't mean that." Lan Yanlin tightened the imperial robe on her body, sniffed, and shook her head, "I don't care how much you take. Even if you empty the treasury, I won't say anything. It's just that the treasury can't be taken away with spatial equipment. Moreover, there are guards at the entrance. I don't want those Yin family members to jump out and cause trouble for me." In the royal family, there's still an old ancestor alive. If the southern cloud nation surrenders, the Yun family will definitely check these treasures before surrendering. If I'm targeted by the Yun family's old ancestor, if the southern cloud nation surrenders, there will definitely be a large number of Yun family members who will choose to leave the southern cloud nation. They will go to other countries and other cities to spread their influence. If time permits, the royal family's collection will definitely not all benefit the Black Blood Kingdom. XVII, talk to your miss and help me get as many materials as possible. Xianxia said, if it's really not possible, you might as well sell yourself. Take off your clothes, your figure is still first class. The energy and materials needed to upgrade the demon sword can all be stored. In this world, there are many two-legged humans all over the world. However, most of the precious materials for forging swords are buried underground. If the sword master were to collect them himself, if the sword master failed to live up to expectations, who knows how many sword masters would have to change in order to collect so many high-quality materials, robbing the national treasury. This is not something that can be easily encountered. Miss, can I take a bit more? XVII braced herself and asked. Lan Yanlin tilted her head and looked at 17, XVII. This seems to be the first time you've asked me for something, right? XVII didn't say anything. If you want to take it, then take it. If you're not afraid of that Yun family's old ancestor getting angry. Lan Yanlin said. If I take all of it, will you be afraid? XVII hesitated and asked. What do I need to be afraid of? Lan Yanlin said with a smile, at that time, I'll push all the blame to you. I'll say that you threatened me. XVII pursed her lips and smiled. Then, she said in her heart, Master Jianling, if I take all of these things away, can you promise me one thing? What is it? Then, under Lan Yanling's astonished gaze, Red Blood Sword showed a terrifying appetite. The precious forging materials that Southern Cloud Nation spent hundreds of years collecting and accumulating were all swallowed by Xianxia. One by one, the spirit weapons were directly integrated into the body of the heavy sword. Looking at the heavy sword that was constantly eating, as well as XVII who was cooperating with the heavy sword to swallow the materials, Lan Yanlin walked in front of them and said, the 17th, you're really brave. No matter what, we can't waste it. Up to you. Think about it yourself. Lan Yanlin frowned and said, if you're afraid of death, you can go to Black Blood Country first. Once you're there, I think that Yun family's old ancestor won't dare to ask for you. With your ability, there's no reason for Black Blood Country not to accept you. Miss, do you want to go with me? XVII said in a low voice, if you're willing, I can take you there. My current identity is the Empress of Southern Cloud Nation. Lan Yanlin said, I can surrender, but I can't send myself to them. I still want some face. Then I'll accompany Miss. Lan Yanlin smiled and said, if you're not afraid of being killed by Yun family's old ancestor, then you can wait with me. If we really fight to the death, it's not certain who will die. Lan Yanlin took a deep look at XVII and nodded noncommittally. She understood what 17 wanted to express. Your sword is very interesting. I have never seen a sword that can directly eat other spirit weapons. It's called Scarlet Blood, my best partner. XVII said in a deep voice, I'll exchange my life with it. I don't quite understand your persistence, but you've already ransacked the royal treasury. Do you mind going to the library again? Lan Yanlin covered her mouth and laughed. Since we've already gone overboard, why don't we go a little overboard? Go to the library, of course, but in the library, even with Lan Yanlin leading, they didn't dare to be as presumptuous as in the treasury. In the library, a weak-breaking Heaven Realm expert was squatting. It was discovered by Red Blood Sword Jianling Qianhao. In the end, Lan Yanlin used the name of the Empress to force XVII to copy a Mystic-level mid-grade cultivation technique and 2 Mystic-level mid-grade sword techniques, in addition to the cultivation techniques obtained from exterminating the Qin family. 17's private collection was already quite rich. In terms of cultivation techniques and martial skills, he was definitely comparable to the top sex of the Southern Cloud Nation. Lan Yanlin suddenly stopped and asked, the 17th, do you want to go to the Enlightenment Pavilion? The Enlightenment Pavilion was one of the most unique and precious places of the Southern Cloud Nation's royal family. Lan Yanlin remembered very clearly that it was said to increase comprehension, But the consumption of spirit stones was very terrifying. The Enlightenment Pavilion was definitely very important to Xianxia. Without the help of the Enlightenment Pavilion, he didn't know how long it would take for him to comprehend the slaughter profound and fear profound. Can I go? Why can't I go? The Enlightenment Pavilion is also under my jurisdiction, right? Arriving at the island in the middle of the lake, 17's group saw Master Lu again. Master Lu jumped up at first sight of Xbii. I say, why is it you again? You came here a few times not long ago, right? Do you really think the Enlightenment Pavilion is opened by your family? Lan Yanlin cleared her throat. Master Lu only then noticed her. Master Lu, do you know me? Master Lu looked at Lan Yanlin in surprise. He cupped his hands and said, Your Royal Highness? From Lan Yanlin's imperial robe, he was able to infer her identity. He knew that an empress had recently appeared in the southern Cloud Nation, but today was his first time seeing her. Grandmaster Lu, please dispense with the formalities. Lan Yanlin asked. Grandmaster Lu, let's start the Dao Enlightenment Pavilion. General Chen wants to go in and cultivate. All right. The Dao Enlightenment Pavilion belonged to the royal family, and Master Lu was just a manager. He had always been relying on the emperor, and he had always followed the emperor's orders. He looked at 17 and said awkwardly, However, Your Majesty, I am very clear about General Chen's situation. He has been here many times, and the Dao Enlightenment Pavilion might not be very effective for him. Who knew that Lan Yanlin didn't even lift her eyelids and said directly, It's okay. If the first time isn't enough, then do it a few more times. There will be an effect. Master Lu's mouth twitched violently. Did she really think that opening the Dao Comprehending Pavilion was just opening and closing the door? Your Majesty, opening the Enlightenment Pavilion requires a lot of spirit stones. I know. Opening it once requires 10,000 spirit stones. Grandmaster Lu thought that their empress might not understand how much a lot meant. Then how long can it be opened now? After General Chen left last time, I stored another 30,000 spirit stones. Grandmaster Lu glanced at Xbii and said, This year, I no longer have the authority to collect. If I want to collect more spirit stones, I need Your Majesty's written order. How many spirit stones can you collect with my written order? Spirit stones were very precious, and the place where they were stored was near the old manor. That's right, it was the place where the Southern Cloud Country's royal family's old ancestors were in charge. Even if it was the emperor, if he collected more than 100,000 spirit stones in 3 years, he had to personally report to the old ancestors where the spirit stones were used. If Your Majesty hasn't collected it after ascending the throne, then you should be able to collect 100,000. Oh, that's great. Lan Yanlin said happily, Grandmaster Lu, bring us to collect the spirit stones. I want to collect all of my share. The Black Blood Country's information was very accurate. The Southern Cloud Country's heaven-breaking realm old ancestors were not present. Xbii skillfully used the red blood sword to reason and smoothly collected 100,000 spirit stones. Returning to the Dao Comprehending Pavilion, Lan Yanlin waved her slender arm and said, Grandmaster Lu, 130,000 spirit stones, give the 17th 36 hours. Hearing this, the two big shots present were stupefied. 24 hours a day, 34 hours, it was already more than a day. And no matter how Chen Hao heard it, he felt that these words were very familiar. Grandmaster Lu looked at Lan Yanlin foolishly, but his heart was madly ridiculing. What a prodigal woman, what a prodigal woman, what a prodigal woman, 130,000 spirit stones. How many years of Southern Cloud Country's tax revenue was this? This was the first time Grandmaster Lu had seen this. He felt that the empress in front of him had already gone crazy, although there was 100,000 spirit stones limit, but not every emperor would use it. Grandmaster Lu, what's wrong? You're not thinking of disobeying the imperial order, right? No, I don't dare. Then you open the Dao Comprehending Pavilion. Lan Yanlin said directly, Xbii, you go in. Okay. Xbii took a deep breath. 34 hours in the Dao Comprehending Pavilion, he had to admit that he was stunned by the young Miss generosity. Chen Hao timely interrupted, 17, I feel that you're being kept. If he was still a human, he was afraid that he would really go crazy from jealousy. After more than a day, Xbii was a little worried about Lan Yanlin. He knew that Lan Yanlin was also in danger. He handed the red blood sword to her and said, "Your Majesty, you hold this sword first." "You think I can hold it?" "You can." Under the astonished gaze of Lan Yanlin and Grandmaster Lu, the thick and heavy red blood sword gradually shrank and turned into a thin and narrow sword. "You try it." "Okay." Under the deliberate control of Chen Hao, Lan Yanlin steadily caught the red blood sword. She curiously waved it in the air and said with some excitement, "Although I haven't practiced with a sword, I still feel that this sword is very comfortable to use. Young miss, take it. When I'm not here, it can protect you." "Thank you, I'll take it with me." Watching XVI enter the Dao Comprehending Pavilion, Grandmaster Lu, who opened the Dao Comprehending Pavilion, looked at the red blood sword in Lan Yanlin's hand and said, "Your Majesty, can you let me have a look at the sword in your hand?" "Why?" Touching the red blood sword in her hand, Lan Yanlin's face was full of excitement. She rarely touched weapons, and this was the first time she touched a spiritual weapon. After the red blood sword became smaller, it was very beautiful. Its whole body was covered with a silver-white luster, and there were 14 blood-red patterns on the sword. It looked coquettish, dangerous, and beautiful. "If I'm not wrong, the long sword in your Majesty's hand is not simple. A spiritual weapon that can change its shape at will. This is the first time I've seen it." "Then I'll show it to you." Before Lan Yanlin finished speaking, a bloody light flashed in front of their eyes. Grandmaster Lu touched his neck in a daze. A bloody line appeared on his neck. "Is this blood?" Master Lu looked at the moist red liquid on his hand, then looked at the spiritual sword beside Lan Yanlin and muttered, "What a fast sword." Lan Yanlin moved a little away from the red blood sword and asked worriedly, "Master Lu, are you okay?" "I'm fine. That sword is just warning me not to touch it." Master Lu said, "If it really wants to take my life, I can't resist at all." "Then isn't it very dangerous?" "For me, it's very dangerous. For His Majesty, it's not dangerous." Master Lu looked at the red blood sword, his eyes glowing. "This spiritual sword is very likely a demonic weapon. It's antisocial and violent. It doesn't like me touching it, so it attacked me. But His Majesty is different. You're the person chosen by General Chen. You'll be fine with it." "Really?" "It must be true," Master Lu said with certainty. "Then let me try." Lan Yanlin stretched out her hand and waved it around the hilt, wanting to test the red blood sword's reaction. Chen Hao impatiently flew to her side and stuffed the hilt into her hand. Chen Hao didn't want to be teased like a cat or a dog. Lan Yanlin exclaimed, "It flew into my hand by itself. Its spirituality is very strong. It shouldn't be an ordinary demonic weapon." Master Lu sighed, "Its strength is equally strong. A lower-level innate realm expert might not even be able to deal with this demonic sword. I really don't know how General Chen got this demonic sword. This demonic sword is called Red Blood. It was refined by General Chen himself. It cost the lives of 5 cities in the Black Blood country." Lan Yanlin said proudly. "I see. Then I'll go back first. Help me look after General Chen. If there are any problems, you can report to me directly. This subordinate understands." XVI needed to stay in the Enlightenment Pavilion for 13 hours. With Lan Yanlin's body and identity, she couldn't guard the door for a day and a night. She held the red blood sword in her hand and returned to the palace excitedly. On the way, Chen Hao did not take the initiative to communicate with Lan Yanlin. Although Lan Yanlin was the empress, she was nothing in Chen Hao's eyes. She had always had a fatal flaw: she couldn't cultivate. If it wasn't for XVI, if it wasn't for her squandering enough, Chen Hao might not even look at her in the eye. Lan Yanlin also did not communicate with the red blood sword, because she did not know that the Jianling inside the red blood sword could speak. After Lan Yanlin returned, perhaps she felt a little tired, so she ordered a few palace maids to help her bathe. In the enclosed room, there was a bathtub with various exquisite patterns carved on it. Hot water was steaming, and there were many medicinal herbs and beautiful rose petals sprinkled in the hot water. In the middle of winter, fresh rose petals were extremely precious. The temperature in the room was not low, so it would not be too cold if she took off her clothes. With the help of the palace maids, Lan Yanlin entered the bathtub. The warm water drowned her, dispelling the coldness on her body, she tilted her head and looked at the red blood sword hanging on the wall, and felt a little warm in her heart. She listened to 17's words. Even if she was taking a bath, she still hung the red blood sword in a place where it could be seen nearby. If the red blood sword had eyes, it would be a pair of cold and disdainful dead fish eyes, even if Lan Yanlin's appearance was really exquisite and beautiful, with a well-proportioned body, and a rare sickly and delicate beauty. Facing her, Chen Hao's heart was still as calm as an ancient well. If it was when he had just become a demon sword, he might have been excited by the opportunity to see a beauty bathing. But now, he felt nothing. After the bath, the palace maid who once brought XVI into the palace gave a note to Lan Yanlin. Lan Yanlin looked at the note in private, and her face looked terrible. When sleeping, Lan Yanlin still put the red blood sword beside the bed. Later, Chen Hao thought carefully and flew to the dressing table beside Lan Yanlin. It did not have a scabbard and was left on the bed. If Lan Yanlin accidentally stabbed her when she turned over, it would be hard to explain to XVI. That night, with Chen Hao watching over, the palace was peaceful. Only in the latter half of the night, he heard a slight whimper from Lan Yanlin's bed. The sound was faint and almost inaudible. If it weren't for Chen Hao's strong perception, he might have missed it. After a long time, Lan Yanlin's head poked out of the thick sheets. Chen Hao could see her messy hair and wet eyes. Looking at the almost wet pillow, Chen Hao couldn't help but sigh. Women are really made of water. Then something that Chen Hao didn't expect happened. Lan Yanlin stretched out her arm from the bed and dragged it into the bed. She gently stroked the cold body of the red blood sword, and her fingers slid along the pattern on the body of the red blood sword. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Her smile made Chen Hao's soul tremble and goosebumps appear all over his body. Early the next morning, Lan Yanlin, in the name of the emperor, decreed that XVI should be reinstated. The next night, XVI appeared in front of Lan Yanlin again. Lan Yanlin asked, "How was it? Did you gain anything?" "Yes." XVI nodded. "I gained a lot. Thank you for your help, miss." Hearing him say that he gained a lot, Chen Hao knew that XVI had made a breakthrough in the concept of power. The Enlightenment Pavilion only promoted the comprehension of the concept of the innate realm. It's good that you gained something. Anyway, I can't use the spirit stones. It's better for you to benefit than others. Lan Yanlin thought for a moment and said, "I've already decreed that you should be reinstated. Can you stay in the palace for a while? The Black Blood country is coming. I'm afraid that there will be some changes recently." "Yes." XVI agreed almost without hesitation. The duty of the Imperial Guard commander was to guard the safety of Yendu. Guarding the safety of the palace was even more important. Besides, part of the danger that Lan Yanlin might face might be caused by him. "Then you should go back. Tell your family about it." "Family?" XVI shook his head. Lan Yanlin smiled and said, "Why, General Chen is successful and famous. Don't you even have a close person by your side?" "No." She smiled and said, "Then accompany me to eat." "Yes." The red blood sword returned to 17's hand again. In front of Lan Yanlin, the red blood sword changed from a narrow sword to a heavy sword again. It was an honor to eat with the emperor. However, the relationship between XVI and Lan Yanlin was very special. Both sides were very assured of each other. Even if the Black Blood country was about to attack, the imperial kitchen of the southern Cloud country still didn't collapse. On a long table, there were all kinds of dishes. In front of Lan Yanlin were mainly vegetarian dishes, while in front of XVI were all kinds of precious demon beast meat. Lan Yanlin picked and ate half a bowl. Then, with a smile on her face, she watched as 17 gobbled down the meat dishes on the table with big mouthfuls. "Your Majesty, are you done eating?" "Yes, I'm done. But you can continue to eat." Lan Yanlin showed a rare gentle smile. "Actually, I like to watch others eat." XVI shook his head. He felt that this was really a strange hobby. After dinner, Lan Yanlin was ready to go to bed. XVI knew that she was weak and always went to bed early. XVI knew that recently, he and Lan Yanlin were very close. There were already rumors in the palace. Just when he was about to go to the gate of the main hall, Lan Yanlin stopped him. 17, will you dislike a cripple like me?" Hearing her words, 17 was stunned. How is that possible? Seeing that there was no one around, XVII quickly said, how could I dislike Miss? XVII would dislike anyone, but he had never despised Lan Yanlin. In his heart, Lan Yanlin had always been the most beautiful existence in his heart, always. Lan Yanlin asked carefully, then what you said yesterday, does it still count? It was the first time XVII had seen Miss show such an expression. In the past, she was always so calm and indifferent, as if all the difficulties and hardships were nothing to her. Even after the Lan family was destroyed and she became a puppet empress. What did you say? You said you could take me away. Lan Yanlin lowered her head, her voice like a mosquito. A rare intoxicating blush appeared on her pale face. Chen Hao could hear 17's heart twitching violently. Go to the Black Blood Kingdom? No, we're not going to the Black Blood Kingdom. Lan Yanlin shook her head and said, we're going to another country, to a place no one knows. Her face was so red that she couldn't raise her head. Chen Hao knew very well that Lan Yanlin was an extremely sensitive and prideful woman with an extraordinary background. Her skin was thinner than paper. It was already very difficult for her to muster up the courage to say these words to XVII, which was like a confession. Why not go to the Black Blood Kingdom? Could it be that Miss can't accept the conditions of the Black Blood Kingdom? XVII asked. He knew that Lan Yanlin didn't approve of her identity in the Yun family, and she couldn't wait to surrender as soon as possible. With Lan Yanlin's identity, after surrendering to the Black Blood Kingdom, it should be easy for her to get a noble title and live a good life. No matter what, she was once the empress of a country. Lan Yanlin suddenly raised her head and looked into 17's eyes with a burning gaze. She questioned, I don't want to talk about this, I just want to ask you, what you said last time, does it still count? 17 could see the tears welling up in her eyes, his heart also began to ache violently. Yes, I can take you wherever you want to go. Lan Yanlin's expression relaxed, and she asked with some hope, then can you take care of me for the rest of my life? 17's face darkened. I know, I can't have children. Lan Yanlin bit her beautiful lips, looking very troubled. Her 10 slender fingers were twisted together, almost like fried dough twists. She seemed to have gone through a painful struggle before she made up her mind and said, I can allow you to find another woman to have children with, but I have to be the oldest. This is my bottom line. XVII didn't know how to answer Lan Yanlin's bottom line. He used to respect Miss Lan very much and dreamed of becoming her bodyguard one day. Slowly, the reverence in his heart turned into another emotion. He was willing to take care of her for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, that was destined to be a dream that could never be fulfilled. Lan Yanlin looked at 17's hesitant and embarrassed expression. Her thin body shivered as if she had been woken up by the cold winter wind. She closed her eyes, and tears flowed down her cheeks. She didn't expect that even after she threw out her last bottom line, XVII was still hesitating. He was still in a dilemma. This kind of dilemma had broken her heart. You can go. Pretend I didn't say that. Miss. There is no miss here, only the Empress of the Southern Cloud Country. Lan Yanlin's face was cold. She gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, you can go. Pretend I didn't say anything today. What you owe the Lan family, you have already paid. What I owe you, I have also already paid. You don't have to pity me anymore. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. You can get rid of me, this burden. You can rely on whoever you want. I wish you a bright future. Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Get as far away as possible. Never appear in front of me again. At this time, Lan Yanlin seemed to have completely lost her mind. She was like an angry female hedgehog. The palace door closed. Under Lan Yanlin's command, a group of guards quickly guarded the palace door. The leader of the guards looked at the 17th awkwardly. Because the Empress's order was to not let the 17th step into the palace, but XVII was their boss. General Chen, Her Majesty means, I understand. I won't go in. I'll stay here. XVII slowly retreated into the shadow of the city wall. In the corner of the city wall, XVII stretched out his wide palm. A snowflake fell on his hand and quickly melted. XVII silently leaned against the city wall, holding the heavy sword, and murmured, "Master Jianling, Miss seems to be angry. That's an unreasonable woman." In the red blood sword, Chen Hao remembered that year. When Xvii just became the sword master, he said that his dream was to become Miss Land's guard. Looking at 17's current situation, he gloated and said, "How is it? Do you regret it? I'm telling you, you should have abandoned her long ago." Chen Hao didn't wait for 17's reply for a long time. He couldn't help but wonder, "Why aren't you saying anything?" "I don't know what to say." "Why didn't you tell Lan Yanlin that you won't live for more than a few months?" "That matter, I couldn't bring myself to talk about it. Later on, when I heard what she said, I didn't want to talk about it anymore." 17 said softly. "I seem to be angry too, angry at Missy." "It's normal to be angry. That woman deserves a beating." Xvii didn't reply to Chen Hao's words. He raised his head and said, "Master Jianling, don't forget what you promised me." Chen Hao laughed and said, "Don't worry, I didn't forget. I'm famous for keeping my word." At least in the eyes of the living sword masters, Chen Hao was very trustworthy. 17 replied with an before she raised her head and looked at the figure flying over from the horizon. Just from that aura, he knew that the person should be a heaven-breaking realm expert. In the middle of the night, flying directly to the imperial palace so arrogantly, the person definitely didn't have good intentions. Xvii raised the red blood sword and flew up to meet the heaven-breaking realm expert. In an instant, he flew over 1,000 meters and blocked the person outside the palace. Xvii said with a cold face, "Who are you, and why did you break into the imperial palace at night?" Today, he was in a very bad mood, countless emotions were in his heart, but he couldn't vent them. He desperately wanted to find an enemy and chop them into pieces. "Humph, you actually don't know who I am. I'm Yun Tianfei, the former emperor of Southern Cloud Nation. Why aren't you getting out of my way? Then why did you enter the imperial palace at night?" "I'm here to find that bitch Lan Yanlin. Get Lan Yanlin out here." "What's going on with the royal treasury? What's going on with the Dao Enlightenment Pavilion? She's just an illegitimate daughter who can't be seen in public. Does she really think she's an emperor?" Yun Feitian had a bad temper and directly cursed, "Get her out here." Before Yun Feitian finished cursing, an exaggerated heavy sword directly smashed towards his face. "Junior, you actually dared." Before he could finish his words, Yun Feitian smashed into the ground like a meteor. The smoke dispersed, and a 7 to 8 meter radius crater appeared on the ground. Cough cough. Amidst the violent coughing, a figure climbed out of the crater in a sorry state. Xvii stood high in the air, looking down at the person on the ground, his eyes red. His left glove was a little cold, and a few drops of sparkling liquid seeped out. Chen Hao looked at Xvii in surprise. If he didn't sense wrongly, 17's concept of force didn't just reach perfection, it was profound meaning, right? There was no mistake. In the Southern Cloud Nation's Dao Comprehension Pavilion, one of the strongest foundations of the Southern Cloud Nation's imperial family, spending 130,000 spirit stones, plus 17's originally outstanding comprehension ability, his concept of force finally made a great breakthrough. It wasn't an accidental epiphany, it was forcefully piled up with resources without reason. Lan Yanlin really spent a lot for Xvii. 130,000 spirit stones was enough to make the imperial family with 100 years of foundation feel the pinch, otherwise, Yun Feitian wouldn't have come over so angrily to denounce him. As a breaking heaven realm powerhouse, his tolerance and knowledge were still far beyond ordinary martial artists. Yun Feitian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "You're not Chen Pengfei? Chen Pengfei definitely isn't this strong? Who exactly are you?" "I'm the person who wants your life." The aura on 17's body suddenly erupted. The aura on his body was extremely strange, within the scarlet slaughter profound meaning, mixed with pitch-black fear, then the scarlet gradually dimmed, and the heavy lead-gray aura made his entire person seem heavy. Yun Feitian looked at the person in front of him, his expression extremely solemn. He was clearly not a breaking heaven realm martial artist, but he gave him a strong sense of threat. He was clearly just one person, but his aura was brutal and terrifying like a demon, heavy and deep like a mountain. "This aura, you've comprehended profound meaning?" Yun Feitian had just said this, but immediately rejected it. "No, impossible, just comprehending profound meaning, not breaking through breaking heaven realm, his aura definitely can't be like this. Strength, slaughter, fear. Every time XVI spat out a word, her aura would continue to rise. When his momentum reached its peak, he appeared in front of Xianxia with a thunderous roar. I can't take it head on. This thought appeared in Xianxia's mind as his body suddenly leaped forward. A strong gust of wind blew past. His body was like a small boat in a storm, swaying back and forth. However, he still managed to dodge the danger. When Xianxia turned around, his forehead was full of cold sweat, the place where he had been standing had been reduced to rubble. What monster? XVI gritted her teeth and roared, "You are the monster. Damn it, do you really think I'm made of mud?" Being forced into such a state by a peak Xiantian warrior, Xianxia was furious. Profound cloud, whirlwind. In the night sky, dark clouds covered the starry sky. The fierce wind was filled with sword light. XVI looked at the strange phenomenon with neither joy nor sorrow on his face. His body expanded and the muscles on his arms bulged. He swelled up like a small giant and rushed directly to Xianxia. Profound cloud, break for me. Red blood sword was wrapped in lead gray profound cloud. As soon as it came into contact with the sword light that filled the sky, those seemingly unparalleled sword light were directly shattered into beautiful crystal fragments. How could it be? Xianxia's mouth was wide open. Looking at the bright night sky, he was stunned. However, he quickly came to his senses. He didn't forget his current situation. Because XVI had already appeared in front of him. Profound cloud, clouds vanish and clouds scatter. Xianxia's figure became erratic, like a cloud, free and easy. His swordsmanship had also become strange and unpredictable. Every move contained countless changes, as unpredictable as the clouds. As soon as the two fought, Xianxia's heart was bitter. 17's aura made him feel suffocated. Profound cloud. He could barely distinguish it. But this was the first time he saw an enemy who used the profound cloud. The smell of blood, the smell of death, made him feel an inexplicable fear. Every time he swung his sword, once it collided with the opponent's heavy sword, he would feel a violent rebounding force, shaking his hand until his palm was numb and his vital essence was shaken. That was the opponent's own strength. When encountering such a powerful opponent, the best way was of course not to meet him head-on, but Xianxia found that the opponent's movement technique was not weak either. He knew about thunder steps. It was also collected in the royal library. It was extremely difficult to learn. Without strong physical strength, it was difficult to exert the full strength of this movement technique, but when thunder steps was used by the opponent, Xianxia felt a strong suppression. This kind of straightforward, simple, and violent, explosive and powerful movement technique was fully utilized by the opponent. No matter how he dodged left and right, it was always difficult to get rid of the opponents. Entanglement. Just after more than 10 moves, under the huge pressure, Xianxia actually had the intention to escape. The opponent was only at the peak of the innate stage, but it made him feel powerless and scared. Was it the profound cloud? Xianxia immediately determined that this was definitely the influence of the profound cloud, because Xianxia had once encountered a heaven-breaking realm martial artist stronger than him, but that heaven-breaking realm martial artist still did not make Xianxia feel so powerless and scared. But even if he found the reason, he still could not get rid of that fear. Because this kind of influence was not directed at the body, but at the soul. Without a strong and resolute heart, there was no way to deal with this kind of enemy. Did Xianxia have a strong will? Of course he did, but that was compared to ordinary martial artists. If his mental state was much stronger than ordinary heaven-breaking realm martial artists, he would not have chosen to escape when the Black Blood Kingdom's heaven-breaking realm martial artist ambushed him last time. That's right, the reason Xianxia was still alive was because he chose to escape in the last battle. After everything calmed down and he confirmed that the Black Blood Kingdom's martial artist had left, he secretly returned to Cloud City, preparing to leave southern Cloud Nation with the elites of his clan, as well as the Yun family's 100 years of accumulated wealth. After all, the Black Blood Kingdom was never known for its benevolence. Even if the Yun family surrendered to the Black Blood Kingdom, their wealth would still be plundered clean. Their clansmen could still be sent to the battlefield. And that was just thinking in a positive direction. The Black Blood Kingdom was also not lenient when killing captives, so, Knowing that the puppet Empress Lan Yanlin took away 100,000 spirit stones, Yun Feitian was so furious. Profound cloud, overturning rain and overturning clouds. Break for me. Yun Feitian's sword art was no doubt exquisite, but XVII was like a black hole. No matter how exquisite the sword art was, when it met the red blood sword, it would quickly melt and be broken apart. If one sword was not enough, then 2 swords, if 2 swords were not enough, then 3 swords. The red blood sword was like a heavy iron hammer, carrying an unparalleled aura. No matter what sword art it was, it would be smashed to pieces by it. A deep sense of powerlessness and fear attacked him. You're from the Black Blood Kingdom, right? I beg you, let me go. I will take my clansmen and leave Southern Cloud Nation, never to return. Yun Feitian shouted loudly. The entire northern part of Cloud City could almost hear his voice begging for mercy. Devilish aura. A scarlet aura instantly enveloped Yun Feitian. The last ancestor of the Yun family wasn't strong. XVII estimated that he might be stronger than an ordinary early-stage heaven-breaking realm expert, but couldn't compare to a middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist. 17 seriously rummaged through the broken corpses on the ground, and finally found Yun Feitian's spatial ring. Checking the spatial ring a little, even the always calm 17 was stunned. The space inside the ring was very large, as big as a palace. There were piles of cultivation methods and martial skills, boxes of spirit stones, bottles of pills. As for sword forging materials, there were also some, but very few, pitifully few. They were probably all swallowed by the red blood sword a few days ago. The forging materials in the spatial ring were all left behind by the other party. 17 knew that he made a fortune. This Yun family ancestor was clearly planning to pack up his wealth and prepare to run, but he just happened to run into him. 17 counted the wealth in the ring, and something called happiness and satisfaction filled his heart. Black level high-grade cultivation method cloud cauldron technique, black level high-grade martial skill wind and cloud sword style, more than 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. No wonder the other party was so angry when he found out that Lan Yanlin took away 100,000 spirit stones. What made 17 most surprised was that there were more than 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones in the 10 boxes. It was the first time 17 saw so many mid-grade spirit stones. The number of mid-grade spirit stones he handled could be counted on one hand. What the Southern Cloud Nation's royal family bestowed upon him were all low-grade spirit stones. The entire southern region was barren of resources, and the reserves of spirit stones were extremely small. Almost all the spirit stone mines were occupied by the major forces. Spirit stones were originally a consumable resource, and the amount that flowed out was very small. Only the rich pre-celestial experts would use a large amount of low-grade spirit stones to cultivate. Even if 17 killed many pre-celestial experts, he could usually only plunder a few hundred low-grade spirit stones from them. And mid-grade spirit stones contained spiritual power 100 times more than low-grade spirit stones. The spiritual power was pure, and usually only heaven-breaking realm martial artists could afford to use them. Chen Hao said with red eyes, 17, you're now rich enough to rival a country. He was really jealous, even if he was just a sword. XVII asked in a low voice, can these things buy lives? You can buy someone else's life. Your life. Chen Hao knew what 17 meant. The saddest thing in the world was that a person had died, but the money had not been spent. Let's go. The fight just now was probably noticed by all the experts in Cloud City. The reason why no one dared to appear was probably because they were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. In a battle between heaven-breaking realm experts, ordinary Xianxia martial artists did not dare to show their faces at all. Moreover, it was currently an extremely sensitive and critical period, so they did not dare to rashly take risks. However, it wouldn't be long before someone came to investigate. After killing the last ancestor of the Yun family, XVII returned to the Yangxin Palace. The guards were still waiting at the entrance of the palace. He hugged the heavy sword and hid in the shadow of the palace wall. Looking at the tightly shut door of the main hall, he smiled and shook his head. He seemed to have yearned for this kind of life in the past. Perhaps Lan Yanlin had gone mad from anger. Just as XVII shook his head and laughed, a trembling figure appeared beside him. For more than 10 days, she didn't see XVII again. XVII had been guarding the palace for more than 10 days. Occasionally, he would go back, but he wouldn't stay for too long. General. On this day, just as XVI was about to leave, Xianxia called out to him. XVI turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" It was said that a woman changed 18 times between childhood and womanhood. The more she grew, the more beautiful she became. Her nutrition kept up, her martial arts progressed rapidly, and Xianxia became more and more beautiful. XVI had to admit that in terms of appearance alone, Xianxia had already surpassed Lan Yanlin, and even showed signs of catching up with Mei. Sometimes, the naivety she revealed inadvertently made even the 17th absent-minded. Her performance could be said to be perfect, and all the servants in the entire house liked her. But so what, for XVI, it was just a skin bag. When a knife cut it, it would still leave a scar. When a person died, it would still rot. Just like those corpses, it would eventually become a feast for insects and eventually return to dust. Of course, it was indeed pleasing to the eye. I'm already a warrior in the late stage of the chi condensation realm. Xianxia mustered up her courage and said. Then, she looked at 17's face seriously, as if she was expecting something. XVI said coldly, "Not bad, good luck." Chen Hao knew that the 17th wasn't in a good mood recently. He was the kind of person who might want to kill someone when he was angry. With that, XVI was about to leave. "General, can I ask you something?" "Ask." "I heard that you and the Empress. You like her, right?" "Who told you that?" "That's what everyone says." Xianxia replied in a low voice. "Don't believe the nonsense outside." Xianxia added in her heart, "It would be strange if I didn't believe it." She knew part of the dispute between the current Empress and General Chen. XVI told her personally. "General, I just want to ask, is the Empress prettier, or am I prettier?" Hearing this, Chen Hao snickered and red blood soared. He liked to see this kind of scene. XVI looked at Xianxia seriously. Xianxia tried her best to straighten her chest, trying to show her best side. "You are indeed prettier than her." "Really?" Xianxia said in surprise. Even if she was mentally prepared, she was still very surprised to hear 17's exact answer. "Really?" XVI nodded seriously. "You are indeed prettier than her, but that's all." "That's all." These 4 words made Xianxia's excited heart turn cold. "Xianxia." "Yes." Xianxia couldn't hide the disappointment on her face. Or, she didn't even want to hide it. "Cultivate well, you may have to rely on yourself in the future." "General, what do you mean? Are you leaving?" XVI didn't say anything. "General, you can join the Black Blood Kingdom. Or the Zhou Kingdom, with your talent and strength." "Stop talking." XVI interrupted Xianxia rudely. "I want to ask you, do you have any wishes?" "Well, I still have some time." "My wish?" Xianxia said, "If I tell you my wish, will you agree?" "No." Xianxia choked. She lowered her head and thought for a moment, then said with a smile, "My wish is to stay by General's side for the rest of my life, is that okay?" "No, change it to something else, something more practical." Xianxia was very disappointed, but after thinking for a bit, she still said, "Then can I go back to 10,000 Flowers Building?" "What for?" "I want to go back and catch up with Sister Bai." Xianxia said in a low voice. "Also, can you lend me some people, General? I'm not strong enough." XVI gave Xianxia a deep look, then put a big hand on the top of her head. Xianxia narrowed her eyes and gently grabbed his hand, rubbing her face against it as if she was enjoying it very much. She was infatuated with the rough calluses on 17's right hand. "I'll have General cooperate with you." "General, do you think I'm too stingy?" "No, I'm relieved when you're like this." No matter how unwilling he was, time slowly passed. The Black Dragon army was invincible in southern Cloud Nation, or rather, the major cities of southern Cloud Nation didn't put up much resistance. This time, it was different from the past. The Black Blood country wanted to completely occupy the entire southern Cloud Nation, so they only destroyed a few stubborn cities as a deterrent. The heaven-breaking realm-old ancestors of the southern Cloud Nation's royal family were all dead, 2 powerful generals of the military fell one after another, the Empress no longer attended morning court, the front line didn't receive any response to the request for reinforcements. The entire royal court was almost completely paralyzed. As long as one was slightly sensible, they would know what to do. Bad news also came from White Sands County. The state of Chen had once again broken through White Sands County. The army that 17 had left behind to guard White Sands County was not enough to defend against the state of Chen. White Sands County started to fall again, and it fell even faster than before. Chen country knew about Southern Cloud Nation's situation, so they were so unrestrained. Chen Hao was very suspicious. If Zhou country wasn't busy dealing with the internal strife, they might have come to take a share of the loot. As for the alliance, every sensible monarch wouldn't believe in such things. After all, the contract was signed to be torn apart. 10 more days. Yirenhao said. 17 asked, what 10 days? Yirenhao said, in 10 more days, the Black Dragon army will arrive at Cloud City. At this time Yirenhao's spirit had recovered by more than half. He was even in high spirits. 17 knew, his burden had been put down. The outcome of Southern Cloud Nation no longer needed anyone to worry about. No matter how loyal the royal family was, they wouldn't believe that Southern Cloud Nation could still be saved. Since they want to come, then let them come. Brother Chen is sitting calmly on the fishing platform. Yiren laughed, but that's also true. No matter which country occupies the Southern Cloud Nation, a person like Brother Chen won't suffer any losses. Perhaps, if the Black Blood country rules over the Southern Cloud Nation, it might be a good thing for Brother Chen. What good thing? The Black Blood country is a powerful country, much stronger than Southern Cloud Nation. There's a bigger stage waiting for you there. 17 smiled, but didn't reply. He felt that there was something fishy about Yirenhao's appearance today. Last time, with Lan Yanlin's imperial edict, Yirenhao happily handed over his work again. He was now 17's assistant in name, but for so many days, he almost didn't show up. XVI could understand. Yirenhao was not like him, alone. Behind Yirenhao, there was a large clan. He had to think for his own clan. The Southern Cloud Nation was about to be finished, and his position as the vice commander of the Imperial Guard seemed to be somewhat useless. If he had the time, he might as well go back and think about how to preserve his family's power in this big reshuffle, or to take a step forward. What the Black Blood Kingdom brought was not necessarily destruction, but opportunity. Brother Chen, you haven't been back for a long time, right? Yirenhao asked with a smile. The Southern Cloud Nation is about to be finished, yet you're still so loyal to your duty. If Great General Yi and Elder Su knew about this, they probably wouldn't blame you. After all, a single person can never defeat an entire nation. What's the matter? Just say it. I'm not used to the twists and turns. Yirenhao lowered his voice and said, I just want to ask, is there anything going on between Brother Chen and Her Majesty the Empress? No, she's the Empress, and I'm the commander of the Imperial Guards. I'm responsible for her safety, it's that simple. Right now, there are already a lot of clans and forces in Cloud City contacting the Black Blood Kingdom. You're one of them, right? Yirenhao smiled embarrassedly. Brother Chen, please understand my difficulties. I heard that the Khanate ancestors of the imperial family were all wiped out by the experts of the Black Blood Kingdom. The Yun family has also started to flee Cloud City. Unless it's absolutely necessary, our Yi family won't leave Cloud City. Our ancestors' century-old foundation is here, and we can't let it go so easily. I have to find a way out for the family. Then General Yi's meaning is, a lot of forces in Cloud City have received the news that the negotiations between the Black Blood Kingdom and Her Majesty the Empress about surrendering have fallen through. Fallen through? XVI rubbed his forehead. He had already been mentally prepared for this. Miss Lan wasn't an ordinary woman. She was resolute and absolutely stronger than the average person. There was no way her inexplicable emotional breakdown last time wasn't for no reason. Do you know what Black Blood Kingdom's conditions are? Unconditional surrender. What else? Yirenhao smiled and lowered his voice. Also, the Emperor of Black Blood Kingdom said that he wants to marry Her Majesty the Empress. I think this is the main reason why the negotiations between the two sides broke down. No wonder. These words were squeezed out from between 17's teeth. He gripped the red blood sword tightly in his hand, doing his best to rein in the towering fury in his heart. That's right, no wonder Her Majesty the Empress isn't willing. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing either. Xianxia sighed. I heard that the current emperor of Black Blood Kingdom has already reached the heaven-breaking stage. He has taken in over 100 concubines in the past few years, but I'm afraid that no more than 10 of them are still alive. Xvii asked in a low voice, Her Majesty the Empress doesn't seem to be able to cultivate, does she? That's right, the Empress indeed can't cultivate. The Emperor of Black Blood Kingdom might not necessarily marry her to cultivate, but the harem of Black Blood Kingdom definitely isn't a place for people to stay. Many emperors with a strong desire to conquer, every time they conquered an area, they might marry a woman with an extremely high status in the area. For political reasons, they would maintain the peace of the newly conquered area and occupy a righteous position. And the Empress of Southern Cloud Kingdom in name is really an outstanding choice that couldn't be any more outstanding. Similarly, marrying an empress can also completely satisfy one's desire to conquer, but the logic makes sense, doesn't mean that Xvii can understand, he can imagine, if Lan Yanlin really marries over, what kind of situation will she suffer? With her personality, she probably won't be able to live for long in Black Blood Kingdom. The Black Dragon Army clearly informed some forces in Cloud City that they hope that on the day the Black Dragon Army arrives in Cloud City can directly open the city and surrender, and offer the Empress. They will then record a merit for those forces. If not, they will directly massacre the city and let the 200,000 troops plunder for 10 days. Massacre the city? They don't seem to have massacred the city on their way here, do they? Xianxia said in a low voice. It seems that when Her Majesty the Empress replied to the letter, her words angered the Emperor of Black Blood Kingdom, who is also the great general of the Black Dragon Army. You know, when a woman is angry, she doesn't think before she speaks. It really is Her Majesty the Empress's temper. Don't be fooled by her small and thin figure, her temper isn't small at all. Xvii chuckled. So, did those forces in Cloud City agree? Xianxia was a little unsure of 17's reaction. They should agree. Since they have agreed, then let them agree. Xvii gently stroked the red blood sword beside him and said, General E, for the sake of your brother, I advise you not to get involved in this matter. What, Brother Chen intends to protect that empress to the death? Yes. Why? Why? Xvii looked at the gloomy sky, then at Yangxin Palace Hall, where Lan Yanlin lived, and sighed deeply. The reason is very simple. She is the Empress, and I am the commander of the Imperial Guards. My duty is to protect her. You can leave with your seal. That's impossible. Xvii laughed. Becoming the great general of the Imperial Guards is my lifelong dream. How can I give it up? Leaving the palace, Xianxia came to a remote house. Just as he entered the house and entered the living room, 7 people stood up to greet him. These 7 people weren't young. They were dressed gorgeously and had extraordinary auras. One look and you could tell they were people who had been in power for a long time. How was it, General E? Did Chen Pengfei agree? Xianxia shook his head and said, he didn't agree. One of the short and fat elders asked, did you persuade him? Xianxia replied unhappily, I couldn't persuade him. Don't say anything, General E definitely did his best. Someone stood out to smooth things over, moreover, Chen Pengfei might not even be interested in our plan. Anyway, he's a peerless genius of the southern cloud country. No matter where he goes, there won't be any forces that would refuse to rely on him. Although this was the truth, it was more like he was drawing hatred. In my opinion, we don't need that Chen Pengfei's cooperation at all. A tall and sturdy elder stood up and said, isn't he just a peak Xiantian master? With so many of our families joining forces, we even have 2 heaven-breaking realm experts, so why would we be afraid of a mere peak-stage Xiantian youngster? The tall and sturdy elder continued, Black Blood Country said that there's only one Yin family ancestor left. Last time, near the palace, the last Yin Feitian also died. I reckon he was also killed by Black Blood Country. The other stronger masters of Yin family also left Yandu disheartened. In the entire palace, the strongest person is only Chen Pengfei. We're asking for his opinion not because we're afraid of him, but because we don't want to see such a young genius die so early. since he doesn't know how to appreciate favors, will directly charge in and capture that woman Lan Yanlin. As soon as the elder said this, the others immediately responded. No matter what, there was no reason for them to lose when the 7 forces on their side joined forces. Glory, splendor, wealth, and rank were at their fingertips. But Chen Pengfei controls more than 200,000 imperial guards. Someone reminded in a low voice. More than 200,000 imperial guards, that's not a small number. The tall and sturdy elder looked at Yi Rinhao and said, "We'll need General Yi to take action." Yi Rinhao, the former commander of the Imperial Guards, had been in the Imperial Guards for many years. Even though he had been demoted to deputy commander not long ago, his influence was still much higher than Chen Pengfei's. Yi Rinhao thought about what XVI had said to him just now and hesitated. His relationship with Chen Pengfei was quite close. Even when they fought for the throne, they did it together. This time, he was the one who had tried to persuade Chen Pengfei to imprison Lan Yanlin and surrender to the Black Blood Kingdom. Unfortunately, the results were not ideal. General Yi, it's already come to this point. You won't be soft-hearted, will you? How is this possible? Yi Rinhao sighed. Since Brother Chen is loyal to the imperial family, then I should also honor his loyalty. That's right. After all, he's a disciple taught by Sui. As a loyal dog of the Yun family, it's normal for him to be so stubborn. What a pity. It's rare for a genius to appear in the southern cloud nation, but he's about to fall. What a pity. However, the person who spoke had an excited look on his face. Personally destroying a young peerless genius was like personally smashing a priceless treasure. It was something to look forward to. 2XVI has 10,000 imperial guards. I can control 180,000 people. Yi Rinhao said in a low voice. The other 90,000 people are Chen Pengfei's direct subordinates. Recently, in order to protect the imperial palace, Chen Pengfei deliberately placed his direct subordinates near the imperial palace. Among the 90,000 direct subordinates, some of them were soldiers who followed him to defeat the Qin country's White Dragon Army in Baisha County, and some of them were defeated soldiers from the Redbud Army that he brought back from Blackwater County. Their fighting strength cannot be underestimated. With 2 times the number of troops, are you sure you can defeat him? Yi Rinhao thought for a moment and said, defeat. I'm not sure. Most of his troops are elites who have been on the battlefield. Chen Pengfei is also an expert in leading troops. If you can hold him back, I should be able to hold back those 90,000 people. The burly old man nodded. That's good. Among those 90,000 people, there are many Xiantian experts. It'll be good if you can hold them back and not let them cause trouble for us. We don't care about a mere Chen Pengfei. Inside the Imperial Palace, XVI also felt the threat from inside Cloud City. He didn't expect that at this time, those forces in Cloud City would actually jump out. Thinking of what he learned from Yi Rinhao today, he felt the urgency of time. If he could live a little longer, he would certainly take Lan Yanlin away without hesitation. From then on, he would fly far away, no longer caring about the life and death of Southern Cloud Nation, no longer caring about the hatred of Black Blood Kingdom. Unfortunately, he couldn't take her away. After taking Lan Yanlin away, his time would be up. Who could take care of her, a beautiful woman who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, a proud, hot-tempered young lady who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken? How could she survive in this world? One must know that the young lady was different from little Qingyan. Little Qingyan, XVI might be a little relieved. As for the young lady, with her personality, it was impossible for her to live well. But fortunately, 17 still had time. Even if the time was very short, it was still possible to find a slightly reliable backer for Lan Yanlin. XVI hurriedly wrote 2 letters and found Chou Yiming. That's right, it was Chou Yiming. After the battle in Forbidden City, Chou Yiming disappeared for a period of time before returning with injuries. A late-stage Xiantian master who wanted to escape on the battlefield, as long as he wasn't targeted by a heaven-breaking realm master, it was completely possible. Chou Yiming's luck wasn't very good. He encountered a peak Xiantian master from the Black Dragon Army and escaped with injuries with great difficulty. After escaping, he spent a period of time recuperating. After his injuries were better, he returned to Cloud City. In fact, even so, XVII still didn't believe him. But 17's foundation was shallow, and there were no masters around him at all. He didn't have any other better choice. After Cho Yiming came, XVII said directly, "General Cho, help me do two things." "What is it, Commander? Please tell me." Cho Yiming still seemed to be loyal to XVII. "Use your fastest speed to rush to Zhou country and deliver this letter to the Cloud Smokesex Rainbow Peak Master, Gao Qianhui. This is her keepsake. There is another letter for you. You can only open it after meeting Gao Qianhui and help me do it. This mission is very simple. You only need to move your mouth and I will ask Senior Gao about your progress." Looking at Cho Yiming's slightly doubtful expression, XVII said, "Remember, use your fastest speed to deliver this letter to Gao Qianhui. If you can give me an answer before the Black Dragon army arrives, I can give this to you." A thin booklet appeared in 17's hand. When Cho Yiming saw the name on the cover of the booklet, his entire face flushed red and his breathing quickened. Cloud Cauldron Art, the strongest cultivation method known to southern Cloud Country, a black-level high-grade cultivation method. However, it was said that the quality of this cultivation method far surpassed ordinary black-level high-grade cultivation methods. It might even be close to Earth-level low-grade cultivation methods. It was the foundation of Southern Cloud Country's imperial family and was definitely a secret that wouldn't be passed on. No martial artist could resist the temptation of a high-grade cultivation method. "General Chen, you're not joking with me, are you?" Cho Yiming stuttered. What XVII gave him was too precious. "Do you think I would joke with you?" XVII separated the book, grabbed one side with both hands, and tore it apart. He couldn't tear it apart. What he had was the original copy of the Cloud Cauldron technique. The ancestor of the Yun family made it with an unknown animal skin. It was very tough, and a post-celestial warrior couldn't do any damage to it. XVII curled his lips awkwardly, and focused the profound meaning of force on his hands. Then the book was finally torn in half by 17's brute force. Cho Yiming, who witnessed the whole process, had his face twisted together with the Cloud Cauldron technique. "Hiss, what's with that expression?" XVII shook his head, and threw the first half of the Cloud Cauldron technique into Cho Yiming's hands. "This is the reward in advance." "This?" Cho Yiming held the first half of the Cloud Cauldron technique, and his hands were trembling. "Remember, before the Black Dragon army comes to Yandu, even if you don't come back, at least let the masters from the Zhou kingdom who are qualified to negotiate with me come." XVII continued, "When the masters from the Zhou kingdom come, if you don't come, I will put the second half of the book in the hole of the banyan tree next to the pavilion in my house. If I'm not here, you can go and get it yourself. If the people from the Zhou kingdom don't come, and you don't complete my task, then the first half of the book will be a small gift from me to you. Since you've been so loyal recently, I'll let you go. This subordinate will definitely complete the general's task." Cho Yiming's words were from the bottom of his heart. Among them was his loyalty to XVII, and his urgent desire for the Cloud Cauldron technique. Cho Yiming felt his whole body heating up, and the vital essence in his body was surging. As long as XVII gave the order, he would rush with all his might. "I don't have much time left. These are all worldly possessions, you understand?" "I understand." Cho Yiming completely believed in XVII. At this time, he woke up a little. He was full of doubts and curiosity now. 17's order made him confused. "There's one thing I don't understand." "No, why did General do this?" "Let her live a better life in the future." Following 17's gaze, Cho Yiming looked at the palace. 17's affair with Her Majesty the Empress has long been a hot topic, and Cho Yiming knows his relationship with the Lan family better than ordinary people. This is a long journey. Here are 1,000 spirit stones. Remember to replenish them on the way. I don't want you to die halfway. XVII stuffed a space ring into his hands and joked, the first innate master in history to run to his death. Come to think of it, it's quite interesting. At least he left his name behind. Thank you, General. Cho Yiming ignored 17's joke and said sincerely, General, you have considered everything. Even a late-stage Xiantian master would find it difficult to travel back and forth between the two countries within 10 days. If Chou Yiming ran with all his might and didn't have any replenishment, he might really die halfway. But even if he ran to his death, he was willing to risk it. It's getting late, you should go. As soon as XVI finished speaking, Chou Yiming disappeared in front of him. He raised his head and looked at Chou Yiming's figure in the sky getting smaller, and suddenly disappeared. Chen Hao sighed in the demon sword. This is the first time I found out that Guy's movement technique is so strong. Yes. But who asked you to put in so much effort? XVI said softly, Master Jianling. Have you been hungry recently? It seems that someone wants to entertain you. Do I need to thank them? No, I'll thank them. XVI sighed softly, I just hope that Irenhao doesn't participate. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fratricide? They're just brothers. I've seen it before. On this day, XVI went to visit Master Lu in the Enlightenment Pavilion. On the 5th day after Chou Yiming left, the weather was gloomy and it snowed heavily. XVI hugged red blood and leaned against the palace wall. The snow fell on him and gradually covered his figure. He was very familiar with the process of being covered by snow and even missed it. He felt the ground shaking and the snow on his body slid off. He opened his eyes and saw the tightly shut door of the Yangxin Palace. The guards at the palace gate also felt that something was wrong and looked nervously at the flames in the distance. XVI hugged the red blood sword and slowly walked out of the shadows. The snow on his body gradually melted. Greetings, General. The guard saw 17 and hurriedly bowed. 17's appearance made them feel much more relaxed. There may be a big battle later. You must be careful. I understand. XVI heard the battle cries of the two armies and knew that Su Sihai had already fought with Irenhao. The 90,000 elite soldiers led by Su Sihai were enough to resist the 180,000 imperial guards led by Irenhao. Looking at the densely packed experts flying in the sky, XVI couldn't help but sigh at the number of experts on the other side. 2 heaven-breaking realm experts led the team, followed by 7 Xiantian experts. From the aura of the 2 heaven-breaking realm experts, one was strong and one was weak. The strong one was stronger than Yun Feitian and might have just reached the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm. The weak one was weaker than Yun Feitian and should be at the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm. The 7 Xiantian experts behind were all peak Xiantian experts. XVI didn't care about the peak Xiantian experts at all. He looked at the 2 heaven-breaking realm experts. If they attacked together, XVI would really find it troublesome. However, he also had help. Elder Zhang, please do me a favor. I'm afraid this will be my last time. An old man with a head full of white hair and skin as pale as albinism slowly walked out from the side door of Yangxin Palace Hall. I hope General Chen will keep your promise and fulfill this old man's last wish. I will keep my promise. I hope so. Elder Zhang looked deeply at XVI with his gray and muddy eyes. Even if you don't agree, I will choose to do it. Just think of it as for the Yun family. That girl is the empress after all. Elder Zhang's appearance was abrupt. He appeared after XVI killed Yun Feitian. According to him, his real name was Zhang Erwa. Don't laugh, he was called this. When he said this name, he was smiling until his face wrinkled into a chrysanthemum, revealing his bare gums. He was born a commoner, his ancestors were farmers for generations. Later on, his hometown encountered a great disaster and there was a famine. His parents sold him, the second son, to the palace. After he became a servant in the palace, he learned how to read and write, and practiced some basic martial arts. Later on, the palace people saw that he was serious and meticulous in his work, so they transferred him to the library. Elder Zhang became a disciple of a master in the library and stayed there for nearly 200 years. At first, when he broke through to the Xiantian realm in his 60s, no one noticed. After all, there were many Xiantian experts in the Imperial Guards. For a Xiantian expert in his 60s to become a Xiantian expert, it was already a great fortune. His potential could be imagined, however, when the Southern Cloud Nation's imperial family noticed him later on, they discovered that another 200 years had passed. In these 200 years, no one had noticed him, and no one knew when he had broken through to the heaven-breaking realm. The library of the palace was heavily guarded and unusually closed, even surpassing the prison. The food was delivered by the guards at the entrance through the cave entrance. In the library, everyone was in charge of their own room. They were not allowed to communicate with each other. For many years, they almost did not communicate with anyone. In these 200 years, the management of the library changed several times. Ordinary eunuchs changed even more frequently. After all, most of the eunuchs did not live long. They had noticed the senile old man before, but they did not think about how old he was. Because in the library, he was not the only old man like this. The rules were strict, and they could not casually inquire about the age of others. In addition, the Southern Cloud imperial family had a total of 2 book pavilions. The heaven-breaking realm ancestors specially set up a small book pavilion in Old Village, so no one paid attention to his age. Discovering Old Xiang was a complete accident. The previous emperor had a person who was in charge of managing the archives. He was Eunuch Su, who was in charge of organizing the historical records of the palace. His literary talent was outstanding and his memory was astonishing. When he was flipping through the archives of the palace eunuchs and maids, he undoubtedly found Zhang Erwa's name. At first, he didn't pay attention to it. Zhang Erwa's name was too unremarkable. Eunuchs were all poor people, and there were several with the same name in the palace. But after flipping through the archives for over 100 years, the attentive eunuch Su finally noticed this old man who had always stayed in the book pavilion. Living for over 100 years, of course he was worthy of his attention. In the end, he found an old tortoise. Through old Zhang's narration, XVII and the others knew that old Zhang broke through again at the age of 140, that breakthrough, he was still confused even now. It seemed that he was sleeping in his bedroom at night, and then his heart suddenly had an epiphany. Muddle-headed, he broke through. He never thought of becoming a heaven-breaking realm expert. He didn't have any preparation for a successful breakthrough. On the second day after he successfully broke through, he woke up early as usual and habitually picked up the broom to clean the house. He habitually picked up the feather duster to sweep away the dust. He habitually maintained the original copy of his cultivation technique and martial technique. After he habitually finished a whole day's work, he laid on his bed and thought about the matter of his breakthrough. At that time, he didn't think of reporting to his superiors. When the Yun family ancestor personally came to invite him out of the book pavilion, old Zhang requested the imperial family to let him continue to stay in the book pavilion. He didn't want to leave the book pavilion. He knew nothing about the world outside the book pavilion, and he didn't want to know. He had no children, no lover, no worries. Even the hatred he had for his parents had been worn away by the merciless passage of time. The Yun family ancestor finally agreed to old Zhang's request. Thus, old Zhang stayed in the book pavilion until the day Yun Feitian appeared. On that day, Yun Feitian took away all the cultivation and martial technique manuals and materials in the book pavilion, leaving behind an empty book pavilion for old Zhang. The books were all gone, and the other people in the library had all left. Elder Zhang looked at the empty library restlessly. Then, under the cover of the night, after more than 200 years, he slowly walked out of the library. He saw XVII kill Yun Feitian, so he followed. His request was very simple. He wanted the 17th to return all the saber and palm techniques that Yun Feitian took away from him. For over 200 years, he had been responsible for the maintenance of the saber techniques and palm techniques in the library, as well as the cleaning of the library. Elder Zhang, which opponent will you pick? That one, I can't defeat him, but I should be able to delay him. Elder Zhang was referring to the weakest early-stage Shattering Heaven tier elite. Alright, I'll take care of the rest. Everyone could see that Elder Zhang's qi and blood were deteriorating badly. XVII was very grateful that he could help. As soon as the assignment was completed, XVII went all out, charging towards the group of Xiantian experts with the red blood sword. Before dealing with the Shattering Heaven tier elites, he decided to cut off these small fries. The 2 Shattering Heaven tier elites also put XVII on the must-kill list. Just as the 2 were about to attack XVII at the same time, Elder Zhang appeared in front of the slightly weaker Shattering Heaven tier elite. His figure was short and thin. Standing in the air, it was as if a gentle breeze could blow him away. Your opponent is me. The decaying aura on Elder Zhang's body couldn't be concealed at all, and anyone could see that his time was up. Where did you come from, old man? Get out of my way. The shattering heaven tier elite drew his saber, and the saber spat out dark blue flames. Profound meaning of fire, fire god slash. The dark blue saber light went straight for Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang opened his right palm and said softly, profound meaning of air, none. The dark blue saber light had just touched Elder Zhang's claw-like palm, when it suddenly disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared before. The shattering heaven tier elite looked as if he'd seen a ghost. How did you do it? Elder Zhang said slowly, as long as you imagine it doesn't exist, it's gone. The shattering heaven tier elite finally seriously sized up the old man in front of him. On 17's side, the battle was much more intense than Elder Zhang's. He took the initiative to attack that group of pre-celestial elites, directly activating the demonic aura. Taking advantage of the group of pre-celestial elites being absent-minded, he used the 3 profound meanings and launched an attack on them. 7 pre-celestial elites, in a few moves, were all killed by 17, but he also paid an extremely painful price. The opponent's middle stage shattering heaven tier elite's strength didn't lose to 17 at all. XVII looked at the 2 bone-deep wounds left on his body, then looked at his pierced right thigh that was constantly gushing with blood, and an ugly smile appeared on his lips. In Mental Cultivation Palace Hall, Lan Yanlin looked outside through the window. Unfortunately, she could only see many gorgeous true essences colliding. After all, she had never practiced martial arts, and her eyes were no different from ordinary people. In the darkness, she couldn't see the situation outside clearly. But at this time, someone stood up to explain to her. Your Majesty the Empress, I have to say, that Chen Pengfei seems to be really infatuated with you. He blocked so many powerful elites by himself. Beside her, the delicate palace maid that XVII had seen before said with a smile. The delicate palace maid was from Black Blood country. Lan Yanlin had betrayed the 3 Yin family ancestors through her in exchange for the Qin family ancestors' head. Lan Yanlin hadn't dealt with this delicate palace maid all this time because she was still useful. And the other party didn't intend to take her life. Otherwise, she would have died long ago. Who are those people? Lan Yanlin's expression was very ugly. Of course, they want to capture you and present you to the great general. The palace maid said with a smile. Ever since the negotiations broke down, there are many people who want to rely on our Black Blood country. Your Majesty the Empress is now in high demand. Humph. But that Chen Pengfei is really strong, no wonder our great general is interested in him. Outside Mental Cultivation Palace Hall. You're obviously a peerless genius, the Breaking Heaven tier elite cursed with an extremely ugly expression. Is it worth it? Just for a woman like that. The Breaking Heaven tier elite really didn't care about the life and death of those Xianxia elites. If they all died, then their family would reap all the benefits alone. This Breaking Heaven tier elite had already discovered that 17's battle prowess far surpassed that of ordinary peak stage Xianxia elites, and even discovered the fact that he had comprehended profound meaning. But in his opinion, 17's actions were undoubtedly very irrational. In order to protect that empress, he risked his life, and in order to kill several Xianxia elites, he didn't hesitate to suffer heavy injuries. Suffering heavy injuries, he couldn't even escape. Was it worth it? You're really, for a moment, the Breaking Heaven tier elite suddenly found himself at a loss for words, and really couldn't find a suitable adjective to describe 17's actions. It couldn't be helped, and he subconsciously repeated, you're really, iron fool. Chen Hao continued in Red Blood Sword. He also felt anxious about the Breaking Heaven tier elite's half-spoken words in front of him. After saying these 3 words, he felt much more comfortable. Since you're willing to die for her. The Heaven-Breaking Realm expert chuckled. Then you can die. No. The door of Mental Cultivation Palace opened, and Lan Yanlin crawled out in a sorry state. Don't hurt him, I can go with you. However, the Heaven-Breaking Realm expert didn't even look at Lan Yanlin. He couldn't possibly let XVII go. Listen, if you dare to hurt XVII, I'll kill myself for you to see. Lan Yanlin crawled up from the ground, raised her dagger, and shouted, I, Lan Yanlin, will do what I say. Her dagger was pressed tightly against her neck, causing the 2 Heaven-Breaking Realm experts present to panic. If Lan Yanlin died, they might be held responsible by the Black Blood Kingdom, all the hard work and effort would be for naught, but at this time, Lan Yanlin fell again, and the dagger in her hand fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. A delicate palace maid appeared behind her, and she gently carried the unconscious empress, giving everyone present a palace salute, and said with a bright smile, "Seniors, please continue." The 4 experts present all sighed in relief. XVI said in a low voice, "Take good care of her." 17's opponent also said, "Right, don't let her die." The delicate palace maid smiled. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of Her Majesty the Empress." When the door of mental cultivation palace closed again, both sides were at daggers drawn again. But at this moment, 17's opponent suddenly discovered that the wound on 17's body had actually healed. "Damn it! It's you who deserves to die." XVI controlled the demonic aura to erupt again, and both sides fought fiercely. Just fighting with XVI, 17's opponent discovered that 17's strength was actually not inferior to his at all. Especially that strange strength, which made the heaven-breaking realm expert secretly shocked, making him very cautious when making a move, not daring to meet XVI head-on. However, because the heaven-breaking realm expert's cultivation was stronger, although the level of his movement technique couldn't compare to 17's rushing thunder steps, the speed of his movement technique was faster than 17's, therefore, he could easily avoid it and wander around, looking for 17's flaws. As for 17's devilish aura field, it indeed brought some small trouble to heaven-breaking realm experts, but it was merely a small trouble. The mind of a heaven-breaking realm expert was not that easy to corrode. But very soon, the heaven-breaking realm expert discovered that in terms of sword technique, XVI actually completely defeated him. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the blood demon sword technique of the mystic rank medium grade before, but the blood demon sword technique of 17's was extraordinarily destructive. It seemed to be twice as powerful as the golden light sword technique of the mystic rank medium grade that he used. In the competition of profound meanings, XVI also had the absolute advantage. At this time, even shattering heaven-tier experts began to have doubts about their small success. In the metal profound meaning, the other party was clearly a peak Xianxia expert. Could it be that he had comprehended a profound meaning at the level of great success? The heaven-breaking realm expert was clear in his heart that he was completely relying on his high cultivation to forcefully fight XVI. If they were of the same cultivation, the heaven-breaking realm expert would definitely not be able to last more than a few moves in 17's hands. Very soon, after exchanging more than 10 moves, the heaven-breaking realm expert felt the strangeness of 17's profound meaning. He had never seen the slaughter profound meaning before, but he still had experience in distinguishing profound meanings. He could feel that in 17's every move, other than containing the aura of slaughter, there was something else. The heaven-breaking realm expert asked in a low voice, "No, you didn't just comprehend the slaughter profound meaning, right?" "Guess." XVI said with a nasty grin. Staring at 17's blood-red eyes, the heaven-breaking realm expert said angrily, "You definitely didn't just comprehend one profound meaning, absolutely not. In any case, I won't tell you." Metal profound meaning, golden flash stab. Profound meaning, blood demon 6 styles. Both sides were almost evenly matched, and it was difficult to distinguish who was the enemy, almost in a deadlock. Both sides were constantly leaving wounds on each other's bodies, and the power of profound meaning was constantly invading each other's bodies. Both sides were simultaneously circulating their true essence, suppressing the other's profound meaning within their bodies. This was a battle between heaven-breaking realm experts. Not only was it a competition of cultivation and martial skills, but also a competition of profound meanings. The heaven-breaking realm expert looked at XVI, and although he was surprised by the other's strength, he had full confidence in himself. He was a heaven-breaking realm middle-stage expert, and Chen Pengfei was only at the peak stage of Xiantian. As long as this dragged on, the final victor would definitely be him, but a quarter of an hour passed, and 17's battle prowess still didn't decrease. Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao, who was hiding behind the scenes, was still endlessly transferring the true essence absorbed from the 7 Xiantian experts and the true essence stored in the demonic sword to 17. Burning blood technique. XVI blocked the heaven-breaking realm expert's sword, and roared in a low voice. The secret technique recorded in the demonic path cultivation technique Blood River Art was once again used by XVI. In an instant, the true essence in his body violently boiled, and his meridians burned with pain. His true essence erupted like lava. Thunder steps. Amidst the sound of thunder, 17 suddenly appeared in front of the heaven-breaking realm expert. His speed was a full 2 times faster than before. The heavy sword fiercely smashed towards the heaven-breaking realm expert. The heaven-breaking realm expert didn't have time to react, and could only hurriedly hold the long sword horizontally in front of him. With a muffled sound, under the support of the profound meaning of strength, the heavy sword wrapped in a huge force directly hit the long sword on the heaven-breaking realm expert's chest. Under the heavy blow, the heaven-breaking realm expert was directly smashed to the ground. Xvii followed closely behind, charging directly into the dust that filled the air. The heaven-breaking realm expert felt his sternum shatter, and his internal organs seemed to have been displaced by the blow just now. The strange profound meaning that had been suppressed in his body directly spread to all parts of his body, but at this time, he couldn't hesitate any longer. He resisted the blood clot in his throat and hurriedly dodged 17's pursuit. His rich battle experience told him that Chen Pengfei's strength suddenly increased. He definitely used a desperate secret technique similar to the devil path martial artists were good at. As long as he held on a little longer, as long as he retreated strategically and stalled for some time, the other party would definitely suffer a backlash from the secret technique. At that time, he could counterattack and kill him. Rapidly retreating, the heaven-breaking realm expert was just about to circulate his power to suppress the profound meaning that had invaded his body, but he shockingly discovered that the profound meaning that had invaded his body had mostly disappeared. Where were they? The thick blood mist around the heaven-breaking realm expert surged strangely. In his eyes, a blood-red light flickered, just like 17's blood eyes. When Xvii rushed over, the heavily injured heaven-breaking realm expert who had just planned to stall for time and retreat strategically actually didn't shrink back. He almost couldn't control the killing intent that filled him. He raised the long sword in his hand and fiercely collided with Xvii. Inside the demonic sword, Xianxia saw everything. Under the corrosion of the profound meaning of slaughter, profound meaning of fear, and demonic aura, this heaven-breaking realm expert had somewhat lost his mind, personally killing a heaven-breaking realm middle-stage expert. 17 merely glanced at the other heaven-breaking realm early-stage expert, and that heaven-breaking realm early-stage expert was horrified. Don't look at how old Zhang looked like he was going to enter a coffin at any moment. Xvii couldn't understand the profound meaning he comprehended. His opponent was beaten to the point that he almost didn't have the slightest bit of temper. If old Zhang hadn't intentionally held back, he would have lost long ago. Old Zhang, don't let him escape. Okay. Old Zhang appeared beside that heaven-breaking realm expert like a ghost and pressed a palm on his body. The heaven-breaking realm expert collapsed on the ground just like that, his face ashen. Xvii saw very clearly that the heaven-breaking realm expert collapsed on the ground seemed to be very weak. The true essence in his body was indistinct, as if it had been sucked dry by something. Old Zhang, just give him a quick death. Old Zhang glanced at Xvii with some difficulty. I don't want to kill anyone. Why? Xvii almost never showed mercy to the enemy. I've never killed anyone. Old Zhang spoke very slowly. Because all his teeth had fallen out, it sounded a little unclear. What? Not only was 17 stunned, even Xianxia in Red Blood Sword couldn't believe his ears. I've never killed anyone. I entered the library at the age of 12 and never came out again. Old Zhang was very calm. After the age of 12, I've never fought with anyone. It's been almost 300 years, and I don't even know how strong I am. Xvii, what are you still hesitating for? Hurry up and help old Zhang. Xianxia reminded. If you don't make a move now, you can't beat a heaven-breaking realm expert. Then I'll do it. Xvii killed the last heaven-breaking realm enemy, but the burning blood technique still didn't stop. As long as he didn't use martial arts, he wouldn't lose power, but it was a little uncomfortable. The things you promised me, look. Old Zhang looked at Xvii, his tone was quite urgent, as if Xvii was holding his lifeblood. No problem, I won't go back on my word. Xvii didn't dare to provoke this old man with strange abilities. These are the yellow-level saber and palm techniques you asked for. When Yin Feitian took away these martial arts, he divided them into categories. It was very convenient for Xvii to take them out. Saber techniques and palm techniques were very common martial arts. After hundreds of years of collection and organization, the Southern Cloud Nation's royal family had thousands of them. These martial arts were not only used for cultivation, but also for research and development. Looking at the martial arts piled up on the ground, old Zhang's old face was full of excitement. Xbii and Chen Hao couldn't understand this kind of excitement. It was just yellow-level martial arts. Even a true element realm martial artist with a little family background wouldn't care about it. He squatted on the ground, picked up a pile of martial arts, and was about to leave when 17 stopped him. Old Zhang, where are you going? I want to bring them back. Bring him back? Xbii could only think of the royal library. I have a spatial ring here. You can use it. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Elder Zhang thanked him repeatedly. Xbii was a little embarrassed. Spatial rings were indeed precious, but to a heaven-shattering realm expert, that was cheap. Elder Zhang had never used the space ring before. Xbii taught him step by step. Then I'll return to the library now? Elder Zhang, take care. Seeing Mr. Zhang leave, Xbii breathed a sigh of relief. He removed the burning blood technique and said to Chen Hao, Mr. Zhang is really a strange person. If you were locked in the library for hundreds of years, you would also become very strange. Chen Hao sympathized with old man Zhang. His situation was somewhat similar to that of Elder Zhang. He was also trapped in a place and couldn't get out. However, compared to old man Zhang, Chen Hao seemed to be a little luckier. The after effect of using the burning blood technique was a permanent drop in true essence. 17's strength dropped to the late stage of Xiantian, and his body was also very weak. However, after absorbing the energy provided by the red blood sword killing the two heaven-shattering realm experts, he was slightly replenished. Even if he had a huge amount of spirit stones in his spatial ring, it would still be difficult for him to return to his peak before the arrival of the Black Dragon army. After dealing with the corpses of the two heaven-shattering realm experts, Xbii pushed open the door of Yangxin Palace Hall. The guards were still in a panic, and no one dared to stop Xbii. As soon as he entered the door, the delicate palace maid bowed and said, "This servant greets General Chen. How is Yanlin?" "She's fine. This servant didn't hurt her." The delicate palace maid lowered her head. Her small body was trembling. "Take me to see her." Xbii didn't care too much. Speaking of which, the little palace maid did a good job just now, even if she was from the Black Blood Kingdom. Under the lead of the delicate palace maid, Xbii entered the side hall. He held his breath and walked lightly. Walking around the screen, he saw Lan Yanlin sleeping on the bed. She lay quietly on the dragon bed, covered with a quilt embroidered with exquisite embroidery patterns. Her face was still so pale, and under her long eyelashes, her eyes were gently closed. Even in her sleep, her brows were still tightly knitted. Xbii reached out, wanting to smooth her brows. But when his hand reached out, he stopped. "Take good care of her." The delicate palace maid hurriedly replied softly, "This servant understands. This servant will take good care of Her Majesty." Xbii nodded. "If I join the Black Blood Kingdom, I will remember you." "I understand, General Chen." The delicate palace maid said seriously. "If anyone dares to hurt Her Majesty, they will have to step over my dead body." The Black Blood Kingdom didn't want to kill Lan Yanlin. The delicate palace maid witnessed the entire battle, and she knew whether she should listen to Xbii or not. She believed that if Xbii joined the Black Blood Kingdom, he would definitely be a big shot. Gently closing the door, Xbii took a deep breath and rushed to the entrance of the palace. The main masters who attacked the palace had died, but the battle outside was still going on. The battle of tens of thousands of people couldn't end in a short time, especially when the battle was still in the city. Tens of thousands of people couldn't fight at all, and thousands of people could block the entrance and exit. Those who really participated in the battle were probably no more than 3,000 people. The reality was just as Xbii expected. Su Sihai led 17's direct army to block the entrance of the palace, blocking the army led by Ren Hao outside, unable to move an inch. "General Chen is here." Su Sihai shouted as soon as he saw Xbii. "General Chen." General Chen. Within the Imperial Guards, when Yi Renhao saw Chen Pengfei flying from the Imperial Palace, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Yi Renhao, why don't you surrender? Xvii stood in the night sky, facing the rebel army that blocked the few wide streets outside the palace. The traitors who broke into the palace have all been executed. Xvii had been hiding his heaven-breaking realm battle strength. Yi Renhao didn't dare to believe that even two heaven-breaking realm masters working together couldn't kill Xvii. Impossible, you're definitely lying. Just as he finished speaking, 9 corpses fell in front of him. Yi Renhao was so scared that he hurriedly dodged back. Looking carefully, the 2 heaven-breaking realm masters were among them. How is this possible? What's impossible? The truth is right in front of you. Xvii sneered. Yi Renhao, I warned you, don't go against me, but what did you do? Yi Renhao stared at the high and mighty the 17th, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He knew better than anyone what kind of person Chen Pengfei was, blood-hand butcher Chen Pengfei. He wasn't bragging, he killed his way out one sword at a time. Xvii looked down at the 100,000 rebel army that followed Yi Renhao to attack the palace and said, as Imperial Guards, you enjoy the generous salary of the country, yet you started a rebellion. Are you worthy of your status? This is a serious crime that will wipe out your entire family. Why aren't you all giving up your weapons and surrender? However, the Imperial Guards led by Yi Renhao still didn't give the 17th any face. The battle between the two sides was still ongoing. Yi Renhao's betrayal wasn't his decision alone, most of the generals under him also supported it. Southern Cloud Nation was already doomed, they only planned to surrender and capture the Empress. It wasn't like they were going to kill her. Yi Renhao had already been forced into a dead end. General Yi, don't be afraid of that Chen Pengfei, he's just one person. A late-stage Xianxia expert beside Yi Renhao said, although I don't know how he killed a heaven-breaking realm expert, he definitely paid a terrible price. 17's armor was broken and he was drenched in blood from head to toe, anyone could see how weak he was. General Yi, we definitely can't surrender. Another general said, Chen Pengfei is vicious and merciless, even if we surrender, it won't necessarily end well for us. A tall and thin Xiantian general stood out and shouted loudly, Chen Pengfei has a hobby of killing captives, the entire southern Cloud Nation knows this. The more than 100,000 Imperial Guards who followed Yi Renhao heard it clearly. Another Xiantian expert echoed loudly, that's right, when he was suppressing the bandits in Blackwater County, he clearly said that he wouldn't kill those who surrendered, but in the end, he killed them all. He didn't spare a single one of the surrendered troops of Black Blood Country, he beheaded them all and exchanged their heads for military merits. He slaughtered 5 cities in Black Blood Country, he didn't even spare the civilians. He also didn't spare the captives of Chen Country's White Dragon Army. If we fight, we might win. If we surrender, we'll definitely die. We have more people, what are we afraid of? Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Following the propaganda of these Xiantian generals, the Imperial Guards who originally didn't have a strong will to fight and were about to put down their weapons and surrender gripped their weapons tightly. Chen Pengfei was a new superstar in Southern Cloud Nation's military, his deeds were widely spread. What those Xiantian generals said wasn't nonsense, they had all heard about it. The generals around Yi Renhao all talked at once, they were unified like never before, they would never surrender. Yi Renhao led a total of 150,000 soldiers. Not all of the Imperial Guards wanted to attack the Imperial Palace. There were still a few generals and soldiers who knew that the Southern Cloud Nation was doomed, but they were unwilling to stab a knife into its corpse. They chose to escape in silence. Yi Renhao stood out with a solemn face and said, Chen Pengfei, Southern Cloud Nation is doomed. I'm sure you're very clear about this. Since that's the case, why are you still so stubborn? Why didn't they adapt to the current situation? What about pledging loyalty to the Southern Cloud Nation? I don't believe it at all. What kind of bewitching potion did that woman give you? Why are you so protective of her? Chen Pengfei, we are brothers. When you came to Yundu, I took care of everything for you. I can pat my conscience and say that I, Yi Renhao, have never let you down. When you led the army to Yundu and said that you wanted to support the second prince in dealing with the third princess, I didn't say anything and directly followed you with my sword. We drank wine together, peed together, fought together, went through difficulties together, and were chased by a group of old monsters in front of Yusho Palace together. Chen Pengfei, if you still treat me as a brother, then give that woman to me. I, Yi Renhao, swear that I will never hurt a single hair of that woman. The battle came to an end without a sound. 17 was silent. Almost all of the imperial guards present were looking at him. Even his direct subordinates were waiting for his reply. Which was more important, brotherhood or a woman? 17 finally opened his mouth. I'll say it again. I'm the commander of the imperial guards. I'm responsible for the safety of the empress. I will never allow you to step into the palace. Go. Irenhao waved his hand and nearly 20 light shadows surrounded 17. The imperial guards of Southern Cloud Nation also had a deep foundation. Irenhao shouted loudly, Chen Pengfei is seriously injured. As long as we can kill him, without the support of his secret technique, his remaining troops are nothing to worry about. If that's the case, then don't blame me. 17 raised the red blood sword and shouted in a low voice. Master Lu, what are you waiting for? Do it. Master Lu didn't appear, but a strong energy wave suddenly appeared in the surrounding streets and near the entrance of the palace. The stars faded, the moonlight dimmed, and the sky above turned blood red. Soon, a blood-red world appeared in front of their eyes. A violent evil aura filled the entire world. In the blood-red world, almost everyone stopped breathing. Su Sihai looked at the strange array in front of him and let out a sigh of relief. He knew that General Chen was prepared. The barrier completely separated the two sides. 17 and Irenhao's 150,000 troops were almost all in the array. Even if there were a few hundred Irenhao's troops that weren't included, it was because they were too close to XVII's troops. Master Lu intentionally let them go. A few hundred people, no big deal. In the evil Qi refining array, almost everyone knew that they were trapped in the array. A trap, a strong sense of danger shrouded everyone's heart. Chen Pengfei, you planned this from the start. You. Didn't you? 17 tilted his head and asked. Irenhao asked, what array is this? 17 asked back, if I tell you, can you solve it? Everyone, don't be afraid. Stay calm. Chen Pengfei is also in the array. This is definitely not a dead array. Seeing the army in chaos, Irenhao quickly said, everyone, kill Chen Pengfei first. We have a few 100,000 people. When the time comes, we will definitely be able to rush out. You have a few 100,000 people. But I also have a few 100,000 spirit stones. Breathing in the dense evil aura in the air, 17 knew that he found the right person this time. The array master of the Southern Cloud Nation was indeed much more reliable than that half-baked Shi Xiaoyun, although there wasn't much time left for Master Lu, but with the support of a large amount of spirit stones, he was able to display the effects of the evil Qi refining array. Looking at the attacking innate masters, 17 smiled and said to Red Blood Sword, Master Jianling, go. N. Inside the Red Blood Sword, Chen Hao was full of energy. 17 determined the position and threw the red blood sword firmly into the center of the array. The center of the array was on the second stone slab facing the entrance of Cloud Song Restaurant. Master Lu pointed it out to him. After the bloody battle with the heaven-breaking realm master and using the burning blood technique, 17 was indeed very weak. But he didn't need to kill these people personally. As soon as Chen Hao arrived at the center of the array, he directly activated the evil Qi field. Under his control, the evil aura gushing out of the red blood sword and the evil aura in the evil Qi field blended together. The Imperial guards who encountered this evil aura, no matter how strong they were, almost instantly went crazy. Even if they were innate masters, as long as they were slightly weaker, they couldn't escape. Unfortunately, there weren't many powerful innate masters left under Irenhao's command. A few of them were killed by 17 when they followed the heaven-breaking realm master into the palace. 17 only looked a little worse for wear. His serious injuries had already been healed by the red blood sword's slaughter feedback. He was just very weak. It was still difficult to kill him with 3 or 4 peak and late-stage innate masters. Irenhao roared, hurry up and kill him, destroy that evil sword. That evil sword was inserted in front of their eyes with his own hands. They saw clearly that it was the evil sword that spewed out the blood mist. 17 stood in front of the red blood sword. He thought for a while, and under the shocked expressions of the innate masters, he took out a siege car that was more than 10 meters long. He found it in the Imperial Guard's armory. 17 used it last time, and it was very cool. The Imperial Guard started to kill each other. Under the dual effects of the fiendish chi refining formation and the fiendish chi field, they went into a frenzy. The pre-celestials wanted to stop them, but they were powerless. Most of them couldn't even protect themselves. 17 waved her chariot and stood in front of the red blood sword resolutely. Xianxia desperately sucked in the blood energy that surged towards him like a tide, entering a state of bliss. The wonderful feeling was hard to resist. 2 hours later, more than half of the 150,000 Imperial Guards disappeared. 4 hours later, the entire Imperial Guards were left with 1,000 people. 6 hours later, the morning star shone in the sky. In the entire formation, only Xianxia and 17 were still alive. Beneath their feet were countless corpses and shriveled corpses that had curled up into a ball. The broken armors on their bodies were barely enough for people to recognize them. Xianxia knelt on the ground. His breathing was as violent as a bellows. He no longer had his previous majesty. His armor was damaged beyond repair. His right leg was twisted in a strange manner. His brow bone was smashed open, and blood dyed his entire face red. 17 hugged her chariot and stood in front of the red blood sword. "You lost," 17 said softly. "Yes, I lost. I lost without knowing why." Xianxia coughed up blood, his face filled with unwillingness. "Why? What was the reason? Is that woman really that important?" "Yes. That's the person the Emperor of Black Blood Country wanted." "Then let them all die." "Ha ha ha." Xianxia seemed to have heard a joke. His right hand let go of the sword and sat on the ground. Cough cough cough, blood kept coming out of his mouth. The chariot in Xi's hands was not light, Xianxia said intermittently. "Actually, I admit defeat to you. In the entire southern cloud country, I admire General Yi, and I also admire you." "Then why did you do this?" "Of course it's for benefits." Xianxia said. "Black Blood Country's demonic path is prevalent. They took over southern cloud country. Our Yi family must stand firm. The Yi family cannot fall, the family's century-old legacy cannot be destroyed in my hands. The generals who follow me all think the same way, they're all doing this for their own benefits." "Yes." 17's face was blank. Xianxia sighed softly. "I've locked Yi Qingyan up in the Yi family's dungeon. If you want, you can bring her out. Why don't you use her to threaten me?" "Is it possible?" Xianxia looked at Xbii and asked. Xbii didn't say anything. If Qingyan really got in his way, he wouldn't mind killing her as well. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Chen Pengfei, can you let my family go?" "Why?" "Actually, I can't find any reason." Xianxia lowered his head and smiled bitterly. "I know that the winner should have everything and the loser should have nothing. But if I don't plead with you, I won't be satisfied. Perhaps, you don't quite understand these feelings." Xianxia looked deeply at Xbii and said, "Live well, I don't want to see you again when I go down." Xianxia pulled out his sword and committed suicide in front of Xbii. Xbii put down the car and walked to Red Blood Sword. "Lord Jianling, can you evolve?" "Almost." After devouring the true essence, blood, and souls of 150,000 Imperial Guards, Xianxia realized that it was still a long way to go before he could evolve again. Although martial artists were more nutritious than normal commoners, to evolve, he would need at least 200,000 more Imperial Guards of the same quality. He couldn't tell the exact number, it was just a rough estimate. Every martial artist had different amounts of true chi, soul, and blood, so they needed different amounts. Xbii was very disappointed. "Yes." Xianxia whispered, "The 17th, look. Su Sihai and the others, have a lot of people." Xbii raised his head and looked at the 90,000 Imperial Guards outside the array. Under Su Sihai's leadership, they completely surrounded the entire array. Xbii was very familiar with many of those soldiers. Some of them had followed XVI to encircle bandits, some had fought against the Black Blood Kingdom with him, and some had defeated the White Dragon army under his leadership. Su Sihai, Meng Fei, Xiong Tingji, Hongxi flashed through his mind. Chen Hao added, who knows, I might be able to level up after absorbing them. It was just maybe didn't mean it was definitely possible, or maybe not, but when XVI heard this, his breathing suddenly stopped, and his right hand grasped the red blood sword's hilt tightly. Actually, the method is very simple, they will believe you, as long as you trick them into the array. 17's face darkened, he shook his head and said firmly, okay, don't say any more. Chen Hao realized that he had said something wrong and quickly corrected himself. XVI, don't be soft-hearted at this time, think about your miss. If I evolve, maybe you can defeat the Black Dragon army alone and make the entire Black Blood Kingdom tremble under your feet. At that time, maybe even the problem of your life can be solved. Are you sure? Chen Hao was silent. It would be strange if he was sure. A mere 90,000 people couldn't satisfy the Red Blood Sword's appetite at all. Even after killing 90,000 people, the Red Blood Sword still couldn't evolve. Besides, even if the Red Blood Sword could really evolve, the 17th didn't believe that the Red Blood Sword could solve the problem of 17's life. It was a magic sword, the sword of redemption, the sword of holy light, the sword of resurrection, and the sword of longevity. At that time, it would be good if it didn't have the skill to trap the sword master again. The lie was exposed. Chen Hao didn't choose to continue lying. It was impossible for him to lie to 17 for a mere 90,000 people. XVI was the sword master that he cared about very much. Why was he willing to play the role of a system grandpa and do his best to help XVI? Wasn't it because XVI had outstanding ability and dared to fight? Wasn't it because XVI completely trusted him? Wasn't it because XVI could help him evolve, as long as it could help the magic sword evolve, even if the other party was a dog, Chen Hao would recognize it as the sword master. This was Chen Hao's bottom line and integrity as the Jianling of the magic sword. As for the problem of dignity, he planned to talk about it after solving the problem of food and clothing. That's it for today. XVI seemed to be a little dispirited. He ordered Su Sihai to dispose of all the corpses and ordered him to imprison all the family members who were suspected of rebellion except for the Yi family. Seeing Master Lu, XVI asked him, can we use the formation to deal with the Black Dragon army? Impossible. Master Lu shook his head and said, I only have the strength of a mid-stage Khanate, the formation I have mastered is not very powerful. Even if the fiendish refining formation has been modified by me, it can't hide from the divine sense of a powerful breaking heaven realm master. They can even directly break my formation. XVI nodded regretfully. Formation masters were powerful, but they weren't omnipotent. If Master Lu could really rely on the formation to resist the Black Dragon army, he wouldn't be in the palace, but at the front lines. Here, 50,000 spirit stones as a reward, you can count it. Master Lu took the 50,000 spirit stones and said happily, no need, I believe in General Chen's credibility. Are you going to leave soon? Master Lu nodded awkwardly, Black Blood country is coming, I don't want to rely on them, I want to go to Zhou country to take a look. With Master Lu's ability, he would be popular no matter which country he went to. Can you wait a few more days? Master Lu hesitated for a moment and said, yes. At the first glimmer of dawn, XVI appeared at the door of the Yi family's house and knocked. Who is it? So early? The servant who opened the door had an impatient look on his face, but when he saw that it was 17 standing at the door, he immediately smiled and said, so it's General Chen. General Chen, please come in. I'll go and inform Master that you're here. Okay. XVI nodded and didn't say anything about Irenhao's death. It wasn't his first time at the Yi residence. He sat down in the living room and not long after, the Yi family's old housekeeper appeared with a mournful expression. Quick, serve General Chen some good tea. A maid around 13 or 14 years old came out and poured tea for XVI. The old housekeeper cupped his hands in salute. General Chen, please have some tea. His expression was calm, but he couldn't hide the sadness in his voice. XVI picked up the teacup and took a sip of the hot tea. He asked, it seems that the Yi family is missing some people. Yesterday, Big Madam brought some young masters back to her parents' home. XVI couldn't help laughing. General Yi is indeed very cautious. The old housekeeper said in a low voice. General Yi has always praised General Chen as a rare talent in southern Cloud Nation. If it wasn't for the incitement of those families and imperial guards, he wouldn't have wanted to go against General Chen. XVI. Didn't want to ask more about these things. I heard General Yi say that Qin Yan is with you. Yes. The old housekeeper bowed and said, I'll bring her here now. XVI waved his hand. Go. Not long after, little Qin Yan was brought in. She was dressed neatly, but she looked a little dispirited and her hair was messy. After she was brought up, the moment she saw 17, she threw herself into 17's arms. She pressed her head against his stomach and sobbed, General Chen, this is great. I thought something had happened to you. XVI glanced at the trembling Yi Wenbin. Yi Wenbin was so scared that his face turned pale and he quickly lowered his head. Compared to Yi Wenhao and the old housekeeper, he was still a far cry from them. XVI pulled Qin Yan out with one hand and asked sternly, Didn't I arrange for you to leave the city? But I'm worried about you. So you sneaked back? It's all because of that Yi Wenbin. Qin Yan muttered, I was caught by him as soon as I entered the city. Yi Wenbin was a little unsteady on his feet and took 2 steps back. Since you're fine, let's go. XVI was about to leave but Qin Yan stopped him. General, the Yi family locked me up for a day and a night. Follow me. XVI took a few steps and realized that Qin Yan was not following. She said, If you don't want to come with me, you can stay in the Yi family. Qin Yan glared hatefully at Yi Wenbin and the old butler. She unwillingly trotted to catch up with XVI. General Chen, did the Yi family attack you? Qin Yan asked anxiously along the way. Why do you say that? Qin Yan said confidently, I'm one of your people, they know very well that if they dare to attack you, they must be planning to attack you. XVI paused, wanting to say something but decided against it. General, if they really did attack you, you should send people to capture all the Yi family members and kill them. Qin Yan reminded softly. You have to get rid of the roots when you're cutting weeds, General. Qin Yan's tone sounded like a little adult. 17 stopped. Qin Yan did not notice and bumped into him. Qin Yan looked at XVI with her big, innocent eyes. Half of it was an act, the other half was because his body was really hard, he was as hard as a rock. I promised Yi Wenhao to let his family go. Then you can ask Her Majesty to issue a decree to wipe out his entire family. Qin Yan said slyly, You promised, not the Empress. If you're really close to her, she'll definitely agree. No, just forget about it. What if the Yi family finds a chance to take revenge on you? I don't want to think so much. Qin Yan asked softly, Do you have to do what you promised? From her tone, she was a little unhappy with XVI. XVI lowered his head and sighed after a long while, I keep my promise because I hope others can keep their promises too. Little Qin Yan was confused. This was not in line with her values but she still remembered 17's words. Since you don't want to leave, I have something I need your help with. Qin Yan's eyes brightened and said happily, General, please tell me. I'll definitely do it beautifully. Hearing XVI say that he had something for her to do, Qin Yan was overjoyed, she wanted to be useful. Come with me. XVI brought Qin Yan to the palace. They were unobstructed along the way. Qin Yan curiously looked at the grand buildings and beautiful buildings in the palace, feeling that everything was new. This was the first time in her life that she had entered the legendary imperial palace. Knocking on the door of Yangxin Palace and entering the side hall, XVI reminded Qin Yan to be quiet. Sure enough, Lan Yanlin was not awake yet. XVI waved at the delicate palace maid. The palace maid nodded and followed them out. General Chen, Her Highness the Empress has rested well. You did a good job. At this moment, XVI quickly reached out and grabbed the palace maid's slender neck. Qin Yan was stunned for a moment and immediately covered the palace maid's open mouth. XVI killed the palace maid instantly. Although Qin Yan's action of covering the mouth was a little unnecessary, Chen Hao and Red Blood Sword felt that the two were very compatible. Gently putting the palace maid's body on the ground, XVI said, She's from the Black Blood Kingdom. I feel a little worried. Qin Yan nodded, Oh. XVI found that his explanation was obviously unnecessary. You'll be the Empress's maid for the time being. Take good care of her for me. Take care of her? Qingyan asked awkwardly. She felt very conflicted and uncomfortable. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that 17 would give her this mission. Qingyan. Yes? XVI sighed and said, I don't have anyone I can trust. Can you promise me? Qingyan looked up at XVI. XVI was still wearing the silver mask, but she could see many complicated emotions in his eyes. This was the first time Qingyan saw XVI showing so many emotions after being with him for so long. There was even a trace of pleading in his eyes. Her heart suddenly softened. I promise you. Whatever you want me to do. I'll promise you. Qingyan desperately suppressed her emotions and tried to say in a calm tone, I'll take good care of her. Thank you. Don't thank me. After everything was done, XVI thought of Elder Zhang. He didn't know what this old man who had helped him was doing now. The Black Dragon army was about to arrive at Yandu. Even if XVI knew that he most likely wouldn't help him, he still wanted to try his best to rope him in. It was very simple to find Elder Zhang. He just had to go to the Royal Library. The Royal Library had been emptied by Yun Feitian, and the original guards had been dismissed by Yun Feitian. Most of them were missing, and the few who were still there were old people who had nowhere to go. The array formation of the library had long been removed by Yun Feitian. XVI went straight into the library and found Elder Zhang, the only one who was still in the library. He didn't even raise his head when the 17th appeared. Elder Zhang stood in front of the bookshelf with his body hunched. A yellowed martial technique book appeared in his hand. He glanced at the cover of the book and slowly walked more than 10 steps, stopping in front of another bookshelf. He opened the page and straightened the wrinkles on the page. He put his nose on the page and sniffed gently like a dog. Then, he seemed to smell something wonderful and his face was intoxicated. Putting the martial technique book back into the 4th compartment of the 3rd row of the bookshelf, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In the entire room, more than half of the martial technique books had been placed. After parting with XVI, he hadn't rested. Elder Zhang. Yes. In 4 days, the Black Dragon army of the Black Blood Kingdom will arrive at Yandu. At that time, I hope you can make a move. Elder Zhang had almost no desires, so XVI could only directly state his intentions. Oh. He nodded, somewhat enlightened. He slowly turned around, glanced at XVI, and said, but I can't wait that long. Tonight, I might die. 17's face was filled with disappointment. A heaven-breaking realm expert could already sense the limit of his lifespan. XVI could also see that Elder Zhang's qi and blood were declining badly. Most importantly, I don't want to live for so long. There's no point in living any longer. Elder Zhang continued to busy himself with the things in his hands. So, I'm sorry. Why don't I get someone to help you tidy it up? No need, no need. Thank you for your kindness. Elder Zhang refused. It's better if I do it myself. The others won't know where each book should be placed. They will only make things worse. As he spoke, he took out another martial arts manual. The pages of the thread-bound martial arts manual had all fallen apart. He looked at the pages with heartache. Very naturally, he took out a needle and thread from his pouch and seriously bound the pages of the manual. As he spoke, he sighed that Yun family member really doesn't love them. It would be strange if a heaven-shattering realm expert cherished a yellow-grade martial arts technique. There is no distinction between martial arts skills. They are all the painstaking efforts of predecessors and sages, the crystallization of their painstaking efforts. Every time I open them, I seem to be able to feel the emotions and wisdom of those predecessors. Mr. Zhang bit off the thread, put away the needle and thread, and turned to ask XVI, can you understand? They also have their own personalities. I don't quite understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Elder Zhang sighed. Many people won't understand, but I can understand them. He continued to say to himself, originally, I hoped to take them with me, but now that I think about it, I was still too selfish. Following me to the grave is unfair to them. They should continue to be passed down. So, Lord General, after I die, they will be handed over to you to deal with. Then why did you put the books back on the bookshelf? You don't understand the joy of tidying up books. Elder Zhang said with a smile, every time I tidy up these books, I don't think about anything, I don't have any worries, and I'm very satisfied. This is also my only hobby, especially since this is a rare opportunity. All the books are in a mess. It might take me a long time to tidy them up. I feel like I can live for another half a day. If I don't tidy them up, I won't be able to sleep. I will take them away with the bookshelf. Elder Zhang looked at XVI, his face full of wrinkles, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. That couldn't be better. XVI could see that he was really happy. After leaving the book pavilion, XVI went to Yangxin Palace to see Lan Yanlin again. Lan Yanlin had already woken up, but she didn't want to see XVI. When Qingyan conveyed Lan Yanlin's message to XVI, her expression was also very strange. If she doesn't want to see me, then so be it. XVI stood at the entrance of the palace, listening to the report of the head eunuch, Jin Yanbai. Recently, a large number of eunuchs and palace maids in the palace fled. Many eunuchs and palace maids stole the palace's property before they left. Jin Yanbai was an old man by the late emperor's side. He was quite old. After the late emperor passed away, he had a serious illness and only recently recovered. Before that, it was his disciples who managed the palace's affairs according to the division of labor. It was also the first time that XVI saw him. XVI casually ordered, "You can give them appropriate severance pay, let them go." Even the members of the royal family had left. The entire palace was in a panic. There was no need to force those people to stay. Previously, many of the late emperor's concubines who had relatives in the southern Cloud Kingdom would go back to their parents' home. After dealing with these things, XVI thought of Chou Yiming again. She didn't know if he had done everything well. That afternoon, Su Sihai turned all the major families who were suspected of rebellion upside down. Even if he let go of the ordinary servants and ignored the warriors who resisted and were killed, the number of prisoners who were captured was more than 30,000 people. Even the prison couldn't hold them. XVI directly skipped the trial and let Master Lu set up the array again, killing them all in the array. At the same time, he also relied on the power of the demon sword to increase his strength to the peak of Xiantian. He still didn't dare to take the last step. Removing the array, looking at the miserable corpses in the array, even Su Sihai couldn't bear it. XVI reminded, "They are all criminals, I'm just recycling the waste." Also, if I plan to fight with the Black Dragon army, how many brothers are willing to go with me? Su Sihai said with a troubled expression, "I don't think there will be many." After all, that was a battle with no victory in sight. Not all warriors were willing to risk their lives for him. After killing the major families who rebelled, the entire Cloud City fell into fear. Even if the 17th sent people to publicize the crimes of those families' rebellion, the miserable corpses were still witnessed by people. The news spread very quickly, and under the influence of people with ulterior motives, it became more and more outrageous. Everyone in Cloud City whispered that Chen Pengfei had become a demon and wanted to use the people of Cloud City to refine the demon sword. Last time it was the Imperial Guards, this time it was the major families. Will the next one be us? I heard that those families were killed because they wanted to surrender to the Black Blood Kingdom. Why didn't Chen Pengfei surrender? If it were me, I would definitely surrender. What other reason could there be? Heroes have a weakness for beauties. I've heard that the Emperor of the Black Blood country specifically stated that he wanted to marry Her Majesty, and the current Her Majesty has an affair with Chen Pengfei. Chen Pengfei's head has been clouded by his feelings, and he wants to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot, an egg striking a stone. Then don't you mean that the Emperor of the Black Blood Kingdom wants to pick up Chen Pengfei's broken shoes? I heard that if the Black Dragon army encounters resistance, they will massacre the city. Do you think that if Chen Pengfei resists, the Black Dragon army will massacre the city? Then what should we do? Why don't we jointly write a letter to the Empress and ask her to kill Chen Pengfei? Or ask Chen Pengfei to surrender and hand over the Empress? What you said makes sense, this is indeed a good idea, I support you to try it. Why don't you go? I still have a wife and children. You mean to say that I am alone? Even though the rumors in Cloud Capital were spreading like wildfire, no one was willing to stand up against XVI. The powerful families in the city were almost wiped out by XVII. With the previous example, the weaker families wanted stability and didn't dare to act rashly. There was a wave of refugees in Cloud Capital. There were ordinary people and also aristocratic families. The aristocratic families didn't move the whole family. They just scattered most of the family members. Every time there was a big change, the aristocratic families could always rely on this method to ensure the inheritance of the family. On the seventh day, Su Sihai calculated that there were 50,000 imperial guards who were willing to follow 17 to fight against the Black Dragon army. Su Sihai wasn't the only one surprised that so many people were willing to follow XVII. Even the 17th was surprised. This was completely out of his expectations. Most of our former brothers in the Redbud army are willing to follow you. Su Sihai said, as soldiers, we have long been prepared to die on the battlefield and sacrifice for the country. Last time we escaped, many of our brothers are actually regretting it. Many of the soldiers who fought with the general in Baisha County are also willing to sign up. The general has a high prestige among them. Aren't the properties of those families still there? XVII thought for a moment and said, choose one from the 50,000 brothers who aren't suitable to be sacrificed, such as the only son in the family. They have to be reliable and be responsible for distributing the money. XVII thought for a moment and said, you don't have to go to the battlefield. This matter will be supervised by you personally. Su Sihai said firmly, I want to go to the battlefield. No, you can't go. There's too much wealth. I don't trust the others. Those are the money that our brothers used to buy their lives. They must be distributed properly. Don't think that your task is simple. Even the top families will be tempted by that wealth. Yes, sir. 17 rubbed his forehead and said, when you distribute the money, be more flexible and discreet. Sometimes, if you have too much money, it might bring trouble to them. You guys should consider it yourselves. As for the other brothers who don't want to go to war, give them a share. After all, we are brothers who have fought together. I can understand their difficulties. You can also send people to clean the palace. Instead of benefiting others, it's better to benefit our own people. I'll tell the Empress. XVII nagged for a long time, and Su Sihai listened carefully without the slightest impatience on his face. He knew that this was 17's last words. General Su, will my brothers blame me if I lead them to fight the Black Dragon army to the death? XVII seemed to have fallen into self-doubt. Worth it. Su Sihai clenched his jaw and said, people outside say that the general fought the Black Blood Kingdom because of women, but we all know very well that General Chen is definitely not someone who likes women. General Chen is the same as General Su. Both of you have pledged your loyalty to the country. Our brothers all admire you and are willing to follow you. XVII had mixed feelings in his heart. In the end, he could only say, thank you for your hard work. Su Sihai looked at XVII and sighed, General Chen paid more than us. We only have a worthless life, but you are different. What's the difference? You are the true prodigy of the heavens. I am the same as you. My life is worthless. Su Sihai looked at XVII and bowed again, General, there is something I want to mention to you. What is it? I know that you really want to upgrade the red blood sword, but I hope you don't do anything to civilians. Do you think I look like someone who would kill innocent people? XVII waved his hand and motioned for Su Sihai to leave. After Su Sihai left, 17 raised his head and took a deep breath. Both of them held their heads. After a while, his hands slowly slid down from his forehead to his chin. His heart was in a painful struggle. After a long while, 17 finally regained her senses. In the red blood sword, Chen Hao sighed, what a group of cute people. Isn't that right? Yes. So many people are willing to follow you. It may be because of the devilish aura. Of course, I admit that you are a good person. Master Jianling, I understand. XVII looked at the red blood sword and said, I thought you would be unhappy to hear General Su's suggestion. Why would I be unhappy? I can't eat it anyway. After following XVII for so long, how could Chen Hao not understand 17's personality? If he really wanted to slaughter Yandu, he would have done it long ago, he wouldn't have waited until now. After all, he still had a bottom line. On the night of the seventh day, XVI went to the library. Elder Zhang was lying quietly in a dark and narrow room. He was wearing a clean and tidy black robe. His hands were clasped on his chest, and he was walking very peacefully. There was a piece of paper beside his pillow. It was for 17. Only XVI would come to see him. After collecting Elder Zhang's body, 17 buried him under the osmanthus tree next to the library according to his request. It was Elder Zhang's request to bury him under the osmanthus tree. He said that he liked osmanthus. Every autumn, for half a month, in the closed library, he could also smell the fragrance of osmanthus, which was as good as the fragrance of old books. While digging a hole, 17 talked to Chen Hao, Master Jianling, do you think someone will bury me after I die? Chen Hao replied with uncertainty, there should be. Chen Hao always felt that this question was very familiar, so he didn't dare to respond rashly. Maybe there won't even be a whole body. Try your best. There were no tombstones or landmarks in Elder Zhang's grave. Even the small bump was flattened by XVI. This was also Elder Zhang's request. He didn't want to be remembered by anyone. After burying Elder Zhang, XVI received bad news. The Black Dragon army might arrive a day earlier than originally expected. XVI sat on the glazed roof of the Yangxin Palace Hall, burning with anxiety. Chou Yiming hadn't arrived yet. Chen Hao said after the fact, it's too far away. It's still a bit difficult for Chou Yiming to fly over and send the news back. You should have made arrangements earlier. Let's wait and see. Just like this, XVI stood on the towering eaves of the Yangxin Palace Hall, waiting for the stars to disappear, the sun to hang high, and the sunset to fill the sky. In the end, no one from the Zhou Empire came. Chen Hao also didn't want 17's hope to be disappointed. XVI wrote a letter to the Zhou Empire, asking the Zhou Empire's empress if he buried the Black Dragon army on Nanyan's soil, would the Zhou Empire be willing to protect Lan Yanlin. As a heaven-breaking realm expert, Gao Qianhui also had a close relationship with the Zhou Empire's officials. She definitely had the qualifications to meet the Zhou Empire's emperor. XVI believed that as long as Gao Qianhui conveyed the message, the Zhou Empire's emperor would definitely be willing to agree to 17's request. The Zhou Empire had no reason to refuse. Perhaps they would think that 17 was arrogant and conceited, but they didn't need to pay any price. They only needed to nod their heads slightly and send a heaven-breaking realm expert to take a stroll and bring Lan Yanlin away in exchange for Southern Cloud Nation's 300,000 Imperial Guards to fight to the death with the Black Dragon Legion, giving the Black Blood country some entertainment. What reason did they have to refuse? Lan Yanlin was also a good chess piece. As long as Zhou country accepted her as the Empress of Southern Cloud Country in name, it would be more justifiable for them to intervene in the war in Southern Cloud Country than Black Blood Country. The two countries were mortal enemies and there was no possibility of reconciliation. Lan Yanlin didn't make much difference. As for Chou Yiming's mission, it was even simpler. He just needed to spread the news throughout Zhou country after the Emperor of Zhou country agreed. The more people knew, the better. It was an additional guarantee for Lan Yanlin's safety. What happened to Chou Yiming? Was it because the journey was long and the letter hadn't been delivered yet, or did he encounter danger and die halfway? Chen Hao didn't know. He also hoped that 17's plan would work. What do you plan to do? I believe that Chou Yiming will do his best. I just don't want him to die halfway. XVI jumped down from the cornice and said, I need to see eldest miss. All the palace maids and guards were almost dismissed. He entered Yangxin Palace Hall without any notice and saw Lan Yanlin. Lan Yanlin was eating. There were only 2 dishes and a soup on the table. Qingyan was also holding a bowl of rice and sitting at the same table with her. Why did you come in? When Lan Yanlin saw XVI, she put down her chopsticks with a cold face. I will arrange for you to leave Cloud City tonight. Tomorrow, perhaps the Black Dragon army would appear. Chou Yiming hadn't appeared yet, and the experts of Zhou country also hadn't come. He didn't want Lan Yanlin to stay in Cloud City. No, I don't want to go. XVI was a little angry. Why? Why else? Of course, it's to marry the Emperor of Black Blood country. Lan Yanlin sneered and said, actually, I think this marriage is not bad. It doesn't disgrace my identity. It's much more practical than being a puppet empress. I don't have to worry about anything. Qingyan lowered her head and didn't speak. The 17th just looked at Lan Yanlin, making Lan Yanlin restless. She could only lower her head like Qingyan. In the end, XVI said, "Eldest miss, even if you marry to black blood country, I will still die." Shen Hao knew that XVI was going to lay her cards on the table. Even if he didn't want to tell Lan Yanlin about this, he still had to say it. Lan Yanlin suddenly raised her head and stared at 17. You. Are you kidding? No. Young miss, you know that I never joke with you. XVI took off her left glove and pointed at the white crystal the size of a grain of rice embedded in the flesh on the back of her hand. She said, "The day this crystal disappears is the day when I'm possessed. I'm hopeless." You're lying to me, right? Lan Yanlin's eyes were wide open as she stood up shakily. She walked up to him and asked in a low voice, "Little XVI, don't lie to me." XVI was silent. You're definitely lying to me, right? Lan Yanlin asked in a tough tone. Tell me, you're lying to me. You're so strong, even able to defeat a heaven-shattering realm expert, so how could something possibly happen to you? Tell me, you're lying to me. Towards the end, Lan Yanlin's pale face was flushed red with excitement. Her large round eyes were filled with hysterical madness. She tugged at his armor with all her strength and shook it with all her might, as if trying to shake him awake. What responded to her was still 17's silence. After a long time, her emotions calmed down a little. She pulled 17's left hand and put it on her face. She looked into his eyes and begged, 17, tell me. You're lying to me. If I could live longer, I would have already taken you away. Lan Yanlin let go of the 17th and staggered back a few steps. 17 hurriedly supported her. On the battlefield, there are too many accidents. No one can be sure that they can survive. Even my teacher Su Yi, even Yi Li Jun, can't escape the fate of death. XVI said in a low voice. Speaking of which, I'm already very lucky to be able to live until now. Lan Yanlin didn't say anything. This fragile, sensitive, weak, and strong woman didn't know what to say. XVI continued, before I die, I hope that miss can live well. Lan Yanlin raised her head, her eyes red, do you think that without you, I can still live? I've already arranged it for Mississippi. You can go to Southern Cloud Nation. Master Lu is still in the palace. He will help me escort you there. XVI said in a low voice, Senior Gao Qianhui of Cloud Sect in Zhou Nation. She is a heaven-breaking realm expert. She should be able to help me take care of you. XVI was still betting that nothing happened to Chou Yiming, and that Zhou Nation's experts didn't come. A late-stage Xiantian expert wouldn't die so easily, even if something happened to Chou Yiming. He believed that Zhou Nation wouldn't treat Lan Yanlin too badly. After all, she was still valuable. What about you? Go to the battlefield. 17 tried hard to squeeze out a smile. As the commander of Southern Cloud Nation's Imperial Guards, I hope to die on the battlefield. Your body. Can't it be cured? No. XVI was different from a martial artist who had just entered the demonic path. He had already completely entered the demonic path. It was Yi Li Jun who used the Spirit Ice Soul to forcibly pull his rationality back temporarily. Once the Spirit Ice Soul was used up, he would turn back into an emotionless demon who only knew how to kill, cultivating and comprehending the slaughter and fear profound, forcefully advancing in two dangerous situations, fighting all over the world, slaughtering countless people, overusing the demonic chi field, forcing himself into a desperate situation countless times. Even if 17's willpower was extraordinary, accumulating bit by bit was enough to collapse his mind. In the end, the demonic sword Scarlet Blood was the main culprit for his demonic path, but without the demonic sword, Miss, can you promise me? XVI begged, leave Southern Cloud Nation and live well. Lan Yanlin closed her eyes and said, if I don't promise you, will you let me stay here? XVI cut through gold and cut through iron, no. I knew it. Without strength, I can't do anything. XVI turned his gaze to Qingyan. From the beginning, Qingyan stood at the side and cried silently. Qingyan, help me take good care of Miss. Qingyan looked up at him. A pair of beautiful big eyes kept dripping with tears. From time to time, she would sob. She had a lot to say in her heart, but she couldn't say it. From the beginning to the end, XVI only cared about Lan Yanlin. From the beginning to the end, XVI only cared about Lan Yanlin. Even when he was about to die, he still couldn't let go of Lan Yanlin. Even if she had thousands of grievances and reluctance in her heart, she still couldn't say it. She really liked the general. General, I will definitely do what I promised you. Thank you. Don't say thank you to me. That night, XVI brought Master Lu. When Master Lu saw XVI, he immediately said, General Chen, you came at the right time. I was just about to say goodbye to you. Do me a favor. You said you were going to Zhou Nation. Help me bring the Empress to Zhou Nation. Master Lu revealed a difficult expression. If he went to Zhou Nation alone, compared to bringing the Empress with him, the encounter might be completely different. The risk was too great. He might be hunted down by the heaven-breaking realm experts of Black Blood Country. I will spread the news of Her Majesty's death. I can still defend Cloud City for a few more days. 17 lowered his voice and said, no one will know that Her Majesty left with you. The reward will be 100,000 spirit stones. Hearing 100,000 spirit stones, Master Lu's breathing quickened. Last time, the 50,000 spirit stones from 17 made Master Lu extremely happy. If not for the 50,000 spirit stones from last time, he would not have stayed in Cloud City until now. Master Lu, I care more about Her Majesty's safety than you. I will try my best to hide the truth and stall for time for you. You have to believe me. If I really want to escape, an ordinary heaven-breaking realm expert might not be able to stop me. Master Lu said with a righteous face, I have stayed in Southern Cloud Nation for 30 years. Southern Cloud Nation's royal family has been good to me. I will take this job. After the two agreed, 17 handed the 100,000 spirit stones to Master Lu. Going through Cloud City's gate was definitely not possible. Inside Cloud City, there were many Black Blood Nation's secret passages. 17 chose to let them go through the secret passage built by the royal family. After sending Lan Yanlin and the crying Qing Yan to the carriage, he watched the carriage go further and further away, finally disappearing into the horizon. The originally bustling and noisy Cloud City became quiet, completely falling into a dead silence. Su Sihai also left with his men. 17 returned to the army camp. The scouts in the front sent back some news from time to time. Yun family's ancestors were dead. Southern Cloud Nation's royal family's intelligence network had completely disappeared. 17 could not get any news. He only knew that this time, Black Blood Nation had spent a lot to deal with Southern Cloud Nation. In addition to the Black Dragon Army and Black Iron Army, Black Blood Nation also transferred 300,000 ordinary soldiers to Southern Cloud Nation's territory in order to quickly occupy the major cities of Southern Cloud Nation. The number of Black Dragon Army soldiers did not increase. The Black Dragon Army had a total of 200,000 soldiers. The remaining 100,000 soldiers were still stationed at Zhou Nation's border. Even if Zhou Nation was in chaos, Black Blood Nation still did not dare to treat them lightly. Leaving 100,000 Black Dragon Army at the border to put pressure on Zhou Nation could also delay Zhou Nation's pacification of the rebellion. What's more, placing all 200,000 Black Dragon Army in the Southern Cloud Nation was overestimating the Southern Cloud Nation. The Southern Cloud Nation's old ancestors were beheaded. Under the new puppet empress' deliberate indulgence, and after many ministers resigned in disappointment, the Southern Cloud Nation was unable to organize any resistance. After the Redbud Army was defeated, the Black Dragon Army did not encounter any decent resistance along the way. 150,000 Black Iron Army soldiers would work together with 100,000 Black Dragon Army soldiers to attack the city, while 300,000 normal soldiers would be in charge of defending the newly conquered areas. The Black Blood Kingdom wanted to completely integrate the entire Southern Cloud Country into their territory before Zhou Country quelled the rebellion. Tomorrow, the 100,000 Black Dragon Legion, 150,000 Black Iron Legion, 130,000 ordinary soldiers, and close to 400,000 soldiers would arrive in Cloud City. 17 set a fire in the mental cultivation palace hall. The next morning, the news of the Southern Cloud Nation's Empress Yun Yanling's self-immolation spread throughout Cloud City. Naturally, the corpse was too horrible to look at. 17 even seriously buried the corpse at the edge of the imperial mausoleum. As for whether the Black Blood Kingdom believed it or not, 17 did not care. However, it could at least confuse them for a period of time. More than 40,000 imperial guards were simply not enough to defend Cloud City. 17 did not even think about defending. In the afternoon of that day, the rare winter sun was finally covered by dense dark clouds. 17 stood at the edge of the city wall with a heavy sword on his back. He stood as straight as a javelin, and the whistling cold wind caused his scarlet battle robe to flutter loudly. Under the silver mask, his expression was wooden. His pair of eyes absent-mindedly looked at the withered yellow weeds below the city wall. A soldier pointed to the distance and reminded him, "General, look over there. They're here." At the edge of the sky, a black mass of Black Blood Kingdom soldiers appeared. Standing at the very front was the Black Blood Kingdom's Black Dragon Army. The Black Dragon Army's formation was neat. Their killing intent was condensed and their momentum was as majestic as a mountain. Even Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword, felt pleasing to the eye. This was a strong army. 17 took a deep breath and murmured, "Jianling, sir, we're going to fight." "Yes." Chen Hao said slowly, "I'm afraid this will be your last battle." 17 chuckled, "What's wrong? Sir Jianling can't bear to part with me?" Chen Hao did not answer. "Sir Jianling, after I die, don't forget what you promised me. Don't nag like a woman." Chen Hao said impatiently, "Since I've taken such a big benefit from you, I'll definitely do things beautifully for you. You can rest assured about my reputation." The 100,000-strong Black Dragon Legion was the first to arrive. They neatly lined up outside of Cloud Capital. Their dense black mass gave off an enormous visual impact. 17 smiled and asked the young guard beside him, "Are you afraid?" The young guard straightened his back and said, "With General Chen here, I'm not afraid." 17 smiled and asked, "What's your name?" "General, my name is Xian Yuan." Then he added, "My hometown is Qingfeng City." 17 patted him on the shoulder and encouraged, "Kill a few more Black Blood Kingdom bastards." "I will." The 100,000 Black Dragon Army stood still, followed by the Black Dragon Army and other ordinary troops. When all the troops of the Black Blood Kingdom stopped, a middle-aged general wearing the armor of the Black Dragon Army slowly rose into the air. 17 recognized him at a glance. He was the commander of the Black Dragon Army when they attacked Redbud City. "Chen Pengfei, open the city and surrender?" "What if I don't surrender?" Bai Haolin looked at 17 with hatred. The last time he fought with 17, he suffered a great loss. 10,000 Black Dragon soldiers died in battle, and he was scolded badly by the general. Now, the general was looking at him from behind. "You should know the style of our Black Dragon Army. I advise you to put down your weapons, open the city and surrender. Even if you're not afraid of death, you have to think about the soldiers behind you and the hundreds of thousands of civilians in Cloud City behind you. I respect you as a genius, so I'm talking to you nicely. I'll give you half an hour to open the city gates." Bai Haolin raised his chin high, and said proudly, "Other than us great generals, there are also 9 shattering heaven-tier experts accompanying them. I advise you not to make any unnecessary resistance. His Majesty the Emperor has requested us to occupy the entire southern Cloud Nation within 2 months and bring back your Empress. If you don't open the city gates in half a quarter of an hour, then don't blame us for slaughtering Cloud City as a warning to others." 10 heaven-breaking realm experts. 17 felt his breathing become heavy. He didn't sense any heaven-breaking realm aura. At this time, inside Crimson Light Sword, Chen Hao reminded, "I can only find 9 heaven-breaking realm experts. There are 5 in the Black Dragon Army formation, 3 in the Black Iron Army, and only 1 in the last formation. However, I didn't find the 10th person he mentioned. 10 heaven-breaking realm experts and 9 heaven-breaking realm experts." To 17, there was no difference. 17 took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and replied, "Our Empress passed away yesterday. I'm afraid you won't be able to do as you wish." "Passed away?" "That's right. Her Majesty the Empress doesn't want to be captured. She wants to preserve her last dignity." Bai Haolin laughed involuntarily. "Chen Pengfei, you said your Empress passed away, but why is the news different from what you said? I heard your Empress fled to Zhou Kingdom?" She even took the secret passage inside Southern Cloud Kingdom's imperial palace. 17's face darkened. Chen Hao could clearly feel the muscles all over his body tense up, and even his breathing stopped. Only his violent heartbeat could be heard. "You're not joking, right?" 17 tried hard to squeeze out a smile. "I personally buried the Empress." When people were in despair, they would always hold on to the last bit of hope. What if the other party was just tricking him? Then she might have lied to you. Bai Haolin smiled meaningfully. "Chen Pengfei, your Empress let you down. Did you send people to chase after her?" "Of course, how could we possibly let her escape? She's someone His Majesty wants." "A Breaking Heaven realm expert?" Bai Haolin nodded. "Yes. A Breaking Heaven realm senior." In the gloomy sky, snowflakes floated down again. The snowflakes were very small, and they quickly disappeared when they landed on the ground. Xvii took a deep breath, and said, "Could I invite Great General Ji to come forward for a chat?" The Black Dragon Corps' Great General Ji Kuan was the commander of this army of 400,000, and the one who truly had the power to make decisions. Ji Kuan was not only the Black Dragon Corps' great general, but also a veteran Breaking Heaven realm expert whose name shook the entire southern region. During his time in charge of the Black Dragon Corps, he served 3 emperors, and the current Black Blood country's emperor was the 4th he served. He had personally destroyed 4 countries, and his military exploits were illustrious. Even the current Southern Cloud country's emperor had to give him some face. During the attack on Purple Thistle City, he had personally taken action. Along the way, he had also taken action, and a top family and sect of Southern Cloud country had been destroyed by his hands. So, Xvii was sure that Ji Kuan had also come. How could there be 10 Breaking Heaven realm experts in this army of 400,000? The reason was actually very simple. The various major forces of Southern Cloud country did not belong to Black Blood country, and they were a group of delicious food. Southern Cloud country was a new sea, and those 10 Breaking Heaven realm experts were a group of sharks that smelled blood. The Black Blood country was allowing them to do as they pleased. Only in this way would there be an endless stream of shattering heaven-tier experts willing to serve the Black Blood country. Only in this way could the Black Blood country's martial artists' thirst for war be maintained. Bai Haolin burst out laughing. Even the Black Dragon Legion soldiers standing in the front row revealed mocking smiles. Who was Great General Ji, the great general of the Black Dragon Army, a super expert of the heaven-shattering realm? As for Chen Pengfei, he was just an insignificant innate master, a commander of the imperial guards of a country that was about to be destroyed. What qualifications did he have? Bai Haolin looked at Xvii with disdain. "What right do you have to talk to General Ji?" "I'm Chen Pengfei, 16 years old. I'm at the peak of Xianxia realm and I've already comprehended profound meaning." Xvii tried his best to show his best side. He needed a chance to talk to Ji Kuan directly. He circulated his true essence and said loudly, "Just give me a little more time, and I'll be able to break through the Xiantian realm and reach the heaven-breaking realm." 17's words clearly reached the ears of all the Black Blood soldiers present. Hearing this, many of the Black Dragon Legion soldiers already had shocked expressions on their faces. They didn't really understand Xvii. Xvii propped his red blood sword on the city wall and said in a deep voice, "When I was in the late stage of the True Element realm, I was the commander of the Red Bud Army's 6th Army. I once led 5,000 people to destroy the Black Iron Legion's 10th Army, and personally killed the 10th Army's General Hui Qingying. In the second large square formation of the Black Blood Kingdom, the soldiers of the Black Iron Legion all raised their heads and looked at Xvii who was standing high on the city wall. Their eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred, and many of the Black Iron Legion soldiers' faces were flushed red. That battle was definitely their Black Iron Legion's humiliation. Xvii revealed it in front of several 100,000 people, in front of all the heaven-shattering realm higher-ups. After that, I led 5,000 Red Bud Army soldiers to destroy 5 cities of the Black Blood Kingdom in succession. 17 tried his best to write this sentence in a casual manner. When 400,000 people glared at him, he still felt the pressure. He was a bit worried that someone would rush up and beat him up. He still wanted to finish his sentence. Fortunately, there were heaven-shattering realm experts overseeing the army. The 400,000 soldiers were disciplined, and no one directly attacked Xvii. When I returned, the Black Iron Legion's great general Li Tian ambushed me, and I was lucky enough to escape. XVII didn't know that when he said this sentence, within the Black Blood Kingdom's formation, a white-bearded old man touched a pitch-black long blade with his right hand, but was stopped by a look from someone. The Southern Cloud Nation's White Sand County's Golden Armor Army was defeated by the Qin Nation's White Dragon Legion. Great General Yi Lijun was ambushed and killed by Qin Nation's and Black Blood Kingdom's experts. I was ordered to lead 160,000 soldiers that were temporarily put together to defeat the White Dragon Legion and recover the lost land. Even the furious soldiers of the Black Blood Kingdom had some respect in their eyes. A 16-year-old peak Xianxia expert who had led several 100,000 soldiers in a great battle and even won. In terms of military status, he was almost on par with the great general. XVII glanced at the Black Dragon Legion standing in front of him, and said in a low voice, "Also, your Black Dragon Legion only has 90,000 people now, and 10,000 people should have been killed by my troops." In an instant, XVII felt a great pressure. The 90,000 Black Dragon Legion angrily looked at XVII. In the sky, the shadow of the Black Dragon Army spirit gradually solidified. And the Imperial Guards behind 17 puffed out their chests. "You deserve to die." Bai Haolin was so angry that his face flushed red, and he roared furiously, "Attack the city, attack the city, attack the city, I want to cut him into pieces." Wait. Just as Bai Haolin was about to attack the city out of humiliation and anger, a loud voice resounded through the entire battlefield. A middle-aged general in black armor slowly floated into the air and stood in front of Bai Haolin. Bai Haolin immediately bowed, and the Black Dragon Legion that was about to attack also stopped. The middle-aged general was thin and tall, with a hooked nose and small eyes. He had a powerful aura that made XVII feel suffocated. The other party's aura was the strongest XVII had ever seen. His small eyes were suffused with a gloomy cold light. At first glance, XVII felt as if his head was being pricked by needles. But XVII quickly got over it. Even a Heavenbreaker expert couldn't make XVII lose the will to resist with just his aura. The middle-aged man said, "You are indeed qualified to see me." Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he had actually lived for at least 200 years. The age of a martial Dao expert couldn't be seen from his appearance. XVII asked, "Great General Ji?" Ji Kuan looked at XVII and asked slowly, "Do you have anything to say to me?" Chen Hao could feel that 17's palms were sweating. "I beg Great General Ji to agree to a condition of mine." Seeing that Ji Kuan's face was expressionless, XVII continued, "The Empress doesn't want to marry the Emperor of the Black Blood Kingdom. I hope Great General can take good care of her." "Why should I promise you?" Ji Kuan's face revealed a strange smile, his eyes as sharp as a knife. "If I'm not wrong, you don't have long to live, right? Don't try to deceive me, our intelligence organization is far more comprehensive than you think. I've seen many martial artists who have fallen into the devil path. In Baisha County, you've already completely fallen into the devil path. Although I don't know why you can still maintain your rationality, but looking at your blood-red hair, I know that you've fallen deeply into the devil path. This is probably the reason why your strength has been stuck at peak Xiantian, right? You're indeed a peerless genius. If there's nothing wrong with your body and you're only willing to rely on our Black Blood country, I might agree to your request. But you're just a woman, even an empress can't compare to your value. Although His Majesty is young and impetuous, he still knows what's important and what's important." Ji Kuan looked at XVII with some pity and asked, "Then the question now is, why should I agree to your request?" Cloud City was already in the bag of the Black Blood country. The entire southern Cloud country was also in the bag. In the rebellion of Cloud City not long ago, the Imperial Guards were only left with 50,000 people. The Black Blood country must also know. XVII didn't have long to live, he also had no value, he didn't have any bargaining chip that could exchange for Lan Yanling's peaceful life. XVII raised the red blood sword in his hand and asked, "I'll use my crimson blood demon sword to exchange, is that okay?" Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao didn't say a word. He could understand 17's choice. XVII was about to die, sooner or later he would change the sword master. Ji Kuan's face revealed an extremely sarcastic smile, "That demon sword should belong to our Black Blood country. It's stained with the blood of too many Black Blood country soldiers and civilians. If we kill you, that sword will still be ours. You're too naive. It wasn't that the 17th was naive, but that other than the red blood sword, he had nothing, even his life, was rotten. 17 tightly held the crimson blood sword in his right hand and a mid-grade spirit stone in his left hand, saying in a deep voice, "Great General, I have a move that can kill every heaven-breaking realm expert present and destroy the entire Black Dragon army. Are you threatening me?" Ji Kuan was so angry that he laughed. "Chen Pengfei, I thought you were a genius, but it turns out that you are a madman. Do you think that I, Ji Kuan, am easily scared? Black Dragon army, listen up. Attack Cloud City. Chop off Chen Pengfei's head and hang it on the city wall. Once Cloud City is breached, all soldiers will pillage for 10 days. Ji Kuan flicked his sleeves and left. Cloud Capital City only had 50,000 soldiers, and the garrison general was only at the peak stage of Xianxia. There was no need for him, a heaven-shattering tier great general, to make a move. As the commander-in-chief, he was already considering how to set up the defenses after occupying the entire southern Cloud Nation. Befriending those far away and attacking those near. It seemed that the state of Chen was no longer suitable to be an ally. Looking at the Black Dragon army surging over like a tidal wave, and seeing the army spirits condensing above the Black Dragon army, the expressions of all the defenders of Cloud Capital changed. Even if it wasn't the first time most of them had faced the Black Dragon army. 17 smiled bitterly and said to the Xiantian general beside him, "This time, you guys should retreat." "General Chen, what do you mean by this? These 400,000 soldiers, let me fight them." Xvii said helplessly, "I thought that the Empress would be able to escape, but unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Now, I can only block them. Once I make a move, I'm afraid that I won't be able to differentiate between friend and foe. General, we are willing to live and die with Cloud City. We are willing to live and die with Cloud City." Xvii closed his eyes and sighed, "Do as you wish. Brothers, I'll take my leave first." After he finished speaking, he flew up into the gloomy sky and crushed the spirit stone in his hand. The pure and majestic spiritual energy in the middle grade spirit stone poured into his body and turned into pure energy. In the red blood sword, Chen Hao sighed faintly, "You still choose to take this step." Lord Jianling once said, "Man proposes, God disposes." In the past, I didn't understand this sentence well, but now, I've experienced it. 17 laughed bitterly in a low voice, "Although I don't like that feeling, I have no other choice." Xvii didn't expect that the Black Blood Kingdom not only had an army of 400,000, but also had 10 heaven-breaking realm experts accompanying them. He also didn't expect that the Black Blood Kingdom's spies could find Lan Yanling's traces so quickly. There were too many things that he didn't expect, too many. Bai Haolin watched Xvii fly into the air and couldn't help but laugh. "Chen Pengfei, do you want to die with a bang? I'll fulfill your wish." He was about to arrange for 3 peak Xiantian experts to surround and kill Xvii when he felt the violent energy fluctuations coming from 17's body. Bai Haolin looked at Xvii and frowned, "Forcefully breaking through?" Before Xvii finished absorbing the spiritual energy in the spirit stone, Xvii began to break through. His strength was originally at peak Xiantian, and his foundation was deep. He was just one step away from heaven-breaking realm. In the past, he didn't dare to step over, but now, he directly kicked that door open. On the back of his left hand, the spirit ice soul the size of a grain of rice instantly evaporated, the blood-red profound meaning of slaughter, the pitch-black profound meaning of fear, and the lead-gray profound meaning of strength tightly wrapped 17's body. His body kept rising, and his body desperately absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Within 100 miles, a spiritual energy vortex formed, and the spiritual energy crazily poured into 17's body. In the Black Blood Kingdom's army, someone sighed softly, 100 miles of spiritual energy, a peerless genius that appears once in 100 years, what a pity. In the air, 17's eyes turned blood-red again. He used the last of his reason to roar, forbidden technique, the final elegy. Chen Hao knew that Xvii was going to die, just like Fu Yuanming back then. The reluctance in 17's eyes disappeared, and the determination in his eyes also disappeared. What was taken was cold cruelty, madness, and bloodthirstiness. The red blood sword was no longer what it used to be. Chen Hao could clearly feel that 17's soul was burning fiercely. At the same time, the true essence in his body was also rapidly expanding. The aura of the profound meaning of strength, profound meaning of slaughter, and profound meaning of fear emitted from his body was also constantly increasing, expanding, and even completely wrapping him within, forming a blood-red cocoon. From afar, it looked like a beating heart. At the cost of burning his soul, he forcefully entered a state of enlightenment, and strengthened his profound meaning in a short time. Chen Hao understood the spiritual energy vortex caused by 17's breakthrough quickly reached 200 miles. Even Ji Kuan was stunned. Have you heard of anyone breaking through to heaven-breaking realm, and the spiritual energy vortex caused by them can expand to 200 miles? Never heard of it. Never heard of it. There's also never been any records of it in ancient books. That aura, it doesn't seem like an ordinary early-stage heaven-breaking realm, right? Below 17, the Black Dragon army wasn't idle either. Bai Haolin pointed at the blood-red cocoon in midair, and ordered, Black Dragon army, prepare, army technique, Black Dragon Soul Devourer. As soon as he made his move, Bai Haolin used the Black Dragon army's strongest army technique. He hated XVII to the core, the strongest army technique, Black Dragon Soul Devourer. Even their great general Ji Kuan had to avoid this move. In the sky above the Black Dragon army, the army soul Black Dragon was incomparably solid and lifelike, as if it had really come to life. It flapped its huge wings, and the Black Dragon, which was more than 100 feet long, roared and charged towards the blood cocoon. The Black Dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire Cloud Capital. In Cloud Capital, almost all the domestic animals fled in panic. Many civilians were so frightened by this loud roar that their legs went soft and fell to the ground. Many weaker martial artists were also pale, looking in the direction outside the city in panic. The faces of the Black Iron Army and the ordinary soldiers at the back were also not good. Other than shock, they also looked at the ferocious Black Dragon in midair charging towards the blood cocoon with envy, jealousy, and desire. If their army also had an army soul, how good would that be? When the Black Dragon army that the Black Blood Kingdom was so proud of used its army skill, it would definitely blast that, overestimating Chen Pengfei into dregs. The number of heaven-breaking realm experts who died under the Black Dragon army's army skill was not small. There would always be martial artists who would challenge the dignity of the Black Dragon army single-handedly. That was what countless Black Blood Kingdom soldiers thought. Even the Black Dragon army soldiers, after using the army skill and coordination, raised their heads to look at the blood cocoon in the sky, wanting to see the scene of the blood cocoon being instantly destroyed. But just as the army soul Black Dragon roared and opened its mouth wide, about to swallow the blood cocoon, all the soldiers on the ground were stunned. They were like ducks that had been grabbed by the throat, dumbstruck as they looked at the sky. The 9 heaven-breaking realm experts also had their mouths wide open, not daring to believe what they were seeing. The blood cocoon was not a real blood cocoon. It was formed from the 3 great profound meanings that XVII had comprehended and continuously improved. It was just that it wrapped around XVII, and the color of the profound meaning of slaughter was the brightest, so it looked like a blood cocoon. Just as the Black Dragon army soul bit at the blood cocoon, the 3 great profound meanings instantly transformed into a pitch-black giant hand that covered the sky, tightly choking the Black Dragon's neck, and XVII still had his eyes closed, holding the red blood sword, standing in midair. The Black Dragon's giant head was only 2 meters away from him. Inside the demon sword, Chen Hao was also looking at that giant black hand. The outermost layer of the giant black hand was wrapped by the profound meaning of fear, and the giant hand was covered with blood-red veins and blood vessels. What was constantly flowing was the profound meaning of slaughter, and the true core of the giant hand was the lead great profound meaning of strength. Of the 3 great profound meanings that XVII had comprehended, the profound meaning of strength was the strongest. The profound meaning contained 17's will, which was why they took the initiative to stop the Black Dragon. Chen Hao glanced at XVII. His speed of improvement was frighteningly fast. In this short period of time, he'd already broken through to the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm, and was rapidly approaching the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Violent spirit chi was like a hurricane, madly pouring into 17's body. He was like a black hole, with its throat gripped by the giant black hand. The majestic dragon that had been roaring loudly just a moment ago was now unable to make any sound. The entire battlefield was silent. It was so silent that only the rapid breathing of the soldiers could be heard. They watched as the black dragon soldier soul swung its tail with all its might, and used its claws to block the giant hand, trying to free its head from the giant hand. It was like a small lizard whose head had been stepped on, and all its struggles were in vain. That giant black hand was still tightening. Chen Hao looked at the three great concepts that were still strengthening, and knew that the destruction of the black dragon soldier soul was only a matter of time. The profound meaning of strength was really too strong, especially at this time. Just like when XVI was fighting, once he got close, it was simply a nightmare for the enemy. Hui Qingying was a bloody example. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and help me save the soldier soul. With a loud shout on the battlefield, the Black Dragon Army's great general Ji Kuan rushed toward XVI at lightning speed, and behind him were the other 8 heaven-breaking realm experts who'd reacted. They'd already realized the seriousness of the matter. The Black Dragon soldier soul was condensed from the will and baleful aura of the 100,000 Black Dragon Army soldiers through a secret technique. If the soldier soul was killed by XVI, then the 100,000 Black Dragon Army soldiers on the battlefield would suffer a heavy blow mentally. Once their spirits were damaged, the 100,000 Black Dragon Army soldiers would completely become an ordinary army, and would never be able to condense a soldier soul. Medicinal pills to repair the soul were really too precious. Kill Chen Pengfei. Ji Kuan roared. He must have used a demonic secret technique. Don't let him continue to break through. When the heaven-breaking realm experts present saw XVI break through to the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm, they'd already felt that something was wrong. Originally, they'd thought that Chen Pengfei's choice to break through was only an ant's powerless struggle before death. But they'd never imagined that XVI, this ant, would actually break through to the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm, and could even resist the Black Dragon soldier soul, and even gain the upper hand. One had to know that the Black Dragon Army soul was almost invincible, and the Black Dragon soldier soul summoned by the 100,000 Black Dragon Army soldiers had strength close to the peak stage of the heaven-breaking realm. The 200,000 Black Dragon Army soldiers combined could unleash the strength of a peak stage heaven-breaking realm expert. And peak stage heaven-breaking realm was already the strongest martial artist in the entire southern region, and who knew what kind of damned secret technique Chen Pengfei used. There were actually signs of continuing to break through. At this moment, XVI broke through to the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm. 3 great profundities broke through to great mastery at the same time. Along with another breakthrough of the 3 great profundities, the giant hand formed by the profundities suddenly tightened, and the black dragon in the giant hand seemed to have regained its final radiance, struggling desperately once more. Without waiting for Ji Kuan to approach, XVI seemed to have sensed something, and opened its blood-red eyes. Without waiting for Ji Kuan to make a move, what welcomed him was the Black Dragon Soldier Soul's enormous body. The giant hand raised the Black Dragon Soldier Soul in its hand, and fiercely smashed it onto Ji Kuan's body. Ji Kuan was caught off guard, and was directly smashed down. Then, the Black Dragon Soldier Soul's body's momentum didn't decrease, and directly smashed into the Black Blood Country's army formation. The soldiers on the battlefield only felt the earth tremble violently, and after a loud noise, a deep ravine more than 200 meters long appeared in the army formation. Nearly 1,000 soldiers who originally stood in that position instantly turned into minced meat. Damn it, kill him for me. Ji Kuan jumped out of the ravine in a sorry state. His helmet had flown off to who knows where, and his long hair was disheveled. Just as he flew up, he roared loudly, "Kill him for me, I'll peel his skin, eat his flesh, and drink his blood." The other 8 heaven-breaking realm experts saw Ji Kuan's flustered and exasperated appearance, and didn't dare to say anything more. They instantly took up positions, surrounding XVI in the center, and used their special skills. Dark profundities, blood moon soul devouring. Poison profundities, rotting poison palm. Blood profundities, blood demon slash. Even Ji Kuan, who was mad with anger, attacked with all his strength. The Black Blood Country's heaven-breaking realm experts who entered the Southern Cloud Nation this time all took the initiative to apply to come to the Southern Cloud Nation to assist in battle. The Black Blood Country understood their true intentions. They came to the Southern Cloud Nation to plunder cultivation resources. The heaven-breaking realm experts who were approved to come by the Black Blood Country all had very high positions in the Black Blood Country, or else this kind of good thing wouldn't be their turn. So, there were no weaklings among them. The weakest among them was at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm. There were also 3 heaven-breaking realm late-stage experts. Even if they were facing an expert at the peak stage of the heaven-breaking realm, they still had the confidence to win if they joined forces. Numerous experts attacked together, and there were countless phenomena. For a time, countless profound martial skills attacked XVII from all directions like raindrops. The various colors of brilliance were enough to dazzle everyone's eyes. Facing so many experts attacking together, even an expert at the peak stage of the heaven-breaking realm would have to retreat, and an expert at the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm would be turned into ashes. Chen Hao's heart tightened, and he stared fixedly at XVII. Right at this time, XVII moved. Rumble, 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 numerous profound martial skills bombarded over. After hitting the target, the spirit power produced by the profound martial skills formed a dazzling light in the air. The dazzling light made the soldiers present subconsciously close their eyes. The continuous explosions were deafening. In the air, the shock waves spread out in all directions. The weaker soldiers were like wheat blown down by a strong wind, falling down in large groups. Even if the explosion happened in the air, they were still affected. At this moment, the Southern Cloud Nation's Imperial Guards who witnessed 17 being surrounded had tears streaming down their faces. Southern Cloud Nation's most dazzling genius fell just like that, Li Tian said with a fierce expression. He's definitely dead? He's definitely dead. Maybe Great General Ji won't be able to eat his flesh. We've all attacked with our full strength, there won't even be a corpse left. The 9 heaven-breaking realm experts believed that with their encirclement from all directions, it was impossible for the other party to escape. They were very clear that their attacks had all landed solidly on the other party. After the battle ended, some heaven-breaking realm experts began to be curious about the secret technique XVII used. Even the Black Dragon Army's powerful army spirit almost died in the hands of the secret technique. Do you know what secret technique this Chen Pengfei used? This kind of mutual destruction move is very rare. It actually directly rose from the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm to the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm. It's a bit like the Blood Sea secret technique. Several heaven-breaking realm experts looked at an old man wearing a blood-red robe beside them. He was one of the 3 heaven-breaking realm late-stage experts present. The blood-red-robed old man shook his head and said, I can only say that it's a bit similar, but it's not. The blood-red-robed old man didn't say exactly what was similar and what wasn't. Those present were all old foxes, and no one would reveal the characteristics of their trump cards. Great General Ji, why aren't you saying anything? What are you looking at? Everyone followed Ji Kuan's gaze. It was the army spirit black dragon's tail. That huge tail hung limply on the ground. After a long time, it twitched once, as if it was having a cramp. Looking at the Black Dragon Army again, he saw that a large portion of the Black Dragon Army had already collapsed. Even those who could barely stand were all pale and on the verge of collapse. Something seems to have gone wrong. The 9 heaven-breaking realm experts looked at 17's position again. The splendid light gradually dissipated, and the impact of the spiritual energy explosions from the profound martial arts gradually weakened. They could now sense the situation inside. Chen Pengfei is still alive. He's still alive. How is this possible? Even if it's an expert at the peak stage of the heaven-breaking realm, it's also impossible for him to survive after receiving our full force siege, right? Don't look at me, I didn't hold back this time. After the light dissipated, the first thing that entered the eyes of the 9 heaven-breaking realm experts was the enormous body of the Black Dragon military soul. The Black Dragon seemed to have been bombarded indiscriminately. Its huge and majestic body was badly damaged, and a large amount of murderous aura emanated from its body. The Black Dragon's huge head drooped to the side. The 9 heaven-breaking realm experts could see that on the dragon's neck, there were 5 black fingernails. That large black hand was hidden behind the Black Dragon's body. The profound of poison was still corroding the Black Dragon's body, the profound of fire was still burning with all its might, and the profound of darkness was still causing destruction. The various heaven-breaking realm experts silently extinguished their profound. The biggest difference between the innate realm and the heaven-breaking realm was that the profound contained martial intent, and could be freely controlled. The Black Dragon's body moved, and then directly scattered weakly. 17's figure appeared in front of the various heaven-breaking realm experts. His body was undamaged, and even the armor on his body was spotless and shiny like new, reflecting a dazzling light in midair. He was actually fine, within Cloud Capital, the Imperial Guards were crying tears of joy. Even the martial artists watching this battle from afar didn't dare to believe their eyes. As for the 400,000 Black Blood Country troops, that didn't need to be mentioned. The large black hand was still clutching the black dragon's neck. The black dragon was like a rope with a thread caught, hanging down to the ground. Xianxia saw very clearly that this wasn't an accidental injury. The 9 heaven-breaking realm experts were very clear on the importance of the black dragon's military soul, and their control of profound martial techniques had also reached the point of perfection. It was entirely because Xianxia was too cunning. Just as the 9 heaven-breaking realm experts attacked at the same time, and many profound martial techniques erupted at the same time, affecting the perception of divine sense, 17 directly spun in a circle on the spot, wrapping the black dragon's enormous body around him, and even the dragon's head was on top of his head. The black dragon was more than 300 meters long, and such a large body was missing a few meters. The heaven-breaking realm experts in the chaotic battle also didn't notice. Even if he was bedeviled, 17's own battle awareness was still there. Facing an attack that was difficult to block, he would subconsciously choose something convenient to block. The black dragon's enormous body had extremely strong defensive ability, and was the perfect shield. It perfectly helped Xianxia block the attacks coming from all directions. However, it had to be said that the black dragon's vitality was really very strong. Perhaps because it didn't have a physical body, facing the explosive siege of 9 heaven-breaking realm experts, it only suffered heavy injuries. Ji Kuan roared furiously, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How could he do this?" Everyone felt that Ji Kuan had already somewhat lost his mind. Li Tian opened his mouth to remind, "Great General, Chen Pengfei has already reached the peak of the heaven-breaking realm, and he seems to still be advancing." A heaven-breaking realm expert swallowed and said, "He wouldn't directly advance to that legendary realm, right? If that's the case, none of us will be able to escape. Right? Hurry up and kill him, or else none of us will be able to escape." Ji Kuan roared furiously, "Right, hurry up and kill him, all of you attack at close range, don't injure the military soul, that guy will definitely use the military soul as a shield." The heaven-breaking realm experts who were afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases chose to attack at close range. Hearing Ji Kuan and the others' decision, Xianxia silently shed tears of sympathy for them. Facing the approaching 9 heaven-breaking realm experts, 17 seemed to have sensed their intentions. His crazy will transmitted an order, and the red blood sword instantly expanded to 13 meters. The red blood sword swallowed all the forging materials in the southern Cloud Nation's treasury, and 13 meters was barely the maximum length, an inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. An inch longer, an inch more powerful, especially in close combat in the air, there was no obstruction. The sword's length exceeded the limit, and the sword's width exceeded imagination, granting 17 an attack range that surpassed ordinary martial artists. At the crucial moment of advancement, 17 instinctively chose not to release true essence and use martial arts to fight. The 10-meter-long giant sword was enveloped by 3 great consummate profoundness, and the giant sword was dyed blood red. The consummate profoundness of power allowed Xianxia's sword to be as fast as lightning. He slashed at Ji Kuan, but Ji Kuan was already prepared, and dodged by a hair's breadth. The huge sword brought about a strong gust of wind that blew him left and right. 17's blood-red eyes narrowed, and with a whistling sound, the enormous sword slashed towards another heaven-shattering realm expert, leaving even more time for that heaven-shattering realm expert to react. He also lightly twisted his body in midair. But it was at this moment that 17's wrist moved, and the enormous scarlet blood sword twisted 90 degrees in midair, and the 3-meter-wide sword fiercely smashed towards that heaven-shattering realm expert. A light ping sound rang out. That heaven-breaking realm expert was directly hit by the giant sword. The Black Blood Nation's heaven-breaking realm expert only felt an irresistible force attack him, and his body flew out involuntarily. Looking at the heaven-breaking realm expert flying further and further away, Xianxia felt, it was like playing golf. Several heaven-breaking realm experts successively suffered heavy blows from the scarlet blood greatsword, and were ruthlessly smashed down one by one, creating deep pits in the ground. Black Blood Country's attack on Southern Cloud Nation affected the hearts of every family and sect in Southern Cloud Nation. 30 miles away, several familiar Xiantian martial artists watched from afar. This Chen Pengfei, what kind of evil technique did he use? He's clearly only a peak Xiantian expert. How did he suppress a group of heaven-breaking realm experts? That great sword is very powerful. It seems to be called the Scarlet Blood Demon Sword. Chen Pengfei used the lives of 5 cities in Black Blood Country to refine it. Do you feel that Chen Pengfei using that great sword to beat those heaven-breaking realm experts is like swatting flies? The Xiantian experts looked carefully, and it really seemed that way. Of the 9 heaven-breaking realm experts, only 3 late-stage heaven-breaking realm experts charged in front of XVI. Unfortunately, in close combat, they were completely restrained by the bedeviled XVI. The bedeviled XVI was almost dominated by demonic nature, and his beast-like battle instincts, monstrous strength, and the advantage of the great sword's strength were almost brought to the extreme by him. The 3 late-stage heaven-breaking realm experts, when their weapons collided with the Scarlet Blood Great Sword, would suffer a huge impact. The weapons in their hands felt like they were going to leave their hands, and they felt like their wrists were going to be crippled. Some of the heaven-breaking realm middle-stage experts crawled up from the deep pits in the ground, and some flew back from afar. Without exception, all of their bones were shattered, and their internal organs were displaced, suffering no small injuries. They looked at the great sword in the sky, and looked at each other, almost not having the courage to try again. For a moment, the 2 sides were actually in a stalemate. Ji Kuan was forced back by 17's sword, and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Hurry up and kill him, he's still advancing, and once he advances to the transcendent realm, none of us will be able to escape." Inside the demon sword, Chen Hao, who had been paying attention to the battle, knew that XVI had reached the most critical moment. At this time, beside XVI, the great hand condensed from profound meaning began to wriggle, and soon transformed into a sinister black ghost face. That ghost face was even a little bigger than the black dragon's head. Its face was pitch black, and there were 3 blood-red lines arranged in a triangle on its face. The 2 thin lines on it looked like 2 eyes that could not be opened. The blood-red line at the bottom quickly expanded, forming a terrifying giant mouth. Just as the black dragon was about to fall, the giant mouth bit down on the black dragon's head. This scene instantly stunned everyone present. As the ghostly face expanded and contracted, the black dragon entered a small portion of the ghostly face's mouth like a noodle. The black dragon shook its tail weakly. It didn't even have the strength to struggle. "Is it trying to eat the black dragon army soul?" someone muttered. At this time, everyone could see Ghost Face Mask's intentions. Ji Kuan stared blankly at the black dragon. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Once the army soul was devoured, the 100,000 Black Dragon army would be destroyed. In the following confrontation with Zhou Country, Black Blood Country would be completely passive. The 100,000 Black Dragon army was his, Ji Kuan's, lifeblood. God knows how much effort he had spent on the Black Dragon army. The Black Dragon army was the achievement he was most proud of in his life. Ji Kuan roared hysterically, "Chen Pengfei, as long as you release the army soul, I can let bygones be bygones, and I don't want that empress." Ghost Face Mask sucked again, and the Black Dragon army soul lost another piece. A Breaking Heaven realm expert reminded softly, "Great General, Chen Pengfei has already turned into a demon." "Great General, let's go all out." "Right, we can't care about the army soul anymore. He's already at the peak of Breaking Heaven realm, and he's still improving. If we don't make a move, we won't be able to protect ourselves." "Great General." Ji Kuan's eyes were red, and he clenched his teeth so hard that blood directly seeped out from his gums. He resisted the pain in his heart, clenched his fists tightly, and roared in a low voice, "Give up the army soul, kill Chen Pengfei with all your strength, I want Cloud Capital to be completely annihilated." Ji Kuan was also a character. No matter how sad he was, at the critical moment, he chose to give up the army soul, to give up the 100,000 Black Dragon army. Unfortunately, 17 was already at the peak of Breaking Heaven realm. They didn't have a peak of Breaking Heaven realm expert. Unless, they could invite the Black Blood Country's old ancestor out of seclusion, once again facing the siege of 9 Breaking Heaven realm experts. 17 was obviously different, seeing 17 freely using thunder steps, dragging the huge black dragon's body, and still being able to move around on the battlefield. Chen Hao knew they were finished. Chen Hao obediently became an emotionless demonic sword, and he wouldn't affect XVI. The last time he took the initiative to kill, he didn't get anything in the end. Black Blood Country's demonic path martial artists were the mainstream, and there were many demonic path martial artists present. Demonic path cultivation methods had always been known for being bloody, brutal, and strange. But facing the demonic XVII, many of their strange methods were useless against him. Any mental attack was practically ineffective against XVII. His mind was chaotic to begin with. The Black Blood Country's Breaking Heaven realm experts could only choose to attack, but the vast majority of their attacks would still be blocked by the Black Dragon's body. Countless soldiers were affected by the attacks of the Breaking Heaven realm experts, but the Black Blood Country's Breaking Heaven realm experts already didn't have so many misgivings. When the entire Black Dragon was swallowed up by that ghost face, 17's aura rose again, with XVII as the center. The Berserk aura swept through the entire battlefield. Even the Breaking Heaven realm experts couldn't stabilize themselves in the air, retreating in a sorry state. They already realized something was wrong. 17's body sank slightly, and a bloody light flickered in his eyes. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, his body suddenly expanded to 4 meters. Southern Cloud Nation's best armor was directly torn from the joints, and only the flexible inner lining was still bitterly holding on, barely wrapping 17's body. Bang! After an explosion, XVII left an afterimage where he stood, and then he appeared beside the blood-robed elder. The Scarlet Blood Greatsword fiercely slashed over with unparalleled power. The late-stage Breaking Heaven realm blood-robed elder subconsciously blocked the blood saber in front of him. The red blood sword fiercely smashed onto the body of the blood saber, and with a kacha sound, the blood saber was directly cut in half by the red blood sword, and the blood-robed elder behind the blood saber was also cut in half. Xianxia was very clear that the blood saber was also a demonic artifact, and its grade wasn't low. Unfortunately, it followed the wrong master. XVII in this state was really too strong, especially his strength. After killing the blood-robed elder, 17 once again left an afterimage where he stood. After the 2 late-stage Breaking Heaven realm experts instantly died, the other Breaking Heaven realm experts finally reacted. Someone shouted loudly, "Mystical power! Profound mystical power!" He broke through. Mystical power realm. The person who said this successfully attracted 17's attention. Facing the mystical power realm XVII, he almost had no room to resist, and was directly defeated and killed. Run! Including Ji Kuan, the 6 Breaking Heaven realm experts present instantly fled in all directions. They were very clear that the mystical power realm Chen Pengfei was no match for them. Besides, Chen Pengfei was already bedeviled, so what if they killed him? The others' defeat was already destined. It was only a matter of time. The heaven-shattering realm experts fled with all their might, using all kinds of life-saving secret techniques, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. Ji Kuan directly spat out a large mouthful of blood, turning into a bloody shadow, madly fleeing towards the horizon. Unfortunately, not every Breaking Heaven realm expert could escape from the mystical power realm XVII. Xianxia watched the Breaking Heaven realm experts fall one by one under 17's sword, but he couldn't feel happy in his heart. 8 Breaking Heaven realm experts died under the red blood sword in a row, but the last late-stage Breaking Heaven realm expert, Ji Kuan, had already disappeared. XVII glanced in the direction the bloody shadow fled, and then looked at the densely packed Black Blood Kingdom soldiers fleeing in all directions. A bloody light flashed in his eyes, and he charged straight at those 400,000 people. To the bedeviled XVII, the temptation of those 400,000 people was still greater in the end. The moment the 9 Breaking Heaven realm experts of Black Blood Kingdom fled, the 400,000 Black Blood Kingdom soldiers already realized that something was wrong. They wanted to flee, but unfortunately, there were really too many people gathered. Even in the wilderness, they couldn't escape fast enough. Of course, even if they used all their strength to flee, their fleeing speed for a mystical power realm bedeviled martial artist was still too slow. XVII carried an incomparably violent aura, fiercely crashing into the ground like a meteor. With XVII as the center, the entire ground began to collapse, forming a deep pit with a radius of 500 meters. Countless Black Blood Kingdom soldiers couldn't stand steadily, falling into the pit, and then were swept deeper into the pit by the huge flow of people. And XVII stood in the center of the deep pit. His blood-red eyes looked at the approaching Black Blood Kingdom soldiers, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Bloody light soared into the sky, blood-red mist then gushed out from the deep pit, quickly enveloping those Black Blood Kingdom soldiers who couldn't escape in time. 2 hours passed. Even if the bedeviled XVII broke through to the legendary mystical power realm, he was still a human, not a god. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to kill 400,000 crazily fleeing soldiers in 2 hours, but Chen Hao knew that out of these 400,000 soldiers, less than 30,000 could really escape. Moreover, the 100,000 Black Dragon army was almost completely wiped out, with only a few Xiantian generals escaping. After all, after the death of the military spirit Black Dragon, the Black Dragon army's spirit was severely damaged. Their fleeing speed couldn't even catch up with the soldiers of the other armies. The red blood sword was stabbed into the ground, and had already returned to its original form. XVII half knelt in front of the red blood sword, panting heavily. His entire body was dyed red with blood, as if he was a blood man. In the sky, the snow was getting heavier and heavier, and it looked like it was going to dye the entire blood-red ground white. XVII stood up shakily, taking off his silver mask, revealing his white skin. His face hadn't seen sunlight for a long time. He directly leaned against the red blood sword and sat down. Looking at the gloomy sky, 2 drops of blood tears flowed from the corners of his eyes for no reason. Chen Hao asked softly, 17? Sir Jianling, do you look down on me? Chen Hao said softly, why would I? Who would dare to look down on XVII? 17's blood-red eyes were filled with tears. I promised miss that I wouldn't cry in this life. But I still couldn't hold it in. You even promised Lan Yanlin that you would live well, in the end. However, Chen Hao didn't say this. XVII closed his eyes and wiped his face with his blood-stained hand. His tears disappeared. Sir Jianling, help me find Miss. He struggled to stand up from the ground, then pulled out the red blood sword and whispered to Chen Hao, I actually don't want to die. I'm worried about her. Chen Hao recalled 17's past and couldn't help but sigh. I always thought that you had grown up, but now I find that you still haven't. You should learn to give up. But if I give up, am I still me? The time was up, and the red blood sword began to absorb the vital essence in 17's body. XVII took a deep breath. He held the red blood sword and ran on the battlefield full of corpses. He ran faster and faster, leaving afterimages on the spot. When his speed reached its peak, the red blood sword just took away all the vital essence and soul in his body. Please, Sir Jianling. Before dying, XVII threw the red blood sword in the direction of Zhou Guo with all his strength. There was still hope for him there. Accompanied by the whistling sound of the air being torn apart, the scenery kept retreating. Chen Hao turned back to look at 17. 17's body ran and then fell weakly on the snow. After rolling for hundreds of meters and knocking down a few big trees, his tall body lay in the bushes and didn't move anymore. When Chen Hao left XVII, he noticed that many innate stage warriors had appeared. Many of them looked at him and quickly chased after him. 17's strength was so strong that even if it only had its physical strength left, the red blood sword's speed was still not something they could catch up with. They could only watch as the red blood sword flew further and further away until it disappeared. Ding! The host has reached the upgrade standard. Upgrade? The long-awaited system notification sounded. Chen Hao had almost forgotten that he had a system. This time, 17 had killed nearly 400,000 elites of the Black Blood Kingdom outside Cloud City. The red blood sword had reached the upgrade standard. The next upgrade might be far in the future. If the sword master was not good enough, who knew how many Renkenju he would have to go through? There was no point in thinking too much. Chen Hao said directly, upgrade. In midair, the red blood sword that was shot out by 17 suddenly exploded with a strong blood aura. It was like a blood-red meteor, dragging a blood-red tail as it streaked across the sky. The warriors and civilians along the way raised their heads and looked at the strange meteor in the sky in surprise. And the stronger warriors stared at the blood shadow in the sky, and then tacitly followed with all their strength. A strange phenomenon from the sky, and a treasure appeared. They would know if they followed it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading. Sword name, Red Blood Grade, Top Tier Spiritual Artifact 16th Renkenju, None Talent, Killing the Master Skills 1. Misfortune, deactivated steadily reduces the Sword Master's luck by 3, with a luck value of 10, he is the world's son of fortune, 2. Misfortune Explosion, the host can deactivate the Misfortune skill for 5 days, then use Misfortune Explosion once. Once Misfortune Explosion is used, the Sword Master's luck will be reduced by 15 for a day. 3. Slaughter and Devour Evolution. Through the Sword Master's Demon Sword, the Sword Master absorbs the blood and souls of creatures killed, other high-quality materials, and weapons to evolve. 4. Slaughter Feedback. Feedback ratio 5%, feedback purity 100%. When the Sword Master kills a living being with the Demon Sword, the Demon Sword can absorb blood and souls, and feedback part of it to the Sword Master. The feedback ratio and purity are set by the host. 5. Jianling Form, Black Dragon. Late stage of the heaven-breaking realm. The strength of the Black Dragon is determined by the baleful aura field, absorbed by the Crimson Blood Demon, the sword intent, profound meaning, and divine abilities it possesses. When it has a Sword Master, it can be used to consume the Sword Master's mental energy, consume the Sword Master's true chi, true essence, or the true essence stored in the Demon Sword. 6. Automatic Repair. Spend a certain amount of blood and soul to repair oneself. 7. Baleful Aura Field. Closed. The more creatures killed and the stronger they are, the stronger the condensed baleful aura will be, forming a unique baleful aura field. The baleful aura field affects the minds of everyone within range, causing enemies to feel fear, dread, terrifying illusions, and so on. It makes allies fanatical to the point of madness. The lives killed by allies will also slowly increase the strength of the baleful aura field. At the same time, it will also have a certain negative effect on the Sword Master. 8. Will of the Demon Sword. The will of the Demon Sword is inviolable. The will of the Demon Sword is doubly protected by the Curse of Misfortune and the baleful aura field. Anyone who wants to forcefully change the will of the Demon Sword and its attributes must first erase the accumulated baleful aura of the baleful aura field before they can touch the will of the Demon Sword. The person who forcefully changes the will of the Demon Sword and its attributes will immediately trigger the skill of Misfortune Explosion, and then the Demon Sword will recognize them as the second Sword Master. Since the other party desires the power of the Demon Sword so much, why not happily agree? 9. Demon Sword Sense. Can sense the souls, lives, and killing intent of all creatures within a radius of 1,500 meters. 10. Energy Absorption. 3 units 20% can slowly absorb the spiritual energy in the air and the energy of the Sword Master to be stored in the sword. It can be used by the Sword Master or the Demon Sword. 1 unit, all the energy in the Dantian of the strongest Sword Master in the history of Rinkenju. 11. Demon Sword Autonomy. The host can move freely and use all the martial skills in the Sword Master inheritance. Consumes the stored energy. 12. Sword Master's Amplification. Increases the Sword Master's comprehension by 3 points, increases the Sword Master's root bone by 3 points, increases the Sword Master's sword skill damage by 100%, increases the Sword Master's concept and esoteric strength by 100%, comprehension, root bone, and sword bone max is 10 points. 13. Last Elegy. Forbidden Skill. Skill Effect. Burns the Sword Master's life and soul to heal himself. Temporarily gains the combat power of an entire realm. Lasts for 2 hours. After using this skill, the Sword Master will definitely die. 14. Superconductivity. 100% conductivity of all kinds of energy. 15. Disguise. You can disguise yourself as a longsword that is not higher than your own level. You can change your appearance as you wish. Only limited to swords. 16. Handy. The Jianling can automatically adjust the weight and size of the Demon Sword within a certain range. Every swordsman will think that the red blood was specially made for them the moment they hold the red blood. 17. Master Killing Inheritance. Every time you succeed in killing your master, you will receive all the inheritance of the Sword Master. You can pass these inheritances to the next Rinkenju. The Sword Master can directly receive the comprehension of the previous Sword Masters, and use it for himself. Currently possessed: Slaughter Domain, incomplete; Blood Domain, incomplete; Strength God Ability, small success; Slaughter God Ability, small success; Fear God Ability, small success; Memory Tampering, high-grade Mystic Rank Cultivation Method, Cloud Cauldron Technique, high-grade Mystic Rank Martial Skill Wind Cloud Sword Style, Elementary, high-grade Mystic Rank Martial Skill Decapitation, Perfection, medium-grade Mystic Rank Cultivation Method Blood River Technique, medium-grade Mystic Rank Auxiliary Cultivation Method Spirit Concentration Technique, medium-grade Mystic Rank Movement Technique Thunder Steps, incomplete, large success, medium-grade mystic rank sword technique, blood demon sword technique, perfection, medium-grade mystic rank body tempering technique, golden body tempering technique, perfection, medium-grade mystic rank movement technique, flash step, perfection, medium-grade mystic rank movement technique, wind chasing steps, perfection, medium-grade mystic rank movement technique, 1000 average heavy sword, perfection, medium-grade mystic rank cultivation method, gale sword technique, mastery, medium-grade mystic rank cultivation method, sharp gold technique, elementary. After looking at the attributes of the red blood sword after its evolution, Xianxia was completely stunned. This time, the demon sword evolved into a top-level spiritual weapon and gained a new skill, Jianling form. Xianxia was very clear that as a spirit artifact spirit or devil artifact spirit, when they evolved to a certain degree, they could indeed appear in spirit form. But why was his spirit form a black dragon, and not a human? Although he couldn't have a body of flesh and blood, he still hoped to have a human form, even if it was a ghost-like thing. System, come out for me. Why is my Jianling form a black dragon? The system explained, originally, it was impossible for a top-level spiritual weapon host to have a spiritual form, but Ren Kenju was extremely outstanding. He actually swallowed a precious black dragon that was condensed from the spirit and willpower of 100,000 elite soldiers. Because of this black dragon, the host was very lucky to obtain the form of a black dragon. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? So it was XVII, that stinky brat, who tricked him before he died? That black dragon was indeed precious. After all, it was half of the foundation of the Black Blood country's strongest army, but Xianxia couldn't feel happy no matter what. He asked in a low voice, if XVII didn't swallow that black dragon, would I be a human-shaped Jianling in the future? The system replied, of course you can only be a human-shaped Jianling. Xianxia's heart went cold. He really shouldn't have said so much. Sometimes, it's better not to know the truth. The system continued, that was the soul of the army that the Black Blood country had tried for hundreds of years, using countless secret methods to nurture. A Jianling in the form of a black dragon is much stronger than a normal Jianling. To be able to become a black dragon Jianling, in general, the host is very lucky. Lucky my ass. Then can I take human form in the future? The strongest magic sword system will let you evolve along the path of the strongest. Does that mean it's impossible? Xianxia felt a rare heartache. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife, and his heart was dead. The black dragon form, how is it strong? Its body is huge. As if afraid that Xianxia wouldn't understand, the system added, being big is good, being big is strong, being big is beautiful. Xianxia couldn't feel good in his heart. The red blood sword continued to fly under the effect of the stored vital energy. After being tricked by that brat XVII before he died, Xianxia was considering whether or not to fulfill his promise. Strictly speaking, the reason why XVII was so desperate outside Cloud City was because of Lan Yanlin. Because of her, the 400,000-strong army of the Black Blood country was almost completely annihilated. Because of her, the 100,000-strong Black Dragon army was destroyed. Because of her, 7 heaven-breaking realm experts of the Black Blood country were beheaded. After this world-shaking battle, the Black Blood country's national strength dropped by at least 3 levels. On the battlefield, the Black Dragon army that lost half of its strength was definitely not Zhou's opponent. One could imagine what her ending would be if the Black Blood country knew about this situation. The Black Blood country's demonic path was prevalent, and there were countless ways to torture people. If Lan Yanlin was caught, at that time, death might be a luxurious dream. When he was in the southern Cloud country's treasury, Xianxia was dazzled by those rare metal lumps. Under the temptation of XVII, he agreed to let Lan Yanlin be the next Ren Kenju and did his best to protect Lan Yanlin's safety under the condition. But now that he thought about it, he somewhat regretted it. Lan Yanlin was born unable to cultivate. Her body was weak and sickly, just like Lin Daiyu. Her upper limit as a sword master was really too low. Moreover, Xianxia looked at the innate skill Kill Master on his attribute panel. He had a feeling that Kill Master wasn't just displayed in the 2 misfortune skills. When XVII was carrying the Ren Kenju, Xianxia's misfortune skill had never been activated. In the end, XVII still died. Just as Xianxia thought of this, he sensed the strong energy fluctuations emitted by the heaven-breaking realm expert. On the official road, Xianxia looked at the two beautiful girls standing in front of him with a calm expression. A dignified heaven-breaking realm expert intercepting two little girls without any ability to resist halfway. Thinking about it, there really wasn't anything to be proud of. Even if one of them was the Empress of Southern Cloud Nation. Besides Xianxia, there was a broken carriage. It was almost 4 pieces of incomplete meat that could be called a horse corpse. Your Majesty, can you come with me? Lan Yanlin looked at the other party calmly. When Master Lu jumped off the carriage and abandoned them, she was mentally prepared to be caught. She was also very clear about the other party's strength. He was definitely at the heaven-breaking realm, otherwise, it would be impossible to scare Master Lu away. The two of them were weak women and had no way to resist. Seeing that Yi Qingyan was about to draw her soft sword, Lan Yanlin gently pulled her hand and shook her head. No matter who it is, as long as they draw their sword at me, they will die. You are very smart. Xianxia smiled and said, I admire girls like you who know how to act. Can you let Qingyan go? She's just my maid. Of course. Xianxia agreed without thinking much. Lan Yanlin was not an ordinary captive. She was the Empress of Southern Cloud Nation, a woman that their emperor had personally appointed. Xianxia was not a fool. He knew that some people were best not to offend. Who knows, she might even become a phoenix after going to the Black Blood Kingdom. Thank you, Senior. N. He was very satisfied with Lan Yanlin's politeness. He nodded and looked at Lan Yanlin's feet with a strange expression. I say, you don't want to go to Zhou Nation? Qingyan lowered her head. Lan Yanlin replied without thinking, it was tied up by that old man who escaped. He wants to take me to Zhou Nation. Xianxia did not probe further. He used his hand as a knife and cut the rope tied to her feet with a burst of qi. Come with me. Lan Yanlin asked, wait, Senior, I want to ask, how is Chen Pengfei? Xianxia chuckled disdainfully and said, if he didn't surrender, then he must be dead. Qingyan raised her head and glanced at Xianxia. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Xianxia was stunned when he saw Yi Qingyan crying so hard. He didn't expect that Lan Yanlin's appearance was already top-notch, but the maid by her side was even more beautiful than her, especially when he saw her crying and wailing, even he couldn't help but feel a little moved. Lan Yanlin took a step forward and blocked Xianxia line of sight. Senior, didn't you want to take me away? Shall we go? Wait, I have to take that little girl with me. She's just my maid. I said, I want to take her away. As soon as the aura of a 9-yuan heaven-breaking realm cultivator was released slightly, Lan Yanlin felt a burst of tightness in her chest. She was only a woman, and no matter how much she was favored in the harem, she couldn't do anything to him, a shattering heaven-tier expert. It was still unknown how long she could live. The Empress by the Emperor's side was a ruthless character. Xianxia didn't allow any explanation. He grabbed Lan Yanlin's arm with one hand and Yi Qingyan with the other. With a kick of his legs, he was about to fly toward Cloud City. But at this moment, a blood-red light shot over from the horizon. Someone was ambushing him. This was Xianxia first reaction. If it were any other time, he would definitely dodge immediately, but now he had 2 women in his hands. He couldn't care less. He threw away the 2 women in his hands and pulled out his sword, barely managing to block in front of him. Profound meaning of Earth Barrier. He was confident that even a shattering heaven-tier intermediate stage expert wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, something that Xianxia couldn't even dream of happened. The moment the earth-yellow barrier in front of him touched that blood-red light, it was like snow in a furnace, instantly melting. A large sword shattered his spirit sword and directly stabbed into his chest, nailing him to the ground. Before he died, Xianxia opened his eyes wide, trying hard to see his opponent clearly. But he only saw a large sword covered in blood-red patterns. He held on for a long time, waiting for the owner of the large sword to appear. During the long and short wait, he even counted the blood-red patterns on the large sword. There were a total of 15 rings, and the last ring was very wide. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood and breathed his last. Even in death, his eyes were still fixed on the red blood sword's hilt. Xianxia used his strength very cleverly. Although the two women were thrown out by him, when they landed on the ground, there was a skillful force supporting them, so they weren't injured at all. When they came back to their senses, they saw a large sword stabbed into Xianxia chest. Their eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. "Who is it?" Lan Yanlin shouted as she looked around. Yi Qingyan carefully sized up the red blood sword and said in a low voice, "This looks like General Chen's red blood sword, but General Chen's red blood sword doesn't have so many patterns. It looks like there's one more ring than before." Suddenly, Yi Qingyan said with certainty, "Yes, this is General Chen's red blood sword. General Chen is here to save us. It is indeed 17's red blood sword." Lan Yanlin, who finally reacted, confirmed in a low voice. She looked in the direction where the red blood sword flew from, but there was nothing there. Qingyan shouted in surprise, General Chen, where are you? Come out quickly." However, 17's figure still didn't appear. Lan Yanlin walked in front of the red blood sword and said in a low voice, "Qingyan, don't shout anymore. If XVI is around, he will definitely appear." At this point, Lan Yanlin's eyes were filled with tears. Since he didn't appear, this can only mean that he might already be dead. Am I right? Red blood? The red blood sword stuck in the heaven-breaking realm expert's corpse trembled at an extremely fast frequency, emitting waves of sword cries. It was just answering a question. They would know about 17's death sooner or later. Perhaps, most people in the entire southern mountain range would know. Qingyan sat paralyzed on the ground, covering her face and crying. Even if she knew that XVI would die, when she heard the news of 17's death, she still couldn't help but cry. Lan Yanlin silently reached out and was about to grab the sword hilt, but at this moment, 3 figures appeared in midair. "Wait, little girl. If I were you, I wouldn't touch that sword," said the old man standing on the far left with a long sword. "Yes, that sword is mine." This time, the one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face standing in the middle. The Xiantian martial artist on the far right said in dissatisfaction, "The sword has no owner to begin with. Let's talk with our true abilities." Seeing that someone was fighting over the red blood sword, Qingyan stood up and cried loudly, "You're talking nonsense. The red blood sword is ours. This is General Chen's relic." Chen Hao knew that Qingyan was too sad. Normally, she wouldn't say such brainless words. However, in this situation, whatever she said was the same. General Chen's relic? Speaking of which, that General Chen, he can't be your man, right? The man with the scar on his face looked greedily at the two women and said with a naughty smile, "I see that you two are very beautiful. Since you said that this sword is yours, then it's even easier. I'll marry both of you. That way, wouldn't I be able to rightfully inherit that sword?" The other two Xiantian masters looked at the scar-faced man simultaneously. The scar-faced man quickly stopped laughing. At this time, they must not be high-profile. The atmosphere between the 3 innate masters was somewhat heavy. There was only one sword, but there were 3 people present. The old man on the left said, "It's best if the 3 of us don't fight, there are still people watching us." The 3 innate masters looked around and they also noticed that a lot of people were gradually gathering nearby. The red blood sword had caused quite a commotion along the way, especially when it was evolving. That kind of phenomenon was completely unconcealable. "Then what should we do? Why don't we kill everyone first, and then the 3 of us compete?" The old man on the left said in a low voice, "I'm afraid, we can't kill them all." At this time, another 3 innate masters appeared. As soon as they appeared, they stared at the red blood sword in front of Lan Yanlin. "It's that sword, right?" "Yes, it's Chen Pengfei's red blood sword." These 3 innate masters had watched the battlefield from afar. They had all witnessed the scene of the red blood sword cutting the weapons in the hands of the breaking heaven realm experts. Not long after Chen Pengfei's death, there was another chaotic battle of innate masters outside Cloud City. Nearly 10 innate masters of Southern Cloud crazily fought over the treasures left behind by the dead breaking heaven realm experts. As for the 3 of them, because their strength was slightly weaker, they did not dare to participate in the battle. They followed the direction of the red blood sword and chased after it. As for the red blood sword, they were also determined to obtain it. It turned out that the 3 innate masters suddenly realized that the name of the sword was actually the red blood sword. at the same time, this also strengthened their determination to seize the treasure. This sword was definitely something good. The 6 innate masters looked at each other vigilantly. Even the 3 new innate masters did not trust each other. Just when the 6 parties were in a deadlock, Lan Yanlin directly pulled out the red blood sword. The red blood sword seemed to be very light. She easily picked it up. Immediately after, the red blood sword gradually shrunk, from a heavy sword to a thin and light long sword. On the sword body, the 15 blood patterns were still dazzling. Looking carefully, the 15 patterns were like blood vessels, as if blood was flowing within. How dare you? Put down the red blood sword. You're courting death. The reason why no one dared to snatch the sword was very simple. They all knew very well that whoever touched the sword first would definitely be surrounded and attacked by the others. None of the 6 of them had the confidence to escape from the hands of the other 5, but now, the woman in front of him had actually made a move, facing the powerful aura of the 6 innate masters. Lan Yanlin gritted her teeth stubbornly and said, "The red blood sword belongs to XVII. None of you can take it away unless you step over my dead body." Although Lan Yanlin didn't seem to have any trace of true qi on her body, the 6 Xiantian experts couldn't be sure if she had used some kind of secret technique to conceal her strength. Almost without hesitation, they attacked Lan Yanlin at the same time, leaving no room for maneuver. Ding! Would you like to bind the sword master? Bind. Originally, Chen Hao wasn't willing to bind Lan Yanlin to Ren Kenju, but after seeing the look in Lan Yanlin's eyes, he chose to bind. If it was in a short period of time, Chen Hao wouldn't mind having one more Ren Kenju. After all, he had experienced a lot of trash sword masters. Congratulations to the host for binding the 16th Ren Kenju, Lan Yanlin. Hee, where did the joy come from? Slaughter theurgy, decapitation. The red blood sword broke free from Lan Yanlin's hand, and a crazy killing intent instantly swept through the 6 Xiantian realm experts, causing their heads to fly into the sky. Qing Yan stared blankly at the red blood sword's great power, killing 6 Xiantian realm experts at the same time, and her small body trembled. This was much more shocking than the scene of the Heavenbreaker realm experts being killed. After all, Qing Yan, who had just started cultivating, might not even understand the difference between Xiantian realm experts and Heavenbreaker realm experts. The red blood sword returned to Lan Yanlin's hand, and Chen Hao slightly counted his gains. Sure enough, there was nothing. The red blood sword didn't absorb anything. The other martial artists scattered around Lan Yanlin began to gradually retreat, but they didn't disappear from the range of the demonic sword's perception, and Chen Hao didn't have the intention to kill them all. He was somewhat dispirited. It seemed like he had worked for nothing. Facing the great power of the red blood sword, Lan Yanlin didn't have the slightest shock on her face. She had long known the strength of the red blood sword. She glanced at Qing Yan and said softly, "Qing Yan, go." Qing Yan sobbed, "Where can I go?" "I don't know." Lan Yanlin ignored Qing Yan, turned around, and walked in the direction of Yandu. "You're not allowed to go back." Qing Yan opened her hands and blocked in front of Lan Yanlin. "General Chen told me to take good care of you and not let you die. Get out of my way." Lan Yanlin raised the red blood sword in her hand. Qing Yan yelled, "Impossible. Do you believe that I won't kill you? General Chen told me to take good care of you. That's General Chen's last wish. That's the only thing he told me to do. I can't fail." "Really? Really, I can't fail." Qing Yan knelt on the ground and sobbed, "I beg you, miss, don't go back." "Qing Yan, don't you know what I'm thinking?" "I know." Lan Yanlin looked at Qing Yan and smiled bitterly, "You and XVII are the same, both like to bully weak women like me." Qing Yan emphasized, "I'm not bullying you. I'm doing it for your own good. You have to leave Southern Cloud Nation." "So, you tied me up?" Qing Yan insisted, "I'm doing it for your own good." General Chen ordered. "General Chen, General Chen. You keep saying General Chen, is General Chen your father?" Lan Yanlin impatiently interrupted Qing Yan's words, "The Lan family is gone, 17 is gone, even the Southern Cloud Nation is about to be destroyed. Where else can I go? Tell me? What's the point of me living?" Towards the end, Lan Yanlin's tone was light and her eyes were filled with despair. "Aren't there still survivors in Lan family? Go find them. If I go find them now, they will despise me. I'm very clear that I'm just a burden that they despise. The way they looked at me before they left. I understand it very well. Qingyan didn't give up, but now that the red blood sword is in your hands, they should welcome you. Welcome? Lan Yanlin sneered, Qingyan. Do you think I'll believe your words? Just at this moment, another Xiantian realm expert flew over. But when that innate realm expert saw this scene, he was immediately stunned. Looking at the neat row of corpses surrounding Lan Yanlin on the ground, and then looking at the 6 heads scattered around, with his eyesight, he recognized 4 of the corpses with a single glance. All of them were innate masters. Their strength was not weaker than him, obviously, there was no sign of resistance at the scene. This meant that these 4 innate realm experts didn't have any ability to resist and were directly beheaded. Moreover, the other 2 who died might also be innate realm experts. Thinking of this possibility, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Lan Yanlin looked at him with cold eyes and pointed the red blood sword at him, then pointed to the ground. Baldy, you, come down. Bald, the Xiantian master touched the sparse hair on his head. This was definitely hereditary. His ancestors didn't have much hair, and it was the most serious when it came to him. If other people dared to call him that, he would definitely make them wish they were dead. If you dare to run, then keep them company. Lan Yanlin pointed at the headless corpses on the ground with her sword. This powerful Xiantian master slowly descended from the sky and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Senior, what do you need? What's your name? My name is Diao Zhishan. Then I'll call you Xiaotiao. Xiaotiao is good, Xiaotiao is good. Diao Zhishan was very clear that the person standing in front of him was a great aunt. However, with her luxurious dress, arrogant, rude, and bossy temper, it was impossible to cultivate such an imposing manner unless she had been in a high position for a long time. For most experts, the more powerful they were, the more they cherished their lives. Diao Zhishan was no exception. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. He didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the other 6. Very good. Lan Yanlin put down the long sword in her hand and seemed to be very satisfied with Diao Zhishan's tactfulness. Diao Zhishan heaved a sigh of relief and said, Senior, what do you need? Just tell me. Don't let her block my way. Diao Zhishan glanced at Qingyan and secretly guessed the relationship between the 2 of them. With a light palm strike, Qingyan fell to the ground. After he was done, he added, Senior, don't worry. I know my limits. I didn't hurt her. You're very good. Senior, thank you for your praise. How could Diao Zhishan not see the complicated relationship between the 2? Otherwise, how could a little girl who hadn't even reached the Xiantian realm block the path of this great aunt? Let's go. Lan Yanlin didn't say much and directly walked in the direction of Yendu. Diao Zhishan silently glanced at the 6 corpses on the ground. After a slight hesitation, he silently followed her. He didn't have the confidence to escape. After walking for a while, Diao Zhishan asked in a low voice, Senior, that little girl is still following us. Lan Yanlin didn't even turn her head, then let her follow us. After walking for less than an hour, Diao Zhishan noticed that Lan Yanlin, who was walking in front of him, was walking slower and slower. Her body was also swaying, but she was still persevering. He was barely able to walk. Other than her aura, she seemed to be an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. There was no spiritual energy fluctuation in his body, and his body seemed to be even weaker than an ordinary person's. No matter how he looked at her, she didn't look like a martial arts expert. Even the way she held the sword was not standard. The more Diao Zhishan thought about it, the more puzzled he became. Even though he was full of doubts, he still didn't dare to act rashly. It was because Lan Yanlin's blood-stained sword was obviously not an ordinary sword. Wait, long sword, could it be that I was chasing after the sword just now? Now that he thought about it, it did seem possible. Lan Yanlin's body was too weak, and after running around all night, she couldn't hold on any longer. She stopped in front of a large rock and looked at the snow on the rock with some hesitation. Diao Zhishan didn't say anything. He blew away the snow on the rock, took out an animal skin blanket, and covered the big rock with it seriously. Senior, please sit. Yes. Lan Yanlin sat on the rock. Her posture was elegant and pleasing to the eye. Diao Zhishan nodded in his heart. To be able to make a dragon thrown out of a rock, the origin of the other party must be extraordinary. Snowflakes were floating in the sky. Looking at Lan Yanlin, who was staring at the snowflakes in a daze, Diao Zhishan asked carefully, "If I'm not wrong, Senior is going to Cloud City, right?" "Yes." "Then why don't you fly there?" "I don't cultivate martial arts, so I can't fly. I can only walk." "Senior, you must be joking." Diao Zhishan's first reaction was, "This woman is very bad. Her words can't be trusted at all." "To be honest, Senior, now is not a good time to go to Cloud City. I'm afraid that Black Blood Country has already captured Cloud City." "Don't talk nonsense." The snow was getting heavier and heavier. Lan Yanlin walked on the clean official road. Along the way, she met some refugees who had escaped from Cloud City. They also left Cloud City last night. Most of them were civilians who made up their minds to leave Cloud City at the last moment, so there weren't many of them. No one dared to have any improper thoughts about Lan Yanlin, this seemingly weak and beautiful woman. Because in front of her, Diao Zhishan was floating in the air. He was diligently holding a thigh-thick tree trunk to clear the snow in front of her. The luxuriant branches and leaves of the pine tree gently swept the official road. The official road was clean, and an innate master was clearing the road for them. How could anyone dare to provoke her? Of course, Diao Zhishan would only clear the road in front of Lan Yanlin. Why was Diao Zhishan so well behaved? Because not long ago, a famous peak innate master in the vicinity died under the red blood sword. Diao Zhishan saw clearly that the peak innate master didn't even have time to react before his head was separated from his body. At the same time, the dead innate master also called out the identity of the great aunt, the current queen of Southern Cloud Country. Although Diao Zhishan hadn't seen the queen of Southern Cloud Country, he still knew the details. The eldest daughter of the Lan family, the unmarried daughter of Brightsword City's Xianxia. She was born with a congenital deficiency and couldn't cultivate, but even if he knew that the other party was indeed a cultivation waste, he still didn't dare to take action. Because Chen Pengfei's red blood sword was in Lan Yanlin's hands, Diao Zhishan saw clearly that it wasn't Lan Yanlin who killed the peak innate master, but the red blood sword. Glancing at the red blood sword in Lan Yanlin's hands, Diao Zhishan's eyes were full of passion. If he could get the red blood sword, thinking of this, he suppressed the greed in his heart. Because he knew that there were at least 5 innate masters around them. The other warriors who wanted the red blood sword were even more numerous. It seemed that many innate masters around Yundu were coming. They were silently lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity. After all, the body of the peak innate master who thought he was powerful was still warm. They walked for a day and a night. For a day and a night, Lan Yanlin endured the exhaustion of her body and rushed to Yundu for a day and a night. No one dared to stop Lan Yanlin. But Chen Hao could feel that there were more and more martial arts masters around her. Anyone could see that there was something wrong with the body of the empress. Her face was as pale as a white paper. She walked unsteadily, as if she would be blown away by the north wind at any time. She was like a prey that was targeted by a pack of wolves. At dawn, the refugees from Yundu City suddenly crowded the official road. At this time, Lan Yanlin finally knew the situation of Yundu. Xvii showed his power in Yundu with his own strength. He killed countless experts of the Black Blood Country and even destroyed hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Black Blood Country. These refugees didn't want to escape, but after the 17th slaughtered so many soldiers of the Black Blood Country, they were afraid of the revenge of the Black Blood Country. They had no choice but to escape in a hurry. That Chen Pengfei is really a bastard. Yes, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have to escape. My son, who was a servant in the Imperial Guards, was killed by him. He's a butcher with blood on his hands. I heard that he died. He deserved it. Yes, he died to our satisfaction. I heard that Chen Pengfei just doesn't want to hand over the empress. That empress isn't a good person either. Ever since she ascended the throne, we haven't had any peaceful days. I think they must have hooked up with each other. Yes, otherwise, why would Chen Pengfei fight to the death with the people of Black Blood Kingdom? No wonder people say that beauties are the source of trouble. Knowing Chen Pengfei's achievements, Diao Zhishan was fascinated and wished he could replace him, but then, he remembered that the red blood sword in Lan Yanlin's hand was Chen Pengfei's sword. Suddenly, his desire for the red blood sword became more fervent, seeing that the civilians were getting more and more excessive and unpleasant. Diao Zhishan, who knew Lan Yanlin's background, of course wouldn't let go of this opportunity to show off. Senior, do you want me to teach them a lesson? Even if he knew Lan Yanlin's identity, he still didn't change the way he addressed her. In this situation, calling her the Empress seemed to cause more trouble. No need. Lan Yanlin said in a low voice, if XVI was here, he wouldn't care about what others say about him. Diao Zhishan saw a carriage pass by in front of him and then looked at Lan Yanlin, who was walking slowly. He continued to clean the road as if he was resigned to his fate. He couldn't let her fall a second time. Otherwise, she might lose her life. In a short time, he almost figured out her temperament. Hard to guess, no matter how slow Lan Yanlin walked, he had to accompany her. After the Pekinate expert was killed last time, the frightened Diao Zhishan asked Lan Yanlin if she wanted him to fly with her. He even took out a chair from his space ring. If it really didn't work, she could sit on the chair and he could fly with it. At that time, he didn't care about the face of an innate expert. As long as he could send this great aunt to her destination and save his life, he would thank the heavens. In the end, the great aunt in front of him coldly retorted, "You also think I'm trash?" Looking at the red blood sword in her hand, Diao Zhishan really admitted defeat. At the same time, he complained in his heart, this woman is really unreasonable. He missed his 13th concubine very much. She was considerate, gentle, and considerate. Sometimes, Diao Zhishan even fantasized in his heart that it would be perfect if this woman who couldn't even walk steadily died halfway. Diao Zhishan did not know that the martial artists who followed them all the way also had the same idea. The closer they got to Cloud City, the more anxious they felt. This was because news had already spread from Cloud City. After Chen Pengfei's death, the Black Blood Kingdom's people had already made a comeback and captured Cloud City. The leader was the Black Dragon Army's General Ji Kuan. Once Lan Yanlin brought the Red Blood Sword into Cloud City, then the Red Blood Sword would no longer have any relationship with them. At noon that day, Lan Yanlin and the others also received the same news from the panicked refugees, and the news they brought was even more horrifying. Not only did the Black Blood Kingdom's 100,000 elite soldiers defeat the Southern Cloud Nation's Imperial Guards, they even hung Chen Pengfei's corpse on top of the city walls. They even wantonly massacred the commoners in Cloud City, 100,000 elites. Inside the Red Blood Sword, Chen Hao disdainfully curled his lips. In any case, he did not believe it. He reckoned that those commoners were not spreading it randomly. However, 17's corpse. Chen Hao remembered that he was in a hurry when he left and forgot to completely absorb 17's corpse. XVI was born with divine strength, a robust physique, and abundant blood energy. His corpse was definitely very nutritious. Thinking about it, Chen Hao felt that it was a pity. Senior, how about we not go to Cloud City? Diao Zhishan asked with a sad face. Lan Yanlin just said indifferently, just send me to the city gate. Because the commoners in Cloud City were fleeing on a large scale, the official road was completely blocked. Diao Zhishan simply used brute force to open a path. Under the deterrence of human lives, he forcibly opened a path for Lan Yanlin. After another 4 hours, before they reached Cloud City, the number of refugees began to gradually decrease. Listening to the grateful refugees, the soldiers of the Black Blood Kingdom had completely sealed off all the major city gates of Cloud City. In the afternoon, Lan Yanlin finally saw the city gate of Cloud City, and also saw the corpse that was hung high on the city wall. 17's corpse was hung on the city wall with a rope around his neck, swaying gently from side to side. Lan Yanlin recognized him with a single glance because of his blood-red long hair. 17. Lan Yanlin shouted in a low voice. Senior, can I leave now? You can go. Lan Yanlin waved her hand, and Diao Zhishan ran away without looking back. She licked her dry lips and staggered forward. After walking for another hour, she arrived at the city gate. She directly leaned against the cold city wall and did not catch her breath for a long time. Chen Hao knew that this naturally weak woman had already walked for a day and a night. During this day and night, she did not drink a single drop of water. She was completely relying on her strength to persevere. In the forest more than 700 meters away from Cloud City, more than 300 martial artists gathered together and stared at Lan Yanlin, who was leaning against the city wall. The temptation of the Red Blood Sword was really too great, There were already martial artists who recognized Lan Yanlin's true identity and also knew that she had never cultivated. An ordinary person who had never cultivated could use the red blood sword to kill a peak Xiantian expert. Then, what if these martial artists, obtained the red blood sword? Would they be able to kill a heaven-breaking realm expert? The shocking battle the day before yesterday had already spread out. Some Xiantian experts near Cloud City had also been fortunate enough to witness it with their own eyes, thinking of Chen Pengfei who held the red blood sword and killed until blood flowed like rivers, thinking of the 400,000 Black Blood Kingdom army that turned into ashes, thinking of those heaven-breaking realm experts that were killed. Almost all the martial artists near Cloud City who had received the news of the red blood sword had come. And as time passed, more and more martial artists rushed over. They followed Lan Yanlin's footsteps, but no one dared to show their faces. Among them, there were only 3 peak Xiantian experts, but even these 3 peak Xiantian experts were still observing. But because there were heaven-breaking realm experts in Cloud City, as Lan Yanlin approached Cloud City, many martial artists who weren't Xiantian experts and were momentarily blinded by greed became slightly clear-headed and began to choose to give up. But even so, there were still more than 300 martial artists who believed in their own strength, or hoped that the heavens would favor them, who were willing to continue waiting. This Lan Yanlin. Why did she send the red blood sword to the Black Blood Kingdom? Right, how could she let the Black Blood Kingdom benefit? No wonder the kingdom was destroyed. If the Black Blood Kingdom's heaven-breaking realm experts discover Lan Yanlin, the red blood sword will have no fate with us. A Xiantian expert suggested, why don't we charge together? All the Xiantian experts were speechless. They were very clear that Lan Yanlin, who held the red blood sword, had the ability to instantly kill 6 Xiantian experts. They had a total of 9 Xiantian experts. If they charged together, they really might not be able to kill the opponent. Scarlet Blood, please, put down 17's body. The red blood sword flew up and cut off the rope holding 17's body. 17's body fell heavily to the ground. Lan Yanlin walked 2 steps and fell beside the body. She touched 17's blood-stained face and gritted her teeth, calling out in a low voice, the 17th, XVII, little XVII. Unfortunately, the ice-cold body didn't respond to her. At this time, the tightly shut city gates slowly opened, and hundreds of Black Blood Country soldiers rushed out. On the city wall, Ji Kuan's figure appeared again. He looked at Lan Yanlin with a dark gaze and said, I didn't think that there would really be someone who dared to touch Chen Pengfei's body. Chen Pengfei and him had an irreconcilable enmity. After Ji Kuan escaped with great difficulty, he actually didn't run very far. As a veteran demonic martial artist, he knew very well that Chen Pengfei's desperate method definitely wouldn't last long. He knew quite a few demonic martial arts secret techniques that could temporarily increase one's strength, but it was his first time encountering a secret technique that could directly raise one's strength from the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm to the early stage of the transcendent realm. Even the Blood C-Sex mutual destruction secret technique could only temporarily raise one's strength by 2 small realms. Therefore, with his rich battle experience, he was very sure that after the secret technique's duration ended, there was a high probability that Chen Pengfei would directly die. After waiting for half a day, he contacted the spies in Cloud Capital City and quickly received a reply. Chen Pengfei was already dead. Therefore, he spent another half a day to gather the remaining soldiers defeated by Chen Pengfei. Relying on his prestige, he quickly gathered more than 30,000 Black Blood Country soldiers together. Knowing that his army of 400,000 was only left with such a small amount, he almost cried, especially the 100,000 Black Dragon army. That was half his life's work, although he used a secret technique at the last moment to escape from Chen Pengfei's hands and his strength temporarily fell to the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Ji Kuan believed that even if he only had the strength of the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm, he could still contend against a martial artist of the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm. With the cooperation of 30,000 Black Blood Country soldiers, he easily broke through Cloud Capital. In his extreme anger, he allowed the 30,000 Black Blood Country soldiers to burn, kill, and pillage Cloud Capital. He wanted to fulfill his promise and turn the entire Cloud City into a ghost city. This was the price for provoking the Black Blood Kingdom. He found Chen Pengfei's corpse and personally hung it on the city wall. However, what he didn't expect was that a southern Cloud Nation's martial artist actually dared to touch Chen Pengfei's corpse. Lan Yanlin's body was already weak, and after a day and night of traveling, her face was as pale as paper. Coupled with her beautiful face, people couldn't help but feel pity for her. Unfortunately, she met Ji Kuan. Ji Kuan frowned slightly and asked, "Who are you?" If he was not mistaken, the other party was just an ordinary person. An ordinary-looking middle-aged fatty standing on top of the city wall opened his mouth. "Great General, if I'm not mistaken, she is Lan Yanlin, the Empress of the Southern Cloud Nation." "Are you sure?" Ji Kuan suspiciously looked at the middle-aged fatty. "Are you sure she is Lan Yanlin? Although she is considered pretty. Compared to the demon spirit sex Lady Mayer, she is still lacking, right?" The middle-aged fatty replied in a low voice, "Reporting to the Great General, Lan Yanlin's appearance is indeed not exceptional. But I am sure that she is Lan Yanlin, the Empress of the Southern Cloud Nation." Ha ha ha. Hearing the middle-aged fatty's reply, Ji Kuan's carefree laughter resounded throughout Cloud Capital. "I didn't expect this. I thought something had happened to Xianxia. This old man gave up. I didn't expect that you would deliver yourself to me." Ji Kuan laughed until tears were about to flow out from his eyes. After 5 laughs, Ji Kuan's face suddenly turned cold. Gnashing his teeth, he stared at the Empress and said with a hideous grin, "My dear Empress, I'm going to settle the score with you for Chen Pengfei. Even if the Emperor of the Black Blood country personally came, he wouldn't be able to stop him at this time. 17's debt, I'll take it." Lan Yanlin leaned on the red blood sword and slowly stood up. She raised her head and stubbornly looked at the high and mighty Ji Kuan. "Good, you indeed have the spirit of Her Majesty the Empress." Ji Kuan narrowed his pair of gloomy eyes and said softly, "Don't worry, I promise to let you live for another 20 years. Shameless boasting. Within the red blood sword, Chen Hao curled his lips in disdain. He didn't speak. Who could guarantee that Lan Yanlin could live for another 20 years? Actually, even if he spoke, he also couldn't guarantee it. None of the 15 Renkenju of the red blood sword had a good ending. Ji Kuan flew down and was about to capture Lan Yanlin. Lan Yanlin's gaze turned to the red blood sword in her hand. Chen Hao understood tacitly. He had already discussed it with Lan Yanlin. Strength divine ability. Slaughter divine ability. Fear divine ability. Behead. For the first time, the red blood sword displayed its power in front of the world. Bloody light soared into the sky. At this moment, the earth was dyed blood red, the sky was dyed blood red, and the eyes of countless martial artists were also dyed blood red. A blood-red snowflake fluttered down and landed on Ji Kuan's cheek, then quickly melted and flowed into his eyes that were wide open in death. Black Blood Kingdom's heaven-breaking realm expert, Black Dragon Army's commander-in-chief, Ji Kuan, fell just like that. He fell in the hands of a weak girl who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Several hundred martial artists crawled in the grass. They stared fixedly at the red blood sword in Lan Yanlin's hand, their breathing quickening. No one didn't want to obtain that sword, being able to kill a heaven-breaking realm late-stage expert with one strike. They believed that if they obtained that sword, they could possibly become #1 in the Southern Territory, killing a heaven-breaking realm martial artist and over 100 Black Blood Army soldiers with one strike. Chen Hao checked the true essence stored in the red blood sword. His true essence was almost empty, and he couldn't afford to squander it anymore. The red blood sword could indeed automatically absorb the surrounding energy, but to store a true essence reserve comparable to a transcendent realm expert, it was a bit far away. He wasn't a martial artist after all, and couldn't quickly replenish his true essence. He could only slowly absorb spirit energy from the surrounding environment. Lan Yanlin looked at Ji Kuan's head, and fiercely kicked over. "XVII, let's go together." She turned around and looked at XVII, muttering in a low voice, "You won't take me, then I'll take you. Let's find a place where no one will know, where no one will disturb us." She straddled to 17's back, bent down, and grabbed his armpits with both hands, pulling with all her strength. She directly fell down, pressing down on 17's body. "Why are you so heavy?" she complained, struggling to stand up again. Grabbing 17's arm, and pulling again, she directly slipped into the snow. Lan Yanlin sat up, dirty all over, and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "XVII, don't be willful. It's cold in the snow, it's easy to catch a cold. Come with me." Her tone was as if she was coaxing a child. She grabbed 17's arm again, wanting to drag him. But that was just a thought. Move. Move. Move then. Why don't you move? This woman who didn't shed a single tear along the way finally cried. She desperately pulled the corpse and shouted, "Xvii. Come with me. Come with me. Xvii." Lan Yanlin weakly lay in the snow and wailed. Red blood, I know you understand what I mean. For the sake of Xvii, can you agree to my last request? Lan Yanlin wiped her tears and said to the red blood sword, let your next master bury me and Xvii together. Before Chen Hao could respond, she stood up, raised the red blood sword and shouted behind her, I know that many of you want the red blood sword. I, Lan Yanlin, only have one request. Whoever gets this red blood sword must bury me and Xvii together. If you can't do it, I curse you that even if you get the red blood sword, you won't have a good death. The 16th Renkenju of the red blood sword, the only female sword master, Lan Yanlin fell. She died under the red blood sword. Chen Hao watched her fall on the bloody ground, only holding 17's arm. Blood spread and dyed the white snow red. He remembered that Xvii told him that he and Lan Yanlin met on a snowy day. Even if he had guessed Lan Yanlin's thoughts, Chen Hao still couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. Maybe she and Xvii finally got together, and it was also the best ending. System, you said that my talent of killing the master was only shown in those 2 misfortune skills? Chen Hao remembered the question he asked the system a few days ago. The system still responded with a cold voice, that was the oath that the host made at the beginning. It was destined long ago. Okay, I understand. After Lan Yanlin fell down for a few minutes, the innate masters who had been waiting for a long time rushed to the red blood sword. The one who rushed to the front was a tall and thin old man. He moved like the wind, and the green wind concept wrapped around him tightly. But before he could rush forward, he was directly knocked down by the many innate masters behind him. The first one to snatch the red blood sword was also a Khanate peak master. He was a handsome middle-aged warrior with a long beard. As soon as he snatched the red blood sword, he quickly used his movement skill and flew south along the city wall. No one cared about Xvii and Lan Yanlin's bodies. It seemed like these guys didn't care about the oath Lan Yanlin made before she died. But at this moment, Chen Hao saw 7 or 8 strong warriors appear. While everyone was focused on red blood sword and chasing after the middle-aged warrior, they took the opportunity to carry away 17 and Lan Yanlin's bodies. Chen Hao recognized one of them. It was 17's loyal Meng Fei. From the beginning to the end, Chen Hao had never cared about Qing Yin. Ding. Would you like to bind Xvii Renkenju, by Jianfei? Bind. Congratulations to the host for binding Xvii Renkenju, by Jianfei. Soon, Bai Jianfei, a Khanate master, left all the true energy realm warriors behind with his advantage of speed. However, there were still 3 Khanate peak masters following closely behind him. The injured Khanate peak master was the fastest. Relying on his superb movement skill, he stopped the middle-aged warrior. The 3 Khanate peak masters surrounded Bai Jianfei. Bai Jianfei, I remember that you've already snatched the spatial rings of 2 heaven-breaking realm masters. Don't be so greedy. I advise you to put down the red blood sword. The 4 Khanate peak masters all knew each other. Their territories weren't far from each other, and they often interacted with each other. Yes, Bai Jianfei, hand over the red blood sword if you know what's good for you. Surrounded by 3 Khanate peak masters, even if 2 of them were stronger than him, Bai Jianfei didn't panic at all, because he had the red blood sword. Bai Jianfei shouted at the red blood sword, "Red blood, kill the 3 of them for me." When the other 3 Khanate peak masters heard this, their expressions changed, and they turned to flee. However, after running less than 100 meters, the 3 of them stopped again. They turned to look at Bai Jianfei. To be precise, they were looking at the red blood sword in Bai Jianfei's hand. How could it be? Was his tone too harsh, not polite enough? Bai Jianfei looked nervously at the other 3 Khanate peak masters, then looked at the red blood sword in his hand. He tried hard to recall and said, "Red blood, please, kill the 3 of them." Hearing this, Chen Hao was stunned. Did this idiot think that the red blood sword was driven by spells? How did such an idiot become a Khanate peak master? Chen Hao really wanted to kill his new Renkenju. Moreover, from his tone, he was obviously imitating Miss Lan Yanlin, right? Was he planning to imitate Miss Lan Yanlin and make the red blood sword use its limited vital essence to work for him for free? Who did he think he was? Chen Hao's face was cold. He activated the misfortune skill that he hadn't used for a long time. He would first reduce his luck by 3 points. Ha ha ha, Bai Jianfei, the red blood sword doesn't listen to you at all. A Khanate Peak master who had been frightened just now laughed. The red blood sword is so strong. Do you think you can make it recognize you as its master so easily? Hurry up and kill him. If the red blood sword really recognizes him as its master, it will be troublesome. Yes, let's kill him together. At this time, the other Khanate Peak masters had also arrived at the battlefield. They all wanted to see if there was a good chance to seize the red blood sword. Facing 3 Khanate Peak masters, Bai Jianfei finally used the red blood sword move. His incantation towards the red blood sword was completely led astray by Lan Yanlin. After all, this was how Lan Yanlin used it. Of course, he would imitate her, thinking that he could use the red blood sword like Lan Yanlin and kill all the enemies. Water sword essence, soft water sword technique. Just as he used the soft water sword technique, Bai Jianfei noticed the difference. The blue water sword intent wrapped around the scarlet blood sword. In his hand, the scarlet blood sword was as soft as water. Every sword strike accurately hit the path of the 3 Xiantian pinnacle masters. The attacks of the 3 Khanate Peak masters were all blocked by him. Seeing that the first wave of attacks was blocked, the 3 Khanate Peak masters looked at each other in dismay. This was different from what they had expected. The 3 of them joined forces, but they were actually blocked so easily by the opponent. Is Bai Jianfei that strong? Impossible. Not long ago, when I fought with him, his ability was not as good as mine. And Khanate Peak master said in a low voice, I feel that he is at least twice as strong. Is it because of the red blood sword? Bai Jianfei looked at the red blood sword in his hand, his eyes filled with excitement. He had already realized that the red blood sword had an effect on strengthening his artistic conception and swordsmanship. At the very least, it was twice as strong. Just based on this point, the red blood sword was more than 1 level stronger than a normal spiritual sword. The only thing that Bai Jianfei felt was that the red blood sword did not have any effect on strengthening his body movement. If it could double his speed, he was confident that he could escape from the encirclement of so many experts. The people outside were fighting to the death for him. Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword, was leisurely watching from the sidelines. He was no longer the unknown red blood sword of the past. He had the qualifications and status to choose the new Renkenju. 9 heaven-breaking realm experts had died under the red blood sword. The new sword master couldn't be too weak, right? Choosing the sword master was very simple. It had already begun. Whoever got the red blood sword would be the new Renkenju of the red blood sword. There was definitely no conspiracy. Strength spoke for itself. Ding. Do you want to bind Wen Tianyu as the 18th Renkenju? Wen Tianyu? Only then did Chen Hao realize that the XVI Renkenju had passed away. Even if his ability was doubled, he was still no match for the 3 Peak Khanate Peak masters. Hopefully, when Tianyu was really blessed by the heavens, Chen Hao did not hesitate. Bind. Cultivation techniques, martial arts, and the like, the more the better. However, according to Chen Hao's estimation, Renkenzu's life would be very short in the next few days. After Bai Jianfei died, Wen Tianyu took the red blood sword. However, the owner of the sword wasn't in a good situation. Chen Pengfei's matter had been brewing for 2 to 3 days. The nearby masters all rushed over. Not only was he surrounded by 2 pinnacle grandmasters, but the other grandmasters who couldn't interfere had also surrounded him. Although they were slightly weaker than the pinnacle grandmasters, they weren't weak when they worked together. When Tianyu was slightly stronger than Bai Jianfei. With the red blood sword, he was able to fight evenly with the other 2 pinnacle grandmasters. At this time, 4 late-stage grandmasters rushed into the battle. When Tianyu was outnumbered, and a sword pierced through his heart from behind. The 18th Renkenju of the red blood sword had fallen. A Peak Xiantian expert quickly picked up the scarlet blood sword and looked at the surrounding warriors who were eyeing him covetously. He hesitated for a moment, then gripped the red blood sword tightly. He had no reason to give up at this point. How many chances did one have to gamble in life? This was a chance for him to rise to the top. However, it was obvious that he had lost. Ding. Would you like to bind Chen Hao as the 19th Renkenju? Chen Hao. When Chen Hao of the Red Blood Sword heard this name, he was dumbfounded. How did he meet someone with the same name? Although Chen Hao knew that his name was very common, he didn't expect to meet someone with the same name so quickly. It wasn't scary to have the same clothes, but it was embarrassing to have the same name, if that was the case. Chen Hao silently chose to bind the 19th Renkenju and then activated Misfortune to reduce his luck. By 3 points, it was better for him to die. It was no joke to lose 3 points of luck while being surrounded by enemies. Sometimes, the difference between life and death was just a hair's breadth away. Ding. Would you like to bind Qin Jingyu as the 20th Renkenju? Chen Hao didn't even think and was about to confirm the binding. However, at this time, Qin Jingyu shouted, "Wait." The group of Xiantian experts who were planning to besiege him stopped for a moment. They wanted to see what this last Xiantian pinnacle expert had to say. Besieging Qin Jingyu, the innate experts present felt no pressure at all. Qin Jingyu was already seriously injured. After a series of battles, his true essence had long been exhausted. Qin Jingyu looked at the wound on his abdomen where Chen Hao had stabbed him. He then looked at the red blood sword in his hand and closed his eyes. In the end, he said with pain and reluctance, "I quit. I choose to give up." He knew that if he continued to hold on to scarlet blood, he would not be able to escape. There were at least 4 other Xiantian late-stage experts present. If he had been in his peak condition, he might have had a chance to fight them. Hearing that he had chosen to give up on scarlet blood, Chen Hao no longer planned to bind the sword master. However, just as Qin Jingyu was about to give up on the red blood sword, someone shouted, "He is the only Xiantian pinnacle master here. Even if he is seriously injured, he is still the strongest among us." Hearing this, Qin Jingyu's expression changed. This sentence was simply putting him on the fire to roast. Even if he announced that he had given up on the red blood sword, there would still be people who wanted to deal with him. The reason was that he was too strong. He looked deeply at the face of the person who had spoken and engraved it in his heart. Then, he directly threw the red blood sword into the distance. Everyone's eyes followed the red blood sword and watched as the red blood sword was nailed to a big tree 500 meters away. The ordinary Xiantian experts on the periphery frantically rushed towards the red blood sword. The Xiantian late-stage experts surrounding Qin Jingyu hesitated for a moment and gave up on attacking him. Seeing that the Xiantian late-stage experts had left, Qin Jingyu heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the corpses of Wen Tianyu, Bai Jianfei, and Chen Hao on the ground with lingering fear. Fortunately, he had not been blinded by greed. However, at this moment, 2 more Xiantian experts appeared and stood on Qin Jingyu's left and right. Qin Jingyu looked at the twin brothers who looked exactly the same. His expression was grave. "Zhang brothers, why are you here? Aren't you going to fight for the red blood sword? We prefer to use swords." "Yes, brothers' words are my opinion. Besides, even if we can get the red blood sword, we may not be able to escape." "Yes, yes. As long as we kill you, our Zhang family will be the #1 family in Feibai City." "Brother, you're right." Qin Jingyu knew that things were going to be troublesome. He might be defeated today. The battle for the red blood sword continued. Chen Hao kept changing sword masters. This was the advantage of being famous. At least there was no lack of powerful sword masters. He did not have to search for one himself. He did not care about the life and death of the sword masters. That was their choice. Since they had chosen to participate in the battle, they had to be prepared to pay with their lives. Everyone was an adult. Whatever decision they made, they had to bear the consequences. About 2 hours later, not only did some unfamiliar faces appear to fight for the red blood sword, a portion of the Black Blood Kingdom's Xiantian experts also joined the battle. The Black Blood Kingdom's army's Xiantian experts were very strong. At the same level, they were generally stronger than the Xiantian experts of the Southern Cloud Kingdom. However, once they appeared, they were besieged by the Southern Cloud Kingdom's warriors. They did not cause much trouble. When Chen Hao saw this scene, he was somewhat disappointed. The world was so big, he also wanted to go out and take a look. Some of the more rational and timid Xiantian experts began to retreat. However, most of the experts did not retreat. they all desired the red blood sword. Congratulations to the host for binding the 29th Rinkenju, Wu Siyu. Wu Siyu, a late-stage Xiantian expert. Chen Hao could clearly see that he was a cunning old fox, a hidden demon. At the beginning, he did not jump out to fight for the red blood sword. It was only when a heavily injured late-stage Xiantian expert snatched the red blood sword and was killed that he jumped out, snatched the red blood sword, and ran away. However, there were many experts who acted as hidden demons with him. After he snatched the red blood sword, another late-stage Xiantian expert jumped out. Not long after, another late-stage Xiantian expert flew over from afar. However, Wu Siyu still managed to escape with heavy injuries. Looking at him frantically running away, Chen Hao thought in his heart. Would the red blood sword's next master be him? Wu Siyu did not look young. Perhaps he was 50 years old. He had a head of long white hair and a rough face that looked weathered. His pair of small eyes looked somewhat unique. Chen Hao felt that the situation was set. He was afraid that he would have to cooperate with Wu Siyu for a period of time in the future. Therefore, he selectively transmitted the information of the red blood sword's ability to Wu Siyu's mind. Chen Hao recognized Wu Siyu's strength and wisdom. No wonder Chen Pengfei is so strong. After seeing the red blood sword's ability, Wu Siyu gasped, as one of the red blood sword's core abilities, the slaughter feedback would make all sword masters go crazy. Chen Pengfei instructed him in his mind, remember, there are 2 ways to use the slaughter feedback. The first way is to increase your strength slowly but steadily. There are no side effects and you won't easily go berserk. The second way is to increase your strength very quickly. If you kill more powerful experts, you can quickly break through in a short period of time. However, the consequence is that the energy you absorb is not pure and you will easily go berserk. The red blood sword needed to be continuously upgraded, and he hoped that the sword master would become stronger. Although Wu Siyu was old, age was not a problem for Chen Hao. Now, the red blood sword did not need to worry too much. He had been so low-key before because the red blood sword's flaw was too obvious. It could be easily refined and could be imprisoned, but after several evolutions, the red blood sword had been greatly strengthened, and the will of the demon sword could protect his mind. XVII had finally broken through to the transcendent realm, allowing the red blood sword to have 3 times the true essence storage of a transcendent realm expert. Plus the 3 transcendent powers. As long as he finished charging, no one in the entire southern region would be able to stop his red blood sword. However, although Chen Hao knew that he was very strong, he still chose to remain low-key. When asked why, he said that he liked to play the late game when he played LOL, and he liked to play as Voldemort when he played PlayerUnknown's Battleground. Wu Siyu asked curiously, Chen Pengfei forcefully advanced before? Yes, he is very talented, and forcefully advanced twice before he became demonic. Lord Jianling, you should be able to deal with a heaven-breaking realm expert, right? Chen Hao thought for a moment. He was unwilling to personally kill people because of the system's restrictions, and there were no benefits. However, the red blood sword's powerful ability was known to most of the martial artists in the southern region. If he did not do anything, the future sword master would probably hold a grudge against him. He could ignore it, but he hoped that the sword master could trust him wholeheartedly. He did not want to waste time on the sword master. Okay, I'll set the price. Sacrifice 99999 acquired stage martial artists, maybe 99 innate stage martial artists. If it's 9 heaven-breaking realm martial artists, I can help you kill 1 person with all my strength. Under transcendent powers, I'm confident that I can kill them. Hearing this, Wu Siyu was so scared that his hands trembled, and he almost threw the red blood sword away. That Lan Yanlin, too? Her man is outstanding, sacrificing more than 400,000 people. You understand? I understand. Wu Siyu nodded. Wu Siyu had once witnessed with his own eyes how Chen Pengfei slaughtered in all directions from afar. With the red blood sword, he was confident that he could surpass Chen Pengfei and become the new overlord of the southern region. Chen Hao smiled. He had set this rule to encourage the sword master. If there was someone that sword master couldn't kill in the future, he could use the sacrificial method. He, the red blood sword, would not refuse anyone. Chen Hao briefly understood Wu Siyu's situation. Even if Wu Siyu was seriously injured, he still did not dare to neglect Chen Hao's inquiry. Wu Siyu was a late-stage Xiantian master, and was also one of the elders of the famed sword sect. Although his wife and children were in Mingjian sect, he couldn't care less about them now. In his words, he only had one life. Even if he lost his wife, children, and grandchildren, he could remarry in the future and have more children. He didn't even bother to return to Mingjian sect. Instead, he swallowed all the healing pills in his spatial ring. He gritted his teeth and continued to run along the mountains. He ran for 2 days straight. After spending 2 days, he finally shook off the Xiantian masters chasing after him. Even if he shook off the pursuers, Wu Siyu still didn't feel safe. He was very clear that as time passed, the entire southern Cloud Nation, and even the entire southern region's experts, would probably rush over. There was still time now. Taking advantage of the fact that the heaven-breaking realm martial artists hadn't joined in, he ran as far as possible. After running for another day and night, Wu Siyu finally couldn't hold on anymore. He came to the vicinity of Anyu City, thought for a moment, and stopped. What's wrong? I can't hold on anymore. I want to rest in Anyu City for a while. After days of fighting and running for his life, his injuries couldn't be treated. Wu Siyu was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He really couldn't run anymore. Taking advantage of the night, he put on makeup and changed his appearance before sneaking into Anyu City. He came to a small 2-story house and directly pushed open the window and barged in. Who is it? A woman's delicate voice came from the house. It's me. Old Wang. Old Wang. Old Wang, still using an alias. In the middle of the night, coupled with the name Old Wang, Chen Hao felt that the style was quite fitting. Rustling sounds came from the house. That woman clearly knew Wu Siyu after putting on makeup. Inside the house, the lights were lit. In the dim light, Chen Hao saw a gorgeous young woman. Her long hair was a little messy, and she wore a tutu, revealing a pair of pink and tender arms. She looked pretty good. Old Wang, why are you here? Why didn't you go through the door? Why did you climb the window? The beautiful young woman glanced at Wu Siyu covered in blood and hurriedly asked in concern. What's wrong with you? Covered in blood? Injured? Ching, I ran into trouble on the way. I finally killed the other party with great difficulty, but I didn't feel good either. Wu Siyu said in a weak voice. I'll be fine after sleeping for a while. Remember, don't invite an apothecary, and don't tell anyone. After saying that, Wu Siyu directly lay down on that large bed. Old Wang, Old Wang. Ching shouted a few times, but Wu Siyu didn't respond. He had already fallen unconscious. With his recuperative ability as a late-stage Xiantian master, he would at least wake up tomorrow afternoon. I've been away for a month, and I often don't see anyone. When I come back, I sleep like a dead pig. Ching hugged her arms angrily. She looked at the blood on her clean and tidy bed, and then at the red blood sword tightly held in Wu Siyu's right hand. She couldn't help but frown. The sharp edge of the red blood sword cut through the sheets. She frowned and said angrily, Really, why are you holding a weapon in your sleep? Don't you know it's scary? As she spoke, she reached out to take the red blood sword in Wu Siyu's hand. But just as her hand touched his hand, Wu Siyu's hand suddenly moved. The red blood sword drew a sword shadow. Ching's eyes widened. She touched the top of her head in horror and grabbed a clump of hair. That sword was just a sword that Wu Siyu had unconsciously swung out in his sleep. It had brushed past her scalp and almost killed her. Ching took a deep breath and clutched her chest tightly. She fell to the ground softly, and it took her a long time to slowly get up. Old Wang, are you pretending to be asleep? You almost killed me just now. The unconscious Wu Siyu didn't speak. Ching looked at Wu Siyu, who was still unconscious, and didn't dare to approach him. She sat on a chair and poured herself a cup of tea. She took a sip to calm herself down, but she was still in shock. After all, it was really too scary just now. Ching sat there until it was almost midnight. She heard the window that had just been closed open softly again. Who is it? She quickly stood up and asked nervously. Even Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword, was a little puzzled. The pursuers had arrived so soon. Didn't old Wu say that this place was very secluded? Outside the window, a man shouted in a low voice, It's me, Lu Yuan. Open the window quickly. Chen Hao glanced at Wu Xiyu and clearly felt that something was wrong. Qingqing glanced at Wu Xiyu nervously and rushed to the window and shouted, don't come in. The man outside was puzzled. What's wrong? Qingqing? Let's talk downstairs. After Qingqing finished speaking, she glanced at Wu Xiyu and immediately went downstairs with the lamp. Chen Hao curiously sensed the location of Qingqing and Lu Fan. Lu Fan was probably at the late stage of the true energy realm. Judging from his voice, he should be quite young. After Qingqing opened the door for Lu Fan, he rushed in and hugged her. Qingqing pushed him away and said, don't do this. Qingqing, what's wrong with you today? Don't talk about it. My husband is back. Really? Why didn't you say anything? Lu Fan's tone was a little fearful. I saw that you didn't hang the red gauze dress on the pole. He came back at the last minute. I didn't expect it either. Lu Fan whispered, since he's back, I'd better go back. Wait, don't go back. Why? Qingqing asked softly, can you stay with me? But I heard that your husband is a Khanate master. Why, are you scared? Before Chen Hao heard Lu Fan's answer, he heard Qingqing's voice. Don't worry. He's in a deep sleep. Even I can't wake him up. That's a Khanate master. Even if a Khanate master is asleep, he can still wake up. Lu Fan lowered his voice and said, my life is worthless. I can die without regrets now that I have you in this life. But Qingqing, don't worry. He seems to have met an enemy outside. He was seriously injured and fell asleep. Don't worry, I think he won't wake up until tomorrow morning. Really? Why would I lie to you? Qingqing pleaded. Lu Fan, can you stay with me? If you're not here, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Okay. But we can't stay here. It's better to stay away from him. If he wakes up. Okay. I'll go up and get a set of clothes. Let's go to the room in the garden. Qingqing's footsteps were heard. She put on a set of clothes and looked back at Wu Xiyu. Old Wang, wake up. Your enemy seems to be here. Wu Xiyu didn't respond. Chen Hao watched as she tiptoed away. His divine sense followed Qingqing's movements. This house was very spacious. Lu Fan knew the way, so he had been waiting in the small room they had mentioned. Qingqing grumbled softly, you don't even know that my man almost killed me just now. What happened? Lu Fan's tone was obviously a little nervous. After that, he asked in a gentle and caring tone, he didn't hurt you, did he? No, if he really hurt me, how could I still be standing in front of you? Qingqing continued, but I was really scared to death at that time. I was so close. Fortunately, it only cut off a bit of my hair. Let me see. It's true. He's really ruthless. Lu Fan asked again, then why did he attack you? This brat was obviously scared and had a guilty conscience. I don't know. I saw him lying on the bed covered in blood with that sword in his hand, so I wanted to take the sword from his hand so that he could lie more comfortably. But who knew that just as I touched him, he made his move. Chen Hao heard Lu Fan's suppressed laughter. Qingqing grumbled, you're still laughing. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Humph. Believe it or not, I'll ignore you in the future. Okay, I won't laugh. Lu Fan said, I heard that some masters kill so many people that they even kill in their dreams. Don't mention killing in front of me. I can't stand it. Okay, I won't mention it. Qingqing continued, you don't know, but the sword in his hand is very strange. Lu Fan asked casually, how is it strange? Even Chen Hao was curious. What was strange about it? At that time, I was scared silly. My legs were so weak that I couldn't even get up. Don't laugh. I noticed that there were many strange blood-red patterns on the sword. I counted at that time and there were a total of 27 patterns. Some were thick, some were thin, and some were thick. Among them, the 14th was the thickest and the strangest. Chen Hao clearly felt that when Lu Fan mentioned the blood-red stripes, his heart, which had gradually calmed down, began to beat violently again. Only then did he remember that Wu Xiyu only cared about running for his life and didn't ask him to hide the characteristics of the red blood sword. After Wu Xiyu, who was already seriously injured, finally got rid of the pursuers, he ran with all his might. As soon as he arrived here, he collapsed. It was already extraordinary that he could make it here. How could he have the time to carefully study the lengthy skill introduction of the red blood sword? Lu Fan pretended to be casual and asked, "What's strange?" The other red stripes are all spaced apart from each other. Only the 16th stripe seems to have crossed the 15th stripe and intertwined with the thickest 14th stripe. I don't know what it means. Maybe the sword master's hand shook when he was carving the stripes. Chen Hao glanced at the sword and suddenly realized that Qing Qing was a very careful woman. Unfortunately, she was still not very smart. His hand shook? It can't be, right? But what you said seems to be true, those blood-red patterns, some are thick and some are thin, they are all irregular, they are all drawn quite casually. I can only say that the blacksmith is really casual. Don't tell me he got tired of carving at the end? It's really possible. Lu Fan said in a low voice. But some brilliant swordsmiths or warriors care more about the practical use of the weapon. No matter how ugly or weird the weapon looks, as long as it's easy to use, they won't reject it. Casual? Ugly? Weird. Chen Hao felt like someone was saying that he was ugly. It was the first time he had heard someone say that about the red blood sword. Chen Hao pondered. If Wu Xiyu could wake up safely, he would definitely report this adulterous couple as soon as possible. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in Wu Xiyu's family affairs because it was quite interesting to watch. Also, after staring at the sword for a long time, I feel like there's blood flowing in the stripes. It's like there's some kind of magical power that's attracting me. I can't help but want to reach out and grab it. It's very strange. Well, I heard that spiritual weapons are different from ordinary weapons. They have souls. Alive? Yes, you can understand it that way. Then will it see us? Lu Fan comforted her. Don't worry, it won't. I heard from the seniors that the spiritual weapon's intelligence is like that of a puppy. They don't know anything. Only those legendary spiritual weapons spirits have the same intelligence as human beings. Haha, I don't know anything. Chen Hao sneered inside the red blood sword. Sleep well. Okay. After Qing Qing's breathing calmed down, Lu Fan called her a few more times. Seeing that she didn't respond, he secretly put on his clothes and rushed to the attic. Chen Hao guessed that Lu Fan might know about the existence of the red blood sword. After all, it had happened a few days ago. The seriously injured Wu Xiyu didn't run far. It was normal for someone in Anyu City to know the general characteristics of the red blood sword. Lu Fan climbed up the stairs and appeared on the second floor. He pulled out his long sword and slowly approached Wu Xiyu. In the darkness, Lu Fan could vaguely see the blood-red stripes on the red blood sword. At this time, Chen Hao also saw Lu Fan for the first time. This was a very handsome young man, a rare handsome guy. No wonder he could hook up with Wu Xiyu's concubine. He was tall, about 20 years old, with the strength of the late stage of true energy realm. He could be considered a genius. Lu Fan held his breath, took out a bouquet from the vase, squatted down, and slowly approached the unconscious Wu Xiyu. He patted the red blood sword with the bouquet, and Wu Xiyu swung his sword as Qing Qing said. That sword strike was extremely exquisite. Even an ordinary Xianxia expert would find it difficult to take that strike head-on. Unfortunately, that sword was just Wu Xiyu's subconscious action, and he swung it in the direction he was used to. Even Qing Qing, an ordinary person, could dodge it, so Lu Fan, who was seriously prepared, certainly wouldn't be hit. Just after Wu Xiyu swung his sword, Lu Fan's sword pierced his throat. This sword was fast and ruthless. After stabbing 9 times and confirming that Wu Xiyu couldn't be revived, Lu Fan finally put down his sword. Wu Xiyu's heroic words and aspirations were still lingering in Chen Hao's ears. Ding, bind Lu Fan as the 30th Rinkenju? Bind. Congratulations to the host for binding the 30th Rinkenju Lu Fan. He picked up the red blood sword, opened the window, and reflected the moonlight. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "It is said that the red blood sword has circular blood patterns." Qing Qing said they were blood patterns because she only saw them from one direction. Wang Ji once showed his strength. He is indeed an innate master. He has the strength to snatch the red blood sword. The red blood sword, Chen Pengfei's sword, with it, you can kill a heaven-breaking realm master. the divine sword that the whole southern cloud nation went crazy for. It is now mine. Lu Fan was so happy that his entire body trembled. Even Chen Hao, who was inside the demon sword, was somewhat satisfied with his reaction. However, this did not make Chen Hao forget the fact that he and Qing Qing had criticized Red Blood Sword for being ugly. Moreover, the process of Lu Fan obtaining the Red Blood Sword was a bit embarrassing. Looking at the misfortune skill, Chen Hao decided to wait a little longer. However, since he was the sword master, Chen Hao did not treat him unfairly. He concealed the two great misfortune skills, the master slaying innate skill, the master slaying inheritance, and other skills that were inconvenient for the sword master to know. He transmitted the demon sword's ability to Lu Fan's mind. Of course, he added an additional skill, sacrifice, so that in the future, Ren Kenju could use sacrifices in exchange for a chance for him to attack. Chen Hao didn't explain these abilities. He didn't want to talk to Lu Fan. After receiving the information from Red Blood Sword, Lu Fan was excited for a long time. Get excited, Chen Hao was already used to the reactions of these sword masters. A few days ago, Wu Siyu was also this excited. In the middle of the night, Lu Fan jumped out of the house with two big bags. In the bags, there was dark red blood seeping out. After returning to a small house, he dug a big hole in the house's garden overnight and buried the two big bags in it. He flattened the ground, covered it with a layer of snow, and transplanted a small tree. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for whether the small tree could survive in the winter, it wasn't something he cared about. At worst, he could just plant another tree in the next spring. After taking a bath, he tossed and turned in bed but couldn't fall asleep. He began to study the information transmitted to his mind by Red Blood Sword. After being excited for a long time, he lifted the blanket and looked at Red Blood Sword and said, "Red Blood Sword, can you hide the blood ring on your sword?" Looking at the gradually hidden blood ring on Red Blood Sword, Lu Fan's face was filled with surprise. Hide a characteristic. Although Chen Hao in Red Blood Sword was not happy, he still did as he was told. As the Jianling of the Devil Sword for a long time, his authority was above that of the Sword Master, but he had his own set of rules. As long as the Sword Master didn't cause any direct harm to Red Blood Sword, no matter who the Sword Master was, no matter what the Sword Master's character was, he would faithfully carry out the Sword Master's orders on the surface and be a good weapon. Of course, behind the scenes. Haha. It's really a good treasure. Lu Fan was pleasantly surprised. I didn't pay such a big price to get you in vain. Price, really? Chen Hao was a little confused. Lu Fan was lying on the bed and murmuring, "Qing Qing." Sigh. What a pity. Hearing this, Chen Hao looked at his 30th Ren Kenju and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At dawn, Lu Fan got up early. Although he didn't sleep for the whole night, he was still full of energy. After a simple wash, he took out the long sword he used before from the scabbard and inserted the Red Blood Sword into it. The standard long swords were about the same size, and the old scabbard was also very suitable. But Chen Hao thought that the Red Blood Sword deserved a better scabbard. When he went out, Lu Fan took a look at the small tree. After walking for about half an hour, Lu Fan came to the downtown area of Anyu City and entered a 3-story pavilion. Chen Hao glanced at the signboard of the pavilion, Changtian Faction Branch. Changtian Faction, Chen Hao had some impression of this faction. It was one of the big forces in southern Cloud Country. It was said that there was a peak innate master in the Changtian Faction, and its influence extended to more than half of the cities in Violet Wind County. Its strength couldn't be underestimated. Violet Wind County, if Chen Hao remembered correctly, Violet Wind County was close to Zhou Country. Greetings, Branch Leader Lu. Hello, brothers. Lu Fan greeted loudly. Branch Leader, all right. Chen Hao had to admit that Lu Fan's identity had surprised him. But when he thought about Lu Fan's strength, a branch in a city, a late true energy realm warrior, and the reputation of the Changtian faction behind him, he would definitely be able to control the situation in Anyu City. At the same time, he also understood why Lu Fan's first reaction when he got the Red Blood Sword was not to run away. Going up to the 3rd floor, Chen Hao sensed the branch of the Changtian faction in Anyu City. They were quite strong, and a bit stronger than the small families. Also, the members of the Changtian faction were mostly talking about Chen Pengfei and the Red Blood Sword. Just as he stepped into the hall of the third floor, Lu Fan sat down on the chair in the center of the hall. He took a sip of tea, and slowly asked the old man who was standing beside him respectfully, "Is there anything important recently?" The old man was about 60 years old, wearing a green robe. He had triangular eyes, a face full of wrinkles, and high cheekbones. But he was not strong, only at the Qi-Hai realm. With his Qi and blood declining, he would never be able to break through to the true energy realm. Branch leader, there is no important news recently. Is there any news about the red blood sword? Last time, I heard that the red blood sword fell into the hands of the Empress, and she killed 6 upper sky realm warriors instantly. The headquarter is very concerned about the situation of the red blood sword, Lu Fan said seriously. If there is any news about the red blood sword, report it to me immediately. Actually, I am also curious about who will get Chen Pengfei's red blood sword. Understood. After dealing with the chores in the branch, it was noon. Lu Fan left the branch and came to a restaurant. When the waiter in the restaurant saw Lu Fan, he greeted him very warmly, "Master Lu, please come up, or the usual seat." Lu Fan glanced at the lively first floor. An old storyteller stood on the stage, patted the wooden table and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, what we are going to tell today is the story of the former #1 expert of Southern Cloud Nation, the commander of the Imperial Guards, Chen Pengfei." The originally noisy first floor suddenly quieted down. Many martial artists on the first floor looked at the storyteller. After so many days, Chen Pengfei's story had already spread to a new city. However, other than the earth-shattering battle outside Cloud Capital, most of the stories about Chen Pengfei's life were hearsay. Therefore, everyone was very interested in Chen Pengfei's story. After all, in that final battle, the Black Blood country's famous Black Dragon Legion had been completely annihilated. 400,000 soldiers had been annihilated, and countless heaven-shattering realm experts had died. The impression Chen Pengfei had left on the people was too deep. The storyteller could be considered to have freeloaded on the current hot topic. "No need, I'll sit here." Lu Fan pointed to the seat near the window on the first floor. It had been snowing for days, and today, the sun came out. At noon, the sun shone on people's faces, and there was a rare trace of warmth. "Master Lu is also interested in General Chen Pengfei?" The waiter was slightly stunned, and then asked with a smile. Lu Fan said casually, "Of course, as long as one is a martial artist, it's impossible not to be interested in his story. Indeed, even if I'm just an ordinary person who has never cultivated, every time I hear General Chen's story, my blood would boil. This is a true hero. It's a pity that he died young. If he was given a bit more time, perhaps with him overseeing the situation, our Southern Cloud Nation would also become a powerful nation like the Black Blood Nation and Zhou Nation." Bringing Lu Fan to a seat near the window, he pulled out a chair and said, "Master Lu, please sit. What dish would Master Lu like to order? Our boss just bought the meat of the demon beast bronze bull's hind leg, and it's still fresh. Do you want to try it? 5 caddies of beef, and a pot of jade carvings. Okay." Before the food was served, the storyteller began to speak. "If we want to talk about Chen Pengfei's story, we have to mention the White Sands County's demonic Tao expert, Ancestor Red River. Ancestor Red River took in over 100 disciples. In the quiet hall of the first floor, only the loud voice of the storyteller could be heard. Many martial artists were drinking wine as they listened to the storyteller's story. When the storyteller reached the most exciting parts, they would not hesitate to loudly cheer. Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao was also listening to the storyteller's story with great interest. Of course, it was impossible for the storyteller to know too many secrets of XVII, but after the storyteller's artistic processing, Chen Hao had to admit that the story seemed to have become more exciting. The storyteller began with Ancestor Red River being seriously injured by the green poison ghost old man, and Pang Ben and his 2 brothers killing their master. Then, he told the story of Chen Pengfei's love and righteousness. In order to protect Ancestor Red River, he was seriously injured by Pang Ben. Chen Pengfei, who was seriously injured, luckily escaped with his life. When his life was in danger, he was saved by Miss Lan Yanlin, who was passing by. Thus, the melodramatic plot began. The two fell in love at first sight, fell in love, and secretly pledged to marry each other. Unfortunately, the difference in status between them was too big. One was the disciple of a demonic Tao expert, while the other was the daughter of a heaven-breaking realm expert in southern Cloud Nation, and the fiancée of the Chen family's young master in Bright Sword City. Later, Chen Pengfei said goodbye to Miss Lan and swore to her, "When I succeed, I will come back and marry you." At this moment, the storyteller slapped the wooden block and said, "If you want to know the story, please listen to the next chapter." That's it. The whole hall of the first floor was in an uproar. Someone stood up and shouted, "The story is not finished yet." "Yes, you must finish the story before you leave. You're not allowed to leave until you finish the story." A martial artist directly picked up a long saber. The storyteller shouted, "It's not that I don't want to tell, it's just that I've already told for 2 hours, and I really can't hold on any longer." "Even if you can't hold on, you have to continue telling, we want to hear the story." "My voice is going to be hoarse," the storyteller said loudly, "even if you put a saber on my neck, I can't continue to tell the story." At this moment, a martial artist with a red face and a bad temper who reeked of alcohol directly jumped onto the stage, and put a cold long saber directly on the storyteller's neck. "Are you going to tell the story or not?" The storyteller looked at the restaurant's shopkeeper for help, and the shopkeeper silently lowered his head. They were all guests. It wasn't good to offend them, the storyteller could only admit defeat. "Okay, sir, I beg you to put down the saber, I will continue to tell the story, I will continue to tell the story right now." That martial artist got a guarantee, and under the waiter's persuasion, slowly got off the stage. Lu Fan took out 10 gold coins and lightly threw them, and the 10 gold coins neatly nailed on the storyteller's table. The storyteller looked at the 10 gold coins, and his eyes shone with golden light. Extravagant, this was definitely extravagant. He had told stories for so many years, and this was the first time he had received such a generous reward. Lu Fan stood up from the table and said to the storyteller, "Tell the story well, and if you do well, I will still reward you, but if you don't..." "Humph." The restaurant waiter quickly reminded the storyteller, and the storyteller repeatedly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for the reward, Sir Branch Master. I will definitely do my best today and finish telling the story." "That's good." Chen Hao glanced at Lu Fan, and felt that this person was quite sensible. Following that, the storyteller beautified Chen Pengfei into a peerless genius and a genius commander, and told how he joined the Purple Chased City's city guards. He talked about how he massacred 5 cities of the Black Blood country, refined the demon sword Scarlet Blood, and how he became Su Yi's disciple. He talked about how he suppressed 3,000 geniuses of the same generation in Cloud City with his own strength. Finally, he talked about how he received an order to defeat the White Dragon Army in White Sands County, and when he returned to the imperial court, he found out that the person sitting on the throne had actually become his beloved woman. The Black Blood country sent out troops to attack the southern Cloud Nation, and the Black Blood country's emperor personally gave the order to take Lan Yanlin away. Even though he knew that he was no match for the enemy, Chen Pengfei still gave up his martial path and brought 40,000 men to defend Cloud City, just to buy time for Lan Yanlin, so that she could escape. Therefore, Chen Pengfei executed the blood sacrifice technique in front of Cloud City, and the world-shaking battle began. The storyteller's story was very wonderful, and the martial artists below the stage who were listening to the story would generously tip the storyteller whenever they heard an exciting part, causing the storyteller to beam with joy. A martial artist sighed and said, "For a woman, is it worth it?" Someone replied, "If you think it's worth it, then it's worth it. If you think it's not worth it, then it's not worth it." The martial artist who used the blade to threaten the storyteller stood up and roared, "If you can't even protect your own woman, then what kind of man are you? Those bastards from the Black Blood country, this daddy has long found them unpleasing to the eye. I think Chen Pengfei did a good job. It's so satisfying. I want to raise my blade and kill their mother. I want to let them know that the men of our southern Cloud Nation are not cowards. I want to let them know that the martial artists of our southern Cloud Nation are not so easy to bully. Yes. That's right. Let's drink. Drink." All the martial artists present cheered loudly, using the words of a martial artist to resonate with everyone. Even Lu Fan downed 3 cups. "To be honest, I'm quite curious. What does the Empress look like? She should be a peerless beauty, right? Of course. Otherwise, why would Chen Pengfei take a fancy to her? It's not an exaggeration to say that Lan Yanlin is devastatingly beautiful. look at the Black Blood Kingdom. In the past, the Black Blood Kingdom was able to suppress the Zhou Kingdom on the battlefield. Once the Zhou Kingdom settles its internal affairs, they will definitely find trouble with the Black Blood Kingdom. Perhaps the Black Blood Kingdom will be unable to recover from this setback. Just because of a woman, after a great battle, the power structure of the entire southern region had completely changed. I've already thought about it. I'll definitely find a man like Chen Pengfei in the future. A crisp voice rang out, and many martial artists who heard the voice looked over. A beautiful girl in gorgeous clothes quickly lowered her head. There was a long sword on her table. She should also be a martial artist and should have a good background. A martial artist teased, if you really find a man like Chen Pengfei, be careful that you won't be able to get married for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha, there was another burst of laughter in the restaurant. Even Lu Fan couldn't help but laugh. Chen Hao knew that what that martial artist said was not false. It was impossible for another Chen Pengfei to appear in the entire southern region. That was the existence of many coincidences. A martial artist suggested, I heard that the red blood sword is in Lan Yanlin's hands. Many innate martial artists have gone to snatch it. I wonder what the result is. I heard that some heaven-breaking realm experts have moved out. We have no hope. That's right. That sword is really incredible. Lan Yanlin is clearly an ordinary person, but in her hands, the red blood sword could actually kill 6 innate martial artists in an instant. I don't believe that there's really such a powerful sword in this world. Maybe you've all been deceived by Lan Yanlin. Maybe she's just pretending to be weak. If that sword is really so powerful, do you think that Chen Pengfei is so powerful because of that sword? Hearing this, Lu Fan picked up the red blood sword beside him, paid the bill, and left. When he returned to the branch, it was already evening. The latest news just happened to arrive. Elder Wang, what information do you have? Elder Wang said, we received the latest information that Lan Yanlin arrived at Yandu and used the red blood sword to kill the general of the Black Dragon Legion, Ji Kuan. Then, she committed suicide beside Chen Pengfei's corpse. After confirmation, Lan Yanlin was indeed an ordinary person. Her body should be sicker than ordinary people. Many warriors fought over the red blood sword. In the end, the red blood sword fell into the hands of the third elder of the Mingjian sect, Wu Siyu. The headquarters asked us to pay close attention to Wu Siyu's whereabouts. Once we find him, we should immediately report to the headquarters. Because according to the information, Wu Siyu fled towards the Purple Wind County. The third elder of Mingjian sect, Wu Siyu? Lu Fan gently touched the scabbard and murmured. He remembered clearly that the severely injured Xiantian realm expert he had killed was called Wang Ji. Could it be that Wang Ji killed the heavily injured Wu Siyu on the way, or was Wang Ji Wu Siyu? He had always suspected that Qingqing was Wang Ji's mistress. However, it was not difficult to confirm the identity of the person he had killed last night. He had not opened the space ring of Wang Ji yet. Do you think Wu Siyu has already left Inu City? The headquarters thought that Wu Siyu was seriously injured and could not have escaped too far away. They asked us to search for him. The other branches in the nearby cities should have received the same order. Well, I see. Old Wang said again, by the way, branch leader, there is one more thing. What is it? The whereabouts of the red blood sword are unknown. Tomorrow, several elders and protectors will arrive in Inu City. Then do a good job of receiving them. Don't leave them any chance to talk. You can leave now. Thinking of the elders and protectors, Lu Fan began to feel nervous. A few days ago, when they received the news of the red blood sword, they went to Yunda City from the headquarters to fight for the red blood sword. However, when they were halfway there, they received the news that the red blood sword might have been taken to the Purple Wind County by Wu Siyu, so they could only come back now. And their first stop in the Purple Wind County was Inu City. As the branch leader of Inu City, he had to receive those people seriously. However, among those people, there were 2 guys that he did not want to see the most. In the headquarters of the Eternal Sky faction, Lu Fan used to be one of the best among his peers. Moreover, he was good with words and knew how to conduct himself. He should have had a bright future ahead of him. However, because he was too good, he was sent to Anu City to be an insignificant branch leader. Lu Fan looked at himself in the bronze mirror and asked in a low voice, "Is it my fault that I am too handsome?" In the red blood sword, Chen Hao almost stabbed him in the back. He admitted that Lu Fan was the most handsome young man he had ever seen. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was handsome. However, no matter how handsome he was, he did not need to feel sorry for himself. Lu Fan pulled out the red blood sword. Looking at the cold light on the red blood sword, he put it back into the scabbard. He murmured, "Now is not the time." If he fled with the scarlet blood sword, he wouldn't be able to escape. Now, countless forces were searching for the red blood sword. He was still the branch leader of the Chongtian faction. Without a proper reason, he could not leave Yu City. What was more, there were people watching him from above, waiting for him to make a mistake. Lu Fan opened Wang Ji's spatial ring, and sure enough, he found the elder token of the famous sword sect. Coupled with the information from the headquarters, combined with Wang Ji's figure, Lu Fan was more and more certain of Wang Ji's identity. Should be Wu Siyu. Wu Siyu must have done a good job of keeping secrets. After all, his wife was the daughter of the great elder of the Mingjian faction. With his reputation of being afraid of his wife, even if he had the guts to have a concubine, he could only do it secretly. On his side, thinking about his relationship with Qing, he realized that what he did last night was too rough. Although no one knew about his relationship with Qing, the disappearance of Qing was still easy to attract the attention of some people. After all, her man was a Xiantian master, even if his identity was fake. Thinking of so many problems, Lu Fan felt a headache coming, but what was done, and he did not regret it. The red blood sword, even if he had to give up everything, as long as he could get it, it was worth it. Killing people to increase his strength, Lu Fan wanted to do it, but he did not dare to do it. If the headquarters believed that Wu Siyu might be lurking in the surrounding cities, then the other forces would make the same correct judgment. In the near future, Yu City and the nearby cities would be filled with experts from the various forces. If he acted rashly, it was very likely that he would be noticed. At this time, Lu Fan did not dare to take the risk. The strength of the late stage of True Element realm was indeed a master in Yu City. But now, he was still just a small shrimp. At noon the next day, he went to the restaurant again. The storyteller tasted the sweetness and was still telling Chen Pengfei's story. His story was still very popular, but the content was still the same as yesterday. Lu Fan was not interested. However, Chen Hao clearly noticed that the storyteller was telling a more exciting story this time, and there were some changes in the plot. Of course, that was artistic processing. No matter how unwilling Lu Fan was, the elders and guardians of the Eternal Sky faction still came to Yu City. The leader was the second elder, Yu Haichao, followed by the third elder, Leng Guanlin, the fourth elder, Jiang Yuejun, and guardian Wu Kuan. The second elder, Yu Haichao, was a late-stage higher heaven expert. The third elder, Leng Guanlin, and the fourth elder, Jiang Yuejun, were both mid-stage higher heaven experts. Guardian Wu Kuan was an early-stage higher heaven expert. These 5 higher heaven experts were almost half of the Eternal Sky faction's strength. Sending so many experts showed how much importance the Eternal Sky faction attached to the red blood sword. It was impossible for the Eternal Sky faction to cultivate so many higher heaven experts. After all, a faction was different from a sect or a family. Sects and families would also recruit experts, but they had strict requirements on the character and strength of the warriors. Even if they joined, they would not get any real power. After all, they were not trained by sects or families. They were always outsiders. Factions were different. They were looser and had more flexible requirements. As long as you were strong, loyal, and willing to work for the faction, and had a good reputation, the faction would be willing to accept you. After joining the faction, as long as you went through a period of tests and got recognized by the higher-ups, it was not impossible for you to get real power. Of course, in terms of cohesion, a faction was not as strong as a sect or a family. If they met some strong opponents, the faction might fall apart in an instant. When there were too many experts recruited from outside, it was inevitable that some weirdos would appear. Unfortunately for Lu Fan, he was targeted by some weirdos. Seeing the elders and guardians, Lu Fan immediately went up to them and greeted them warmly. However, someone was even more enthusiastic than him. Lu Fan, I still don't understand. You were doing well in the headquarters. Why did you transfer to Anyu City? The third elder, Lung Guanlin, immediately took Lu Fan's hand and said affectionately, Anyu City is a godforsaken place. How can it be better than the headquarters? When Lung Guanlin took Lu Fan's hand, Lu Fan had goosebumps all over his body. Even his hair stood up. The fourth elder, Jiang Yuejun, and guardian Wu Kuan lowered their heads silently. Apparently, they were used to Lung Guanlin's reaction. Do you know Wu Zifeng, who was at the same time as you? In the past, he was as strong as you were, but now he is close to the peak of true energy realm. Lu Fan forced a smile on his face and tried to pull his hand out with all his might, however, that was just wishful thinking. His strength was not enough to contend against a Xiantian realm expert. Every time the calluses on Lung Guanlin's palms scraped his skin, he would shiver all over. Even Chen Hao, who was inside Red Blood Sword, noticed that something was wrong with Lu Fan's body. He seemed very nervous. He was so nervous that he was almost as nervous as when he ambushed Wu Xiu, or even more so. Do you need me to help you? If you want to transfer back to the headquarters, I can talk to the boss for you. He will definitely agree. Thank you for your concern, third elder, but I'm doing very well in Anyu City. What's so good about it? I see that you've lost so much weight. Lung Guanlin gently patted Lu Fan's shoulder and touched his waist. Lu Fan was like a toad whose leg had been stepped on. He jumped with all his strength and then fell directly to the ground. Lung Guanlin quickly stood up and supported him. Look at you, you said you were doing very well. You can't even stand properly. Your forehead is full of cold sweat. Look at your weak body. Why don't you come back to the headquarters with me? I'll take good care of you. Yes, yes, yes. Second elder Yu Haichao couldn't stand it anymore. He cleared his throat and said, it's getting late. Let's take a seat. Okay, okay. Seeing third elder let go of his hand, Lu Fan was relieved. At the banquet, Lu Fan sat at the bottom. According to the rules, third elder should sit next to second elder. However, he took Wu Kuan's seat and Wu Kuan didn't even dare to say a word. Chen Hao seemed to know Lu Fan's distress. He finally understood why Lu Fan said in the mirror yesterday that it was wrong to be handsome. For a straight man who liked women, it would be strange if he didn't feel distressed when he met third elder who had such special preferences. He carefully sized up third elder and found that other than facing Lu Fan, third elder's words and actions were normal. He wasn't effeminate. Instead, he had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was tall and sturdy and had a strong masculine aura. From the looks of it, this was an upright man. Lu Fan had completely forgotten all the lines he had prepared at the banquet table. He glanced at the third elder from the corner of his eyes, then buried his head in the food and began to eat as fast as he could, eating. At this time, he had thought it through. So what if he was disliked by several elders and protectors? He now had the red blood sword. As long as he was given a chance, he could soar to the sky. At that time, the first person he wanted to kill would be third elder Lung Guanlin. He must pull out Lung Guanlin's tendons and bones, tear him apart and feed him to the dogs. It's delicious. Eat more. A pair of chopsticks appeared in front of Lu Fan's eyes, and pieces of demonic beast meat piled up in Lu Fan's bowl like a small mountain. He then heard the third elder say in his ear, look at you, skinny like a bag of bones. Men need to grow more meat, the more handsome you are. Lu Fan was about to cry. He suddenly had an impulse to draw his sword. Outside Yanda City, he seemed to be able to use the last elegy that Chen Pengfei used. At least, it would be easy to kill Lung Guanlin. Lu Fan opened his mouth full of rice and looked at third elder Lung Guanlin in a daze. Then, he looked at second elder Yu Haichao for help. Second elder was seriously dealing with the braised fish in front of him. He looked at Wu Kuan again, but Wu Kuan didn't raise his head at all. He had no choice but to look at fourth elder Jiang Yuejun. If it weren't for the fact that he had no choice, he would never want to have anything to do with Jiang Yuejun. Jiang Yuejun's status and strength were comparable to Lung Guanlin's. According to her, she was only 30 years old. But looking at her white hair and wrinkles on her face, Lu Fan would believe that she was 70 years old. Although Jiang Yuejun was old, she also liked handsome young men. Back at the headquarters, when he was cornered by Lung Guanlin, Jiang Yuejun had secretly told Lu Fan that she could help Lu Fan fend off Lung Guanlin. At the same time, she had also subtly expressed her feelings for Lu Fan. If the other party looked like she was in her 40s, he would pinch his nose and admit it. But he really couldn't accept the fourth elder who claimed to be in her 30s. Jiang Yuejun chuckled and said, "Come on, Elder Leng, don't make things difficult for Lu Fan anymore. Eat well." "When did I make things difficult for Lu Fan?" Leng Guanlin defended himself. "I'm concerned about him. I'm concerned about him. He's already an adult. Do you still need to care about him?" Jiang Yuejun said, "Don't forget our mission this time." Lu Fan looked at Jiang Yuejun gratefully. "How could I forget the task?" Leng Guanlin looked at Lu Fan and asked, "Have you found any trace of Wu Siyu?" Lu Fan answered honestly, "I've sent all the brothers in the branch to investigate, but so far, we haven't found any trace of Wu Siyu." "That's true. Wu Siyu is very cunning, and he's also at the late stage of the innate realm. How could he be discovered so easily?" "You have to increase the investigation," Leng Guanlin said calmly. "I understand." At this time, the second elder sitting in the main seat said, "Has anything happened in Anyu City recently about innate realm masters?" "There are not many innate realm masters in Anyu City, only 2. One is the ancestor of the Yin family. He hasn't shown up recently, so he has nothing to do with Wu Siyu, so he's ruled out first." Lu Fan continued without hesitation, "There's also a primordial master called Wang Ji. Wang Ji bought a house in Anyu City and married a courtesan called Su Qingqing. This afternoon, people in Wang Ji's mansion reported to the city lord's mansion that Su Qingqing had disappeared. Is Wang Ji still there?" "According to my investigation, Wang Ji is often not at home. He'll go out for 10 days to half a month. Recently, he's also not at home. He went out more than half a month ago." The second elder frowned and asked, "Do you know the origin of Wang Ji?" "I can't find out, but I heard that he's a little famous rogue cultivator. The southern region was so big, and the communication level of this world was relatively low. The Chongtian faction was not a powerful force, so it was very difficult to find the origin of a rogue cultivator. Not to mention he was the leader of the branch." "How's his strength?" "At least at the early stage of the innate realm." Lu Fan whispered, "When he bought Su Qingqing, he showed his strength." The second elder gently tapped the armrest of the chair and ordered, "Lu Fan, take us to Wang Ji's house to investigate and confirm whether the man called Wang Ji is still there." He took the 3 elders and the protectors to Wang Ji's house, but they found nothing. Lu Fan had already cleaned up the traces, and even the bed sheets were completely replaced with the new ones at Wang Ji's house. Lu Fan added in a low voice, "According to the servants in the house, Wang Ji hasn't come back yet. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that he came back secretly." Wu Kun said from the side, "Do you think Wang Ji is that old thief Wu Siyu? After he escaped back, he was discovered by Qingqing, so he silenced his wife?" Lu Fan clapped his hands and said, "Protector Wu's words make sense. Perhaps that Qingqing knew Wu Siyu's true identity, which was why Wu Siyu killed her." The second elder also nodded. This deduction was indeed reasonable. Leng Guanlin said from the side, "However, if Wang Ji was the killer, he should be able to cover up Su Qingqing's death easily, right?" Lu Fan speculated, "It should be because he doesn't want to show up. He probably doesn't want people to know that he returned to Anyu City." Inside the Red Blood Sword, Chen Hao curiously looked at Lu Fan's performance, feeling that he was a veteran actor. The second elder stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, "Lu Fan is right, it is indeed possible. But you forgot another possibility, that is, Wang Ji may not be Wu Siyu, and that Su Qingqing's disappearance may be an accident, done by someone else." Lu Fan flattered, "The second elder is wise. That Su Qingqing is a well-known beauty in the vicinity. When she was married, many rich merchants and family disciples wanted to buy her, but they were intercepted by Wu Ji halfway. Many people beat their chests and stamped their feet, saying in private that they would ask someone to kill Wang Ji and take Su Qingqing back. These things were all true, what Lu Fan said was not false. Who didn't know how to say something in private? If Wang Ji is really Wu Siyu, the possibility of him staying in Anyu City is not big." The second elder shook his head and left with the crowd. Back home, Lu Fan let out a long breath. He lay on the bed and tried to recall his performance in the afternoon. After thinking that his performance was impeccable, he touched the scabbard gently and gradually smiled. The next day, the second elder, the third elder, and Wu Kuan left in Yu City. The third elder, Lung Guanlin, was reluctant to leave. Before leaving, he kept persuading Lu Fan to go back to the headquarters of the Changtian faction. Go back to the headquarters, and be tortured by Lung Guanlin? Lu Fan was not stupid. How could he go back to the headquarters? After sending them off for 5 kilometers, Lu Fan happily waved goodbye to the 3 big shots. Then, he relaxed. Why, you look so happy. The fourth elder, Jiang Yuejuan's voice rang in his ears. Are you happy to be alone with me? Lu Fan's hair stood on end. The Changtian faction did not give up looking for the red blood sword. Every branch near in Yu City would send an innate master to guard it. The second elder arranged for Jiang Yuejun to stay in Yu City. After all, Wang Ji had not been proven to be Wu Siyu. Wu Siyu could still be in Yu City. Lu Fan should be thankful that Jiang Yuejun was arranged to stay in Yu City. At least she was not Lin Guanlin. At least, although Jiang Yuejun liked handsome young men, she had a good reputation in the faction. She would never use her power to force others to submit to her. Those who were willing to serve her all had a request. As long as she was satisfied, she would be willing to give something in return. She was much better than Lin Guanlin. At the same time, in Yunda City, after Ji Kuan's death, the Black Blood Country army in Yunda City was quickly defeated by the United Warriors and the remaining Imperial Guards. Peace was restored in Yunda City. However, everyone could see that the peace was short-lived. But that was a problem that only the big forces cared about. In the house that the Yi family gave to XVI, Yi Qingyan floated in the courtyard like a ghost. She looked cold and expressionless. For the past few days, she had been repeating the same actions. Every time she walked to a corner, she would recall 17's figure in her mind. His walking habits, his smell, his blood-red hair, the calluses on his palms. She gently touched the sword mark on the pavilion and a smile appeared on her face. She picked up the guzheng and played it softly, just like when XVI was still alive. After Lan Yanlin's death, she had completely lost her direction. Meng Fei and the others buried General Chen and Lan Yanlin's bodies behind a remote mountain. There was not even a tombstone. Even the grave mound was leveled. Lord Meng said that it was for General Chen's sake. He did not want anyone to disturb their rest after they died. Many warriors who had many enemies in the past did this to the people who buried them. This was an unspoken custom, Qingyan could understand. Looking at the coffin gently closing, for a moment, she wanted to lie in it too. She wanted to squeeze in with them. However, sometimes, people did not want to die, but they had made the decision to die. A few soldiers dragged her along and swore before the grave that they would not reveal General Chen's grave to anyone. She stood before the grave for a long time. Meng Fei asked her if she was willing to go with them. Qingyan did not agree. Other than General Chen, she did not trust anyone else. Before the song was finished, a cold touch came from her neck. Qingyan looked down. It was a long sword. Who are you? Why are you in General Chen's residence? Me? Qingyan thought for a moment, but realized that she didn't know who she was to Chen Pengfei. I'm his maid, personal maid. The last 4 words were self-proclaimed by her. Why are you alone in the courtyard? They all left. She heard a sigh, and the long sword on her neck left. Qingyan turned her head and saw a middle-aged man walk to the banyan tree beside the pavilion, squatted down, and took out a tattered booklet from the tree hole. Then, he hugged his head and began to cry bitterly. Who are you? Chou Yiming. Qingyan actually didn't know him. Chou Yiming choked with sobs. I'm General Chen's subordinate, but I failed his trust. I let him down. Qingyan whispered softly, there are many people who let him down, you're not the only one. General Chen asked me to send a letter to Zhou, but Zhou was too far. I fell from the sky halfway and was unconscious for 2 days. Chou Yiming lowered his head and said, when Zhou's heaven-breaking realm arrived, it was already too late. Even the Empress went. He's probably also looking for the red blood sword. Right now, all the experts in Southern Cloud are looking for it. Red blood? Qingyan tilted her head and looked at Chou Yiming. You still don't know? Red blood is General Chen's sword. No one would have thought that the red blood sword would be so strong. Of course Qingyan knew about red blood. She personally saw Lan Yanlin use red blood to kill countless experts, including the heaven-breaking realm super expert Ji Kuan, whose name shook the entire southern region. Red blood sword was General Chen's sword. It was General Chen's relic. Lan Yanlin was no longer here, so the red blood sword should belong to her. Seeing Qin Yan in a daze, Chou Yiming asked softly, "Do you know where General Chen's tomb is?" "I'm not sure, I didn't even see his corpse." Chou Yiming shook his head, not suspecting Qin Yan of anything. "This isn't a place to stay. Black blood country might make a comeback. General Chen made too many enemies. Do you have anywhere to go?" "Me? I don't think so." "Then come with me. You are General Chen's man, I will take good care of you." Qin Yan raised her head and looked at Chou Yiming with some hesitation. "I plan to go to the Zhou nation." "Attack the Black Blood Kingdom?" "No." Chou Yiming shook his head and said, "I've been in the military for half my life, and I'm already tired." "Then leave. I'm a Xianxia late-stage expert. I can take you as my goddaughter. I promise I'll take good care of you and find you a good family in the future. Leave." After 4 hours, Chou Yiming left. Qin Yan turned to her side and looked at the food box and the handwritten copy of the Cloud Cauldron technique on the table. She did not flip through the Cloud Cauldron technique manual. Instead, she silently stored it in her interspatial ring. Not long after, another uninvited guest came. The person who came in was a beautiful girl with a pure temperament. Her footsteps were light and she had a bright smile on her face. She was humming an unknown tune and seemed to be in a good mood. When Qin Yan saw her smile, she wanted to tear her face apart. When the beautiful girl saw her, she asked in surprise, "Eh? Wasn't this Qin Yan? Why are you here? Did I find the wrong person?" The beautiful girl was Ku'er. When she was scared by the 17th, she fled back to the Black Blood Kingdom and was assigned to the Southern Cloud Kingdom to assist the Black Blood Kingdom's army in conquering the Southern Cloud Kingdom. She was mainly in charge of logistics and espionage. XVI was her living nightmare. Ever since she left Yendu, she would dream of 17, and then she would be scared awake. When she received the news of Chen Pengfei's death and battle achievements, she was first shocked and then relaxed. She did not forget Chen Pengfei's oath. Only after Chen Pengfei died did she dare to step into Cloud City. This time, she came to Chen Pengfei's house to see if there were any clues. Qin Yan asked doubtfully, "Do I know you?" Qin Yan's memory was outstanding. She was sure that she had never seen the woman in front of her. Especially such a beautiful woman, there was no reason for her to forget. Ku'er grinned, "I know you, it's just that you don't know me. Back in the 10,000 flower house, I was mayor's maid." Qin Yan gradually remembered the average-looking maid. At the same time, she understood that the other party was from the Black Blood Kingdom. Speaking of Mei-er, Ku'er's face was filled with nostalgia. "My senior sister Mei-er died so tragically. I was sad for a long time." However, Qin Yan could not tell that she was not sad at all. It was more like she was gloating. "I shouldn't have gone the wrong way. Who are you to Chen Pengfei?" "I'm his maid. The Yi family gave me to him." Oh, Ku'er nodded noncommittally. Then, she asked directly, "I'm guessing that you're still a virgin, right?" Qin Yan did not speak. TSK. I knew it." Ku'er looked at Qin Yan carefully and said, "If it wasn't for Lan Yanlin, I would really suspect that Chen Pengfei was gay." Even though she knew that the other party was from the Black Blood Kingdom, Qin Yan still defended herself. "He's just devoted." "Devoted?" Ku'er mocked. "He's actually just a childish brat. Men should want all of them." Qin Yan was about to speak when Ku'er added, "But it's really a pity." It's really a pity for a man like that." Ku'er was going crazy and said regretfully, "When I was in Clear Breeze City, I almost succeeded. If I knew that he would become so strong, I would have stuck close to him. Damn the mission." "Almost succeeded?" "Yes, the higher-ups asked me to seduce him. It would be best if he betrayed them." Ku'er said regretfully, "I can confirm that he almost fell in love with me at that time." This was not the first time Ku'er had mentioned this. After news of Chen Pengfei's battle outside Cloud City spread, she had also mentioned her encounter with Chen Pengfei to the demon spirit sect's little sisters who were in the spy system. Every time she used a regretful tone to describe the details, it would attract the envious and jealous gazes of the little sisters. Although Chen Pengfei had caused the Black Blood Kingdom to suffer heavy losses, his popularity in the eyes of the demon spirit sect's female disciples was rather high. Ku-er did not notice that Qingyan's fingernails had already dug into her flesh. "You're Ku-er, right? You know me? I've heard General Chen mention you before. He remembers me?" Ku-er smiled. "Looks like I left a good impression on him." Qingyan lowered her head and replied with an but the resentment in her eyes disappeared in a flash. Until his death, Chen Pengfei had not shown any signs of liking him. What did this woman in front of her have? Just based on those despicable methods, sometimes, hating someone was just so inexplicable. "Oh right, are you willing to join our demon spirit sect?" "Demon spirit sect? Our demon spirit sect is a big sect in the Black Blood Kingdom. But I'm Chen Pengfei's maid." "Yeah, you're just Chen Pengfei's maid. You're not even his woman," Ku-er said indifferently. "Who would care about you?" "No one would care?" "Not his woman." Qingyan took a deep breath and asked, "Why me?" "I see that your aptitude is not bad. If you perform well in the demon spirit sect, I can get a good reward." "How about it, are you interested?" "I'm interested." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Fan fully cooperated with Jiang Yuejun and mobilized all the members of the branch to find the whereabouts of Red Blood Sword. He was even more cautious and conscientious. He even went out himself, forgetting to eat and sleep as he searched for suspicious people in the streets and alleys. Even Jiang Yuejun had to admit that Lu Fan was indeed a capable person. Early in the morning, late at night, inside Red Blood Sword, Chen Hao glanced at the sleeping Lu Fan and opened the status panel. To be honest, the way Lu Fan got Red Blood Sword made Chen Hao despise him. Lu Fan's recent performance also made Chen Hao dissatisfied. He admitted that Lu Fan was a somewhat capable sword master, but in the past few days, his Red Blood Sword didn't even touch blood. The most important thing was that Chen Hao couldn't see any hope. Lu Fan was not a cautious person, he still chose to be dormant. Chen Hao didn't know how long this kind of life would last. What if Lu Fan planned to be dormant for a year or two? Red Blood Sword just followed him like this. Chen Hao and XVI were used to a good life of fish and meat. He was very uncomfortable with the current peaceful life. Chen Hao thought that if the 29th Renkenju Wu Siyu was still alive, Red Blood Sword should be able to absorb a lot of blood, right? After Red Blood Sword recognized Lu Fan as the 30th Renkenju, Chen Hao had always wanted to give him a chance. Now that 5 days have passed, the Misfortune Explosion skill can be activated. Chen Hao was very open-minded about sword masters. Since there was no fate, let's part on good terms. The Misfortune Explosion skill was activated. Looking at the 30th Renkenju who was lying on the bed, turning over and grinding his teeth, Chen Hao smiled in his heart. Leaning against the city wall and guarding the gate, Lu Fan looked at the gray sky and thought of Leng Guanlin who was eyeing him covetously. He touched the Red Blood Sword in his hand and sighed in his heart. How long will this kind of life last? He had the Red Blood Sword in his hand, he had the chance to become the #1 master in the southern region. But in the end, he spent the best time guarding the gate and continued to be someone else's follower, working for the Eternal Sky faction. Lu Fan had the impulse to hit his head on the gate. When will the storm of Red Blood Sword calm down? When would he be able to freely use the Scarlet Blood Sword to increase his strength? Just as he was lost in thought, a beautiful woman slowly walked in from the city gate. This woman was good-looking and had a cold expression on her face, as if someone owed her money. She didn't carry any weapons of her. In the Eternal Sky gang, He Hong, who had just joined the gang and was only 16 years old, spotted her in the crowd. He was a man. When he was bored on the street, he would always look at beautiful women. Thinking of his wife, who had her period not long after he married her, the young He Hong felt that his energy was about to overflow. "You, wait, don't go." He Hong pointed at the beautiful woman and shouted. The beautiful young woman's footsteps stopped, and she looked at him with a puzzled expression. He Hong raised his chin and said arrogantly, "Excuse me, are you a local of Anyu City?" He used to be a gangster on the street. Since he joined the Eternal Sky faction, even the city guards of Anyu City had to treat him politely. Since he followed the leader to guard the gate, he became even more arrogant. As a member of the Eternal Sky faction, he had the right to interrogate some suspicious people, don't ask why. The Eternal Sky faction was powerful, of course, their leader had warned them that there were many masters in Anyu City recently, and they shouldn't provoke those who were difficult to deal with. Because of this, their leader had taught them some interrogation techniques. They couldn't be too blunt or too arrogant. Otherwise, they might not be able to salvage the situation. Therefore, when he asked the woman to stop, he was used to being polite. However, no matter how he looked at it, he didn't think that the beautiful woman in front of him was difficult to deal with. It was possible that she was difficult to deal with in bed. Are you talking to me? That's right. We are from the Eternal Sky faction. Recently, there have been many murders in Anyu City. The nature of the murders is very bad. Therefore, our faction has organized people to help stabilize Anyu City. The beautiful woman asked in surprise, your faction members are also in charge of the work of the mayor's mansion? That's right. The Eternal Sky faction also has to work with the government to maintain order in Anyu City. After all, order is the only way to develop and prosper. Placed his eyes on the woman's chest. He couldn't help but think about something else. The woman asked coldly, what are you thinking about? What? Raised his head. His eyes were completely unfocused. Murder. Murder. When someone saw this, he immediately shouted and ran away. The people immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Even the martial artists chose to stay away. They didn't want to be involved in a fight for no reason. The only ones left on the scene were the city guards and the people from the Eternal Sky faction. Lu Fan raised his head and looked at the beautiful woman and the members of the Eternal Sky faction who had fallen in front of her. The 11 members of the Eternal Sky faction immediately surrounded the beautiful woman and looked at Lu Fan at the same time. Lu Fan walked over with a gloomy face. The members of the Eternal Sky faction immediately spread out and made a path for him. He looked serious. He was wearing a clean black martial artist uniform of the Eternal Sky faction. His back was straight. The surroundings were silent, which made him look quite majestic. Many commoners and martial artists who were watching the commotion outside looked at Lu Fan curiously to see how the matter was handled. That must be the leader of the Eternal Sky faction's branch in Anyu City. He looks quite young. That's right, he is Lu Fan. His strength is not bad. He is the rising star of the Eternal Sky faction, a late true energy realm expert. He has some tricks up his sleeves. In less than a month since he arrived in Anyu City, he has already seized all the power in his hands. It's a pity for that woman. She has offended the Eternal Sky faction. I'm afraid she won't live long. I think that woman deserved it. I was there, and I saw it clearly. The people of the Eternal Sky faction didn't do anything to her at all. They just asked her some questions, and she killed them. She's too bad-tempered. Lu Fan knew that today's matter, he had to handle it beautifully. After all, the dignity of the Eternal Sky faction could not be lost. A martial artist had dared to kill a member of the Eternal Sky faction in front of so many people. If this matter was not dealt with properly and spread out, how could the Eternal Sky faction establish itself in Anyu City in the future? If this matter was not dealt with properly, he might even be punished by the headquarters. No matter which faction it was, face was very important. The tall Lu Fan looked down at the woman standing in front of him. He used a gentle and dignified tone to ask slowly, may I ask, why did you kill a member of our Eternal Sky faction? He emphasized the 3 words Eternal Sky Clan. In the southern Cloud Nation, the Eternal Sky faction was still a famous first-rate faction. Lu Fan was still very careful. His words were not aggressive, leaving some leeway for both sides. If the woman in front of him was smart, if she really had some background and strength, she would have taken it out on the table. If not, hee. However, the woman sneered and said, you're asking me why I'm attacking your people? Lu Fan did not answer. He knew that the woman would continue. Of course, it's because I don't like him. Hearing this answer, the group of martial artists who were watching the show looked at each other. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. She was obviously looking down on the Eternal Sky faction. Did she have a strong background? Lu Fan took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress his anger. Even the 11 members of the Eternal Sky faction who surrounded the woman were staring at her in anger. They were waiting for their leader's order to chop the woman into pieces. "We're from the Eternal Sky faction. You have to be responsible for every word you say." Lu Fan was already riding a tiger and could not get off, there were so many people watching. It was impossible for him to back down. Before the woman could respond, one of the members shouted, "Leader, don't talk nonsense with her. Let's kill her and avenge our brothers." As soon as the member finished his words, his chest was dyed red. Lu Fan's eyes were wide open. He did not see how the woman in front of him attacked, he did not even see the woman's weapon. He swallowed his saliva and could not pull out the red blood sword in his hand. The onlookers felt the same way as Lu Fan, or even worse than Lu Fan. "Did you see where she hid her weapon?" "No. The Eternal Sky faction seems to have met a tough opponent this time." "We're from the Eternal Sky faction. We have a peak innate master in our faction." Lu Fan tried to make his words coherent. "If you attack us, the Eternal Sky faction will not let you go." "Oh, the Eternal Sky faction. You scared me," the woman said expressionlessly. Then she added, "Now, I don't like you." Among the 10 members of the Eternal Sky faction, one of them was at the early stage of true essence. However, they all fell in front of Lu Fan. They did not even have a chance to escape. In 2 breaths, the 10 members had attacked 10 times. However, Lu Fan still did not see what weapon the woman was using. His hand on the scarlet blood sword's hilt began to tremble. Strong, too strong. When the last member fell in front of Lu Fan was still standing there with no expression on his face. Only Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword, knew that he was scared to death and was just pretending to be calm. Chen Hao knew that Lu Fan was dead for sure today, even if all of the upper echelons of the Eternal Sky faction came, it would be useless. Because the person he encountered was none other than Zhou State's Cloud Smoke Sec's heaven-breaking realm expert, Gao Qianhui. Chen Hao could only sigh in his heart. Lu Fan had such a calamity in his life. "What? Aren't you afraid?" Gao Qianhui looked at the good-looking man standing in front of her and asked. "Scared? Why should I be scared?" Lu Fan was very clear-headed. The woman in front of him was not someone he could deal with. Even Jiang Yuejun was not this powerful. He was going to die either way. Since he was going to die anyway, why not die openly? Lu Fan said with a solemn and stirring voice, "Death is inevitable. When I come out of Jianghu, I will either kill others or be killed by others. I have already put life and death aside." Lu Fan's speech was very impassioned, talking about the fate of a martial artist. Coupled with his tall and handsome appearance, his heroic bearing, and the fact that they were in a situation of absolute death, he was even more outstanding. If it were not for Gao Qianhui's imposing manner, many onlookers would have applauded Lu Fan's words. No wonder he was able to get to the position of a branch leader at such a young age. Even Chen Hao had to admit that Lu Fan really had the imposing manner of a branch leader. "I just want to warn you. After all, I am the branch leader of the Eternal Sky Gang in Anyu City. If you really kill me, there will be no room for reconciliation between you and the Eternal Sky Gang." Gao Qianhui sneered and said, "If you kneel down and lick my shoes clean, I may spare your life." Lu Fan's words were too good. Standing from the perspective of a bystander, Gao Qianhui would recognize his bearing, but this was not a reason to let him go. "Humph." Lu Fan snorted and said, "A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. I am a dignified man. I would rather live standing than die kneeling. Even if you put a knife on my neck, I will not surrender." Many martial artists and commoners could not help but be impressed by Lu Fan's bearing and felt that it was a pity. After all, Lu Fan was definitely a big shot in Anyu City. "Then you can go to hell." Just as Gao Qianhui took out the long sword from the space ring, she found that the man standing in front of her had disappeared. She looked down and saw that the handsome man who had been talking loudly about being unyielding was kneeling in front of her. It turned out that before Gao Qianhui made her move, Lu Fan had knelt down directly and very quickly. His kneeling had caught her off guard. "You, senior, please spare my lowly life. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. You are a magnanimous person. Please spare my lowly life." Such a reversal made the onlookers almost unable to wrap their heads around it. Lu Fan did not care about them at all. He raised his head and looked up at Gao Qianhui. Tears came and hung all over his face. Please spare me. I have a 60-year-old mother, 2 children who have just learned how to call their father, and a wife who worries about me every day. If I die, they won't be able to live either. Please, he could tell all kinds of lies. As he spoke, he kept kowtowing and pressing his face into the mud. His handsome face became like a cat, covered with mud and water, which looked very funny. Pfft. Gao Qianhui's cold face suddenly brightened, and she couldn't help laughing. The first time Gao Qianhui saw XVI, she clamored to be his matchmaker. She was not a cold person. She was just in a bad mood recently. The moment he saw Gao Qianhui's smile, Chen Hao and the red blood sword knew that Lu Fan's life seemed to be saved today. What happened to not giving in even with a knife on his neck? What happened to standing up and dying? Her sword was not even on his neck yet. Chen Hao did not know how to describe his feelings. Get up. I, Gao Qianhui, am a woman of my words. I said I would spare your life, so I will spare your life. Thank you, senior. Thank you. Ignoring the disdainful eyes of the onlookers, Lu Fan quickly stood up and said, thank you for your generosity. You said you are the leader of the branch of the Chongtian faction in Anyu City. Do you have any news about the red blood sword? Lu Fan immediately said with a bitter face, Senior, the Chongtian faction is also looking for the red blood sword recently. If we have any news, I, as the leader of the branch, don't need to guard the city gate. The smile on Gao Qianhui's face disappeared again. But there is no news about Wu Siyu recently. Lu Fan said respectfully, the elder suspect that Wu Siyu most likely wants to go to the Zhou state. He should have left in Yu City long ago. After all, that old bastard surnamed Wu is a late-stage Xiantian master and his flying speed is very fast. We've just been putting on a show recently. Gao Qianhui sighed in a low voice, unfortunately, I am late. If I had known this, I wouldn't have gone to the Mingjin sect. Lu Fan stood aside, not daring to speak. Do you know what's good in Anyu City? It's rare for me to come here, so I have to eat something. I know, I'll take you there now. Before you take me there, you'd better wash your face first. Lu Fan was a local in Anyu City. Usually, he didn't open a restaurant at home and liked to eat and drink outside. Along the way, he talked like a river. He seemed to know the specialty snacks in Anyu City like the back of his hand. Not only could he talk, but he also knew how to talk. He was witty and humorous. From time to time, he would intersperse 1 or 2 famous local anecdotes, which made Gao Qianhui's cold face melt a little. In the red blood sword, Chen Hao looked at Gao Qianhui beside him and had the impulse to immediately fly out of the scabbard and recognize Gao Qianhui as the sword master. After all, she was a heaven-breaking realm expert. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that. Now that Ren Kenju was not dead, he couldn't change his allegiance. The system had restricted him. He could indeed kill the sword master, but he couldn't do it openly. To kill the sword master, he had to follow the system's rules and use the 2 misfortune skills. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't take the initiative to endanger Ren Kenzu's life in any way. It was unrealistic to treat Gao Qianhui to roadside snacks. In the end, Lu Fan invited her to the restaurant that he ate most often. Early in the morning, there were relatively few guests in the restaurant. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw people on the stage. One of them was the old gentleman who was telling the story of Chen Pengfei, who was very popular recently. Beside him was a young man who was dressed like him. Lu Fan had an idea. He walked forward and asked, Old gentleman, are you going to tell the story of Chen Pengfei this morning? The old gentleman recognized Lu Fan and hurriedly bowed to him. Greetings, branch leader Lu. The disciple next to him also followed suit and saluted. The old gentleman said, I won't tell it in the morning. I'll tell it in the afternoon. This is my eldest disciple. I plan to let him go on stage in the morning when there are fewer people. Lu Fan smiled and said, Today, I have a distinguished guest. I hope you can go in person in the morning. As he spoke, he stuffed a handful of gold coins into the old man's hand. The old man's disciple looked on enviously. The old man touched the gold coin, hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, since branch leader Lu has given the order, this old man can't refuse. Turning around, Gao Qianhui smiled and said, "There are still people telling stories about Chen Pengfei here." "Yes, that's one of the features of this restaurant. This old storyteller is very good at telling stories. Almost every day, many people come to this restaurant, not only to eat, but also to listen to stories. General Chen's stories are very popular here." At this moment, Lu Fan no longer looked as pathetic as before. But when he stood beside Gao Qianhui, he still had a humble smile on his face. "I'd like to hear Chen Pengfei's story." "Senior knows General Chen?" Gao Qianhui did not answer Lu Fan's question. Instead, she asked, "In your opinion, what kind of person is Chen Pengfei?" Chen Hao also looked at Lu Fan, waiting for his answer. This question could also become a fatal one. Lu Fan did not know Gao Qianhui, so the question was she from Black Blood country or Southern Cloud country? Experts from two opposing countries would definitely have different opinions on Chen Pengfei. After Gao Qianhui asked this question, Lu Fan remembered her accent and said without hesitation, "In my opinion, General Chen is a great hero, a great hero. He is our Southern Cloud country's hero, and also my idol. Although I don't know why you admire him so much, he is indeed an extremely outstanding person, and did not lose face for his master." Hearing Gao Qianhui's response, Lu Fan knew he passed again. Violet Wind County was close to Zhou country, so he was quite clear about Zhou country's accent. At the same time, he also realized that his previous guess was probably wrong. The female senior standing in front of him might not be a peak Xiantian expert, but a heaven-breaking realm expert, who had an old relationship with Southern Cloud Country's Redbud Army's great general Su Yi. Thinking that she might be a heaven-breaking realm expert, Lu Fan felt a great pressure. However, he still suppressed the fear in his heart and acted as calm as before. He asked seriously, "Senior, do you have any dietary restrictions?" "No, I can eat anything." "Do you want wine? This restaurant's jade carving wine is very famous." "I don't drink wine." "Understood." Lu Fan did not hesitate at all. After ordering a lot of the restaurant's specialties, he also ordered the most expensive dishes. As the saying goes, when you take a gift, your hands are soft, and when you eat, your mouth is soft. He thought that every extra penny he spent would increase the possibility of saving his life. If the table was not big enough, he could have bought all the food stored in the restaurant this morning. When the dishes were served, the old storyteller began to tell a story. Seeing Gao Qianhui listening to Chen Pengfei's story with interest, Lu Fan tactfully chose to shut up. He carefully accompanied this ancestor from Zhou country to eat. Occasionally, he played the role of a waiter, serving Gao Qianhui tea and a silk towel to wipe her mouth. He took care of Gao Qianhui in every possible way. Even when the waiter rushed over, he vaguely said, "Get lost, I will do it myself." There were more than a dozen dishes on the table. Seeing that Gao Qianhui had taken the most from 3 dishes and was about to finish, Lu Fan immediately called the waiter and asked him to serve the same dishes. When Gao Qianhui turned around and saw that her favorite dishes were served again, she looked at Lu Fan with some approval. Seeing this scene, Chen Hao knew that as long as Gao Qianhui did not make a mistake of principle, it was impossible for her to kill Lu Fan. Even a warrior with a bad temper would be embarrassed to kill such a person. Chen Pengfei's story was very long, but Gao Qianhui was almost finished. She looked at the storyteller reluctantly, but still stood up. "Senior, don't you want to finish the story?" "I can let him finish the story today. The story is really good, but I still have something to do." Lu Fan asked the waiter to record it and directly left the restaurant with Gao Qianhui. After a few steps, Gao Qianhui said slowly, "Well, you don't have to follow me anymore." Hearing this, Lu Fan felt a burst of joy. His life was finally saved. However, Lu Fan wanted more than that. "Senior, do you still want to continue looking for the red blood sword?" "Of course, as long as you are a warrior, there is no one who is not interested in it. I can see that you are not a local. Without accurate information, no matter how powerful you are, it will be very difficult to find the red blood sword." Lu Fan patted his chest and said, "Senior, why don't you take me with you? Let me be of service to you. Not to mention other things, I know the situation of the major cities and forces in the Violet Wind County like the back of my hand. Senior, take me with you, it will save you a lot of trouble." Chen Hao was a little surprised by Lu Fan's courage. But he had to admit that this was a good opportunity. As long as Lu Fan could leave with a heaven-breaking realm master, the Changtian faction couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, with such a heaven-breaking realm master looking for the red blood sword, who would suspect that the red blood sword was with him? As long as one was a normal person, they wouldn't think that way, right? But maybe Lu Fan's luck wasn't good today. Gao Qianhui just glanced at Lu Fan and rejected him. No, you're too weak. Looking at Gao Qianhui leaving, Lu Fan didn't have the courage to follow her. He knew that some women couldn't be pestered. If he did, he might be beaten to death. He looked at her regretfully and shook his head. At this moment, a member of the Changtian faction ran up. Branch leader Lu, Elder Jiang sent someone to look for you. Looking at this member's evasive eyes, Lu Fan knew that he would be in trouble soon. There was a saying that good news didn't go out, but bad news spread far and wide. The branch leader of the Changtian faction kowtowed to an unknown master. This matter had probably spread all over in Yu City. Lu Fan wanted to leave with Gao Qianhui not only because he wanted to go far away, but also because he wanted to escape punishment. If it was an ordinary member who kowtowed to a master he couldn't defeat, it would be fine. At most, he would be punished a little. He would be regarded as a weakling who couldn't be put in an important position and would be despised. You can't expect a normal gang member to have such a backbone. If it was an elder or guardian of the Changtian faction who kowtowed to someone, it wouldn't be a big problem. At most, they would be scolded by the faction leader and be punished with some resources. After all, every faction was short of Xiantian masters. They had to use what they needed. As for the faction leader kowtowing to someone, it was even less of a problem. Who in the faction dared to punish the faction leader? Lu Fan happened to be in a very awkward position. As the leader of a branch, Lung Guanlin represented part of the Eternal Sky faction's reputation. Above him, there were the elders, protectors, faction leaders, and vice-faction leaders keeping an eye on him. Lung Guanlin, in particular, was waiting for him to make a mistake. If he reported this matter to his superiors and lost his position as the branch leader, it would be a small matter. After all, he was no longer interested in being the branch leader of the Everlasting Sky faction after he got the red blood sword. What Lu Fan was most afraid of was the punishment that would follow. It was very likely that the headquarters would summon him back and hold him accountable. If he wanted to escape again, the difficulty would increase by several times. Moreover, it was very likely that he would have to face Lung Guanlin. Lu Fan nodded helplessly. I know. He turned around and returned to the branch. On the way, he tightly gripped the red blood sword's hilt and whispered, I need to be patient. Unfortunately, Lu Fan didn't know that there was a knife above the word endure, and that knife was really hanging above his head. Returning to the branch, Jiang Yuejun asked with a cold face, Branch leader Lu, I heard that you kneeled to someone at the city gate. Yes, Lord Elder. The dignified branch leader of the Everlasting Sky faction knelt down just like that. You kowtowed when you said you would. Jiang Yuejun shouted sternly, you were raised by the Everlasting Sky faction, not an outsider. Do you know that with your actions today, even if I kill you right now, the faction leader will have to say yes? Lu Fan lowered his head and admitted his mistake. I know, I'm willing to accept the punishment. If Lu Fan really defended himself, Jiang Yuejun might really be angry. But seeing his sincere attitude of admitting his mistake, her tone softened a little. Tell me, who is she? Lu Fan knew that he could speak properly now. She came for the red blood sword. Judging from her accent, she should be an expert from the Zhou nation. She should be a heaven-breaking realm expert. Judging from her tone, she seems to be an old friend of the former Red Bud Army's General Sui. I couldn't even see her move clearly. Hearing that the opponent might be a heaven-breaking realm expert, even Jiang Yuejun was moved. Do you know her name? I don't dare to ask. Jiang Yuejun leaned back in his chair, and a smile appeared on his old face. You didn't fight with her, did you? No, her aura made me not even have the courage to draw my sword. He didn't fight, so he didn't fight. Lu Fan never told a lie that could be easily exposed. So, her so-called heaven-breaking realm strength is just your guess, right? Lu Fan thought to himself, not good. No, she told me that she is a heaven-breaking realm expert. Jiang Yuejun asked sternly, you believe whatever she says. If she says shit smells good, do you want to eat it? Lu Fan was silent for a long time, and Jiang Yuejun didn't continue to force him. Fourth elder, you mean, Jiang Yuejun said earnestly, little fan, don't think that I'm deliberately making things difficult for you. I'm doing this for your own good. Even if I believe what you said, even if I believe your difficulties, will the headquarters believe it? Will third elder Leng Guanlin believe it? I'm asking these questions to let you be prepared. I should know that Leng Guanlin, that old thing, will also ask these questions. He's angry that he can't get hold of your weakness and summon you back. Thinking of Leng Guanlin, Lu Fan couldn't help but shiver. Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao secretly snickered. He knew that his sword master was in big trouble today, even if his luck and adaptability were good, and he escaped Gao Qianhui's disaster, there was still the next disaster waiting for him. Jiang Yuejun continued, don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Your matter, and that suspected heaven-breaking realm expert, I will be impartial and report it truthfully. Was this called not making things difficult? Lu Fan felt that the other party was pushing him into a fire pit. As for how the headquarters will deal with you, they will decide. The headquarters? Didn't the headquarters still have to listen to the elders' opinions? Lu Fan was sure that Leng Guanlin would definitely jump out after hearing this news. If he didn't make any mistakes, even the elders couldn't punish him at will. After all, his identity was the leader of a branch, not some cat or dog. But once he made a mistake, the other elders and protectors couldn't come out to speak for him and go against the third elder. Jiang Yuejun took a deep look at Lu Fan and said, little Fan, hurry up. At this time, if you still have any connections in the headquarters, hurry up and talk to them. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape when the time comes. Talk to them. Lu Fan raised his head and met the fourth elder's fiery gaze and the crow's feet at the edge of his eyes. Jiang Yuejun patted Lu Fan's shoulder 3 times and looked at him meaningfully. That's all I have to say. Go back and think about what I said. Lu Fan stood there in a daze and didn't move for a long time. Once in the Changtian faction, Lu Fan did have a backer. The former fifth elder valued him very much, but a year ago, that elder had died. After that elder died, because of Leng Guanlin, almost no mountain was willing to accept him. He used the last of his precious connections to escape to Anyu City to avoid disaster. Looking at the right shoulder that Jiang Yuejun patted before leaving, he walked a few steps weakly and sat on the chair, not moving for a long time. In the middle of the night, there was no moonlight or starlight. It was pitch black. The cold winter was not over yet. The north wind was still howling. Nanyan State, Yu City, Eternal Sky Faction Branch, 4th Elder's residence. Lu Fan stood in front of the door. He looked around sneakily and knocked on Jiang Yuejun's door. After a short while, he found that the door was not closed. Come in, the door is not locked. Obviously, 4th Elder had already guessed his choice. It was not a good feeling to be in someone's control. Lu Fan pushed the door open and entered. Under the dim candlelight, Jiang Yuejun was wearing a gauze dress and looking at him with a smile. Why did you come to see me with a weapon? She looked at the red blood sword in Lu Fan's hand and said with some dissatisfaction. In the red blood sword, Chen Hao roared in his heart, Brother Lu, please put me outside the door. Lu Fan gently put the red blood sword in the corner of the room. That night, the shy moon was not seen, and the naughty stars were nowhere to be seen. That night, Chen Hao chose to seal his divine sense, which was rare. See no evil, see no evil. In the latter half of the night, Lu Fan took the red blood sword and ran out of Jiang Yuejun's room. He walked back home, staggered for nearly a kilometer, and fell on the ground. Then he began to vomit in the gutter next to him. He almost vomited everything he ate last night. He wiped the stains on his mouth with his sleeve. Then he crawled on the ground and punched the bluestone floor, smashing it into powder. He lay on the ground with his head up. He raised his hand and looked at the red blood sword in his hand. Tears slowly rolled down his cheeks. A man does not cry easily, only when he is deeply hurt. Chen Hao silently looked at Lu Fan's expression in the red blood sword. He could not help but think, did I go too far? To be honest, the 30th Renkenju, Lu Fan, was really extraordinary to be able to withstand the outbreak of misfortune, extraordinary magnanimity, superior intelligence, and good luck. Should I give him a chance? Chen Hao did not hesitate. He planned to give Lu Fan 5 more days. After all, the next wave of misfortune had a cooldown time of 5 days. Jiang Yuejun was indeed a trustworthy person. The next morning, she handed over the letter that she intended to report to the headquarters to Lu Fan. Lu Fan read the letter. The fourth elder had personally testified that she had watched from afar and said that the other party's strength was unfathomable. His momentum was as lofty as a mountain, and he was even a bit more powerful than the faction master. She didn't have any thoughts of attacking him. He was suspected to be a heaven-breaking realm expert. At the same time, she also said that Lu Fan could be spared from death, but he could not be forgiven. On account of his sincerity in admitting his mistake, he could be transferred to Kueha City to atone for his crimes. "Thank you, fourth elder," Lu Fan said gratefully. "You don't have to thank me. You earned it with your own ability." After a slight smile, Jiang Yuejun frowned and asked worriedly, "I just don't understand why you want to go to Kuei River City. You should know that it's very dangerous there." Danger? Hearing that it was dangerous, Chen Hao listened attentively. Last night, he didn't hear a word of what the two were discussing. "Fourth elder, you know that I was forced to do so." Jiang Yuejun smiled and said, "If you're afraid of danger, you can transfer to my side. As long as you're by my side, Lung Guanlin, that old ghost, won't dare to touch you." "Only a ghost would want to stay by your side," Lu Fan secretly criticized in his heart. "Danger is also a kind of opportunity. I'm still young." Lu Fan raised his head and looked at the fourth elder. He took a deep breath and said, "I want to rely on myself." This was a tactful rejection. He had rejected the fourth elder, who was a Xiantian realm expert. Jiang Yuejun looked at Lu Fan. After a long time, her eyes were filled with admiration. "Do you know what I like about you?" "I don't know. On one hand, you're good-looking. On the other hand, I admire your drive. When you were at the headquarters, Lung Guanlin forced you but you didn't give in. Before you, I've already seen many handsome lads without any backing fall into that old ghost's evil hands. Among them, there were 2 that I liked." Jiang Yuejun smiled and said, "To be honest, I can't stand him." Lu Fan was speechless. Only God knew how he managed to escape from the headquarters during that period. "Go, I'll put in a few good words for you to the sect leader. I will never forget fourth elder's great kindness and benevolence." Chen Hao stared at Lu Fan's expression seriously and realized that he didn't seem to have any resentment towards fourth elder Jiang Yuejun. Even his gratitude seemed to be genuine. Actually, even Chen Hao admired Jiang Yuejun. In the end, Lung Guanlin didn't get anything, but she ate Lu Fan without saying a word. The resentment in Lu Fan's heart was completely dispelled by her words. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Yuejun didn't force Lu Fan too much. It was all Lu Fan's choice. From an adult's point of view, it was an equivalent exchange. Everyone was happy. After another 3 days, a shocking news came. Mingjian sect was destroyed by a mysterious Breaking Heaven Realm Master. The mysterious Breaking Heaven Realm Master was also a woman. She looked similar to the mysterious master who killed the Eternal Sky faction's members and made Lu Fan kneel down. When she got the news, Jiang Yuejun smiled like an old fox who had secretly eaten chicken. "Do you regret it?" Jiang Yuejun smiled. "I don't regret it." Jiang Yuejun looked carefully at Lu Fan's expression. It didn't seem fake, so she smiled even more happily. "The headquarters thinks that Red Blood Sword shouldn't be near Anyu City and wants to call me back. Do you still want to go to Kueha City?" "I want to go." "Good, I won't let you suffer a loss. I will do my best to help you with this matter." After sending off the fourth elder, Lu Fan waited for 10 days. Finally, he received a transfer order from the headquarters, asking him to go to Kueha City's branch as the leader. 5 days had passed, but Chen Hao chose to give Lu Fan another chance in the end. From the conversation between Lu Fan and Old Wang, he knew that Kueha City's location was special. It was the closest city to Zhou country in southern Cloud country. The Kueha River had developed water transportation. Countless merchant ships came and went. The economy was prosperous, and it was the most important stronghold of the Eternal Sky faction. However, this prosperous city that was very important to the Eternal Sky faction was targeted by the Qinghong gang of Zhou country a year ago. The Qinghong gang's top combat power was almost the same as the Eternal Sky faction, but their overall strength was 1 level higher than the Eternal Sky faction. A year ago, they raided the Eternal Sky Faction's base in Kuweha City and almost destroyed the Eternal Sky Faction's branch. Later on, the faction master and great elder of the Eternal Sky Faction took action personally and took back the Kuweha City's territory. However, the Qinghong gang still didn't give up on fighting for Kuweha City. In the past year, the two gangs had fought fiercely in Kuweha City and lost many experts. Lu Fan's previous backer also died in Kuweha City. Regarding Lu Fan's intention to transfer to Kuweha City, Chen Hao was quite satisfied, and his ill will toward him faded quite a bit. On the 10th day after Elder Jiang left, Lu Fan received an order from headquarters to have him go to headquarters. The branch's affairs were temporarily managed by the branch's deputy branch master, Zhang Yuan. What followed was a letter from Elder Jiang. Finishing reading Elder Jiang's letter, Lu Fan's face gradually revealed a smile. In the letter, Elder Jiang told him that his request was already settled, letting him be at ease. Inside the secret chamber, Lu Fan drew out the red blood sword and could not help saying, "Scarlet blood. Scarlet blood. You don't need to wait much longer." Chen Hao did not answer him. He needed an opportunity. Within a day, Lu Fan handed over the branch's affairs to the deputy branch master and was about to leave. Even if the entire branch knew that Lu Fan lost the position of branch master because he made a mistake, Zhang Yuan was still very courteous to him, not even a taunting expression could be seen. Zhang Yuan even wanted to give him a farewell dinner, but Lu Fan refused. Firstly, Lu Fan wanted to return to headquarters as soon as possible and accept the headquarters appointment. Secondly, the last time he knelt to that heaven-breaking realm expert, it was Zhang Yuan who reported to Jiang Yuejun. Lu Fan was clear about this. He was clear about it, but he never thought of taking revenge on Zhang Yuan. With the red blood sword, Zhang Yuan was just a small character. He did not want to complicate matters again, but asking him to give Zhang Yuan food again, he did not have the patience to feign civility. Lu Fan had no attachments, only bringing gold, silver, and belongings, a few changes of clothes, took the red blood sword, mounted a good horse, and left Yu City that night. Along the way, his entire person relaxed a little, and his tightly knitted brows smoothed out. On the third day, he occasionally encountered a group of bandits robbing a caravan. Apart from over a dozen workers and coachmen, the caravan only had over 30 guards and mercenaries. But the number of bandits was not small, no less than 100 people. The vast majority of them were martial artists with some cultivation. It was only a matter of time before the entire caravan was defeated by the bandits. Ever since the Black Blood Kingdom attacked the Southern Cloud Nation, following the Southern Cloud Nation's army's continuous retreat, everyone felt that chaos was coming. Bandits ran rampant in the country, and some martial artists with some strength gathered a group of younger brothers and ran to the top of the mountain to become kings, engaging in shady business of raiding and robbing. There were over 100 bandits in this group, and their strength was not weak. Lu Fan surveyed the battlefield. The bandit leader was still riding on a horse, leisurely watching the battle with a smug smile on his face. Judging from his aura, he should be at the true energy boundary. Generally speaking, it was impossible for a bandit leader to be at the Xianxia realm. Even true energy realm bandits were extremely rare. With the strength of the Xianxia realm, who would still want to be a bandit leader, instead of being a bandit, it would be better to join a sect or a gang or find a city to establish a family. Perhaps in 100 years, the family would be able to multiply into a real aristocratic family. However, the bandit leader quickly noticed Lu Fan, who was passing by. A ferocious glint flashed across his eyes as he lightly brandished the long blade in his hand. This was a warning to Lu Fan not to meddle in other people's business. Lu Fan slightly measured the strength of both sides and directly jumped down from the battlefield. He pulled out the red blood sword and rushed into the battlefield. True energy late stage, in the Southern Cloud Nation, was already considered an expert. In an ordinary city, he could also control the situation. As soon as he joined the battle, the bandits were almost powerless to resist. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 of them were beheaded by Lu Fan. Feeling the faint energy coming from the red blood sword, Lu Fan became even more excited. The literal boasting was too illusory, making him unable to believe it. Only when he held the red blood sword and personally experienced the actual effect of the red blood sword, would he know what a heaven-defying divine sword was. Lu Fan's face flushed red. Every swing of the sword became more powerful, and the murderous aura on his body became stronger. As long as one was a martial artist, as long as one used the red blood sword, there would be no one who did not desire to kill. The red blood sword was a double-edged sword. Not only would it hurt others, but it would also hurt oneself. The red blood sword was also a demonic sword. Without a strong will, one would only be defeated quickly by the red blood sword. In the caravan guards, seeing that there was an expert helping them, their morale was boosted, and their resistance became more intense. A middle-aged man dressed as a guard shouted, "Thank you for your help, friend." Lu Fan nodded and did not say anything. It should be the bandit leader who came over. Seeing Lu Fan looking at him, the bandit leader shouted, "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." The two directly fought. After only 3 moves, Lu Fan's face revealed a smile. The opponent's strength was only at the true energy middle stage. Among all the true energy middle stage martial artists he had met, he was considered weak. Long River Sword Art. Long River Sword Art, black level lower level sword art, was the highest level sword art that Lu Fan practiced. After 7 years, he had practiced the Long River Sword Art to small success, but still could not touch the shadow of large success. However, his sword art aptitude was not bad. After using the Long River Sword Art, Lu Fan's face revealed a smile, even though it had been a long time. But every time he saw himself using the red blood sword, he could not help but feel proud. As long as he held the red blood sword, the destructive power of his sword art would be doubled. Such a divine weapon was simply a divine object that martial artists dreamed of. Legend had it that above spiritual weapons, there were Tao weapons, and above Tao weapons, there were divine weapons. The red blood sword was only a spiritual weapon, but in Lu Fan's eyes, it was a divine weapon. The Long River Sword Art was not a ruthless sword art, but its advantage was that its attacks were continuous, and its advantage was that each move was stronger than the previous one. Under the Long River Sword Art, the true energy middle stage bandit was beaten back repeatedly, and could only withstand 7 moves from Lu Fan's sword. Lu Fan was very clear that if he did not have the red blood sword, the opponent could not withstand 20 moves from him. After killing the bandit leader with 1 move, Lu Fan felt a burst of joy. The accumulated frustration of the past few days was swept away, and he suddenly had the urge to kill in all directions. As a result, hundreds of bandits suffered. The true energy middle stage bandit leader was dead, and among them, no one could resist Lu Fan. The caravan guards and mercenaries' morale was greatly boosted, and they began to assist Lu Fan in his counterattack. Constantly killing these bandits, Lu Fan became more and more adept at using the Long River Sword Art, and it became smoother and smoother. Every move was at his fingertips, and the momentum of the Long River Sword Art became stronger and stronger. In a trance, Lu Fan seemed to hear the sound of the waves of the Long River. When the last bandit died under Lu Fan's sword, he put away his sword and stood up, letting out a long breath. He stood in the same place, carefully reflecting on the enlightenment he had just gained. The enlightenment he had just gained had benefited him a lot. Originally, he was not confident that he could master the Long River Sword Art within 2 years, but now, he was confident that he could master it within a year. He was very clear that the enlightenment he had just gained was due to his years of practicing the Long River Sword Art, but it was also due to the red blood sword. Otherwise, why would he not have comprehended it before? Why would he succeed in his first battle with the red blood sword? It has increased my comprehension and sword bones. This is so King unbelievable. After the crisis was over, the members of the caravan cheered enthusiastically. They thought that they were doomed this time. They didn't expect that a helper would come out of nowhere. The person in charge of the caravan was an old man with gray hair. He found Lu Fan and said gratefully, "Thank you for your help, sir. Otherwise, our caravan would be in big trouble this time." Lu Fan was in a good mood and regained his usual demeanor. "It's okay. I think if it were other martial artists passing by, as long as they have the ability, they would lend a helping hand. In short, our caravan could escape this time because of your help." The person in charge of the caravan smiled and handed over a bag. "Please accept it, sir." The bag was very small, but when Lu Fan touched the bag, he didn't refuse and put it away. They were hard, and they were not gold coins, but spirit stones. There were at least 30 spirit stones. Even in the Changtian faction, he didn't get many spirit stones in a year. After accepting the spirit stones, the person in charge of the caravan smiled even more brightly. "I don't know where you are going, sir. If it's on the way, we are willing to spare a carriage for you. Lu Fan waved his hand and refused. No need, I have something urgent. Since you have something urgent, why don't you have a meal in the caravan before leaving? Lu Fan thought about it and didn't refuse. After 3 days of traveling, he ate almost all the prepared dry food. He was tired of eating the delicious dry food for 3 days in a row. As the benefactor of the caravan, Lu Fan ate a delicious meal accompanied by the person in charge of the caravan. While eating, the two of them also chatted. The old man's name was Xianxia. The caravan belonged to the Grey Bear Chamber of Commerce, which was a medium-sized chamber of commerce in Nanyun country. Even Lu Fan had heard of it. They mainly did business in Violet Wind County. After knowing that Lu Fan was a member of the Changtian faction, Xianxia became more enthusiastic to Lu Fan. In the end, when Lu Fan left him, his eyes were full of reluctance. Lu Fan rode on the horse, weighed the bag, and nodded with some satisfaction. Those bandits were all poor, and even that true element boundary expert was no exception. There was nothing on him that could catch Lu Fan's eye. Only the spirit stones from the Grey Bear Chamber of Commerce made Lu Fan happy. Little fellow, are you satisfied with just a few spirit stones? An old, shrill voice rang in Lu Fan's ears. Lu Fan was so frightened that he quickly jumped off his horse and drew his red blood sword, looking around vigilantly. I'm the red blood sword Jianling. Lu Fan looked at the red blood sword in his hand and asked in disbelief, are you the Jianling of red blood sword? What? You don't believe me? Of course I do. Lu Fan took a deep breath and said, I just heard from the elders that spiritual sword Jianling can't talk. Do you think I'm an ordinary spirit sword? Lu Fan hurriedly replied, no. Alright, I woke up this time to tell you to make good use of the red blood sword in your hands. Don't get killed halfway. I still don't know how to address you. Chen Hao thought for a moment and said, just call me Sir Jianling. Sir Jianling? Lu Fan didn't think too much about this title. He could even call him Sword Daddy. Sir Jianling, you said you just woke up? Yes, every time a Ren Kenju dies, I will fall into a deep sleep. I will only wake up again when the next Ren Kenju appears and the red blood sword is stained with blood. Hearing this, Lu Fan was slightly relieved. In other words, Sir Jianling and the red blood sword didn't know about the deal between him and Elder Jiang. Although Lu Fan was thick-skinned, he didn't want others to know about the deal between him and Elder Jiang, even if the other party was a Jianling. Strictly speaking, the red blood sword is a magic sword. Killing is its mission. Chen Hao said slowly, as long as you perform well, as long as you make me happy, I can teach you some good skills. Lu Fan asked carefully, Sir Jianling, what can you teach me? It was impossible for any Ren Kenju to see the inherited skill of killing the master. Top cultivation techniques, martial skills, concepts, profound meanings, divine abilities, and so on. I basically know everything that the previous sword masters of the Scarlet Blood Sword know. Lu Fan held the red blood sword tightly, and his breathing became rapid. These were all things he yearned for, but then, he was a little confused. Sir Jianling, you can teach concepts and profound meanings? These should be comprehended by the individual, right? Of course, concepts and profound meanings need to be comprehended by the individual. But what if I can put you into the memories of the past sword masters and let you experience their feelings when they comprehended concepts? Lu Fan swallowed his saliva. Mental state was a mysterious thing. Everyone had different personalities and different experiences, so their comprehension would be different as well. Even if the owner of the concept described the process of comprehending the concept, it wouldn't be of much help to other warriors. Sir Jianling, have you taught General Chen Pengfei about concepts? Of course. Otherwise, how do you think he managed to cultivate his slaughter sword intent? I see. Now that you know, I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me unless it's necessary. Lu Fan was confused. Sleep? Yes, talking to you consumes a lot of energy. The red blood sword needs a lot of energy to evolve. Every bit of energy is very precious. Chen Hao warned fiercely, remember, if you don't have anything important to say, I will be very angry if you disturb my sleep. At that time I don't mind changing the sword master. Lu Fan gathered his courage and asked, Sir Jianling, can you teach me something first? I'm the sword master of the red blood sword. If I accidentally die, won't the reputation of the red blood sword be ruined? Hearing Lu Fan's words, Chen Hao and the red blood sword laughed. Was he worried that the sword master would ruin the reputation of the red blood sword? Of course not, he was already numb to the sword master's death, but Lu Fan was quite interesting. Chen Hao also wanted to know how far he could go. Okay. The low-class profound level movement skill, wind-chasing steps, was quickly transmitted into Lu Fan's mind. Chen Hao had observed that Lu Fan was talented and had a good status. His martial arts and sword arts had barely reached the profound level. However, his movement skill was not good. It was only at the high-class yellow level, the wind-chasing steps could make up for his shortcomings. When Lu Fan received the wind-chasing steps, his face was filled with joy. In terms of the preciousness of martial arts, the value of movement skills was second only to martial arts. Movement skills were extremely important when fighting with others. As long as one's movement skills were good, he could always escape if he couldn't beat his opponent. Although he grew up in the Eternal Sky Clan and was a direct disciple of the Eternal Sky Clan, the Long River formula and Long River sword arts were still hard to come by. For the Long River swordsmanship, not only did he put in a lot of effort, but he also tried his best to please the elders so that they could ask him some questions and learn some useful techniques. That was how he managed to stand out in the last assessment and get into the top 10, thus obtaining the right to practice the Long River swordsmanship. To get Long River technique, he had risked his life for the sect. Twice, he had been forced to the brink of death, and after much difficulty, he had managed to survive. In the end, he had to rely on the recommendation of his backer and a large amount of merit points in the sect to get Long River technique, a low-grade profound realm martial art, but even so, Lu Fan knew that his starting point was already much stronger than the vast majority of martial artists. A black-level low-class wind-chasing technique was enough to move Lu Fan. Lu Fan knelt on the ground and said sincerely, "Thank you, Master Jianling, for your reward." Chen Hao saw that Lu Fan knelt down directly and felt satisfied. Among all the Renkenju, Lu Fan was the only one who knelt down to him, right? Chen Hao asked in a low voice. Lu Fan, do you have any wishes? I want to hear the truth. Lu Fan thought for a while, looked around hesitantly, and then said in a low voice, Master Jianling, actually I want to build a family. Lu family? Yes. This wish was normal, so normal that Chen Hao didn't know how to evaluate it. Lu Fan's wish was the wish of most martial artists, to build a huge family business and let their descendants live on, and those who wholeheartedly pursued the peak of martial arts and wanted to become the world's top experts did exist. But those martial artists were either the top geniuses of the various top forces, or some inexperienced youngsters who still harbored unrealistic dreams. They had yet to accept the merciless whipping of reality. The top geniuses of the top forces were well protected, and the probability of meeting them was like winning the lottery. Of course, if Chen Hao was willing to lower his status and recognize some normal 12 or 13-year-old youngsters as sword masters, they would definitely talk about all kinds of grand ambitions, as exaggerated as they could be. After all, XVII was a special case, a weirdo among the youngsters. However, Chen Hao didn't have any plans to nurture a child for the time being. How was he supposed to train them? Was he supposed to start by killing insects and chickens with the red blood sword? What if the child was scared to tears? Jianling did not respond. Lu Fan felt a little uneasy. Does Sir Jianling think that my wish is very low? No, it's not low level. I've heard of even lower level wishes. Your wish is still all right. From Lu Fan's wish, Chen Hao knew that he was a very mature martial artist. Furthermore, he had long since passed the age where he could judge the future of the sword master based on his wishes and ideals. He still remembered that the simple young man 17's wish was to be Lan Yanling's guard. At that time, Chen Hao was almost angered to death. What happened in the end? It was rare for Chen Hao to encourage him, do your best. In the history of Red Blood Sword, Renkenju, the sword masters who performed slightly better had their wishes realized through Red Blood Sword. Really? Chen Hao asked back, do you think the Red Blood Sword doesn't have this ability? Or do you think I'm lying to you? What Chen Hao told Lu Fan was indeed true. In the history of Renkenju, the sword masters who performed well had their wishes realized. The creator of the Red Blood Sword, the first Renkenju, Xianxia, wished to forge a spiritual weapon. He succeeded. His creation, the red blood sword, had become a spiritual weapon and would continue to evolve. The 10th Renkenju, Fu Yuanming, wished to take revenge. He succeeded in the end. The 14th Renkenju, Lan Xvii, wished to be Lan Yanling's guard. He also succeeded. Perhaps the whole southern mountain range recognized his identity as a guard. Sometimes, even Chen Hao felt that the Crimson Blood Sword was more like a sword that could fulfill one's wishes, a sword that could fulfill one's dreams, and not a demonic sword. Master Jianling, I've said too much. The Red Blood Sword definitely has the ability to fulfill any wish. Lu Fan said this from the bottom of his heart. In this world, there was no problem that couldn't be solved with strength. Even feelings could be cultivated with strength. Master Jianling, I want to ask, is General Chen Pengfei the first Renkenju? No. Then am I the 30th Renkenju of the Red Blood Sword? Inside the Red Blood Sword, Chen Hao looked at Lu Fan with surprise. This guy is quite smart. Yes, you're indeed the 30th Renkenju of the Red Blood Sword. Chen Hao laughed. In the past 200 years, you're the second sword master to have guessed the meaning of the blood patterns on the Red Blood Sword. The more you kill, the thicker the blood patterns on the sword. I hope you can surpass your predecessors and leave your mark on the Red Blood Sword. Lu Fan took a deep breath and said, Master Jianling, I'll do my best. Alright, if your performance satisfies me, and the Red Blood Sword absorbs enough energy, I'll wake up automatically. Lu Fan didn't ask Jianling what enough energy meant or how to measure it, because he could already hear the impatience in Jianling's voice. Lu Fan put the Red Blood Sword back into its scabbard and continued on his way. He had to admit that Jianling of the Red Blood Sword fell asleep again, which made him a lot more relaxed. No adult would want to be watched all the time, not even Jianling. Privacy was really important. Lu Fan and 17 were the same. They both liked to wear masks, and they almost never took them off after they put them on. One of them was trying to hide his appearance, while the other was trying to hide his true thoughts. After more than 10 days, Lu Fan finally arrived at the head of the Chongtian faction, Pu City. He first met Jiang Yuejun, and then the faction leader met him. After being warned by the faction leader, Lu Fan immediately expressed his regret and his determination to die for the Chongtian faction. Clearly, the leader of the Eternal Sky faction believed in his determination. Just because he took the initiative to transfer to Kueha City, therefore, the faction leader let Lu Fan off the hook this time, and even encouraged him, saying that if he performed well in the future, the faction leader wouldn't judge him anymore. Lu Fan was so grateful that he almost shed tears. In fact, he knew that although the faction leader said that he didn't care, he couldn't be sure what he was thinking. One had to know that if one wanted to suppress someone, one could find many reasons to do so. For example, he didn't have a family, which was also a big problem. In the Red Blood Sword, Chen Hao was watching the two of them play, and he felt it was very interesting. Of course, he wouldn't fall asleep. He just didn't have the mood to talk, and he also wanted to let Lu Fan feel more comfortable. After meeting the faction leader and receiving his official appointment, Lu Fan met Leng Guanlin. Leng Guanlin was not as enthusiastic as before, and his face was as cold as ice. When he saw Lu Fan, he said coldly, Lu Fan, I was wrong about you. I thought you were a man. I didn't expect you to bow down to that old witch Jiang Yuejun. Lu Fan lowered his head, bowed to him, and left silently. He knew that Leng Guanlin and Jiang Yuejun had a fierce argument about where he should be placed. Leng Guanlin wanted him to stay in the headquarters. In the end, the faction leader came out and transferred him to Kueha City. The reason was that Kueha City needed more manpower, and it was Lu Fan's wish. Since both sides couldn't agree, Lu Fan's wish was very important. Lu Fan didn't regret his choice. At least Elder Jiang was a woman. Elder Jiang was very honest, and she had a good reputation. That was the truth. Greetings, faction leader Ran. Not long after leaving Leng Guanlin, Lu Fan met the other vice leader of the Eternal Sky faction, Ran Yanba. Ran Yanba was in his 50s, but because he was a mid-stage Xiantian realm expert, he still looked young, about 30 years old. He had a strong body with thick eyebrows, big eyes, a square face, a big nose, and thick lips. His back was slightly hunched, and he always had his hands behind his back with a cold face. He looked very strict when he was patrolling the headquarters. Ran Yanba lived up to his appearance. He was in charge of the punishment hall of the Eternal Sky faction, and his punishment was strict. Almost every faction member who was taken away by the punishment hall would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Over time, he became the Eternal Sky faction's ghost worry. Most of the Eternal Sky faction members would avoid him when they saw him. Ran Yanba just stared at Lu Fan, and his cold eyes made Lu Fan feel uncomfortable. It's not a coincidence. I've been waiting for you here. Ran Yanba's face was almost expressionless. Many of the Eternal Sky faction members once doubted whether their vice leader Ran Yanba's face was fake. What's the matter? Lu Fan asked in a low voice. Yes. Ran Yanba nodded. I heard that you're going to Kueha City, and Xiaoyu wants to see you. Hearing Xiaoyu's name, Lu Fan asked, Can I not go? Ran Yanba answered concisely, No. All right. Lu Fan shook his head and followed Ran Yanba. Inside the red blood sword, Chen He looked at Lu Fan's complicated expression silently. His intuition told him that there was a story here. He followed Ran Yanba out of the headquarters and got on the carriage. The two sat opposite each other, and neither of them said a word. Lu Fan stared at the embroidered curtain on the carriage. After a long time, Ran Yanba said, I've heard about what you did in Anyu City recently. Yes. You kept your promise, and I'm very satisfied with you. Ran Yanba continued, I was the one who told Xiaoyu about this matter. I think she needs to know. Lu Fan smiled bitterly, actually, you don't need to tell her. I think it's necessary, because she'll know it sooner or later. Ran Yanba continued, but she was very calm, much better than I expected. After about an hour, the carriage slowly came to a stop. Lu Fan followed Ran Yanba out of the carriage. Seeing Ran Yanba walk straight through the door, Lu Fan glanced at the plaque that read Ran Manor. He hesitated for a moment before following Ran Yanba. In the backyard, Ran Yanba brought Xiaoyu to Lu Fan. She was holding a swaddle in her arms. In the swaddling clothes, a pink and tender baby opened a pair of beautiful black eyes and looked around with a smile. He reached out a small hand and grabbed his mother's hair, refusing to let go. You guys continue chatting. There are still some matters in the sect that I need to deal with. Ran Yanba nodded at Xiaoyu, and then he left without looking back. Xiaoyu was a beautiful young woman. She wore a red cotton coat that was a little bloated. Her hair was tied up in a bun, but the hair in front of her forehead was a little messy. Her face was a little yellow, but it still couldn't hide her beautiful face. There seemed to be only the two of them in the entire backyard. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Lu Fan looked at the beautiful baby and asked after a long time, Is it a boy or a girl? Girl. What's your name? Ran Yutong. Good name. Lu Fan could no longer find a topic to talk about. Xiaoyu raised her head and looked at Lu Fan. She bit her lower lip and asked, I heard that you're going to Kuei River City? Yes, I want to fight. I hope you can break through to the Xiantian realm as soon as possible. Thank you. Xiaoyu gently teased the child in her arms and pretended to ask casually, I heard that you had an agreement with Brother Ran last time? Yes, at that time I wanted to leave the headquarters. Lu Fan's body trembled. He took a deep breath and said, I have no other choice, I hope you can understand. I can understand. Xiaoyu nodded lightly, then she suddenly raised her head to look at Lu Fan and asked, Then can you understand my current situation? I like this child very much. Sure. Lu Fan clenched his teeth and said. Brother Ran. Ran Yanba is very good to me, I'm doing well right now. I understand what you mean. I'm sorry, Big Brother Fan. Tears rolled down from the corner of Xiaoyu's eyes onto the swaddling clothes and quickly disappeared. Xiaoyu. You have to remember, you haven't let me down. Lu Fan said seriously, if there's a right or wrong between the two of us, then it's my fault. I've let you down. Lu Fan gently pinched the baby's face, and the smile on the baby's face quickly disappeared. He made an expression that seemed to be crying yet not crying, as if to say, if you dare pinch me again, I'll cry for you to see. Lu Fan smiled and said in a low voice, All right, it's time for me to take my leave. Take good care of the child and carry him inside. The weather is cold, it wouldn't be good if he caught a cold. Wait. Xiaoyu pulled on Lu Fan's sleeve and said in a low voice, Take this. what is this? Lu Fan watched as Xiaoyu took out a space pouch from the baby's swaddling clothes and handed it to him. Spirit stones, I got them from Ran Yanba. He knew I was giving them to you, so he didn't object. Can I not take it? No, this is a gift from me to you. Xiaoyu looked at Lu Fan seriously and said, you know, I'm just his woman. I can't persuade that person, so getting so many spirit stones is already my limit. I know you don't want to stay in the headquarters, but Kueha City is too dangerous. Lu Fan hesitated for a moment before taking the space pouch from Xiaoyu's hands. Seeing that Lu Fan had accepted her gift, Xiaoyu revealed a satisfied smile. After spending so much time with Xiaoyu, he knew very well that after he accepted Xiaoyu's gift, Xiaoyu was clearly much more relaxed. Xiaoyu's face suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. She clenched her small fists and shouted in a soft and slightly coquettish tone, Big Brother Fan, take care of yourself. You are the patriarch of the Lu family. The Lu family cannot do without you in the future. The future of the Lu family? Lu Fan really wanted to tell Xiaoyu that you were once the future of the Lu family. The so-called Lu family was a secret that only the two of them knew about when he had made an agreement with Xiaoyu. You take care of yourself too. Lu Fan waved his hand and left without looking back. Xiaoyu watched as Lu Fan's figure gradually disappeared. Then, she wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, gently shook the baby in her hand, and returned to the inner room. Just after the two of them parted ways, the door of a small room beside the courtyard they were standing in was gently pushed open. Ran Yanba, who should have left long ago, slowly walked out from the door. His eyes were still cold, but his cold expression had softened. If his subordinates who were familiar with Ran Yanba saw this, they would definitely be able to tell that their boss, Gue Jianchou, was in a very good mood recently. Xiaoyu, like Lu Fan, was also a member of the Eternal Sky faction. She was just a few years younger than Lu Fan. The two of them got to know each other very simply. Xiaoyu was very beautiful, but her cultivation talent could only be considered above average. She was timid and did not dare to ask the elder. She accidentally saw Lu Fan, who was seriously cultivating in the martial arts field, and felt that this handsome senior brother should be easier to get along with. After a while, the two of them became familiar with each other. Xiaoyu was the kind of girl who had no talent but worked hard in cultivation. However, cultivation really required talent. Diligence could make up for stupidity. That was the biggest lie in the world. He often saw this little junior sister crying silently. At that time, Lu Fan was just a sensitive young man. He could not help but feel pity for her. The two gradually developed feelings for each other and became lovers. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Ran Yanba took a fancy to Xiaoyu and transferred her to be his maid. Xiaoyu's talent was not good and her strength was average. The Eternal Sky faction did not value her at all. No one objected to Ran Yanba's move. Even the female disciples who joined the Eternal Sky faction at the same time as Xiaoyu were envious of her. Of course, the two of them who were in love would not give up on each other easily. However, Ran Yanba grounded Xiaoyu. Every time Lu Fan tried to enter the Ran family, he would be sent to the torture chamber by Ran Yanba. He had a very good reason to break into the deputy faction master's residence. However, for some reason, Ran Yanba chose to spare Lu Fan. He only tortured Lu Fan for a while before letting him go. He did not take his life. At that time, Lu Fan's backer was still there. However, Lu Fan's backer did not help him and even advised him to give up on Xiaoyu. After being tortured so much, he would lie in bed for half a month every time he was released from the torture chamber. After 3 times, he could not take it anymore. He turned the grief and anger in his heart into motivation and did all the guild quests he could to strengthen himself. However, even after he obtained the Long River secret art, he sadly realized that no matter how hard he worked, his strength was still not in the top 5 among the youths in the same generation. Sometimes, if you don't work hard, you will not know what despair is. Later, when he heard that Ran Yanba had taken Xiaoyu as his concubine, he felt that the whole world was dark. Then, his backer died, and he was forced by Ling Guanlin step by step. In desperation, Lu Fan went to find Ran Yanba, looking for that tiny chance that might exist. This was because he knew Ran Yanba's personality very well. He was a strict, old-fashioned, upright, and even somewhat straightforward person. He was a possessive perfectionist. Not only did he want Xiaoyu's body, he also wanted her heart. Otherwise, he would not be alive. Of course, the prerequisite for the deal was that Xiaoyu still had him in her heart. There was no doubt that Lu Fan had succeeded. At that time, Xiaoyu still had him in her heart. He had sold out Xiaoyu's heart and took the initiative to give Ran Yanba a good handle. Thus, he was successfully transferred to Anyu City and became the branch master of the Anyu City branch. After taking power in Anyu City, he lived a life of drunken stupor. Only good wine and women, only complete indulgence, could make him temporarily forget his own misfortune, ambitions, dreams, his own despicableness, and his troubles. However, there were some things that could not be avoided. After the temporary numbness, what welcomed him was an even more painful torture in the depths of his heart. Moreover, it was a cycle, and there was no end. Until he met the red blood sword, the dawn of his life, Lu Fan looked at the plaque of the Ran residence for the last time. He remembered the unique smile on Xiaoyu's face when she looked at the baby in her arms. He silently wished her well in his heart and walked away with firm steps. After all, Xiaoyu was right, he was the head of the Lu family. In the future, the Lu family could not do without him. On the day he left the headquarters, only Elder Jiang came to see him off. Elder Jiang laughed and said to Lu Fan, "Please don't die. If you are tired of the life of fighting and killing, I will leave a place for you by my side." Lu Fan laughed awkwardly. Kuei River City needed backup. This time, Lu Fan was not the only one who was rushing to Kuei River City from the headquarters. There were also 200 other Changtian clan members and Guardian Wu who had been to Anyu City previously. This time, Wu Kuan was leading the team to Kuei River City. To Lu Fan, it did not matter who was leading the team as long as it was not Lin Guanlin. The 200 Changtian clan members were all elites in the Changtian clan. There were some familiar faces among them. Almost none of the 200 Changtian clan members greeted Lu Fan. Even those who were familiar with him were not an exception. Lu Fan was not bothered by this. The news of him kneeling to someone in public had probably spread throughout the entire Changtian clan. It was normal for the young Changtian clan members to look down on him. As for who he kneeled to, the young Changtian clan members did not care at all. This was because these young Changtian clan members always believed that a man had gold under his knees. They always believed that if they were in Lu Fan's position, they would never choose to kneel to someone. They always believed that even if they were to die, they would protect their dignity as martial artists and the dignity of the Changtian clan. The Changtian clan was famous in the Violet Wind County. With Wu Kuan, an innate expert, they did not encounter any trouble along the way. They spent more than 10 days smoothly and arrived at Kuei River City. Lu Fan did not waste the time. With the help of more than 200 spiritual stones, he had already touched the bottleneck of the peak of the true energy realm. He also had some understanding of the low-class black-class body movement skill, wind-chasing steps. He was confident that he could reach the entry level in a short period of time. At the welcoming banquet, Lu Fan and his team met the branch leader of Kuei River City, Su Zhongyun, and 2 deputy branch leaders. The branch leader of Kuei River City was different from the other branch leaders. Due to the importance of Kuei River City and the threat of the Qinghong gang, the branch leader of Kuei River City, Su Zhongyun, was a middle innate expert. The other 2 deputy branch leaders were early innate experts. Lu Fan did not forget that there was a peak innate great elder of the Changtian clan in Kuei River City. In addition to Guardian Wu who came to support, Lu Fan felt that he might have underestimated the danger level of Kuei River City. When he decided to come to Kuei River City, Lu Fan thought of escaping to Zhou country directly. However, as he got closer and closer to Kuei River, Lu Fan felt that it might be a good choice to continue staying in the Changtian clan. At least he knew the background of the Changtian clan. He was the direct disciple of the Changtian clan. If he left the Changtian clan immediately and hid his identity, it would be difficult for him to improve his strength quickly. Once he accidentally provoked the disciples of those clans and sects, he would be in big trouble. It would be like poking a hornet's nest. Lu Fan was clear that some of the missions of the Changtian clan were targeted at those commoner martial artists. In order to protect the dignity of the Changtian clan, unless they had the strength to make the Changtian clan hesitate, they had to die. A powerful force had to show its fangs and tear apart all the enemies who dared to go against them. Lu Fan felt that if there was no other reason, he should continue to stay in the Long River gang. On the second day, Su Chong Tian gathered the 200 over new members. 200 over people. After some planning, they would be placed in various positions in the gang. The situation in Kueha City was complicated and dangerous. The new gang members needed to be led by the old gang members. At the same time, the appointment of personnel was announced. According to the rules of the Long Sky Gang, the ranks of the members were simple. There was no need to mention the outer members, they were all gangsters. Then, there were the official gang members. Above the official gang members were the small leaders. The small leaders usually had 10 subordinates. Above the small leaders were the big leaders. The big leaders were considered the mainstay of the gang. Normally, they would have 7 to 8 small leaders under them, managing 70 to 80 gang members. Above the big leaders, it would be the deputy leader. Above the deputy leader, it would be the leader. Kueha City's situation was special. There were protectors and elders in charge. Strictly speaking, protectors and Kueha City's leader were of the same rank. The elder's position was above the leader. However, the elders and protectors would not interfere with the management of the gang in Kueha City. Only when they needed to take action or make important decisions, would the leader need to discuss with them. In Kueha City, there were over 900 official members of the Long Sky Gang. When Kueha City's branch leader, Su Chong Tian, announced that Lu Fan would be the big leader, the 200 over new gang members in Kueha City turned their gaze towards Lu Fan. Most of them had indignant looks on their faces. Because among the 200 people, only 2 were appointed as the big leaders. Lu Fan was one of them. According to what they knew, among the 200 over people, Lu Fan's strength was the strongest. Thinking of Lu Fan's stain, some of them could not sit still. Why can Lu Fan be the big leader? That's right. Why can he? I think Brother Wu is more powerful than Lu Fan. Lu Fan is a spineless person, he can't convince the masses. Facing the young gang members' rebuttal, Su Chong Tian looked at Lu Fan. Lu Fan stood in the crowd. The surrounding gang members subconsciously distanced themselves from him. He was very conspicuous. But his face was expressionless, as if he did not hear the other gang members' dissatisfaction and sarcasm. Su Chong Tian knew Lu Fan. He also knew that Lu Fan knelt down in front of everyone. He could understand Lu Fan, but sometimes being able to understand did not mean that he could agree. Based on qualifications and ability, Lu Fan could definitely become the main target. Other than that time when he knelt down, his performance in the Inyu City branch was rather eye-catching, and even Su Chong Tian recognized his methods and management ability. Among the 200-odd gang members, only Lu Fan had the experience of being a branch leader. Su Chong Tian asked, "Lu Fan, what do you say?" The headquarters had appointed Lu Fan as the team leader, but if he couldn't convince the public, he had the right to revoke the appointment. Let's follow the old rules. All right. Su Chong Tian shouted, if anyone is unconvinced, they can challenge Lu Fan. Lu Fan originally thought that the one going to Kuei River City was only him alone. However, after leaving the headquarters and discovering that there were more than 200 people, he was mentally prepared. If he still had the thought of defecting, he would definitely give up his position as the team leader. But now that he planned to stay in the gang, he couldn't give up his position as the team leader. Everyone knew that the higher one climbed, the greater the authority, and the more abundant the resources one could obtain. Mixing at the bottom, it was hard to even guarantee one's safety. The position of team leader was not high, but it was not low either. At least, it was considered the mainstay of the Kuei River City branch. It would not be abandoned so easily. Those people who said that it was hard for him to convince the public wanted to pull him down, and then let their own people sit on it. Looking at the few True Essence Realm late-stage experts who were eager to give it a go, Lu Fan asked, "Which one of you wants to go first?" "I'll go first." The voice was very familiar. Lu Fan focused his eyes and looked. It turned out to be Wu Zifeng. Wu Zifeng was in the same batch as Lu Fan. The two of them did not get along in the gang. Wu Zifeng's talent was not bad, and he similarly trained very hard. But in the past, when they were at the headquarters, Lu Fan's strength was a notch above him. Lu Fan remembered that the last time Lin Guanlin went to Inyu City, he even mentioned him, saying that his strength was already close to the peak of true essence realm. Staying in the headquarters was indeed faster than being a branch leader outside. After all, the headquarters had abundant resources and even many experts. Obtaining some experts' pointers could save him a lot of detours. Among these 200 over new gang members, Wu Zifeng's strength was considered top-notch. There were still those younger and stronger than Wu Zifeng in the headquarters. But they were not willing to send them to Kuei River City. Seeing Wu Zifeng take the lead, the other few True Essence Realm late-stage experts were somewhat disappointed. They lost a chance to perform in front of Suchong Tian. Wu Zifeng drew out his long saber and asked with a smile, "Lu Fan, I heard that you're drunk and dreaming in a new city, and your strength has not improved much all this while." "That's just hearsay. Actually, in private, I'm still very hardworking," Lu Fan said with a solemn expression. "I always cultivate at night. Usually, I'll collapse in the training room from exhaustion. In the morning, I practically wake up in the training room." Hearing Lu Fan's serious answer, Wu Zifeng's expression froze. Clearly, he was intimidated by Lu Fan. Listening to it, he seemed to be working very hard. Lu Fan reminded with good intentions, "Wu Zifeng, you mustn't underestimate me. After leaving the headquarters for more than a year, I've thought through many things. My strength has improved by leaps and bounds. My improvement is much faster than in the headquarters." The other gang members who heard Lu Fan's words were intimidated by Lu Fan's words. Each and every one of them also became somewhat hesitant. They felt that Wu Zifeng's chances of victory did not seem to be high. After all, when in the headquarters, the matter of Wu Zifeng being suppressed by Lu Fan all along was not a secret. Wu Zifeng put away his contempt. His expression gradually became solemn. "Begin then." "All right." The two people directly clashed together. Suchong Tian leisurely watched the two True Essence Realm late-stage experts battle. He could tell the two people's strength at one glance. They were close to peak True Essence Realm. The martial techniques they cultivated were also more ordinary low-grade black-rank martial techniques in the gang. They were both considered outstanding youngsters in the gang. Strength was on par, cultivation method grade was on par. Winning rate would depend on battle wisdom and the degree of mastery of martial techniques. The two people had just exchanged blows. Even if he was long prepared, Wu Zifeng suffered a hidden loss. He discovered that Lu Fan indeed did not lie to him. He indeed did not waste the 1 year in Anyu City. He really improved by leaps and bounds. Not only did his cultivation not fall behind, in terms of mastery of sword arts, his improvement was especially obvious. The long river sword art in his hands, the sword momentum was boundless. The sword moves were continuous and unbroken. Each sword was stronger than the previous. Facing Lu Fan's sword art, he even had a feeling of facing a long river. "You lost." The red blood sword was placed on Wu Zifeng's neck. "This 1 year, you indeed did not neglect your cultivation. Your improvement is much greater than mine. I admit that I lost." Wu Zifeng said unwillingly, "Next time, I still have to seek guidance from you." "Anytime." Only Lu Fan was clear that he lied. This 1 year, he indeed neglected his cultivation and ran to drink and sleep with women. However, this could not be said. Lu Fan proudly looked around and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? I'll do it." Another person stood up. So what if Lu Fan defeated Wu Zifeng? Everyone's strength was similar and there was not much difference between them. What if he won? Even if he couldn't win, as long as he displayed his strength and left an impression on Suchong Tian, it would be a benefit. Hence, as long as it was a true energy late-stage faction member, they all went up to challenge Lu Fan. Without exception, they were all defeated by Lu Fan, who wielded the red blood sword. Of course, they were not so despicable as to fight in front of Suchong Tian. Su Fan had time to recover his true energy. "Is there anyone else?" Seeing that no one challenged Lu Fan, Suchong Tian slowly opened his mouth. Over 200 faction members did not make a sound. Lu Fan's strength was indeed strong. "Then it's decided, Lu Fan will be the leader." Suchong Tian looked at Lu Fan and encouraged, "Lu Fan, I hope you can contribute to our Chongtian faction." "I will do my best." Suchong Tian waved his hand, "Two leaders, follow me, the rest can disperse." The other leader was called Zhou Yuan. He was at the peak of true energy stage and was around 30 years old. He joined the Changtian faction halfway. Su Changtian handed the two new leaders over to Vice Branch Leader Hong Jiangang. You guys divide the work, Vice Branch Leader Qin will arrange it. Su Changtian briefly introduced Lu Fan and Zhou Yuan's strength and said, Old Hong, I'll hand them over to you. Don't worry, Branch Leader, I'll arrange it well. After Su Changtian left, Vice Branch Leader Hong Jiangang looked at the two of them and smiled. Welcome to Kuweha City, I won't beat around the bush. I'm sure everyone knows the situation in Kuweha City. Since the two of you are new here, I won't arrange any dangerous missions for you immediately. I'll let you familiarize yourself with Kuweha City first. Zhou Yuan, you're the strongest. You'll be in charge of maintaining order in Anning Street. Our gang has an important casino there. You'll have to oversee the casino. There are many experts in Kuweha City, and there will be people causing trouble from time to time. You'll have to put in some effort. I'll also arrange an experienced assistant for you. This subordinate obeys. Lu Fan, you're a little weak, so I'll give you an easier job. You'll be in charge of the prostitutes. We've received a good deal recently, so you'll be in charge of the prostitutes. Tell them to hurry up and get good babies and dolls. It's best if they can get some tender lotus roots too. We need some goods here too. Lu Fan understood all these slang words. When he was the branch lord of a new city, he had also encountered such matters. Good babies referred to little boys, and little dolls referred to little girls. As for the tender lotus root, it referred to beautiful little girls. The Eternal Sky Gang also had a place where they dealt in the flesh trade. Zhou Yuan glanced at Lu Fan, but he wasn't envious. The task that Lu Fan was in charge of was relatively easy. There was not much danger, but the profits were definitely not as much as his. He knew that Division Leader Hong was doing this for their own good, but this was not what Lu Fan wanted. Division Leader Hong, can you give me another division of labor? I want to. Before he could finish his words, Hong Jianong's face completely collapsed. He very impatiently interrupted Lu Fan, this is my arrangement. If you have any objections, you can go to the branch lord and ask him to change it for you. Hong Jiangang flicked his sleeves and left. He didn't pay any attention to Lu Fan. Zhou Yuan shook his head and said, Lu Fan, you're really brave. Division Leader Hong is also kind. He didn't let you directly pick the experts of the Azure Rainbow Gang. The work that he arranged for you, although the profits aren't much, it's definitely still good. I didn't mean that. Zhou Yuan urged, why don't you go to the division leader and give it a try? Lu Fan looked at Zhou Yuan. Did he look like such a stupid person? Once he went to Su Changtian, he would completely offend Hong Jiangang. At the same time, Su Changtian would also label him as an unruly person. A young man in his 20s, with bright eyes and a rather clever look, greeted Zhou Yuan, Brother Zhou, I'm the deputy that division leader Hong arranged for you. Alright, let's go. Bring me around to familiarize me. Zhou Yuan said to Lu Fan. Brother Lu, I'll take my leave first. He looked at Zhou Yuan's back as he left, and then looked at the woman in her 40s, who seemed to want to say something but was hesitating. He sighed and asked, are you the person that gang leader Hong arranged for me? Yes. Bring me there. The woman nodded and said, all right. What's your name? My surname is Zhou, I'm Zhou Lianhua. Lu Fan thought for a moment and said, I'll call you Aunt Zhou. All right. Let's go. In Kuweha City, other than the prostitutes, there were also many people who were involved in other things. For example, the pickpockets on the streets and burglars. These people had to pay taxes to the Eternal Sky Clan. These people were also the outer members of the Eternal Sky Clan. They would often gather information for the Eternal Sky Clan. If the information was valuable, they would be rewarded. The Eternal Sky Clan had recently received a large order. They needed 1,000 children under the age of 10. They could ship the goods in batches, regardless of gender. However, they had to complete the order within a month and ship it out from the port of Kuweha City. 1/3 of the time had passed, but only 1/5 of the mission was completed. Time was running out. Of course, the 1,000 children would not only be obtained from Kuweha City and the surrounding villages. The members of other clans in the nearby cities were also working hard. The headquarters of the clans in the cities further away were also mobilizing the children. However, the number would not be large. According to the distribution of the mission, Kueha City was the largest city and the goods would be shipped out from there. Therefore, they needed 200 children. However, the progress of the mission was not ideal. They had only gathered less than 1/4 of the number. Lu Fan knew that he might have offended Hong Jiangang. In order to make up for the relationship between them, he decided to complete the mission beautifully and bring gifts to apologize to Hong Jiangang personally. He immediately asked Aunt Zhou to gather the people who were in charge of the prostitutes. He praised the top 3 people who completed the mission and punished those who did not achieve anything. Lu Fan said to the crowd with a serious face, "This mission is very important to me. I promise you, for every mission you complete, I'll reward you with 1 gold coin. If you can't complete the mission or don't take my words to heart, you're useless. Useless people don't deserve to live." Lu Fan knew that if he didn't give these old foxes some pressure, they wouldn't work hard. After a series of rewards and punishments, the mission in Kueha City was completed 5 days before the goods were delivered. There were even some left over. Aunt Zhou followed Lu Fan's instructions and picked 20 beautiful lotus roots from the goods delivered from various places. The quantity was enough. Take good care of them. Don't let them die. Although they didn't say that they had to stand, we still have to be careful. Lu Fan didn't want to see those children. Their crying annoyed him. Aunt Zhou said seriously, "I understand. I've been in this business for so many years. I won't make any mistakes. At most, I'll open their mouths and force them to drink. We can't count on those boorish people. I'll go see gang leader Hong tomorrow and see if I can send a batch away first." Lu Fan thought for a while and asked, "Oh yeah, you didn't touch those clans, right?" Aunt Zhou smiled, "Team leader, how is that possible? We know what we're doing." That's good." Lu Fan thought for a while and continued, "Although the mission in Kueha City is completed, if you let those people continue to collect the goods, what if there's a problem with the branches in other cities?" "Team leader, you're right. I'll pass down the order and let them continue." Lu Fan was satisfied with Aunt Zhou. She was capable and meticulous. It saved him a lot of trouble. After Aunt Zhou left, Chen Hao couldn't sit still in Red Blood Sword. It had been almost a month. "Lu Fan, what have you been doing recently?" Lu Fan was stunned. "Master Jianling, you're awake?" "Yes, I was awakened by hunger." Lu Fan was a smart person. How could he not understand what Jianling meant? Ever since he had obtained the Scarlet Blood Sword, he had only killed 1 person, a group of blind bandits. He said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Master Jianling. I haven't been able to find a chance to fight recently." Chen Hao asked casually, "What have you been doing recently?" "I've been busy with the mission given to me by the gang. Why don't you go out and find some enemies?" This kind of bitter days, Chen Hao was already on the verge of collapsing. He did not expect Lu Fan to be like XVI and have a feast from time to time. He should at least reward him with some leftovers. Recently, he did not even have tree bark and could not eat guanine clay. When did he, the Red Blood Sword, live such a hard life? "I don't think I have any enemies." Lu Fan was a good person. In Kueha City, the only one who hated him was gang leader Hong. However, he did not want to deal with gang leader Hong. He did not want to make enemies. He wanted to turn all his enemies into friends. "You can go and find some enemies." Seeing Lu Fan's troubled face, Chen Hao felt helpless. He continued to ask, "You said you want to kill the Green Rainbow Gang. Do you have a plan? After the other gang leaders are killed by the Green Rainbow Gang, I can ask gang leader Hong to join the battle again. I don't think he will reject me." Chen Hao asked, "How long do I have to wait?" "If I'm lucky, tomorrow is possible." Chen Hao asked, "What if I'm unlucky?" "Maybe a month, maybe 2 months, maybe 3 months." Lu Fan was not sure about the time. Overall, the Green Rainbow Gang was stronger than the Eternal Sky Gang. In addition, the Green Rainbow Gang had the support of the top forces in the Zhou country. It was good enough that the Eternal Sky Gang could defend their territory. The Eternal Sky Gang had been defending. If the Green Rainbow Gang could not find trouble, the Eternal Sky Gang could not counterattack. If the Green Rainbow Gang did not attack the Eternal Sky Gang, the gang leaders in Kueha City would not die. Therefore, the time was not certain. Chen Hao felt helpless. He knew that Lu Fan was not only lucky, but also smarter than ordinary people. Every step he took, he would plan carefully and act steadily. He was good at socializing and would not easily provoke enemies. Such a person was indeed outstanding. As long as he was given some time, it was only natural for him to rise. Even Chen Hao could imagine that with the support of Red Blood Sword, his idea of establishing the Lu family would not be an illusion, but something that could be seen and touched. Perhaps, as long as he had enough time, he could even establish a top force like the Lan family. When do you plan to break through to the innate realm? Chen Hao asked slowly. Don't try to deceive me, I have a bad temper. I've calculated that every time I kill a martial artist, my physical fitness will increase, and I'll be able to absorb about 5% of the opponent's true qi. Chen Hao silently looked at the attribute panel. Lu Fan's deduction was correct. Lu Fan calculated in his mind and said, with the help of Jianling, I'm confident that I can break through to the Xiantian realm within 5 years. 5 years, was it very short? Then when do you plan to break through to the heaven-breaking realm? Maybe 100 years. After all, Xiantian martial artists are rare. Lu Fan seemed to notice that something was wrong with Jianling's tone. He immediately said, Jianling, although I'm not as good as General Chen Pengfei, I'm confident that I can break through to the heaven-breaking realm without using taboo martial arts. Xiantian martial artists are not cabbages. Other than the battlefield, Xiantian martial artists are scattered everywhere, and there are very few of them. It's difficult to find them. Maybe, you can try the battlefield? Lu Fan shook his head helplessly and said, Lord Sword Spirit, it's not like you don't know the situation on the battlefield. Even heaven-breaking realm experts may die, and Xiantian experts also dare not say that they can guarantee their own safety. Someone as strong as General Chen, didn't he still die? If I die so sullenly, wouldn't I be tarnishing Jianling's reputation? Lu Fan didn't dare to lie to the demon sword. He was very clear about the Red Blood Sword's ability. The Red Blood Sword could make an attack from a Transcendent Realm martial artist. He didn't know what the Transcendent Realm was before. It was Jianling who told him. Chen Hao really wanted to tell Lu Fan that he wasn't afraid of being tarnished, but he didn't say it. As Jianling, Chen Hao didn't have a strong desire for control. He would never force sword masters to do things they didn't want to do. Inside the Red Blood Sword, Chen Hao said slowly, not bad, Lu Fan. You are the smartest, wisest, and most stable sword master I've ever seen. Your future achievements are limitless. Then I have to thank Jianling for your help. Otherwise, I'd be lucky to be able to enter the Xiantian realm in this lifetime. I'm going to continue my slumber. Do as you wish and do as you wish. I believe that you will succeed. Lu Fan said respectfully and seriously, I, Lu Fan, will not disappoint Jianling's expectations. Chen Hao said in a low voice, I believe. After saying that, Chen Hao silently activated the misfortune explosion skill. Lu Fan was indeed a very outstanding person. With the Red Blood Sword, he could very well become a hero of his generation. Lu Fan realized that unknowingly, it was already the latter half of the night. He got up and walked out of the base. Just as he opened the door, a cold wind blew over. He couldn't help but shiver. Lu Fan tightened his collar and muttered, this year's winter seems to be especially cold. Early in the morning, Lu Fan went to report the progress of Vice Leader Hong Jianong's work. After knowing that Kueha City had exceeded the quota, Hong Jianong's expression eased a lot. Hong Jiangang praised, well done. Lu Fan suggested, Leader, my men are a bunch of rough people. With over 800 children locked together, they don't know how to take care of them. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that Green Rainbow Gang hasn't made any moves recently and quickly load the goods onto the ship? Let the people over there transport a batch first. What do you think? A few days ago, Lu Fan discovered this problem. The group of children were locked together crying. His men didn't know how to coax the children. They only knew how to use their fists. The more they beat, the more they cried. They couldn't control it at all. Hong Jiangang nodded, what you said makes sense. This is all money. It's not good if it's spoiled. Go find Zhou Lianhua. She knows who to get to transport the goods. Okay. Lu Fan found Zhou Lianhua. After Zhou Lianhua knew what Hong Jiangang wanted, she immediately brought Lu Fan to an inn opened by Cheng Tiangang. They went straight to the inn's manager. The manager knew Zhou Lianhua. When he saw Zhou Lianhua coming to find her, he immediately smiled and asked, "Zhou Mama, why are you here? Is there anything?" Zhou Lianhua rolled her eyes at the manager and said, "How many times have I told you? Don't call me Zhou Mama. If you don't know, you'll think that I'm a brothel keeper." The manager joked, "In your line of work, don't all the girls call you Mama? Alright, cut the crap. This is our new leader, Lu Fan, Leader Lu." When the manager heard, he immediately nodded and bowed, "Nice to meet you, Leader Lu. I'm Chinda, the manager of this inn." N. Lu Fan nodded as a form of greeting. "Manager Chen, isn't there a person called Su Lei staying here? Which room is he staying in?" Manager Chen asked, "The one who came over a month ago and ate for free?" Zhou Lianhua said with certainty, "Yes, that's him. He just came back. He's in the inn. I'll ask someone to invite him down now." Lu Fan said cautiously, "Forget it. Just tell us which room he's staying in. We have something to talk to him about. It's not convenient to talk outside." "Boss, you're so thoughtful. He's staying in Sky Room number 2. Follow me." Following Manager Chen, they went upstairs and came to the door of Sky Room number 2. Manager Chen knocked on the door and said, "Su Lei, open the door. Our boss wants to talk to you. Open the door." As soon as the door opened, Lu Fan saw an ordinary-looking man. He asked first, "Are you Su Lei?" "Yes, I am." "You are?" Zhou Lianhua introduced, "This is Boss Lu. Boss Hong asked him to take care of your goods." Su Lei obviously knew Zhou Lianhua. He immediately opened the door and let them in. Shopkeeper Chen tactfully closed the door and left. "Have a seat," Su Lei said and was about to pour tea for them. Zhou Lianhua quickly grabbed the teapot and said, "Let me do it." Su Lei didn't force her. He sat opposite Lu Fan and asked, "Why are you here?" Lu Fan went straight to the point and said, "We've almost gathered 1,000 goods. Our gang leader Hong wants you to take some of them first." Su Lei didn't think much and answered, "Sure. My superiors have been urging me, saying that they need people urgently. My ship is idle now, waiting for your goods." Lu Fan knew that this group of people had an unusual background. They definitely had a powerful force behind them. Even the Changtian clan couldn't digest 1,000 children in one go. Connecting the supply requirements of the other party, he guessed where the children would go. It wouldn't be good. However, he wouldn't care about that. In this kind of business, it was taboo to ask about other people's background. "I have 3 ships. Each ship can't take more than 400 goods at once. If we take more, we'll lose a lot. Then you take 2 ships first." "Okay," Su Lei said, "we'll load the goods tonight. I'll contact them right away and ask them to bring the ships here tonight. You'll be in charge of transporting the goods to the port and helping us move them onto the ships. I'll list the goods and pay you how much you have." "Yes." The delivery of the goods was handled by Zhou Lianhua and Lu Fan's people. It wasn't the first time these people had done this. They were familiar with it and didn't need him to worry. In winter, the sky darkened very early. In the biting cold wind, there were very few people on the street. A line of carriages carrying goods slowly moved forward in a remote alley. In the dark alley, there was almost no one to be seen. The carriage carrying the goods had just left the alley. Behind the carriages were neatly stacked wooden chests. Over 70 to 80 fierce-looking Eternal Sky faction members were guarding the caravan with vigilant looks on their faces. Lu Fan and Zhou Lianhua walked at the front of the group. Zhou Lianhua exhaled and said, "When we send our goods out, we usually take this road. It cuts through the slums and we can almost reach the city gate directly. It's safer." Not bad." The motorcade slowly drove into the slum area. Lu Fan saw many skinny civilians who were wearing ragged clothes. They were curiously looking at the motorcade from the door or the window. But, when they were glared at by the people of the Eternal Sky clan, they immediately shrank back. It was impossible for these people to threaten them. Lu Fan covered his nose and said, "It's just that I can't stand the smell." Leader, do you want to try this? I specially made it. Zhou Lianhua handed a piece of silk cloth to Lu Fan as if she was presenting a treasure. Look, put 2 straps on your ears and cover your nose like I did. Lu Fan imitated Zhou Lianhua and put the straps on his face. As soon as he put them on, he smelled a strong fragrance of flowers. The fragrance was not strong enough to suppress the smell of the slums. Lu Fan took a deep breath and said, "Did you come up with this?" "No. I heard that in the Zhou dynasty, the maids and eunuchs who served the emperor had to cover their mouths and noses with a silk scarf to ensure the purity of the emperor's food. I made it just like that. Not bad. It's quite useful. As long as you like it." Zhou Lianhua's strength was low, but she was quite capable. Lu Fan was quite satisfied with her. The roads in the slums area were not easy to walk on. They had been in disrepair for a long time. The dirty water flowed freely, and people would often step on some sticky unknown objects. Lu Fan and Sister Zhou were fine on the horses, but the rest of the Eternal Sky faction were not so lucky. Along the way, they went smoothly. A few carriages got stuck in the mud, but for the martial artists of the Eternal Sky faction, it was not a problem at all. They just had to lift it up. After greeting the city guards, they went out of the city gate and went directly to the port. Su Lei was waiting for them at the port. "You guys are early. It's not high yet. Wait for a while, but it won't be long." "Okay." There were many ships at the port, but there were not many people. They only looked at them curiously, saw what they were wearing, and left in a hurry. Kuei River City was the territory of the Eternal Sky faction. Even the other 4 families in the city did not dare to provoke them. When it was high, 2 medium-sized sand ships slowly approached the port. Sand ships were very common cargo ships in the southern region. They had square heads, square tips, flat bottoms, and shallow draft. They were not easy to run aground. They had many masts and sails, and they had good sailing ability. They could carry a lot of weight and were very suitable for navigation in inland rivers. Most of the ships at the port of Kuei River City were sand ships. Su Lei jumped off the ship first and asked the people on the ship to lower the wooden ladder. He then waved at Lu Fan. Lu Fan stepped on the ship and ordered, "Load the goods." The men of the Eternal Sky faction immediately untied the hemp ropes that fixed the boxes and unloaded them. Each of them carried 2 boxes and went up the wooden ladder. Under the arrangement of the sailors, the boxes were moved to the cabin. In the cabin, there was a layer of hay. Su Lei's men poured out the goods in the boxes and checked their heartbeats to see if they were still alive. Then, they threw the goods on the hay. There was no noise. Those goods were drugged and would not wake up for a while. Zhou Lianhua saw the rough actions of the men and immediately said loudly, "Be gentle. If they break, we won't be responsible." Su Lei's men just smiled and did not pay much attention. Su Lei was quite concerned. "What are you laughing at? Mother Zhou is right. Be gentle. If they break, I'll deduct your wages." Alright, this group of people immediately became much gentler. When a boy was poured out of the box, a doll suddenly fell out of his hand and rolled in front of Zhou Lianhua. It was a yellow cloth tiger. The cloth tiger stared at Zhou Lianhua with a pair of big round eyes and bared its teeth at her. It had 2 protruding ears and a vertical tail. It looked funny and cute. Zhou Lianhua bent down and gently picked up the cloth tiger. She squeezed the cloth tiger's big face and smiled. Then, she did not throw it away. Lu Fan glanced at it and did not say anything. The cloth tiger was a very common toy that was sold in the streets. Since Zhou Lianhua liked it, it was not a big deal to take it away. The first cargo ship was quickly filled and slowly left the dock. The second cargo ship approached the dock, and the people from the Eternal Sky clan continued to pack the goods. After counting, Su Lei said to Lu Fan with satisfaction, "Your Eternal Sky clan is indeed the strongest clan in the Violet Wind County. You managed to gather 1,000 goods in such a short time. I have counted, there are 800 of them, and all of them are of good quality. Here is the money for the 800 goods. Leader, please count them." Then, he handed over a space bag to Lu Fan. Lu Fan took over the space bag and counted it carefully. The amount was too big, and he had to be careful. After counting, he realized that Su Lei had already paid part of the deposit. The money for the 800 goods was not a single gold coin less. A smile gradually appeared on Lu Fan's face. "Brother Su, the amount is correct. We will be able to gather the last 200 goods by the day after tomorrow. Let me tell you first. This time, there might be more than 1,000 goods. Can you handle it?" "No problem. The price is the price we agreed on. I can take as much as you have." Su Lei laughed. "These goods are in high demand recently." "That's great. I knew it. Your Eternal Sky clan definitely has the ability to deliver goods. Otherwise, I would not have asked you for help. I will be escorting the cargo ship for a while. Our people will contact you at the day after tomorrow." After getting off the ship, Lu Fan was in a good mood as he watched Su Lei's cargo ship disappear into the night. After sending out the 800 goods, his burden had been reduced by a lot. He only needed to wait until the day after tomorrow when the people from the other cities sent the goods over. Zhou Lianhua hugged the cloth tiger and said softly, "Leader Lu, I have rarely encountered such a big business in all these years. The other party is very arrogant, and they seem to be very powerful. Yeah, the force behind them is definitely more powerful than us." Zhou Lianhua had known Lu Fan for a long time. She realized that as long as the job was done well, Lu Fan was also someone who was easy to talk to. She could not help but become bolder. She asked curiously, "Why do you think they need so many people?" As the leader of the Inyu city, Lu Fan knew a lot of secrets. The refugees that escaped from the Cloud City had earned him a lot of money for the clan. The other clans and sects were also involved. It was a pity that Kueha City was far away and very few refugees could make it here in one piece. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to worry about these 1,000 goods. Usually, people who were sold off wouldn't have good origins. If they were lucky, they would be sold to aristocratic families as servants. At the very least, they would be able to eat their fill and wear warm clothes. They might even be able to get married and have children. Those who were beautiful could be sold to brothels at a high price, and the brothels would train them well. Some of them would be sold as wives. This was also a good place to go. Those who were unlucky might have their arms and legs broken and thrown to the streets as beggars. In Kuei River City, there were people who did this. If they were unlucky, they would be sold to some black organization and nurtured as reserve members. It was said that the infamous Revenant Assassin organization in the central region would throw tens of thousands of children under the age of 13 onto a concealed small island every few years and make them fight each other. Only the last 10 people who survived would be able to officially join the organization. As for those with even worse luck, they would be sold to demonic sects as consumables. Fresh blood, fresh tissues, fresh corpses, they all needed to be alive. Lu Fan didn't care about the outcome of those goods because he knew that even if he didn't do it, other people would do it. Other gangs and organizations would do it too. This kind of lucrative business didn't just cover the entire southern region, it also covered the entire continent. Most of the gangs were involved. Gangs and sects were different. Sects usually wouldn't be stationed in cities, but gangs were deeply rooted in cities and towns. This undoubtedly made it easier for them to carry out their tasks. Zhou Lianhua had been in her line of work for her entire life. The people she interacted with weren't of high status and she rarely came into contact with secrets. Similarly, she didn't have a good view of the overall situation. "It's best if you don't ask about this." "I understand. I won't ask about things that I shouldn't ask, but I'm still curious." Lu Fan smiled and said to Zhou Lianhua, "If you're too curious, it's easy to die." Zhou Lianhua immediately shut her mouth. Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Fan ordered, "Let's go back." This time, they chose to go back directly by the main road. The boxes on the carriage were unloaded, and their speed was much faster. After greeting the city guards opened the city gate. After giving some money to the city guards who opened the gate, a group of dozens of people entered the city leisurely. The Eternal Sky Gang had been operating in Kueha City for many years, and their relationship was deeply rooted. The city guard's commander was the guest of honor of their branch leader. The city lord also often received gifts from the Eternal Sky Gang. As long as it wasn't wartime, they could open the city gate at any time. After entering the city gate, Lu Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Brothers, let's go. Don't let your wives and children wait for you." Half of Lu Fan's men immediately scattered. Those who didn't leave were going on the same road as him. "Sugua, wait for me." "Why are you running? You don't have a wife. Why are you running so fast?" "I'm going to inform your wife to go home." "Can't I?" "You brat, don't let me catch up with you." After walking along the main road for a while, the number of people in the group began to decrease. On the main road, there were some drunkards and passers-by who hurried past from time to time. Lu Fan glanced at the cloth tiger in Zhou Lianhua's arms and asked, "Aunt Zhou, what are you doing with that cloth tiger?" Zhou Lianhua smiled and said, "My grandson has been clamoring for a cloth tiger recently. I promised to buy it for him. I've been so busy these days that I forgot about it. I only remembered it when I saw this cloth tiger." Zhou Lianhua looked at the cloth tiger in her hands carefully again. She pointed at the cloth tiger's forehead and said with an unhappy expression, "I didn't notice it just now. This cloth tiger is not well made. Look at the word king on its forehead. The stitching technique is wrong. It's very likely that it was embroidered by a novice. I'm even thinking about throwing it away." Lu Fan looked at the word king on the cloth tiger's forehead carefully. To be honest, he couldn't see anything wrong with it. Once she found a mistake, Zhou Lianhua couldn't stop. And the cloth tiger embroidered on it seems to be an amateur. It hasn't even mastered the basic hidden stitching technique. Look at this ear, even the thread ends are exposed. Just when Zhou Lianhua was talking endlessly, a figure glided over like a ghost. Lu Fan stopped immediately. The white figure glided closer and closer. Soon, Chen Hao saw the person clearly. It was a woman with messy hair. Her forehead was very high. She could only be considered delicate and pretty. Her eyes were glistening with tears. She often wore coarse linen clothes as a commoner, but Lu Fan didn't let his guard down. Her feet didn't step on the ground. She was at least an innate master. Lu Fan lowered his head and held his breath. He wanted to walk past her. However, the woman stopped right in front of them and blocked their way. Lu Fan had no choice but to stop. The Chongtian clan members behind him also stopped. A few of them were stepped on by the people behind them, and they started to quarrel with each other. Seeing someone blocking their way, the Chongtian faction members who were used to being arrogant shouted, "What are you doing? Get out of my way." Their eyes were not good enough. Their cultivation was not as high as Lu Fan's. They thought she was just an ordinary woman. Lu Fan yelled, "Shut up." The Chongtian faction members immediately shut their mouths. They had not known Lu Fan for long, but they trusted him. Lu Fan was always calm and had an aura that made people trust him. "Have you seen my son?" The woman turned her neck stiffly and looked at Lu Fan. She asked in a hoarse voice, "He's 5 years old. He's wearing a gray cotton shirt. He's a little chubby." She pointed at her belly and said, "He's about this tall. He's wearing tiger-headed shoes. Also, there's a mole on his nose. It's right here." Seeing the woman pointing at the left side of her nose, Lu Fan shrugged and said helplessly, "I'm sorry. We haven't seen him." The other faction members did not interrupt. Whatever the team leader said was the truth. "Really?" "Of course it's true." Lu Fan said seriously, "We're from the Chongtian faction. We've just finished the mission given to us. We just came back from outside." "Okay." The woman moved her body in disappointment and disappeared into the night. "Phew." Lu Fan let out a long breath and said, "Fortunately, she's not here to cause us trouble." Zhou Lianhua asked in confusion, "Is that woman very strong?" "Yes, she's very strong. She's stronger than all of us combined." Lu Fan looked serious. He lowered his voice and said, "Let's walk faster." The woman appeared in front of Lu Fan again after he took 2 steps. Zhou Lianhua was so scared that she trembled. It was so scary that the woman appeared and disappeared in the middle of the night. The woman stared at the cloth tiger in Zhou Lianhua's hand and said, "Can you show me the cloth tiger in your hand?" Ordinary darkness could not block the vision of an innate master. Hearing this, Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but think, could it be that coincidental? Who do you think you are? We're from the Eternal Sky faction. Get out of our way if you know what's good for you. Finally, someone from the Eternal Sky gang behind Lu Fan stood out. Everyone was anxious to return home. They had been blocked by this crazy woman twice. It would be strange if the members of the Eternal Sky faction, who had always been tyrannical in Kueha City, were happy. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he stopped breathing and fell to the ground softly. Dafei is dead. He killed Dafei. The gang members behind Lu Fan suddenly became chaotic. A group of people pulled out their weapons and were about to surround them. Lu Fan shouted loudly, "Listen to my orders, don't attack." The gang members stared at the crazy woman and then at Lu Fan, barely suppressing the anger in their hearts. "Listen to me, this is not someone we can afford to offend." The members of the Eternal Sky faction looked at each other. They kind of understood what Lu Fan meant. The woman's eyes were shining with a piercing light, just like the long sword in her hand. She stared at Zhou Lianhua, and the pressure made Zhou Lianhua's legs go soft. "Give me that cloth tiger." Zhou Lianhua's face looked worse than crying. She trembled and said, "I bought it from the roadside and planned to give it to my grandson." "It's not yours." Lu Fan's heart turned cold. He lowered his voice and shouted in a hurry, "Are you sure? I asked you just now. Why did you say you picked it up at the city gate and planned to give it to your grandson?" Under the pressure of the innate master's momentum, Zhou Lianhua's mind was in a mess. When she heard Lu Fan's words, out of her trust in Lu Fan, she hurriedly corrected him, "Yes, yes, yes. Leader is right. I picked him up." Lu Fan said apologetically, "If this cloth tiger is really yours, I'll ask Aunt Zhou to return it to you. Please forgive her. She's old and likes to take advantage of others." The woman took a deep look at him and said, "Give me back the cloth tiger, now. Give it to her." Lu Fan ordered. Zhou Lianhua handed the cloth tiger to the woman. When the woman saw it, tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Seeing her reaction, Lu Fan felt a headache coming on. This was the worst-case scenario that he had thought of. The woman's son was really on the cargo ship. He cursed Zhou Lianhua and a group of traffickers for being blind in his heart. They even dared to kidnap the son of an innate master. But his face was still calm, because he knew that it had happened. The ship had sailed away, and it was impossible to find the man. If he wanted to find out who was responsible now, he would be courting death. He had to get through this first. "I sewed this cloth tiger myself." The woman rubbed her face with the cloth tiger and sobbed, "This is my gift to little tiger." Lu Fan only guessed that the cloth tiger was special, but he didn't expect it to be sewed by an innate master. It was also the first time he heard that a cloth tiger was sewed by an innate master. "Tell me, where is my son?" the woman shouted sharply. Zhou Lianhua's face turned pale. No matter how slow she was at the moment, she probably knew what was going on. Even the other members of the Changtian faction had guessed something. They all lowered their heads and said nothing. Their team leader said that the other party was an innate master, and they were waiting for the team leader's order. At this moment, Lu Fan stood up and pointed at the city gate. "If this cloth tiger really belongs to your son, I think he must have been taken out of the city. Aunt Zhou found it outside the city gate. If you go after it now, you might still have a chance. If you're too late," the woman flashed and disappeared in front of Lu Fan. He finally managed to trick that woman into leaving. Seeing the woman disappear, Zhou Lianhua collapsed on the ground. Lu Fan didn't even look at her. The danger just now was caused by this woman. If it wasn't for her greed, how could he have walked through the gates of hell? Lu Fan knew that it was a fluke that he could fool the woman away. She cared too much about the child, and he was taking advantage of her eagerness. If she was calmer, she wouldn't have been fooled by all of the 30 people here. Lu Fan knew very well that the danger was still there. The woman could turn back at any time. The most important thing now was to leave immediately. He aimed at a narrow dark alley and ordered, "Everyone, disperse immediately. Go." Before Lu Fan could finish, he felt a gust of wind blowing past him. The woman was standing in front of him. The woman looked at Lu Fan and said in a low voice, "I still feel something is wrong. None of you are allowed to leave." More than 10 of them tried to sneak away, but the woman waved her sword a few times. The blue sword light cut through the night sky and killed all of them. None of them managed to escape. No one dared to move anymore. The remaining members of the Xianxia faction stood where they were and looked at their leader for help. They did not forget that it was their leader who had tricked the woman away. Lu Fan knew that he could only rely on himself now. He tried to calm himself down. What's wrong? Shut up. I feel like you're not telling the truth. If you dare to say one more word, I'll kill you. The woman squinted her long and narrow eyes and looked at Zhou Lianhua. Lu Fan opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but the woman glared at him. He shut his mouth immediately. He knew that if he dared to say anything, she would not show mercy. Tell me, where did you get the cloth tiger? Zhou Lianhua said with fear, I picked it up at the city gate. Lu Fan was relieved. Fortunately, Zhou Lianhua did not lie. What's your name? Zhou Lianhua. What about you? Tell me, where did Zhou Lianhua get the cloth tiger? The woman walked a few steps and came to a member of the Xianxia faction. Madame Zhou picked it up. This member was the closest to Lu Fan. He was smart. I saw it with my own eyes. If the answer is the same, then you're useless. The woman said expressionlessly. A sword light flashed. This smart member of the Xianxia faction fell to the ground with his hand on his throat. He twitched a few times and stopped moving. What about you? Tell me, how did Zhou Lianhua get the cloth tiger? The woman walked to the second member. The member's face was pale. He looked at Lu Fan helplessly, but Lu Fan did not know how to answer. This woman was crazy. However, Lu Fan was better at talking to reasonable people. Answer me now. If your answer is the same as the person before you, then you can go to hell. I don't know when Zhou Lianhua picked up that cloth tiger, but she didn't pick it up at the city gate. When she was at the dock, I saw that cloth tiger in her hand. The gang member knelt down in front of the woman and cried, please don't kill me. Kneel first, don't move. The woman pointed her sword at the kneeling man and said. Then, she turned to look at Lu Fan and Zhou Lianhua. The warning in her eyes was very strong. The woman didn't turn her head to ask Lu Fan and Zhou Lianhua. Instead, she continued to walk in front of the third member. You know the rules. If your answer is the same as the person before you, then you will die. Lu Fan could already see the ending. Senior, I beg you, please spare my life. With the brother who had survived for the time being here, this person also knelt down immediately. I don't know where Zhou Lianhua picked up the cloth tiger, but I know that when she went out, she didn't have it with her. After she got off the boat, she had it. That cloth tiger must have been taken on the boat. The woman felt that she was getting closer to the truth. Kneel down and don't move. She walked in front of the fourth gang member. Before she could ask anything, the gang member knelt down directly. Today, we sent a batch of goods to the merchant ship. He was a bit hesitant, but when the sword appeared in front of him, all his hesitation disappeared. Those goods are some kidnapped children. Your son might be among them, the woman asked calmly. Where were they sold to? Well, I don't know, but the leader might know. The man glanced at Lu Fan and then lowered his head immediately. Human trafficking, management of the side businesses. Judging by the work that Lu Fan was in charge of in the Eternal Sky Clan, it was obvious that he didn't have any elites under him. None of the people transferred from the headquarters were assigned to him. His subordinates were all martial artists who joined the Eternal Sky Clan halfway. They were good at bullying ordinary people, but if they were to encounter any danger, it would be like this. The woman followed the gang member's gaze and looked at Lu Fan. Her eyes were like snakes and scorpions, filled with hatred that chilled Lu Fan to the bone. You sold my son? That was just an accident. Lu Fan said apologetically. If we had known, we would have let him go. The woman walked around Lu Fan and stared at him like a beast observing its prey. Then where did you sell him? Lu Fan shook his head and said, this is a secret of the Eternal Sky Clan. I can't tell you. It was not that he was stubborn, but he didn't know where he was sold to. You know? Of course. Lu Fan said confidently. But I'm a member of the Eternal Sky Clan. This is a secret of our clan. I can't tell anyone. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Of course, he couldn't say that he didn't know. If he didn't know anything, he would die. He knew that if he didn't say anything, the woman wouldn't dare to kill him easily. Moreover, he still had a trump card that could buy him at least 2 days. In the red blood sword, Xianxia said softly, Lu Fan, I think you are in danger. Do you want to use the last elegy? Wait. Master Jianling. I still have a chance. Xianxia knew that if there was still a chance, Lu Fan would not use the last elegy. People were afraid of death. The woman couldn't hear the conversation between Lu Fan and Jianling. She only said to Lu Fan, I don't believe you. Since I met you, you have never told me the truth. Don't say anything again, or I will kill you. The woman turned around and looked at Zhou Lianhua. And you? How dare you lie to me? Zhou Lianhua was so scared that she didn't dare to say anything. The woman looked at her and asked, I heard that you have a grandson at home? How many people are there in your family? Zhou Lianhua looked at the woman in horror. Don't think that I can't find your house. The woman squinted and said, I think some of the people behind you know where your house is, right? Madam, please let me go. I beg you, please let my family go. Zhou Lianhua wailed and broke down. The woman grabbed Zhou Lianhua's collar with one hand and lifted her up. She stared into her eyes and said, If you really want me to let your family go, then tell me where my son was sold to. Otherwise, I will kill your whole family in despair. I don't know. Madam, I really don't know where he was sold to. The other party is very strong. We don't dare to ask. Zhou Lianhua's tears and mucus flowed down her cheeks. You don't know? You are that guy's henchman, right? You don't know? Do you know what will happen to you if you say you don't know? The woman put her sword on Zhou Lianhua's neck. Madam, we really don't know. We? Yes, we don't know. Does that guy know where my son was sold to? The woman pointed her sword at Lu Fan. Zhou Lianhua opened her eyes and cried, The leader also doesn't know. We are just doing our job. We don't dare to ask where he was sold to. The woman suddenly turned her head. Lu Fan immediately realized that something was wrong. Wait. Lu Fan wanted to tell her that if she really wanted to know the whereabouts of her son, she only needed to wait for 2 days. However, the woman was too fast. Lu Fan didn't even have the time to finish his words. His body fell to the ground. Blood flowed along the limestone floor. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even consider pulling out his sword. For someone like him, as long as there was still a chance, he wouldn't choose to risk his life. Xianxia knew that Lu Fan's death was unjust. If he was alone, he wouldn't have died so easily even if the cloth tiger was in his hands. He was dragged down. Xianxia knew that Lu Fan must have left with regrets. However, if there were no regrets in life, how could it be called life? The woman looked at Lu Fan's body and said hatefully, I told you not to open your mouth. If you do, I'll kill you. Seeing her leader dead beside her, Zhou Lianhua was so scared that she fell to the ground. She couldn't stand still. If you don't know where my son is, then you're useless. Let me think, madam. Let me think. I'll count to 10. If you don't remember, then you can go to hell. The woman began to count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, under the threat of death, Zhou Lianhua's mind started to work quickly. The one who talked business with them was our deputy leader, Hong Jianlin. Hong Jianlin? Yes, he's the deputy leader of the Chongtian faction. We're in charge of finding and delivering the goods. He was the one who talked business. He knows more than us. Chongtian faction? Hong Jianlin? The woman didn't seem to know the strength of the Chongtian faction. She continued to ask, Kuwei River City? What's the strength of the Chongtian faction? And where does Hong Jianlin live? We have a branch leader, 2 deputy branch leaders, and an elder protector. I heard that they are all Xiantian masters, and they all live in the branch. In order to save her life, Zhou Lianhua blurted out everything she knew. As she spoke, she noticed that the other party was frowning. Her heart skipped a beat. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Oh right, I just remembered something. We haven't finished delivering this batch of goods. I heard Chief Lu mention to the guy who bought them that they'll be coming the day after tomorrow to deliver the rest of the goods. That means they'll come again? Yes, they will come again. Their people will be waiting for us at Fulai in the day after tomorrow. Zhou Lianhua continued. Also, that group of people actually just sailed away. If you follow the waterway now, you might be able to catch up with them. When did they leave? An hour ago. Zhou Lianhua said. Do you know which direction they went? I don't know. Zhou Lianhua shook her head and said, I can't see clearly. Even if I can see clearly, it's useless. Who knows if they will change their route midway. Besides, there's more than one Kuei River nearby. Hearing Zhou Lianhua's words, the woman frowned. Of course, she knew that Kuei River City was filled with waterways and was hard to track. Didn't she come to Kuei River City because of this? What kind of ship are they transporting? Are there any obvious signs? They're all common sand boats without any obvious markings. Zhou Lianhua said with a sad face, Great Aunt, I know. I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me. The woman glanced at her and said coldly, Be a good person in your next life. Great Aunt, did you say that you'll spare my life? The woman said softly, Can the words of a woman be trusted? She knew everything that she needed to know. She did not intend to let any of the Eternal Sky Association members in front of her off, on the streets. No one dared to interfere when she killed someone on the streets. Every household closed their doors tightly and no one dared to poke their head out. When passers-by saw this situation, they all ran away without looking back. They were afraid that if they took a look, they would die. Ordinary people had their own way of living. When the last sword beam pierced through the back of the last Eternal Sky Association member and the woman was about to withdraw her sword, something unexpected happened. A blood-red sword beam came at her with an unstoppable might. Fear completely enveloped the woman. She was unable to resist at all. She was unable to even move. She just stood there in a daze. The blood-red sword beam struck the treasure sword in her hand. With a kacha sound, her favorite spirit sword, Autumn Water, broke. She was still holding the sword hilt. She just stood there without moving for a long time. A cold wind blew past. Her soul was ice cold. A thin layer of cold sweat seeped out of her slightly wide forehead. She looked at the broken sword in her hand and then looked at the long sword in front of her. Her mind was a mess. The long sword in front of her was wrapped with dozens of beautiful blood-red circular patterns. In the darkness, the dozens of blood-red patterns were glowing red. If one looked at it for a long time, they would find that there seemed to be blood flowing inside. This is red blood? She recognized this sword. It was the sword of Southern Cloud Nation's genius, Chen Pengfei. Outside Cloud City, Chen Pengfei used it to bury the 400,000 soldiers of Black Blood Nation. In Zhou Nation, some busybodies directly rank the red blood sword as the #1 divine weapon in the southern region. The reason was simple. Even if it was an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken, as long as they held the red blood sword, they could still kill a super expert in the late stage of heaven-breaking realm. In the past, the divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking didn't have such exaggerated fighting ability. The Black Dragon Army's General Ji Kuan, who had once galloped in the southern region for hundreds of years, died under the sword of an ordinary woman. He could be said to be the super expert who died the most aggrieved death in thousands of years. Since Ji Kuan was killed, Lan Yanlin committed suicide under the sword. The Mingjian sect's elder took away the red blood sword. Since then, the red blood sword's whereabouts were unknown. She never dreamed that the red blood sword would appear in front of her. No matter what, she couldn't afford to offend the person who had the red blood sword. The woman shouted in a low voice, I just want to find my son. I don't have any other thoughts. However, no one paid attention to her. The red blood sword began to tremble violently, emitting waves of sword cries. After a long time, the woman looked around vigilantly. She noticed that there was only a lonely scabbard left beside Lu Fan. The blood-red pattern on the red blood sword began to fade gradually, turning into an ordinary long sword. The woman bit her lower lip, made up her mind, grabbed the red blood sword's hilt and flew away. Bind the 31st Renkenju Xiaohongyan? Yes. Congratulations to the host for binding the 31st Renkenju Xiaohongyan. Another female sword owner, speaking of which, this was the fourth female sword owner of the red blood sword. The first female sword owner was Lan Yanlin. The second and third female sword owners died in the chaotic battle outside Yundu City. Chen Hao didn't care whether the sword owner was a man or a woman, as long as it was useful. He had always been a pragmatist. As usual, he transmitted all the information about the red blood sword to Xiao Hongyan's mind. In the air, Xiao Hongyan's body slightly stagnated, and then she quickly fell more than 10 meters. Then she suddenly rushed up and resumed flying. Seeing this, Chen Hao was a little worried about her. If she fell to her death, he wouldn't be responsible. Xiao Hongyan sucked in a breath of cold air after she roughly understood the main abilities of the Scarlet Blood Sword. Especially the sacrifice skill. As long as it was used properly, almost no one in the southern region could resist it. Other than the sacrifice skill, what Xiao Hongyan cared about the most was the slaughter feedback skill. She didn't know how much the red blood sword could give back, but she knew that even if it was only 1%, it was still very precious. After all, increasing one's strength through the slaughter feedback allowed one to ignore bottlenecks. Just this alone was enough to make countless old monsters go crazy. There was also the ability to increase the sword owner's comprehension, root bone, and sword bone, increasing the sword's destructive power. These were enough to make all warriors go crazy, even if the sword owner was mediocre. As long as he held the red blood sword, he could become a genius. If the sword owner himself was a genius, then it would be even more incredible. Xiao Hongyan whispered softly. Legend has it that the red blood sword was forged by Chen Pengfei after he slaughtered 5 cities of the Black Blood Kingdom. Chen Pengfei must have deliberately said this to deceive people. She didn't believe that the population of 5 cities could forge such a powerful demon sword. If it was really possible, then even in the entire southern region, there wouldn't be only one red blood sword. However, there was still one thing that made Xiao Hongyan very confused. According to legend, the red blood sword was a demon sword. From the demon sword's ability, it was indeed a slaughter sword. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a demon sword. But to the sword owner, it seemed that he could completely avoid all the possibilities of becoming a demon, because the red blood sword's Jianling seemed to be very weak. He completely told her, the sword owner, about the possibility of becoming a demon when using the red blood sword. The slaughter feedback 5% pure energy could strengthen true chi, true essence, and physique. It could forcefully increase one's strength in a short period of time. It was very easy to become a demon. Frequently using the demonic aura, the sword owner with weak willpower would most likely be negatively affected. At least, from the information given by Jianling, the red blood sword didn't seem like a magic sword. Before the red blood sword appeared, the number 1 weapon on the southern region divine weapon ranking was the baleful blood demonic saber sealed in the hands of the imperial family of the Black Blood Kingdom. It was said that the demonic saber spirit was incomparably tyrannical. If one's strength was not at the innate realm, one would not even have the qualifications to approach the demonic saber. Even if one's strength had reached the Xiantian realm, as long as one's strength hadn't reached the heaven-breaking realm and barely approached the demonic saber, the lightest consequence would be suffering from chi deviation and dying, and the most serious consequence would be being controlled by the demonic saber and becoming a saber slave. Only heaven-breaking realm experts were barely qualified to use it, but even heaven-breaking realm experts didn't dare rashly use the demonic saber. The longer he used it, the easier it was for the demonic saber to erode his will. Before the Black Blood country was established, there was once a demonic path late-stage heaven-shattering expert who abused the demonic blood fiend saber. In the end, he was reduced to a saber slave, directly wiping out several million people. Compared to the demonic blood fiend saber, Xiao Hongyan felt that the red blood sword in her hand had a much better temper. Xiao Hongyan put the 2 House of the Spirit sword autumn water into her spatial ring, then inserted the red blood sword into its scabbard. The scabbard fit perfectly. She wanted to put the red blood sword into her spatial ring, but to her surprise, she found that the spatial ring couldn't hold the red blood sword at all. After trying a few times, Xiao Hongyan could only choose to give up. Arriving at the pier, she quickly swept across the wide river surface. Standing in the middle of the Kuei River, she was somewhat at a loss. Other than the upper and lower reaches of the Kuei River, there were 2 other tributaries. One tributary led to the direction of southern Cloud Country's Cloud City, and the other led to Zhou Country. Above her head, the moon hung high. A medium-sized sand boat sailed under her feet. and the Kuei River's surface reflected the sparkling light of fish scales. The river flowed under her feet, flowing into the distant endless sea. Zhou Lianhua had said before that the only person in the sect who might know the whereabouts of her son was Han Jiangang. However, she didn't dare to go to the Kuei River City's Eternal Sky Sect's branch. She was only a primary innate master. Even if she had the red blood sword, she didn't think that she could fight against a few innate masters alone. Xiao Hongyan hesitated for a moment, then her figure flew towards the downstream of the Kuei River. The Kuei River was the second largest river in the southern region. It flowed through more than 10 countries, including Southern Cloud Country, Black Blood Country, Qin Country, Zhou Country. It traversed the southern region and had countless tributaries. How could it be easy to find an ordinary merchant ship on the Kuei River? After flying for less than a quarter of an hour, she encountered a medium-sized sand boat. She used her divine sense to scan the cabin, but there were no living things in the cabin. However, Xiao Hongyan's background was not ordinary. She had seen some cabins that could isolate divine sense. Sometimes, divine sense wasn't omnipotent. She didn't think much and directly landed on the deck of the sand boat. "Who is it?" A guard on duty noticed her. Xiao Hongyan ordered, "Open your cabins, let me see what's in them." A guard shouted, "Who are you? What are you looking for?" "We don't have what you're looking for. I advise you to leave quickly, or else we won't be polite." No matter which merchant ship it was, they wouldn't allow an unknown person like Xiao Hongyan to check their goods. Xiao Hongyan's figure floated in midair. "I'll count to 10, if you don't agree, I'll kill all of you." The guard on duty was also a person with good judgment. Once he saw this situation, he immediately said, "Yes, Senior, don't be angry, we'll open the cabin immediately." When the cabin opened, Xiao Hongyan immediately rushed in. Inside were neatly arranged cloth. The guards only saw a black figure rushing in and out, disappearing into the night. "She seems to have left. Seems like we don't have what she's looking for, we're so lucky." At this moment, the person in charge of the merchant ship also rushed over. "Where's that Xiantian expert? She didn't find what she was looking for, so she left. It's good that she's gone, it's good that she's gone." The person in charge of the merchant ship entered the cabin and the goods inside were in perfect condition. He heaved a sigh of relief. "You've handled it well, we can't afford to offend this kind of expert." Of course, not all the merchant ships would obediently cooperate with Xiao Hongyan's inspection. Xiao Hongyan stepped on the deck and along the way, she left a series of bloody footprints. She used her sword to cut open the metal lock and opened the cabin. The outermost layer was marinated demonic beast meat. Inside, there were various processed demonic beast fur, crystal cores. These things were more precious and worthy of a Xiantian initial stage expert's protection. But they were still not what she was looking for. She walked out of the cabin and looked at the crescent moon as she silently shed tears. For hours had passed and this was the 16th merchant ship that she had inspected. Xiao Hongyan muttered softly, "Did I go in the wrong direction?" By the time she returned to Kuei River City, the sky was already bright. At the pier, it was bustling with activity again. There were merchant ships docking and leaving. She stood by the shore and looked at the upper reaches of Kuei River and the 2 tributaries. She hesitated. She didn't know what to choose. After all, almost 8 hours had passed. Just at this moment, she raised her head and realized that there were 3 figures flying towards her from behind. "These damn dogs, they're really like ghosts that won't leave." Xiao Hongyan immediately used her movement technique and quickly escaped. Not long after, Xiao Hongyan got rid of the pursuers. Chen Hao had already guessed this. Yesterday, he discovered that Xiao Hongyan's movement technique was quite good. It was even stronger than her sword technique. After confirming that she got rid of the pursuers, Xiao Hongyan changed into a commoner's outfit and came to a small town near Kuei River City. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, she gently knocked on the door of a house at the edge of the town. The person who opened the door was an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was leaning on a walking stick, limping as she walked. Her leg was wrapped in bandages and there were still traces of tears on her face. When she saw Xiao Hongyan, she anxiously pulled her and asked, "Hongyan, have you found little tiger?" Xiao Hongyan directly entered the door and shook her head, "Not yet. Hongyan, I've let you down." The middle-aged woman cried, "This is all my fault. I couldn't snatch it from those people." Xiao Hongyan saw the middle-aged woman crying and also cried, "Aunt Su, you can't be blamed for this. Those people are too despicable." She didn't blame Aunt Su. Aunt Su was just an ordinary woman. How could she be the opponent of those gang members? Furthermore, she was the one who gave little Tiger to Aunt Su to raise. In terms of responsibility, she had the most responsibility. Then what should we do? But last night I didn't get nothing. I found some clues. Xiao Hongyan tightly held the red blood sword in her hand and clenched her teeth. "I will find little Tiger, no matter what the cost." "N, you're a person with great ability. You can definitely find little Tiger." Xiao Hongyan thought for a while and said, "Aunt Su, when Uncle Lu comes back, tell him not to look for little Tiger. He can't deal with those people and will only lose his life." "N, I'll tell him." Aunt Su wiped her tears and said, "Ordinary people living in this world had too many helplessness. Many of them were already used to it." Xiao Hongyan said softly, "I'm doing this for your own good." "That's right, Hongyan." Aunt Su hesitated for a while as if she was hesitating about something. "Aunt Su, if you have something to say, just say it." If you can find little Tiger, can you also find Zhou Ming's family's little dog?" Little dog? "Yes." Auntie Su nodded and continued to wipe her tears. "Zhou Ming is a good person. He used to help your Uncle Lu. His family is poor and he's a little slow. It wasn't easy for him to get a wife and have a son. The little puppy was gone on the day Huzi was snatched. I heard that someone climbed in through the window and stole it. At that time, Zhou Ming's mother was at home. I was thinking, if you can find little Tiger, can you also look for little dog? His name is Zhou Bao. He's quite skinny, like a little monkey. He has a scar on his chin. He was naughty when he was young, and he tripped and fell on a rock. Of course, if you can only save one, you'd better bring little Tiger back." Aunt Su closed her eyes, tears flowing uncontrollably. "This is fate. I'll be careful." Xiao Hongyan nodded and didn't refuse. If possible, she would help. "Aunt Su, my enemy is here. I might not come back in the near future. You and Uncle Lu shouldn't mention me to anyone else. Just pretend that I don't exist, okay? Your Uncle Lu and I have never mentioned you to anyone else." Aunt Su looked at Xiao Hongyan worriedly. "You have to be careful when you're outside. If you manage to save little Tiger, let me know, okay?" "Okay." Xiao Hongyan came in a hurry and left in a hurry. She ran for more than 2 hours and entered the forest. She pushed aside the grass and entered a cave. Then, she covered the entrance of the cave. The cave was dark and damp. There were no signs of anyone staying here. She had actually recuperated in this cave for a month. Xiao Hongyan skillfully took out a blanket from her space ring and laid it on the smoothest spot in the cave. She slowly sat on it and leaned against the hard stone wall. She covered herself with a blanket. The blanket was embroidered with complicated and beautiful patterns that shimmered in the darkness. She wanted to close her eyes, but she couldn't fall asleep. Her left hand unconsciously stroked the cloth tiger, but her eyes were open. She looked indifferently into the endless darkness of the cave. It was not easy to escape from the Zhou country, but she had lost her son. There were many experts in the Kueha City branch of the Chongtian Association. This was their home ground. With her ability, it was really difficult to deal with them, unless she was willing to give up her son and let her only son continue to escape. But, was that possible? Not long after, a woman's sobbing could be heard in the cave. That sobbing sound was like water droplets falling from the stone wall, rippling back and forth in the small puddle. In a daze, Xiao Hongyan had a nightmare. She dreamt that she had become a middle-aged man named Fu Yuanming. He was missing an arm, but he had a complete family. He worked as an executioner in a place called Ironstone City, repeatedly chopping off the heads of criminals. She could clearly feel his thoughts, she could clearly feel how he felt when he chopped off someone's head. She could clearly feel every muscle in his body relaxing and stretching. Later, after executing a group of bandits from the Black Wind Stockade, Fu Yuanming went crazy. She could feel the pain in Fu Yuanming's heart. She could feel Fu Yuanming's madness when he was at the end of his rope. The blood-red slaughter sword was wanton and crazy. This dream had just ended. Xiao Hongyan thought that she would wake up immediately. But what followed was an even crazier dream. The story of a young man who was a servant of a large family rose up and fell like a meteor. She knew about the Lan family in southern Cloud Nation's Yang City. They were the same as her husband's family. They were also one of the top aristocratic families in the southern region. Their ending was similar. Their 1,000-year-old family was annihilated in an instant. She saw that simple and honest young man shouting about his dream of becoming Lan Yanling's guard. She saw how that young man left the Lan family and joined the city guards of Redbud City. She saw the raging fire in the raging flame body tempering room. She saw the siege vehicles that smashed through the city walls. She saw the bloody fog that filled the sky of the battlefield. She saw the enemy's fear and endless slaughter. She saw the young man's despair on Full Moon Mountain. She saw the process of the spirit ice soul on his left hand gradually melting, and the entire process of the final battle outside Cloud City. Xiao Hongyan, who was in a coma, could not help but shed tears. Women, after all, were emotional creatures. In the dark cave, Xiao Hongyan's violent gasps could be heard. She was lying on the ground. Her entire body was drenched in sweat. She was like a drowning person who had just been rescued. No wonder, no wonder. No wonder with Chen Pengfei's cruel personality, he would fight to the death with the Black Blood Kingdom for Lan Yanlin. Chen Pengfei. Lan Xvii. So it was like this. Xiao Hongyan turned her body to the side and realized that she had unknowingly grabbed onto the red blood sword's hilt. The red blood sword was emitting a blood-red glow, causing the entire cave to be dyed in blood red. She let go of her hand and the red blood sword's red glow faded and the cave returned to darkness. She turned her body and hugged her head. She felt that her head was in pain, as though she had stayed up for 10 days and 10 nights without rest. Her stomach was even more hungry, so hungry that her stomach started to ache. She took out the food from her space ring and drank some water. She did not have time to chew slowly and started to gulp down the dried meat. The dried meat was very hard, causing her throat to hurt, but she still swallowed it down. After eating 3 days' worth of dry rations, Xiao Hongyan felt much better. No matter how tired she was, she still struggled to stand up, kept the blanket properly and carried the red blood sword out of the cave. The sky had already turned completely dark. She sniffed lightly and there was a slight stench of sweat on her body. She frowned and hesitated for a moment. She then flew towards the river at the foot of the mountain and plunged into the river, causing a slight splash. Before the splash had dissipated, she popped her head out from the other side of the river. She wiped the river water off her face and her body started to steam up. When she walked along the river bed to the shore, her body was already completely dry. Along with the dried red blood sword in her hand, the wind blew and her long hair danced in the wind. She casually took out a red string and tied her long hair behind her head. Xiao Hongyan touched her forehead and carried the red blood sword as she flew towards the direction of Kuwei River City. Before she even got close to Kuwei River City, she sensed an upper sky expert flying towards her. Xiao Hongyan looked at the upper sky expert flying over and her long and narrow eyes narrowed. She knew that this bunch of people would not leave until they found her. Xiao Hongyan, I knew it. Without your son by your side, you can't have gone far. The person laughed out loud. Don't tell me you left your son somewhere in Kuwei River City? Seeing that Xiao Hongyan did not make a sound, the upper sky expert laughed. That can't be right, we really guessed it right. The other party's laughter made Xiao Hongyan feel very ear-piercing. If it weren't for their relentless pursuit, how could her son have been taken away? To tell you the truth, I'm really lucky today. As long as I can capture you and bring you back, I'll have done a great service. Maybe if the Empress is happy, I'll be able to advance to the late stage of the Xiantian realm 10 years in advance. Xiao Hongyan asked coldly, where are the rest of you? Of course, they are guarding the other locations of Kuwei River City. The Xiantian expert smiled proudly, but it's obvious that my luck is not bad. You are mine. Xiao Hongyan slowly pulled out scarlet blood. What? Xiao Hongyan, you dare to fight me? A mocking smile appeared on the Xiantian master's face. I know that you're a somewhat famous genius. You broke through to the Xiantian realm at the age of 20, and you're a little stronger than I was at that time. But no matter how much of a genius you are, you're still only at the early stage of the Xiantian realm. Are you sure you want to fight with me? The Xiantian master saw that Xiao Hongyan's eyes were cold and didn't look like she was going to surrender. He also pulled out the heavy sword on his back. Don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you're from a prestigious family. The Xiantian master sneered, I hate people like you who are from the main family. You're always so arrogant. Let me tell you, your Feishing sect has been annihilated. Your Xing family has also been annihilated. You're no longer the young mistress of the Xing family. You're now just a stray dog. Xiao Hongyan's face turned gloomy. Why, young mistress, are you angry? The Xiantian master mocked, I heard that your husband is always leading troops outside and can't take care of your needs. When I catch you, I'll make it up to you. Since you're going to die anyway, why don't you let me have a good taste of the young mistress of the Xing family before you die? Xiao Hongyan's eyes glowed red, like a ferocious beast that was about to devour a human. Oh, the tigress is angry? Seeing that Xiao Hongyan was angry, the Xiantian master continued to tease, actually, you're quite good-looking. It's just that your forehead is a little wide. But it's okay, I don't mind at all. Why don't I take you back and ask the empress to abolish her cultivation and make you my female slave? If you serve me well, I don't mind saving your son's life and becoming his cheap father. Flying star steps. Xiao Hongyan disappeared. Seeing that Xiao Hongyan was attacking him, the Xiantian master smiled triumphantly. He said so much just to make her angry, wasn't it? If Xiao Hongyan used the flying star steps to escape when she saw him, he might not be able to catch up with her. Water Sword Essence, Autumn Water Sword Technique. Good. The Xiantian master shouted, take my 13 forms of heavy sword. The two sword techniques were two extremes. Xiao Hongyan's Autumn Water Sword Technique was light and graceful. Coupled with her flying star steps, she was as ethereal as a fairy. On the other hand, her enemy's heavy sword technique was heavy and vigorous. It was bold and unstoppable. The red blood sword clashed with the heavy sword and sparks flew. The Xiantian master squinted his eyes and smiled, your waist is so beautiful, I like it. You're courting death. He laughed mischievously and said, I like this kind of wild horse. The more you resist, the more excited I am. The other party's words completely ignited the anger in her heart. Seeing Xiao Hongyan's fierce and crazy eyes filled with hatred, the Xiantian master was overjoyed. The angrier she was, the better. Xiao Hongyan was indeed the same as the youngsters from other aristocratic families and sections. She was arrogant and easily angered. He had already realized that Xiao Hongyan, who was only at the early stage of the Xiantian realm, was actually not inferior to him, a veteran Xiantian master. The angrier Xiao Hongyan was, the better it was for him. It would be best if she could be angered to the point of losing her mind. His 13 forms of heavy sword was the least afraid of the opponent fighting him head-on. As long as they fought head-on, the heavy sword would definitely restrain the thin sword. A blood-red flame rose from Xiao Hongyan's body like a raging bonfire. The Xiantian master only felt a chill all over his body, and an unknown fear enveloped his whole body. He cried out involuntarily, this is the concept of massacre? As long as one had seen the concept of massacre, it would be hard to forget. The concept of massacre would usually only appear in the bodies of some battle maniacs. As far as he knew, Xiao Hongyan was only a pampered young mistress. How could she have comprehended the concept of massacre? And looking at the momentum, she was not only at the entry level, but at least at the small success level. Faintly, she could actually suppress his concept of earth. Didn't you only comprehend the concept of water? Xiao Hongyan did not have the intention to answer him. It was the first time she used the sword of massacre and fear, so she was not used to it. Behead! Xiao Hongyan shouted loudly. Under the flying star steps, Xiao Hongyan approached the opponent in a flash, and a blood-red sword light flashed past. The Xiantian master's heart was filled with fear. He wanted to block, but found that his hands and feet could not move. At the critical moment, he fiercely bit his tongue, and a sharp pain attacked him. He struggled to get rid of the terrifying sword of massacre, and then subconsciously blocked his neck with the heavy sword. What he was waiting for was that the collision between the swords did not happen. Instead, he felt a sharp pain in his lower body. He seemed to have lost his support and fell to the ground heavily. He screamed in pain and looked at his lower body. His thighs were cut off and blood was flowing out. Xiao Hongyan stood next to him with a cold face. He stared at Xiao Hongyan with hatred. Damn bitch, you lied to me. Chen Hao knew what he wanted to say. Xiao Hongyan said kill, but she cut off his lower body directly. It was indeed a lie. Xiao Hongyan smiled. You believe everything I say. If I say you are my long-lost grandson, would you believe me? The innate master spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. One last thing, you are terrible at using the heavy sword. You are not even as strong as a woman. After saying this, Xiao Hongyan gave the other party a quick death with her sword. The innate master did not rest in peace even when he died. She felt the surging genuine qi from the red blood sword. The genuine qi was extremely pure. She did not need to refine it at all. She only needed to absorb it and store it in her dantian. It is really a magical sword. If I did not use it myself, I would not believe that there is such a magical weapon in the world. Xiao Hongyan waved the red blood sword gently. She narrowed her eyes and felt the pleasure of genuine qi filling her dantian. She also felt the slaughter sword essence and fear sword essence that she had just comprehended. Xiao Hongyan was born in a famous family. She was a famous genius in the Flying Star sect, one of the top sects in the Zhou country. Her cultivation talent and comprehension were above XVII. In the dream, she had experienced the process of Fu Yuan Ming and Lan Shiqi comprehending the Slaughter Upanishad, the Fear Upanishad, and the Power Upanishad. Relying on this opportunity, she had comprehended the Slaughter Sword intent and the Fear intent. Once she comprehended them, she directly comprehended the Slaughter Sword essence and Fear Sword essence to the small success realm. Firstly, her comprehension was not bad. With the help of the red blood sword, she was enhanced to the level of a super genius. Secondly, the red blood sword's master-killing inheritance was too overbearing. It allowed her to directly cross time and space and directly comprehend the entire mental process of Fu Yuan Ming and Blue 17's step-by-step comprehension of sword intent and profound meaning. Fu Yuan Ming aside, she had benefited a lot from Blue XVII. What she experienced was the whole process of Blue 17's three great sword intents, from when they just came out of the door, to when they directly sublimated into profound meanings. With such a high starting point, it was normal for her to be able to raise her slaughter and fear sword essences to small success. The concept of the master slaying inheritance was much stronger than the Southern Cloud Nation's Dao comprehending pavilion. The only thing that made Xiao Hongyan somewhat regretful was that she was still unable to grasp the concept of power, speaking of which, Xiao Hongyan was slightly embarrassed. Her comprehension of the concept of water was merely at the elementary level. She searched the corpse and found only a space bag. There was not even a space ring. She glanced at the valuables in the space bag, cursed him for being a pauper, and flew away with his heavy sword. The heavy sword was also a spiritual equipment. Xiao Hongyan, who had obtained information from the red blood sword, knew that the red blood sword was very interested in spiritual equipment. Xiao Hongyan did not choose to enter Kuwei River City directly. She knew that the Eternal Sky Association's strength in Kuwei River City made her extremely fearful. The Eternal Sky Association did not need to deal with Zhou Nation's soldiers. Zhou Nation's soldiers knew of her strength and thought that she was just a slightly stronger early-stage Xiantian expert. Furthermore, the most powerful group of soldiers sent by Zhou Nation had been temporarily deceived by her. It was highly possible that they had already gone to Cloud City. The three middle-stage Xiantian experts she met today were the ones who came later. Kuwei River City was very big. She flew around the city and changed her direction to enter Kuwei River City. Because she did not use much strength to kill the Xiantian expert just now, in addition to the feedback from the red blood sword, she still had plenty of qi in her body. Before she could get close to the city, another light figure pounced towards her. Haha, as expected, your son must have been left behind in Kuwei River City, right? To be honest, Xiao Hongyan did not want to answer this kind of idiotic question a second time. She chose to draw out the red blood sword and use the meteor steps to rush forward. Chen Hao admired sword masters with this kind of character. Do not think too much, just rush forward and start fighting. As long as it was a sword master who dared to fight and kill, Chen Hao would support him wholeheartedly within the scope of his principles. Her strength was close to middle stage Xiantian. She possessed 3 types of sword intents and had deduced 2 types of sword intents to small success. She had reached the standard to advance to middle stage Xiantian. In addition to her close and retreating movement technique, as well as that beheading move, Xianxia finished off her opponent again. At this moment, feeling the overflowing qi in her body, Xianxia knew that as long as she found a place to digest today's harvest, she would be able to break through to middle stage Xiantian. However, she was still not satisfied. She urgently wanted to increase every bit of her strength. If she did not kill the last middle stage Xiantian expert today, it would be difficult to kill him in the future. Then, naturally, she met the 3rd middle stage Xiantian expert from Zhou Nation. The Xiantian expert standing opposite Xianxia laughed, "Seems like my luck is not bad. I am destined to have a meteoric rise." He seemed to have the victory in his hand. Xianxia replied, "I admire your confidence." As she spoke, she had already drawn out the blood-stained red blood sword from its scabbard. "I have long heard of the Flying Star Step of the Flying Star Sect. As the personal disciple of the Flying Star Sect leader, you must know the Flying Star Step, right?" "Yes." "Good." The 2 shadows collided with each other at an extremely fast speed. Xianxia looked at her opponent in astonishment. His strength was only at middle stage Xiantian, but his movement technique was very exquisite and his speed was almost the same as hers. Xianxia knew that it was not that the opponent's movement technique was better than hers. The opponent's movement technique was 1 level lower than her Flying Star Step. It should be a movement technique of the middle stage of the black level. However, it was obvious that the opponent's realm was higher than hers. He should have practiced his movement technique to the advanced stage. In the dark night, the 2 masters who practiced movement techniques began to compete in speed. The opponent did not use his intent realm, and neither did Xianxia. Ever since she obtained the red blood sword yesterday, she had been flying for 8 hours in the lower reaches of the Kuei River. She always had a feeling that the Flying Star Step was about to break through. Flying Star Step was a movement technique of the upper stage of the black level. It was the movement technique of the Flying Star Sect. Even the personal disciple of the sect leader might not be qualified to learn the Flying Star Step. If the Flying Star Sect did not plan to let her marry into the Xing family, she would not have been able to learn the Flying Star Step. The Flying Star Step was very difficult to learn. Even though Xianxia was talented and had practiced it for 8 years, her Flying Star Step was still stuck at the initial stage. Xianxia knew that it was because she had become the young mistress of the Xing family. However, even the initial stage of the Flying Star Step was enough to let her escape the pursuit of most middle-stage Xiantian masters. She could even shake off some late-stage Xiantian masters. If she did not have the Flying Star Step, she would have been caught long ago. How could she escape to Kuei River City with her son? They continuously collided, continuously dodged, and continuously twisted and turned. Just as the 2 of them retreated and maintained some distance between them, Xianxia's mind suddenly became clear. She had finally made a breakthrough in the Flying Star Steps that she had been cultivating for 8 years. Her speed was getting faster and faster. Her opponent soon realized that something was wrong. Just now their speed was about the same and they were evenly matched. In a blink of an eye, he had fallen into a disadvantage. And this disadvantage was getting bigger and bigger. Seeing this situation, he knew that he could not continue to compete in speed. Wind Sword Concept, Green Wind Sword Art. Meteor Steps, Chasing Stars and Moon. Meteor Steps broke through to the large success stage. Xianxia's speed suddenly increased and she finally used Meteor Step's ultimate move. Her entire person was like a meteor that streaked across the sky. She chanted in her heart, Massacre, Fear, Water Sword Concept. Autumn Water Sword Art. 3 sword concepts exploded at the same time. Under the scarlet aura, she saw the fear in her opponent's eyes. Just like the name of the sword style, Piercing Autumn Water. But what she pierced wasn't autumn water but her opponent's chest. Surging true essence poured in again. Xianxia quickly plundered her opponent's belongings and used meteor steps to leave quickly. Not long after she left, 2 Xiantian experts flew out from Kuei River City. They stood in midair and looked down at the corpse on the ground. Actually, one of them was Kuei River City branch leader Su Changtian. A white-haired old man standing beside him said, "It should be 2 middle-stage Xiantian experts fighting. It's not Green Rainbow Gang. It's good that it's not Green Rainbow Gang. Let's go back. Alright. Her aptitude was not bad. But ever since she married into the Xing family, her entire heart had landed on her husband. She basically did not have the chance to fight. Her martial arts realm's improvement was extremely slow. But the Xing family was after all a top family. Towards this young mistress, the elders were more satisfied. All kinds of precious cultivation resources had never stopped. Her foundation was very stable. After receiving the true essence from the red blood sword, she broke through to the middle stage Xiantian realm. On this night, Lai Fuan welcomed a special female guest. When shopkeeper Chen saw this woman, he knew that she was not to be trifled with. The killing chi on her body was very strong. With one look, he knew that she had killed people recently and the number was not small. He immediately smiled and greeted, "This guest, do you want to eat or stay in the inn?" "I want them all." Xiao Hongyan glanced at the shopkeeper, found a clean seat, and sat down. She placed the red blood sword on the table. There were other guests in the inn, but whether they were commoners or warriors, they only glanced at her curiously and did not look at her again. These days, when encountering some martial artists with violent personalities, even a glance could offend the other party. "Little Hai, quickly come and greet the guests." "He's here." After dinner, Xiao Hongyan booked the best room in the sky. The man called Gua Xiaohai took her upstairs. Zhou Lianhua had once said that the people who took his son away would come to the Laifu in the day after tomorrow to contact the Eternal Sky faction to pick up the last batch of goods. She had inquired about the news outside. The Eternal Sky gang had recently gotten into an intense fight with the Green Rainbow gang of the Zhou nation. The strength of the Eternal Sky gang in Kuwei River City was no secret. With a peak Xiantian elder overseeing the branch, it was unrealistic to capture Hong Jian gang directly. She wasn't arrogant enough to fight against a Xiantian pinnacle expert with her mid-stage Xiantian strength. As for Red Blood Sword's forbidden technique, the last elegy, she could only watch. If not for no other choice, who would use that technique? It was obviously a last resort to perish together with the enemy. Therefore, she could only wait for Hong Jiangang to walk out of the branch or catch the people who took her son away. The Laifuan was her best choice. "Sir, if you need anything else, just let me know." Xiao Hongyan thought for a moment and said, "Ask your manager to come here. I have something to tell him." "You can't make the decision." Saying this, Xiao Hongyan tossed 3 gold coins to Little Hai. "Here's your reward." Little Hai was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. 3 gold coins were his wages for a few months. He had been in this business for so long, but he had rarely met such a generous person. "Thank you, sir. I'll go and find the manager now." Little Hai went downstairs happily. Not long after, Manager Chen knocked on Xiao Hongyan's door. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Dozens of people from the Changtian faction were killed yesterday, including one of their leaders. "Right? Why do you ask?" Manager Chen was a little hesitant. This news was not a secret. Many people in the city knew about it. After all, those dozens of people had been lying on the street for a few hours. However, he was still a member of the Changtian faction. He was hesitant to tell Xiao Hongyan about it. "I killed them all." "You killed them?" Manager Chen's legs trembled and he almost knelt down. Xiao Hongyan said in a low voice, "If I were you, I wouldn't speak so loudly." "Do you understand?" "I understand. I understand." Manager Chen said with a long face. It was impossible for him to resist. He did not have the strength to do so. He knew that Leader Lu's death was caused by the inborn experts of the Qinghong gang who were hiding in Kuwei City. "Did Lu Fan come to meet someone yesterday to deliver a batch of goods?" "Yes." Manager Chen asked carefully, "Sir, are you from the Qinghong gang?" "No. My son was taken away by them." Hearing this, shopkeeper Chen broke out in a cold sweat. He finally understood why Leader Lu died on the street. "You sold his son. It would be strange if he did not kill you." "Sir, you mean," Manager Chen bowed and spoke carefully, afraid that he would offend Lin Fan. "I heard that those people will come again tomorrow. Let me know when you see them." Xiao Hongyan glanced at Manager Chen and said, "Don't tell me that you can't recognize them." I can recognize them. I can recognize them. Manager Chen nodded. After running the inn for so many years, he still had a sharp eye. Take this. Xiao Hongyan took out a pill that had a disgusting smell. Manager Chen gritted his teeth and did not ask. He took the pill, retched and swallowed it. Xiao Hongyan nodded with satisfaction. This is the black venom sex corrosive poison pill. If you don't get the antidote within 3 days, you will turn into a puddle of water. I have the antidote with me. Understood. You have children, right? As long as I can get that person, I will give you the autumn water formula, a low-class black class technique. The autumn water formula was waved in Xiao Hongyan's hand. Manager Chen's eyes moved back and forth with the technique. He was only an outer member of the Changtian faction. He was not qualified to practice a black class technique. His children and grandchildren had average talents, and they were also cultivating yellow-grade cultivation techniques that were common on the streets. I am willing to work for you, sir. But I hope that you can do me a small favor. If you are willing to help, I will be very grateful. What favor? When you leave, can you kill some people in the inn? Especially Xiao Hai. That young man just now. Sure. A low-class black class technique. Chen Hao realized that his sword master was also a generous person. Among the 30 Ren Kenju in the red blood sword, the most generous one was 17, who was willing to give away a black-level upper-grade cultivation method. Thinking of this, Chen Hao couldn't help but think of Qin Yan. He remembered that when XVI asked Qin Yan to leave Yundu with Lan Yanlin, XVI gave his space ring to Qin Yan. That girl Qin Yan should be filthy rich by now. Xiao Hongyan's background was also extraordinary. Although Chen Hao had never heard of the Xing family and the Flying Stars sect, he knew that these two families were not weak, judging from Xiao Hongyan's strength and the people who wanted to kill her. What Chen Hao was most curious about was why the Empress of the Zhou Kingdom would personally give the order to kill Xiao Hongyan and her whole family. How deep was the hatred? That night, Xiao Hongyan didn't go out. Instead, she chose to break through. At this time, strength was the only thing she could rely on. The next morning, shopkeeper Chen knocked on Xiao Hongyan's door. My lady, that person is here. Shopkeeper Chen whispered, he's eating downstairs. He's eating downstairs. He's the one with the ring saber on the table. Okay. Also, my lady. Shopkeeper Chen whispered, I think that you didn't have to kill them after thinking about it for the whole night. What do you mean? Shopkeeper Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, I think that this group of people might be tough. The people they sent to receive us are mostly ruthless characters. If you use torture to extort a confession, it might backfire and waste a lot of time. So, I think that it's better for you to sneak onto their ship. Not only can you find out where they're going when you get on their ship, but there will always be some cowards on this ship, Xiao Hongyan asked, then you can safely continue to be the shopkeeper of the inn, and the Changtian faction won't have to worry about getting into trouble, right? Shopkeeper Chen hurriedly said, my lady, I'm doing this for your own good. I understand. You've done a good job. I'll give you what you deserve. You can leave now. Okay. Xiao Hongyan thought about shopkeeper Chen's words carefully and found that he did make a lot of sense. She was eager to save her son. Originally, she wanted to catch the person in charge and force him to tell her where her son was. But after thinking about it carefully, she found that there were too many possible problems. She was not good at torture. What if that person would rather die than speak? What if that person directly committed suicide? Or perhaps he didn't know where her son was. Xiao Hongyan's SSSSSSSS to size. He was about 40 years old, slightly plump, and had a ferocious look on his face. He looked like someone who lived on the edge of a blade and was at the peak of the true energy realm. Shouted to eat in. He, Master S welcomes greet him S to eat to S2s to eat Ido ETS, to S2s as to him to S. The fierce-looking man seemed to know Hong Jiangang. When he saw Hong Jiangang, he immediately stood up. Find me a quiet place. I have something to discuss here. Understood. Ido, Hong Jiangang said to the man, let's talk somewhere else. Okay. Xiao Hongyan watched as the two of them walked into the inn. That night, Xiao Hongyan brought shopkeeper Chen to Kuei River City's pier and hid in a small fishing boat. The fishing boat belonged to an old couple. But she knocked them out and threw them in a corner. Are you sure it's tonight? Absolutely. I heard it with my own ears. The goods were delivered at night. Xiao Hongyan said calmly, don't worry. I'm very trustworthy. If your information is accurate, I'll give you the antidote and the items. Thank you, my lady. Before it was night, a group of people dressed as merchants slowly came from the direction of Kuei River City. Behind the carriage, there were many wooden boxes. The person leading the group was Changtian faction's vice branch leader, Hong Jiangang. Xiao Hongyan secretly used her divine sense to scan those wooden boxes. Her right hand held the red blood sword tightly, they were filled with people. She tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart. She watched the 300 over wooden boxes being moved onto an ordinary sand boat. The sand boat left the harbor and Xiao Hongyan watched as it slowly moved upstream. My lady, is it okay now? It's okay. She covered shopkeeper Chen's mouth and slit his neck with her sword. She then gently pushed him off the small fishing boat. Xiao Hongyan did not immediately chase after that sand boat. She had already memorized that sand boat. She looked at the direction Hong Jiangang left. She clapped her hands and flew towards the direction of Kuei River City. If she did not kill those people, she would not be satisfied. Before Hong Jiangang could leave the vicinity of the pier, Xiao Hongyan had already caught up to him. She slashed her sword over. Hong Jiangang seemed to be prepared. He jumped up from his horse and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. That war horse let out a miserable cry as it was split into two by the sword light. Hong Jiangang asked in a sorry state, "Who are you? Green Rainbow Gang doesn't have someone like you, right? A dead man has no need to know so much. Do you think Changtian Gang is not prepared?" Hong Jiangang looked at Xiao Hongyan and said proudly, "No matter why you are going against Changtian Gang, today is the day you die." While they were talking, 3 more Xiantian realm experts appeared and surrounded Xiao Hongyan. Changtian Gang's branch leader Su Changtian, vice branch leader Zhou Xiang, and guardian Wu Kuan. There were 4 Xiantian realm experts in Changtian Gang. One of them was a mid-stage Xiantian realm expert and the other 3 were early-stage Xiantian realm experts. Xiao Hongyan's killing of Lu Fan had already alerted Changtian Gang. Hong Jiangang was prepared this time. You think you can do it? What if I join you? A loud voice was heard. Even Chen Hao in Red Blood Sword was sizing up the newcomer. It was a late-stage Xiantian realm expert. Lu Fan had never seen the former Ren Kenju of Red Blood Sword before. Chen Hao remembered that there should be a peak Xiantian Grand Elder in Changtian Gang's branch leader. However, unless the branch was in great danger, the Grand Elder would not show up easily. Peak Xiantian realm experts' greatest desire was to break through. As long as they could break through, Changtian Gang would become a top gang, even if it was a weak one. You? That's not bad. You're young, but you talk big. The late-stage Xiantian realm expert laughed. If I'm not wrong, you just broke through recently, right? So what? It's a pity for a genius like you. It's also a pity for you Xiantian realm experts. Xiao Hongyan said in the same tone. She shook her head and said, "No, you people deserve to die." Xiao Hongyan attacked as soon as she finished speaking. By the time the Eternal Sky faction members reacted, Hong Jianang's head had already flown into the air. The only late-stage Xiantian expert quickly shouted, "Early-stage Xiantian experts, leave immediately. This battle is not something you can interfere with." With just one move, he could already tell that the opponent was definitely a genius who had the ability to fight those above her level. Even he found it hard to keep up with that kind of lightning-fast speed just now. Want to escape? It's too late. Xiao Hongyan disappeared again. The Xiantian experts of the Eternal Sky faction could not compare to the Zhou soldiers who had chased after her last night. Demoness, how dare you! The late-stage Xiantian expert of the Eternal Sky faction would not let Xiao Hongyan kill the remaining Xiantian experts. He wanted to chase after her, but when he did, he realized that he could not keep up with her speed. What kind of movement was that? Just as he was wondering, Wu Kuan's throat was slit by Xiao Hongyan's sword. Demoness, don't you dare! The late-stage Xiantian expert of the Eternal Sky faction rushed to stand in front of the only early-stage Xiantian deputy leader. There's still one more. Xiao Hongyan sneered. Her figure disappeared on the spot. Su Chongtian knew that the opponent was coming for him, but his expression was calm. He could tell that the opponent was also a mid-stage Xiantian expert. They were all martial artists of the same level. Even if the opponent's movement technique was strong, he did not expect to kill the opponent. As long as he could delay the opponent for 2 moves, his reinforcements would arrive and deal with the demoness together. However, he had obviously overestimated his own strength. When Xiao Hongyan appeared in front of him again, he only saw a terrifying blood shadow. He had only managed to resist 1 sword strike, and the blood-red sword intent had made him fall into endless fear. Of course, when he reacted again, he could only hear the sound of running water. Xiao Hongyan disappeared and appeared behind the early-stage Xiantian expert. The late-stage Xiantian expert who wanted to help Su Chongtian slowly turned around and saw the deputy leader fall. Xiao Hongyan kept her sword and stood there with a smile on her face. She had a ponytail, and when she smiled, she had a valiant beauty. It's the slaughter sword intent. The late-stage Xiantian expert of the Eternal Sky faction looked at the opponent seriously and asked, not only the slaughter sword intent, but also the water sword intent. Who are you? A middle Xiantian master who can comprehend the slaughter sword intent shouldn't be a nobody. The slaughter sword intent was almost always formed by killing. Super powerful movement techniques and comprehending the slaughter sword intent were both extremely rare traits. There was no reason for him to remain unknown. You don't need to know. The Xiantian master nodded and took out a bamboo tube from his spatial ring. Xiao Hongyan immediately dodged and rushed towards him. However, that Xiantian late-stage master was already prepared. He threw the bamboo tube into the air and attacked Xiao Hongyan with his sword. Xiao Hongyan had no choice but to turn around and block his attack. Just after 2 moves, there was a sudden explosion in the night sky, and gorgeous fireworks lit up the entire night sky. It was the Eternal Sky faction's distress signal. Xiao Hongyan panicked. She did not forget that the Eternal Sky faction still had a peak innate stage monster in Kueha City. Wind sword intent, wild wind dance. Under the wind sword intent, countless sword lights shot out swiftly, sealing off all her paths of retreat. For a moment, it actually caught her off guard, and she could only defend tiredly. Xiao Hongyan knew that she didn't have much time left. If she couldn't get rid of her opponent immediately, she would have to face an even more terrifying peak innate stage master. If it was a powerful move, even that Xiantian late-stage master would have a hard time. His face was flushed, and he looked at Xiao Hongyan with a hideous smile. Demon girl, stay here. Xiao Hongyan looked at her opponent. After a breath, she gritted her teeth and said, I didn't want to use this move, but you forced me to. What? Devilish aura. With red blood sword as the center, blood-red fog shot up into the sky, and a hurricane swept over. Accompanied by the blood-red fog, the dark world was dyed red. 2 Xiantian masters were drawn into it at the same time. As the sword master of red blood sword, she was affected by the devilish aura. But even if she was in the weakened devilish aura, she was still affected by it. Xiao Hongyan's ears still buzzed, and then countless strange and terrifying murmurs drilled into her brain. In the blood-red world, countless ghostly figures were reflected in her eyes. She saw shopkeeper Chen asking her why she kept her promise. She saw her husband dragging his broken body and crawling towards her. Ah! Xiao Hongyan screamed, it's all fake. It's all fake. It's all an illusion. She fiercely bit her tongue, and the blood gushing out made her cough. She held the red blood sword and ran towards the Xiantian late-stage master in the devilish aura. Xiao Hongyan felt that if she didn't stop the devilish aura, she would go crazy in the blood-red fog. That Xiantian master seemed to have gone crazy, and he was randomly attacking something in the air. Xiao Hongyan used the flying star steps and killed her opponent with a simple sword strike. The devilish aura stopped, and it only lasted for 10 breaths of time. After killing her opponent, she immediately felt a majestic aura coming from Kuehan City. She didn't even have time to pick up the spoils of war, and directly fled with the red blood sword in her hand. Xiao Hongyan's figure in the air was no longer as graceful as before. She was like a little bird with an injured wing, and as she flew, her body seemed to be about to fall. After sensing the Danger, she suddenly flapped her wings and flew up into the sky. Not long after, she started to fall again. She wasn't injured in the battle, but the nightmare and the devilish aura kept appearing in her mind. Her heart was so cold that she couldn't feel anything, and her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Her body kept shivering, and her teeth kept chattering, as if she was frozen in ice. Xianxia felt that this was the most dangerous battle she had ever experienced in her entire life. Even when the Xing family was annihilated, and she carried her son to escape, it wasn't this dangerous. She hadn't even seen the enemy, and she was almost finished. If she hadn't experienced it in the dream, and if she hadn't comprehended the sword essences of massacre and fear, she was afraid that she would have completely died in the illusion today, killing herself. That was definitely a sad joke. She looked at the red blood sword, and thought of the scene she saw in the devilish aura, and tears came out of her eyes. In the red blood sword, Qianhao looked at the weeping Xianxia, and was speechless. She shouldn't be crying because of the devilish aura, right? To be honest, Qianhao wasn't sure about the specific influence of the devilish aura. But he knew that the strength of the devilish aura had definitely increased by several times. There were 400,000 Black Blood Kingdom elites outside Cloud City. The essence, qi, and spirit of 400,000 elite soldiers were definitely far greater than that of 4 million ordinary people. So, when Qianhao made a note of the devilish aura, he kindly told the sword owner not to use it unless one's will was not strong enough. This woman had obviously overestimated her ability to withstand the pressure. The red blood sword kept sending vital core and blood qi into Xianxia's body. Her pale face gradually turned better. She tried to stay alert and flew in the direction of the sand boat. It did not take her long to kill a few innate masters. Soon, she found her target. At night, there were not many guards on the deck. She hid her breath and sneaked into the sand boat easily. She hid in a small storeroom. She was not in a good condition. Her head was swollen and painful. When she closed her eyes, she felt that she was still in the demonic qi field. She curled up in a corner of the storeroom. She hugged her legs and buried her head between her knees. Xianxia did not know that the Grand Elder of the Eternal Sky faction had arrived at the port right after she left. When the Grand Elder of the Eternal Sky faction saw the corpses of the innate masters around him, he was furious. The Grand Elder shouted angrily, "Who is it? Bastards of the Qingheng faction, come out now." Then, he looked at the surviving members of the Eternal Sky faction on the ground. Hong Jiangang had brought more than 50 members. Now, only 11 of them were left. And they were still killing each other. The Grand Elder shouted, "What are you doing? Stop right now." However, the 11 members of the Eternal Sky faction did not seem to hear what he was shouting. In just a short while, 2 more of them were down. "Stop. Don't you hear me?" The Grand Elder was so angry that he attacked them himself. With a sweep of his palm, the 9 members of the Eternal Sky faction fell to the ground and scattered. He did not hit them hard. He just separated them completely. He grabbed an ordinary member by the back of his neck and asked, "Tell me, what is going on?" Unexpectedly, the member did not know what was good for him. He stabbed the Grand Elder with his knife. Looking at the long knife that was pressed against his chest, the Grand Elder was so angry that he broke the man's neck. At this time, he noticed that the surviving members of the Eternal Sky faction had bloodshot eyes. "Qi deviation? Don't you recognize me?" the Grand Elder asked. No one answered him. The attention of the members was completely attracted by the Grand Elder. Then, 8 members of the Eternal Sky faction attacked him directly. The Great Elder stared blankly at the gang members. He couldn't believe his eyes. This was the first time he had seen a martial artist who could go berserk in the Qi condensation realm. After killing all the demonized martial artists, the Grand Elder gritted his teeth and angrily roared, "Who was it?" At this moment, the Great Elder raised his head and saw a few Xiantian masters rushing over. Just by sensing their aura, he knew that these people were not weak. The Great Elder raised his head furiously. Looking at the incoming Xiantian realm martial artists, he brandished the long sword in his hand. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Your Green Rainbow Gang is really powerful. Did you make a mistake? We are not from the Green Rainbow Gang." His aura was not weaker than that of the Eternal Sky faction at all. Instead, it seemed to be suppressing him. Also, if these dead people are your subordinates, it has nothing to do with us. We just arrived. The Great Elder looked at the 5 people. The weakest of them was a mid-stage Xiantian expert, and the strongest didn't seem to be afraid of him. He had fought with the top experts of the Green Rainbow Gang before, and these people weren't present. Thinking of this, he regained some of his rationality. Who are you? We were sent by the Zhou Empire's imperial court to capture a criminal. Hearing that they were from Zhou, the Great Elder took a deep breath, and his expression softened. He didn't dare to show any disrespect to Zhou Empire's imperial court. He had received news that the rebellion in Zhou Empire had ended. The Bai clan, Xing clan, and Flying Star sect had all been eliminated. They were now mobilizing their troops, planning to take advantage of the Black Blood Kingdom's weakened army to invade the Southern Cloud Empire. Half of the Southern Cloud Empire had already been swallowed by the Black Blood Kingdom. The remaining half should belong to Zhou Empire. The Great Elder was very clear that the Southern Cloud country's imperial family had completely fallen. The reason why the Violet Wind County could barely maintain its stability was because most of the city lords had completely sided with the Zhou country under the persuasion of the Zhou country's people. As long as the Zhou country's army arrived, the Violet Wind County would instantly change their flag. Their Eternal Sky faction was the #1 faction in the Violet Wind County. For survival, they were also seeking to ally with Zhou Empire. I am Pingqing, Eternal Sky faction's Grand Elder. The leading Xiantian pinnacle expert opened a scroll. You are the Eternal Sky faction's Grand Elder? That's even better. Have you seen this woman before? The painting was done by Dan Qing. A tall and delicate woman was practicing swordsmanship in a garden. Her appearance was delicate, and her body emitted an elegant and heroic aura. The most impressive thing was her slightly wide forehead. In the garden, hundreds of flowers were blooming, creating a beautiful scene. Pengqing glanced at the painting and shook his head. I am often in closed-door training, so I have never seen this woman before. However, our Eternal Sky faction has a lot of spies in the Violet Wind County. We are the best at finding people. Why don't all of you come to our Eternal Sky faction? I will mobilize all of our men to help you gather information. This way, it will be much faster than finding her by yourself. Then we will have to trouble you. Pengqing silently dealt with the corpses of the few Xiantian experts. The Xiantian experts from Zhou Empire didn't urge him. Pengqing looked at the Xiantian experts from Zhou Empire helplessly and said, "Everyone, please excuse us. Our Eternal Sky faction has suffered a great loss this time." What happened? It should be the work of the Green Rainbow faction. The Peak Xiantian expert thought for a moment and said, "If you can help us find the person, I will. Make the Green Rainbow faction behave." Pengqing said gratefully from the bottom of his heart, "Thank you all." The Xiantian experts from Zhou Empire followed Pengqing to the Eternal Sky faction's branch. The branch was brightly lit, and almost all of the Eternal Sky faction's members in the branch were mobilized. In order to express his attitude to the experts from Zhou Empire, he had to immediately assign the task even though it was already late at night. Great Elder, Xiao Hai from Laifuan said that he wants to see branch leader Su. He said that he has something important to report. It is about the batch of goods that Vice Branch Leader Hong brought tonight. Great Elder Pengqing was slightly stunned when he heard this. Their Eternal Sky faction was ambushed because of that batch of goods. I think that this matter needs to be reported to Great Elder. The one who informed Pengqing was Hong Jianong's confidant. He was one of the few people who knew about Hong Jianong's death. Pengqing looked at the experts from Zhou Empire sitting in the living room and hesitated. Great Elder can handle his own matters. Jing Yi, the Peak Xiantian expert from Zhou Empire, said. As they were both Peak Xiantian experts, Jing Yi still had to give him face. The Eternal Sky faction had suffered a great loss this time. It would be unreasonable if he didn't let them handle the affairs of the faction. Moreover, the Eternal Sky faction had already assigned the task. They only needed to wait. Then bring him here. I want to hear what he has to say. Little Hai, the gang leader and the others went out on a trip. If there's anything, you can tell the Great Elder. For the stability of the branch, the news of the death of the gang leader, vice gang leader, protector, and several other Xiantian masters was temporarily sealed by Pengqing. The corpses were hidden in his spatial ring. When Little Hai heard that he wanted to meet the Great Elder, he was extremely nervous. But he still trembled as he handed the letter in his hand to the Great Elder. This afternoon, shopkeeper Chen was acting mysteriously. He said that he would go out tonight. Before he left, he gave me 2 letters. He said that if he didn't return by 3 o'clock, I should open the first letter. I've just read the letter. It's about Division Leader Hong. Shopkeeper Chen also instructed me to pass this letter to Division Leader. Let me see. Peng Qing snatched the letter. After opening it, he scanned the letter and cursed loudly. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. It's not the Azure Rainbow Gang? It's a woman? What the hell is Hong Jiangang doing? How could he be so foolish as to touch a Xiantian master's son? And what's the meaning of that shopkeeper Chen? Why didn't he immediately report it? Damn it, I want to kill his entire family. When Little Hai heard the Great Elder's roar, his legs went soft. But he knew that it was impossible for the Great Elder to kill shopkeeper Chen's entire family. Shopkeeper Chen's only son had died 2 years ago. Woman? Son? Xiantian master? When Jingyi heard Peng Qing's words, he immediately stood up. Hearing these characteristics, his first reaction was Xiao Hongyan. He unfolded the scroll and asked Little Hai, "Have you seen that woman? Does she look like this?" Little Hai only took a glance and nodded with certainty. That's right, it's her. Jingyi was overjoyed. He had brought people to chase after Xiao Hongyan and thought that she had already left Kueha City. But yesterday, he suddenly received news that Xiao Hongyan had appeared at Kueha City's harbor. He immediately turned around and rushed back. He didn't expect that he would really bump into her. Do you know where she went? Little Hai helplessly shook his head. Peng Qing opened his mouth. If she's really the person you're looking for, then she should have escaped with a merchant ship. Our people accidentally took her son away and sold him, Jingyi anxiously said. Then do you know where her son was sold to? The Grand Elder looked at Hong Jianong's trusted aide. Hong Jianong's trusted aide said in a low voice, when they were talking about business, I didn't dare to eavesdrop. But later on, gang leader Hong said that the other party was a chamber of commerce from the Black Blood country. Peng Qing said in a low voice, Black Blood country? That should be the direction of the Divine Spring Port. The Khanate experts of Zhou Nation all stood up. That merchant ship is probably heading upstream of the Kue River. We should be able to make it in time. We definitely can't let her reach the Black Blood Kingdom. On the cargo ship, Xiao Hongyan didn't know that her casual slash had caused trouble. She hid in the storeroom and stayed there for the whole night. For the entire night, she did not sleep a wink. When she did, her mind was filled with scenes of blood. That night, she did not stay idle. She sensed the entire ship and found that there was no innate stage expert overseeing it. It was indeed not worth sending a Xiantian realm expert to deal with more than 300 children. After the entire night, the after effects of using the demonic aura had lessened slightly. At daybreak, a sailor stood at the side of the ship and peed. He lifted his pants and leisurely walked into the cabin. He took out his key and was about to open the storeroom door when he suddenly realized that the lock was gone. Who did it? He remembered that he had personally locked the storeroom door yesterday. Before the ship set sail, he had even checked it again. He pushed open the storeroom door and a sword was pressed against his throat. He stared blankly at the sword pressed against his throat and immediately knelt down. Let's go to the deck. All right. I'll go now. Soon, the entire merchant ship was under Xiao Hongyan's control. That included the fierce-looking man who was discussing business with Hong Jiangang from the Changtian sect. It wasn't that no one tried to escape, but those who tried to escape were sliced into 8 pieces by Xiao Hongyan in the air and thrown into the river to feed the fishes before they could fall into the water. Xiao Hongyan stared at the fierce-looking man and asked, "What's your name?" Gan Long. Where are you sending those children? Gan Long lowered his head and didn't answer. Xiao Hongyan whispered, Gan Long, you're a smart man. Even if you don't say it, the others probably know your destination, right? Xiao Hongyan glanced at the other sailors and guards, and they all lowered their heads. My target isn't you. If your answer satisfies me, I can let you live and let you get off the ship. Gan Long looked at the others and finally chose to speak. Xiao Hongyan's words made sense. Even if he didn't speak, there were others who would. Rather than letting others speak, he might as well speak first and get something good out of it. We're going to the Divine Spring Harbor. Black Blood Kingdom? Xiao Hongyan still had some impression of the Divine Spring Harbor. Yes, Black Blood Kingdom. Why do you want so many children? Gan Long whispered, that's what we do. Who are you going to sell them to? Sir, I'm not sure. I'm just in charge of escorting the goods. Only the higher-ups know who I'm going to sell them to. As long as I send them to the Divine Spring Harbor, my mission is complete. You're from the Chamber of Commerce? Yes. What Chamber of Commerce? Ruijing Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Hongyan silently remembered this name. Alright, you're useless. After a while, the bloodstains on the deck of the merchant ship were washed clean by the sailors. It was as if those guards from Ruijing Chamber of Commerce never existed in this world. Xiao Hongyan never really kept her words. Sir, where are we going now? The helmsman lowered his head and asked Xiao Hongyan with fear and trepidation. Xiao Hongyan hesitated. She didn't forget that there were more than 300 children in the ship's hold. How should she deal with them, escort them back to Kuei River City? That was impossible. The infuriated Peak Xiantian experts in Kuei River City were worried that they wouldn't be able to find her. Furthermore, the people from Zhou Nation who wanted to kill her could also be in Kuei River City. Most importantly, his son was still on the way to the Divine Spring Harbor. Beach the ship by the shore and release those children. Xiao Hongyan closed her eyes and said, let's hope that they're lucky. The merchant ship had only sailed upstream for a night and wasn't far from Kuei River City. If they were lucky or knew the way, they might be able to return home after suffering some hardship. Sir, you're really kind. The helmsman flattered. I know what you're thinking. You're just ordinary sailors. I won't make things difficult for you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The helmsman said gratefully. The ship was soon beached on the shore, and the sailors released the 300 children. Those children walked out of the ship's hold and came to the deck. Xiao Hongyan said, this is all I can do. The older ones will lead the younger ones. Those who know the way, you can go home by yourselves. After a while, a brave child climbed down the ladder. Then, 1, 2, 3, sir, can we go now? Let's go. Chen Hao looked at the woman who pulled out the red blood sword with amusement. She didn't even blush when she lied. With a thought from Chen Hao, the red blood sword vibrated slightly. Xiao Hongyan looked at the red blood sword in surprise. The burning blood technique appeared in her mind. If she did not kill these people, Xiao Hongyan was worried that they would not let the children go home. After she left, who knew if the sailors would capture them again? The red blood sword's reaction surprised her. She seemed to have figured out what the red blood sword's Jianling liked. Xiao Hongyan was very clear that her biggest reliance was not the Xing family's 100 years of accumulation, but the red blood sword in her hand. The ship with Little Tiger was only 2 days ahead of us. Xiao Hongyan gently rubbed her cheek against the cloth tiger and said in a low voice, Xiao Hu, I will find you soon. As she was not familiar with the road, Xiao Hongyan could only fly along the Kuei River. The Flying Star Steps was indeed fast, but it was not often used to travel. When she was in the Flying Star sect, the elders taught her that she must always maintain her vital energy reserves when she was traveling. If she ran out of vital energy and met an enemy, the outcome would be tragic. No matter how anxious Xiao Hongyan was to find her son, she did not dare to use all her energy. Every time she used half of her vital energy, she would stop to recover. Fortunately, she was not cheap. The Xing family's downfall did not happen overnight. She had enough spirit stones in her space ring for her to squander during her escape. It would take at least a month to travel from the Kuei River City to the Divine Spring Harbor. She believed that she could catch up with the 2 boats very quickly. Xiao Hongyan flew along the Kuei River in broad daylight, attracting the attention of many passing boats. However, they pretended not to see her. No one would find trouble and offend a Xiantian master. Xiao Hongyan was not wrong. In just the afternoon, 2 sand boats appeared in her sight. With a sweep of her divine sense, she found that the cabins were densely packed with living creatures. There were 400 people on each boat. Found him, Xiao Hongyan was excited. Xiao Hu, I found you. just as Xiao Hongyan was about to use the meteor step to quickly charge over and kill everyone, the red blood sword, which had been hanging by her side, suddenly vibrated violently. The ear-piercing humming of the sword made Xiao Hongyan feel uncomfortable. What happened? She grabbed the red blood sword's hilt. Chen Hao spoke to her for the first time. Enemy, behind you, 1,300 meters. Peak in 8. Xiao Hongyan pulled out scarlet blood and suddenly turned around, vigilantly looking behind her. There was nothing, there was only a gloomy sky. There was not even a single bird in the gloomy sky. Qi Shui, are you sure? At this moment, Xiao Hongyan had no time to ask why red blood sword could speak. Chen Hao ignored her and continued, 1,100 meters. Xiao Hongyan took a deep breath. 900 meters, 700 meters. It was only when Chen Hao said 600 meters that Xiao Hongyan truly saw the other party. He was like a shadow, like a dark shadow in the dark clouds. What a strong concealment ability. Xiao Hongyan sucked in a breath of cold air. If not for the red blood sword's warning, the enemy might have been able to get within 100 meters of her without anyone noticing. A distance of 100 meters was too short for a pinnacle Xiantian master. Meteor step. She had already experienced the perception of the red blood sword. Since Qi Shui said that the enemy was a peak innate master, then he was without a doubt a peak innate master. She bit her lower lip and tried hard not to look at the merchant boat. Then, she directly fled to the left. He actually discovered me? Jingyi was a little surprised, but his speed did not decrease at all. You're very fast. Ordinary peak innate masters would not be able to catch up. Jingyi smiled. But it's a pity that sometimes, good body movement does not mean that you can really run away. Cultivation is also very important. Even if his body movement was not as good as Xiao Hongyan's, he could still keep up with Xiao Hongyan's speed with the help of a peak innate master's majestic vital energy. It was still difficult to catch up with her. Jingyi's thinking was very simple. He only needed to follow Xiao Hongyan and suppress her. When her vital energy ran out, he could easily deal with this woman. The two of them chased each other from afternoon to evening, and from evening to night. Feeling the little vital energy left in her body, Xiao Hongyan looked back at the peak innate master behind her. The distance between them had narrowed again. Xiao Hongyan's cold expression was very ugly. Xiao Hongyan, you'd better stop. Jingyi shouted behind her. If you're willing to surrender, I can guarantee that I won't hurt you and your son along the way. How about it? Why? Why can't you just let us mother and son go? Xiao Hongyan shouted hysterically. Her Majesty has ordered that the Xing family will be exterminated. Jingyi said indifferently. If you want to blame someone, blame the Xing family for betraying us. I didn't know about the rebellion at that time. But you're a member of the Xing family. Jingyi was not soft-hearted. That's enough. If I were you, I would choose to give up. At least I can let you live a peaceful life for 2 days. Give up? It was absolutely impossible to give up. Xiao Hongyan was very clear that if she fell into Jingyi's hands, her dantian would be destroyed. If her dantian was destroyed, she would be completely finished. Humph. Seeing that Xiao Hongyan showed no signs of stopping, Jingyi snorted. Just you wait. While he was talking, Xiao Hongyan pulled away from him again. What should she do? Xiao Hongyan's first thought was to use the demonic aura, but she quickly rejected that idea. She could not guarantee that she could withstand it, nor could she guarantee that the peak innate master behind her would not be affected by the demonic aura. Then, she remembered the burning blood technique that red blood sword had taught her during the day. Now that things had come to this, Xiao Hongyan had no other choice. Even if she used the burning blood technique, her cultivation level would drop directly and there would be a period of weakness. There was almost no need to practice using the burning blood technique. As long as a warrior understood the meridians to reverse the flow of true essence, they could use it. Immediately. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Hongyan closed her eyes. Her mind was filled with the meridian circulation method of the burning blood technique. She roared in a low voice, burning blood technique. Xiao Hongyan felt a sharp pain in her body. Her fair face suddenly turned red, and a bloody mist rose from her body. Such a strange phenomenon made Jingyi's expression change. Xiao Hongyan's speed began to increase rapidly, gradually pulling away from Jingyi. Not long after, seeing that she was about to disappear from his sight, Jingyi shouted, "Xiao Hongyan, don't you want your son anymore?" "I know, he's on that ship." The bloody figure gradually slowed down, and a smile appeared on Jingyi's face. But soon, the smile on his face froze. Watching Xiao Hongyan disappear from his sight, Jingyi pierced a distant mountain peak with his sword and cursed fiercely, "Damn it." Xiao Hongyan removed the burning blood technique until she was sure that the other party couldn't chase after her. She fell to the ground, sprawled on the ground and wept bitterly. Soon after, she stopped crying, but she was still lying on the ground, motionless. Chen Hao looked at the frost condensing on her long hair at night and then watched the frost gradually melt. Xiao Hongyan slowly got up from the ground. Her hair was messy like a chicken's nest, her face was full of dirt, and her whole body was dirty, like a female beggar. Xiao Hongyan felt that her dantian was empty, and a sense of weakness hit her. She knew that it was the after-effect of using the burning blood technique. Her strength fell from the middle stage of the innate realm to the early stage of the innate realm, at this moment when she needed strength the most. This was undoubtedly a nightmare for her. She stood up shakily from the ground with the help of the red blood technique. Chen Hao knew that Xiao Hongyan was different from XVII. Her body was much weaker than the 17th, and her recovery ability was also much weaker. Looking at the surrounding environment and the sky, she walked slowly in a direction. She walked for 2 days. 2 days later, the weakness caused by the burning blood technique gradually disappeared, and she knew where she was. After being chased by Jingyi, she actually returned to the Zhou country. At the gate of Nanfeng City, she saw many people gathered there. Xiao Hongyan heard someone mention the Xing family and the Flying Star sect. So, she went up to them. By family, Xing family, Flying Star sect, and all the families that participated in the rebellion will be beheaded in the capital. It's good to kill them. I heard that many people died because of this rebellion. That's right, if it wasn't because it's too far, I would go and see. Haha, I also want to go and see. I've seen people from the Flying Star sect before, and all of them had their eyes on the top of their heads, but in the end, didn't they lose everything? By the way, who is this Xing Xiaohu? Why did the notice specifically mention him? Is he very powerful? The eldest grandson of the Xing family, he doesn't seem very old? What do you mean he's not old? I know this, Xing Xiaohu is only 5 years old. Killing even 5 years old? Why can't he be killed? Treason is a big crime, even killing 9 generations is a light punishment. Xiao Hongyan forced her way in. She wanted to see the notice. Why are you squeezing? A man dressed as a martial artist roared, "Woman, you stepped on my foot." I'm sorry. I just want to go in and take a look. The man said unyieldingly, "Just saying sorry is enough?" With a flash of sword light, the martial artist clutched his throat and fell to the ground. Murder! Murder! Someone who had witnessed Xiao Hongyan's attack shouted loudly. Now, no one was blocking Xiao Hongyan's way. All the onlookers had run away, leaving only the 2 city guards who were guarding the notice. The 2 city guards looked at each other and dispersed in tacit understanding. Their duty was only to protect the notice from being destroyed, but there was no need to risk their lives. Those who dared to kill people on the streets were not ordinary people. Xiao Hongyan didn't make a move either. She just stared with her big red eyes and read the contents of the notice word by word. She took a deep look at Yang Xiaohu's name and noted down the time of his execution. Xiao Hongyan stared at the notice and was slightly lost in thought. Her vision started to blur. She was very clear that this notice was a trap. Those people hoped that she could see it and hoped that she could make a trip there at that time. After reading the notice, Xiao Hongyan turned around and was about to leave. Big brother, it's this woman who killed our brothers. The newcomer looked at Xiao Hongyan's body from head to toe, and said with a hideous smile, "Let's go. We'll capture this woman first. We'll make her beg for death. Let me know the consequences of offending us." Xiao Hongyan tilted her head and looked at the dozens of people in front of her. She couldn't react. They were here to deal with her, but since the other party had rushed up, she had no reason to let them go. After killing everyone, Xiao Hongyan directly stepped into Nanfeng City. The city guards didn't dare to stop her and let her in. This wasn't the first time this kind of thing happened. If there was a huge disparity in strength, they could ignore it and the higher-ups wouldn't hold them accountable. Looking at the people coming and going in Nanfeng City, Xiao Hongyan's gaze was unfocused. It was as if she was looking at a place far, far away. Xiao Hongyan? N? She responded and immediately realized something was wrong. She was very familiar with this voice. Scarlet Blood? You can also call me that. Xianxia didn't care how the sword master called him. What's the matter? What do you plan to do? Xianxia was very curious about Xiao Hongyan's next plans. In any case, he was still barely satisfied with Xiao Hongyan being the sword master. If he wanted to grade, he could give Xiao Hongyan a passing grade. Do you want to save your son? Yes. He's waiting for you to deliver yourself to him, right? N. Xiao Hongyan stopped and said, then what else can I do? Xianxia didn't say anything. This was the sword master's problem. Scarlet Blood, can you help me save little Hu? You're now the red blood sword's master. If you use the red blood sword, that's your problem. Xiao Hongyan asked cautiously, can you help me kill a heaven-breaking realm expert? Sacrifice it. Xianxia said faintly, but I don't recommend you do that. In Zhou, there's probably more than one heaven-breaking realm expert. I can only help you kill one. Making an exception, it was impossible to make an exception. Not every sword master was Lan Yanlin. In Xianxia's opinion, the current red blood sword was already buggy enough. The sword master was like the main character's super cheat. To be able to become the red blood sword's master was simply the fortune of 8 lifetimes. If that still wasn't enough, then it was most likely a bad fate. Xiao Hongyan nodded. I understand. Are you sure you want to go to Zhou's capital to raid the execution grounds? Go. He's still too young, he shouldn't die like this. If you really want to go, I'll give you something. Xianxia thought for a moment, then transmitted the cloud cauldron technique and wind and cloud sword style into Xiao Hongyan's mind. There's still a month's time. These things might be able to slightly increase your battle prowess. Do as you see fit. Right, this cultivation technique is strictly prohibited from being leaked. Thank you, Scarlet Blood. Xianxia didn't say anything else. He only imparted the cloud cauldron technique and wind and cloud sword style to Xiao Hongyan because she wanted to throw away her life. Red blood sword spendits. Early days at the execution grounds, but had never raided one before. If Xiao Hongyan dared to lie to him and didn't go to the capital halfway, he would definitely let this woman know what was called unpredictable fate. Xiao Hongyan directly found an inn and asked for a room. After taking a hot bath, she looked at the copper mirror, thought for a moment, and took out her dressing box. She very awkwardly applied various liquids and powders to her face for an hour. When she stood up again, her appearance had already changed. That face was as ugly as a ghost. Xiao Hongyan silently took out a veil from her spatial ring and put it on her face. Xiao Hongyan changed into a dark purple female cultivator's robe. The material of the cultivator's robe was top-notch, as if it was specially designed for her. It fitted her body perfectly and was breathable, outlining her curvaceous figure. Xiao Hongyan's figure was originally quite tall, but when she wore this martial attire, she looked even more heroic. In Qianhao's eyes, Xiao Hongyan was like an unsheathed sword at this moment. Her eyes were filled with cruel coldness. She wore a veil and went downstairs. Without greeting the innkeeper, she directly walked out of the inn's door. Is there a gang in this city? Xiao Hongyan casually grabbed a middle-aged man and coldly asked. The middle-aged man felt a burst of pressure, suffocating him. Yes, there is. What gang? Blood Tiger Gang. How strong are they? The middle-aged man looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him. He lowered his voice and said, I heard that the leader of the Blood Tiger Gang is a true energy realm pinnacle expert. Where is their base? It's the street in front. Walk for 800 meters and then turn right. After walking for about 500 meters, you will see the Blood Tiger Gang signboard. Thank you. Xiao Hongyan left the middle-aged man and directly left. The middle-aged man looked at her back and cursed in his heart, crazy. Then he ran away with small steps. He always felt that this woman was not a good person. The middle-aged man did not dare to lie to Xiao Hongyan. Xiao Hongyan followed the middle-aged man's instructions and smoothly found the Blood Tiger Gang's base. Standing in front of the Blood Tiger Gang's base, two strong gang members looked at her. Blood Tiger Gang's base. Idle people, leave. One of the gang members loudly said. But when he saw Xiao Hongyan's martial attire, he asked, "Who are you looking for? We can pass the message on your behalf." Xiao Hongyan pulled out her long sword and the two Blood Tiger Gang members directly fell to the ground. She looked up at the three red signboards of the Blood Tiger Gang and cut them into two pieces. The two pieces of signboards fell to the ground and made a loud sound. She carried the red blood sword and stepped into the Blood Tiger Gang's base. Xiao Hongyan used the unfamiliar wind and cloud sword style to kill anyone she saw. However, even if it was the wind and cloud sword style that had not reached the entry level, it was still not something that these post-liminary realm warriors could resist. There was a huge gap between innate and acquired. I am the leader of the Blood Tiger Gang. I don't know if our Blood Tiger Gang has offended you, sir. Please tell us, sir. I will definitely pay a price that will satisfy you. You talk too much. Under the sword light, the leader of the Blood Tiger Gang fell to the ground. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Hongyan left the Blood Tiger Gang's encampment. The blood-red footprints were getting lighter and lighter. As she felt her body gradually fill with true essence, Xiao Hongyan whispered, "I need more." Walking out of Nanfeng City, Xiao Hongyan directly flew into the distance. With her meteor steps, the other city wouldn't be too far away. Almost every city had a gang. Some cities might have several small gangs, some cities only had one gang, and some cities were controlled by large gangs. At the very least, they had a branch. Their bases and branches were not a secret. At most, they could ask a few passers-by. As usual, after killing the two gang members guarding the gate and smashing the plaque, Xiao Hongyan directly entered the Hongming Gang's encampment with her sword. The leader of the Hongming Gang happened to be on the first floor of the encampment. When he saw the murderous Xiao Hongyan, he immediately asked vigilantly, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Xiao Hongyan replied in a flat tone, "I'm here to ask you for a favor." "What favor?" "Your lives." The leader of the Hongming Gang's face was cold as he slowly pulled out a heavy axe. Early post-liminary realm. Seems like you just broke through. Xiao Hongyan raised her eyebrows. After so many days, her face revealed a smile for the first time. "However, you're very good. I really need an expert like you." "Crazy woman, I'll chop you in two." An early post-liminary realm expert could be considered a tyrant in any small city. Unfortunately, he met Xiao Hongyan. After dealing with this post-liminary realm expert, Xiao Hongyan's surging true yuan once again flowed into her body. Xiao Hongyan knew that as long as she found a quiet place, her strength would return to the middle stage of the post-liminary realm. Xiao Hongyan looked at the other gang members and said seriously, "For the sake of your leader, I'll let you die without any pain." The members of the Hongming Gang broke down. They frantically tried to escape, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not escape from Xiao Hongyan's pursuit. Xiao Hongyan was someone who could escape from the hands of a peak post-liminary realm expert. "This friend, aren't you a little too cruel?" Just as Xiao Hongyan killed almost all of the Hongming Gang members, someone shouted, "How did the Hongming Gang offend you? Why are you so ruthless?" Xiao Hongyan turned around and looked behind her. It was a handsome young man in his 20s. He stood at the entrance, glaring at her with righteous indignation. "Are you from the Hongming Gang?" The young man shook his head and denied, "No." "You're not?" Xiao Hongyan tilted her head and looked indifferently at this unknown man. She thought for a moment and killed him with a stroke of her sword. "Since you're not, then shut up." Xiao Hongyan knew very well that as long as it was a gang, there would be no one who was clean. After killing all of the Hongming Gang members, Xiao Hongyan sat on a chair in the hall. She quietly took out some jerky and ate it with water. She had obtained this jerky from the last time she had robbed a merchant ship. As she ate, the rest of the Hongming Gang members who were outside were captured one after another. Xiao Hongyan did not despise these small fries, even if they were weak. She took them all in. She knew that this was normal. This was not a small town. The Hongming Gang could not possibly have so few members. "You're the one who killed my Lu family's grandson? Don't you know that he's my grandson?" A questioning voice sounded. Xiaohongyan raised her head and saw a white-haired old man walking in slowly with his hands behind his back. He looked at the densely packed corpses around him and asked with a frown, "Did you do all this?" Xiaohongyan did not say a word. She started to clear the table of jerky and water. "Let me ask you. Why did you attack the Hongming gang? Why did you kill my grandson?" Xiaohongyan slowly raised her head and said, "The reason is simple. Your grandson is just like you. He talks too much nonsense." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaohongyan appeared in front of the old man as if she had teleported. Their swords collided in the air, and both of them took half a step back. The old man looked at the young woman in front of him in shock and disbelief. The old man asked in a low voice, "Which sect are you from?" To be able to stand on equal footing with a middle-stage Xiantian master at such a young age, the old man believed that the power that could nurture Xiaohongyan was definitely not simple. If the other party really had a powerful background, the old man would have to reconsider whether or not he wanted to take revenge for his grandson. After all, he didn't only have one grandson. It wasn't unacceptable for one to die. However, unfortunately, he met an unreasonable woman. Massacre sword essence. Terror sword essence. Water sword essence. Xiaohongyan released 3 sword essences at the same time. Her entire body emitted a terrifying bloody glow. The massacre sword essence and terror sword essence made the old man feel a chill in his bones. Autumn water sword play. Xiaohongyan didn't show any mercy. Every move was decisive. Facing her attack, the old man was enraged. "Junior, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." Both of them used their sword essences. Soon, the Hongming gang's base was turned into ruins. Their battle shifted to mid-air. Many warriors were watching the battle from afar. They stared at the 2 Xiantian masters who seemed to be really angry, afraid that they would miss a detail. To ordinary warriors, being able to watch a battle between Xiantian masters was also a form of cultivation. Xiaohongyan's strength was close to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Her massacre sword essence and terror sword essence were still at the level of a middle stage Xiantian master. They didn't decrease because of Xiaohongyan's strength. The old man only exchanged 20 moves with Xiaohongyan and realized that he was at a disadvantage. Although she wasn't strong, her sword essence was very strong. During the battle, that crazy and chaotic sword essence constantly affected his mind, making him unable to use his full strength. If he continued to fight, the old man felt that the chances of him losing were very high. However, he wasn't willing to leave just like that. After all, he was a big shot in Hongming City. If he was defeated by this little girl in front of him, how could he establish himself in the city in the future? But soon, he wouldn't have to worry about running away. Behead! The bloody red sword light came. The old man stared at the bloody light, and the fear in his heart suddenly exploded. To the onlookers, he seemed to have forgotten to resist and let the bloody light cut his neck. Her strength returned to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Xiaohongyan sat on the ground and used a precious demon beast skin to wipe the blood off the red blood sword. Looking at her serious and pious expression under the dim yellow oil lamp. If other people saw it, they might be more willing to believe that this was a ritual. Xiaohongyan was overjoyed that her strength had returned to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. However, she was well aware that the reason she was able to return to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm so quickly was because she hadn't consumed much of her strength when she used the burning blood technique last time, so the drop in strength was limited. That was why she was able to recover so quickly. From now on, it wouldn't be so easy for her to advance to the late greater heaven stage. She needed the lives of more innate experts. She had to advance to the late stage within a month, and it would be best if she could advance to the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm. If someone were to say that he could reach the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm from the early stage of the Xiantian realm in a month's time, most likely, all the martial artists would think that this person was crazy, even if it was a legendary prodigy. Even if he had the support of a powerful force behind him, it would still be impossible for him to achieve such a feat. The vast majority of martial artists would never be able to reach the Xiantian realm in their lifetime, and the vast majority of Xiantian martial artists would never be able to reach the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm. However, she was an exception. She had the red blood sword. However, even if he had a peerless demonic sword like the red blood sword, it would still be extremely difficult for him to become a peak Xianxia expert within a month. If he wasn't careful, she would also be in danger of dying. She was dancing on the tip of a knife. Unfortunately, she had no other choice now. There are still too few greater heaven stage martial artists. She frowned and muttered to herself. Greater heaven stage martial artists weren't cabbages. In many cities, there were no greater heaven stage martial artists at all. You can let them come to you. Jianling Chenhao's voice came from the red blood sword in her hand. Let them come to me? Chenhao said slowly, I can understand that you are only killing gang members now. You are a person with a bottom line, which I admire very much. A person without a bottom line is a madman. A madman can rise quickly, but he can also fall quickly. However, in the current situation, you have no other choice. Qi Shui, you mean? Yes, it's exactly as you think. In fact, there are also other forces behind those gangs. I suggest that you go a little crazy. Since you can't find any experts, then you can let them come to you. Do I really have to do that? I never interfere with Swordmaster's decision. I'm just giving a suggestion. As for how to choose, it's up to you. Chenhao said in a low voice. However, if you increase your strength with your current efficiency and spend most of your time on the road, it's a problem whether you can break through to the late stage of Greater Heaven stage after a month. I don't know how strong Zhou is, but your Xing family is one of the top families in Zhou, so you should know better than me. Xiao Hongyan's eyelids drooped. If I can reach the late stage of heaven-breaking realm, then I can take little tiger away. It's just a possibility. Chenhao realized that the enemy Xiao Hongyan was about to face didn't seem to be inferior to XVII at all. Zhou's capital was not Southern Cloud's cloud capital. That place was definitely a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Since Black Blood Country had an old monster at the peak of heaven-breaking realm, there was no reason that Zhou didn't have one. Think about it yourself. Xiao Hongyan said in a flat tone, I'll listen to you, Qi Shui. You won't think about it? There's nothing to think about. I have no other choice. It wasn't that she didn't have any other choice, but that she didn't want to take any other path. When he was alive, he always said that I was willful, that I was too emotional, that I wasn't qualified to be the head of the Xing family. But I am a willful person. Xiao Hongyan lowered her head and said while wiping her tears. I hope you can get what you want. I will, I definitely will. In the next 5 days, Xiao Hongyan rushed to 7 cities. In the 7 cities, all the gangs were destroyed, and the greater heaven martial artists of several families were all killed by her. Of the 7 cities, 2 were in Southern Cloud's Purple Wind County, and the other 5 belonged to Zhou. 5 days later, Xiao Hongyan didn't stop at all. Instead, she became even crazier and rushed to 3 more cities, destroying 2 small sects along the way. The news quickly spread to the 2 nearby counties, and all the families and gangs in the 2 counties received the news. There was a female greater heaven martial artist crazily slaughtering gangs, families, and sects on both sides of the Kuwei River. There seemed to be no reason. It was not rare for gangs, families, and sects to be annihilated. Every once in a while, there would be forces that would rise and fall. However, it was very rare for such a situation to occur. It was very rare for forces to be annihilated one city after another. End of chapter 315. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.